Godfather, it is time to take your medicine. Drink it while it is still warm. A voice dripping with false sweetness echoed near Chen Dakai's ear as a hand extended a bowl of dark herbal medicine toward him. Chen Dakai struggled to open his cloudy dim eyes and gazed at the young woman standing beside his bed. She was Liu Mei, the daughter of his long-deceased friend entrusted to his care. He considered her his goddaughter. Liu Mei gazed at him with an ostensibly filial expression, yet her bright, lively eyes could not conceal their impatience and greed. Warm, warm. More like she hopes I grow cold faster. Chen Dakai sneered bitterly within his heart. He had arrived in this cultivation world 80 years ago. Possessing only a low-grade yellow-stage pseudo-spiritual root, he could never accomplish the most basic act of drawing qi into his body force to live as an ordinary mortal. Relying on his veterinary skills from a past life, he made a meager living treating livestock in town, barely scraping together 3 tiled roof rooms and 2 mu of poor farmland. Now at 80 years old, his body deteriorated day by day, each breath growing shorter. For half a month, Liu Mei had come daily with medicine, her gaze always hungering for his imminent death, so she could inherit his meager possessions. Cough, cough. Good daughter, you are truly filial. This old bone of mine. I fear I cannot last much longer. After I am gone, these 3 dilapidated rooms, and the 2 mu of thin farmland behind a hill. All of it shall be left to you. Hearing this, Liu Mei's eyes lit up brilliantly. She forced a few tears to the corners of her eyes and wiped them with false sorrow. Godfather, what are you saying? I only wish for you to live 100 years. Quick, drink the medicine. I specially went to the city to fetch this fine medicine for you. Good, good. Chen Dakai's trembling hand reached for the medicine bowl. Just as his fingertips brushed the rim, his head suddenly lolls to the side, as if his life had instantly departed. Godfather, Liu Mei called out tentatively. No response. Her courage grew. She reached out and checked Chen Dakai's breath at his nose, feeling almost nothing. You old wretch, finally taking your last breath. Liu Mei muttered under her breath, casually setting the medicine bowl aside, and began rummaging through boxes and chests in the room, searching for the property and land deeds. But just at that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated in the dying Chen Dakai's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's vital signs are about to vanish, meeting the final binding conditions. The multiple offspring boundless blessings system is now officially activated. This system aims to help the host build a great family lineage. As long as the host fathers children with females possessing spiritual roots or special bloodlines, generous rewards shall be granted. Newbie activation gift package distributing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 vitality boosting pill. Vitality boosting pill restores the user's physical condition to a youthful state, greatly increases strength, especially suitable for nighttime use. Chen Dakai's heart surged with shock. A system. It had arrived 80 years too late, but it had finally come. At this moment, Liu Mei stood with her back to him, rummaging in the cracked wooden chest by the bedside, muttering, "Where did he hide it? This old thing." Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Chen Dakai swallowed the vitality-boosting pill in one gulp. The pill melted upon contact with his tongue, and a torrent of heat exploded instantly within his abdomen. He felt strength surging through every limb as though youth had returned to his body. Found it. Liu Mei excitedly pulled out 2 yellowed papers from the bottom of the chest, the property deed and land deed. She turned around triumphantly, ready to mock the nearly dead old man, but met a pair of clear, bright eyes. You're not dead. Liu Mei stumbled backward a step, the land deed nearly slipping from her grasp. Though Chen Dakai still had a head full of white hair, his facial wrinkles had noticeably smoothed, his cloudy eyes had become clear and bright, his spine was straight as a rod, completely unlike the dying man from moments before. Want my belongings right now? Chen Dakai slowly sat up, his voice resonant and powerful, and grabbed Liu Mei's wrist. You. Where did you get such strength? Let go of me. Liu Mei panicked. Chen Dakai's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how she tugged, she could not break free. I'm asking you, do you want it or not? Chen Dakai stared straight into her eyes, speaking each word deliberately. So what if I want it? Chen Dakai grinned, revealing a set of neatly white teeth that hadn't been there before. Simple. Leave a descendant for the Chen family. What? Liu Mei screamed. Are you crazy, you old man? Don't even think about it. I'm only 18. 18 is perfect. Chen Dakai's tone admitted no refusal. As long as you agree and successfully conceive my child, I will immediately sign and seal these documents, and from then on these house and fields are entirely yours. Dare to gamble. Liu Mei's breathing quickened. On one side stood this half-dead old man, on the other lay immovable property and land, right within her grasp. She was just a helpless orphan girl. If she could obtain this family fortune, she could marry well in the future and never again have to bow to others. Her mind was in chaos, but in the end greed prevailed. Liu Mei bit her lip hard and forced 2 words through clenched teeth. Fine. I accept. But you must write the agreement right now. No problem. Chen Dakai smiled like an old fox. Close the door, blow out the lamp, and we'll draw up the agreement. Liu Mei walked over and tremblingly latched the door, then blew out the oil lamp. In the darkness, only the sound of fabric and the creaking of furniture could be heard. At first came Liu Mei's panicked cries and curses, but soon they turned into suppressed sobs and intermittent gasps. She had assumed the old man was merely experiencing a deathbed surge of energy, not that he had such stamina. She had never experienced such things before and simply could not withstand it. "Old man, spare me. I really can't anymore." Liu Mei panted, begging for mercy. Chen Dakai did not respond, only continuing his movements. That entire night the creaking of the bedboards hardly ceased. The next morning the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Dakai opened his eyes refreshed and alert, feeling an inexhaustible reserve of energy coursing through his body. He glanced down at Liu Mei still sleeping beside him. Her eyes still bore traces of tears, but the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if in her dreams she had already become the mistress of the estate. Just then the mechanical voice sounded in his mind once more. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully seeded a mortal woman. First activation of bloodline inheritance. Congratulations, host obtained rewards 1. Cultivation breakthrough. Breakthrough to Qi refining stage 1. 2. Lifespan increased by 20 years. 3. Techniques and spells. Qi refining ultimate art fireball technique. With a boom, a warm current appeared out of nowhere in his dantian, instantly flowing through his entire body. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 80 years shattered in an instant. A stream of Qi entered his dantian and rapidly circulated through his meridians. Qi refining level 1, achieved. At the same time his body continued to be remodeled. Facial wrinkles smoothed further, and among his full head of white hair, several strands began turning black from the roots. He quickly jumped off the bed and ran to the wash basin, checking his reflection in the water. He looked to be in his early 60s. Though still an old man, his spirit was invigorated, his eyes frighteningly bright. Feeling the warm current flowing through his body, Chen Dakai clenched his fist tightly. An unprecedented sense of power surged up from his limbs and bones. So this is the feeling of being a cultivator. Even just the lowest level of Qi refinement, first layer, was a world apart from mortals. He looked down at the bed. Liu Mei was still asleep, long eyelashes still wet with tears, brows tightly knitted, as if even in her dreams she was reliving the stormy night before. Chen Dakai did not disturb her. He quietly put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and stepped out. The early morning Cloud Town was still shrouded in thin mist, and the streets already had a hint of cooking smoke. "Hey, isn't this old Chen able to get out of bed today?" Cripple Wong next door was leaning against his doorstep, smoking a pipe. When he saw Chen Dakai walk out, his cloudy eyes were full of surprise. In his memory, Chen Dakai hadn't been out of the house for over half a month, and the smell of medicine drifted from his room every day. He seemed like a man on the verge of death. How could he walk out on his own today? And he looked. His back was straight, his steps steady, not at all like an 80-year-old man. "I might feel much better just taking a walk," Chen Dakai replied with a smile. His voice was loud and full of energy, startling Cripple Wong. Your voice, how can you sound like a sick man?" Cripple Wong's eyes widened. "What miraculous medicine did you take? Tell me, I'll go buy some too." Chen Dakai just smiled mysteriously, didn't explain, and walked straight toward the market. Along the way he met many neighbors, and everyone who saw him looked as if they had seen a ghost. "Look, isn't that old Chen the vet? Wasn't he about to die? Oh my god, he looks even more energetic than last month. His wrinkles are fewer. This old man. Could it be a final burst of vitality?" The murmurs continued, but Chen Dakai acted as if he hadn't heard them. He arrived at the rice shop and directly said to the owner, "Boss, give me a 50 bag of top-grade white rice." "Sure." The rice shop owner carried a bag of rice and was about to help him load it onto the ox cart at the door. "No need, I can do it myself." Chen Dakai waved his hand. To the boss's astonishment, he reached out with one hand and easily lifted the 50 bag of rice as if it were a bag of cotton. He went to the nearby meat stall to buy 2 of pork belly, some vegetables, and a basket of freshly baked meat buns, carrying them all in his other hand fully loaded. With a bag of rice in one hand and meat and vegetables in the other, he walked steadily, his face not flushed and his breathing not heavy. This scene left a group of old men basking in the sun, staring wide-eyed. "Am I seeing things?" Old Chen lifted a 50 bag with one hand. "Damn, this old man has become a spirit. I have to rest twice just to carry 10 It seems the rumors are true. His adopted niece has a lucky face." Amidst a sea of envious and jealous stares, Chen Dakai carried his things home. Inside the house, Liu Mei had already woken up, sitting dazed on the edge of the bed with empty eyes. Hearing the door open, she trembled all over and looked over in terror. When she saw that Chen Dakai was not only safe and sound, but also came in carrying a bunch of things in high spirits, she was completely stunned. This old man had been tossing and turning half the night, then went out early this morning and came back with so much energy. Was he even human? Awake? Hungry? Have something to eat first. Chen Dakai placed the meat, buns, and vegetables on the table, then thumped the 50 bag of rice onto the corner of the wall, the ground seeming to tremble. Liu Mei's eyelids twitched violently. She looked at the steaming buns on the table, then at Chen Dakai's face. Though old, his eyes were clear and felt a mix of emotions. She had thought she would be facing a greedy old lecher who would boss her around as soon as day broke. But unexpectedly he had remembered to bring her breakfast. Eat while it's hot. Chen Dakai said calmly, then took out 2 yellowed sheets of paper and a seal paste from his bosom. I Chen Dakai keep my word. He pushed the house deed and land deed in front of Liu Mei. Take a look. If there's no problem, I'll seal it. Liu Mei's breath quickened. She picked up the 2 sheets with trembling hands. They were real. They were indeed the deed to the house in Cloud Town and the deed to the 2 mu of thin land in the back mountain. It was something she had dreamed of obtaining now right in front of her. No problem. Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Chen Dakai said no more, picked up a brush and wrote his name neatly at the end of both contracts. Then he grabbed Liu Mei's hand and, despite her startled exclamation, pressed her thumbprint onto them. Then he pressed his own thumbprint. All right, from now on this house and the land are yours. Chen Dakai handed the deeds to her, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Liu Mei clutched the 2 sheets tightly, the texture of the paper feeling incredibly real. She had obtained it. She had really obtained this property. Yet she couldn't feel happy in her heart. Instead it felt empty. She looked at the man before her who had kept his promise without any sign of going back on his word. His eyes were very calm, without greed or desire, as if he were just completing a trivial matter. This was completely different from the despicable, lecherous old man she had imagined. What kind of person was he? Really? Liu Mei suddenly felt that she had never understood the foster father who had taken care of her for several years. Maybe this deal wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Night fell again. After dinner, Chen Dakai silently cleared the dishes. Liu Mei sat nervously on the edge of the bed, still clutching the 2 deeds tightly, as if they were her only support. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, gently casting long shadows of the 2 figures. Chen Dakai blew out the lamp. In the darkness, he slowly walked toward the bed. Liu Mei's body stiffened, but this time she didn't scream or curse. Only when the man approached did she half resist, half yield to meet him. The dawn was breaking faintly when Chen Dakai woke. Not to disturb Liu Mei, he quietly folded his legs atop the bed and began circulating the system granted Lin Shiju. A surge of guided by the technique flowed slowly through his limbs and bones, finally coalescing in the dantian to form a tiny cyclone. With every complete cycle of the celestial circulation, his strength grew and his mind sharpened. This is cultivation. The threshold that had troubled him for 80 years was finally crossed. After a long while, Chen Dakai exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. A keen light flashed in his gaze, and the old weariness faded. His expression grew a little different. He felt as if a single punch could kill a cow. Of course he wouldn't. Cattle were vital as production stock. Chen Dakai slid off the bed quietly and walked to the courtyard. With no one around, he could test his new ability. Fireball, he muttered inwardly, drawing the scant spiritual energy from the dantian and gathering it in his palm. At first there was little reaction. After several tries, the palm only grew warm. Finally, a bean-sized orange-red flame trembled into his palm, easily blown out by a gust of wind. Is that all? Chen Dakai looked somewhat dumbfounded. He had expected a fist-sized fireball that would explode with a boom. After all that fuss, it was just a lighter. He didn't believe the nonsense and kept coaxing the energy. The flame grew larger, from the size of a soybean to a peanut, then to an egg. The color of the fireball deepened, its heat rose, and the surrounding air began to warp. Chen Dakai could feel the spiritual energy in his body burning away at a furious rate. With his current cultivation at the 1st level, he could sustain at most an egg-sized fireball. Go, he whispered, throwing the fireball at an old discarded millstone in the corner of the courtyard. Pop! A soft sound. The fireball struck the millstone, not exploding as he imagined, leaving only a small scorched mark. Chen Dakai. He walked over and touched it. His hand was scorching. The power was roughly that of a large firecracker. Though a bit weak, this was still an immortal spell useful for lighting fires and boiling water. It seems I must raise my cultivation quickly. Chen Dakai nursed his chin in thought. To advance, he would need to complete the system's tasks, expand the branches. Liu Mei wasn't the only one. When he returned to the house, she had woken and was sitting at the table quietly eating the leftover buns from last night. Seeing Chen Dakai enter, Liu Mei blushed prettily and lowered her head awkwardly. Uncle Chen, she whispered, and the title carried a daughterly coyness that wasn't there before. Wake up, eat more while there's still food in the pot. Chen Dakai replied offhandedly, then instinctively reached into his money bag. Empty. He suddenly remembered that his savings, aside from buying household goods, had all been spent on the past half-month of medicinal soups. Yesterday's purchases for rice and meat had been spent clean as well. Now the 2 of them together held fewer than 10 copper coins. This would not do. Cultivation requires nourishment, and Liu Mei might be carrying a child, so she would need even more strength. They could not simply sit and starve. It seems I must resume the old trade. Chen Dakai sighed, pulling a dusty wooden board from the storeroom. Faded ink on it read, Chen's Veterinary, in 4 characters. He washed a basin of water, scrubbed the sign until it gleamed, and hung it at the most prominent spot outside the door. Uncle Chen, what is this? Liu Mei asked curiously as she stepped out. Open for business, earn money to support the family. Chen Dakai dusted the sign and spoke matter-of-factly. Liu Mei stared in astonishment, a strange sensation stirring in her heart. The man's methods were a bit rough, but it seemed he was truly looking out for the family. News of the veterinary shop reopening soon spread through the town. All morning Chen Dakai's threshold was nearly trampled, but the visitors were not customers, they were neighbors come to watch the show. Old Chen, you really have improved, huh? Not going to lie in bed anymore. Uncle Chen, is your craft still any good? Don't let someone's livestock die on you. Chen Dakai grew tired of the gossip, moved a chair to the doorway, sat with his eyes closed to rest, and there was indeed something of a master about him. It wasn't until the afternoon that the first customer finally arrived. Widow Zhang at the town's eastern edge hurried in, with a sickly old hen in her arms looking anxious. Uncle Chen, please take a look, my egg-laying dream is failing, this hen won't eat, and has not eaten all day. Chen Dakai opened his eyes and took the chicken. One look told him the hen had caught a chill worsened by age and some indigestion. In the past he would have prescribed several herbal doses to ease it. But now, Chen Dakai cradled the hen, turned into the inner room away from prying eyes. He feigned feeding the hen a few herb pills, secretly channeling a thread of spiritual energy to ease its digestive tract. Before long the old hen clucked twice, flapped its wings, and looked more spirited. There you go. Take it home, feed it light food, and in a couple of days it will lay again. Chen Dakai, Widow Zhang took the chicken, seeing it truly revived, and was overjoyed. Oh, Uncle Chen, you're truly a god. How much? A regular customer price. 3 will do. Very well. Widow Zhang paid promptly, and left carrying the chicken with grateful thanks. Chen Dakai weighed the 3 copper coins in his hand, and forced a wry smile. With this pace, when would he ever save enough to buy supplements for Liu Mei? The whole afternoon he treated 2 diarrhea-stricken sheep, and an old bull that refused to mate. All told, he earned 21. As dusk fell, Chen Dakai was about to close up, when a lithe figure hurried toward him. Chen. Uncle Chen. The entrant was a woman in her 20s wearing patched rough cloth with a washed-out look. Her skin was fair, and her features delicate. Even without adornment, she carried a graceful beauty. Yet now her face wore anxiety, and her sweat-dampened hair stuck to her temples. Chen Dakai recognized her as Bai Yuqin, the town's tofu seller known for her good looks and tender tofu, nicknamed the Tofu Beauty. But fate had been unkind as she endured a gambling-addicted father and a family that was poor to the point of clinking coins. Is it Yuqin? What's the matter? Has your donkey leg become lame again? Uncle Chen. Bai Yuqin, breathless, steadied herself on the doorframe and said, No. It's not that, Uncle Chen. I beg you. Please save my mother. Save your mother. Chen Dakai frowned. Yuqin, you've come to the wrong person. I'm a veterinarian. For humans, you should go to Hui Chuntang in town and see Master Li. I have gone there. Bai Yuqin's eyes reddened. Master Li said my mother suffered a sudden heart attack and her old ailments relapsed. She needs the 100-year ginseng to keep her alive, and the medicine alone costs 50 taels of silver. I can't possibly afford that. Her voice trembled with tears. I've heard the neighbors say you cured Widow Zhang's near-death old hen today. They call you a divine physician. Uncle Chen, I beg you, please just look at my mother as if you were treating a cow or a horse. Please. Bai Yuqin dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. If you can save my mother, I will serve you loyally. Work like an ox or a horse for you. Chen Dakai watched her kneeling, sobbing. He was silent for a moment. He was a veterinarian. Treating a human would be improper, and if word got out it would invite trouble. Yet seeing her tear-streaked face and thinking of her filial piety, he found himself moved. More importantly, Chen Dakai's gaze lingered on Bai Yuqin. Oh, a thought formed. The girl had a good figure and looks. If she could help expand the Chen family's lineage, this would be a fine opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Dakai spoke slowly. There is no need to toil like that. Stand up. He extended a hand to help Bai Yuqin to her feet, and said calmly, Stand up. Take me to see your mother first, and then we'll talk. Bai Yuqin led the way at the front, her steps a touch hurried, the hem of her skirt lightly swaying with her movements. Chen Dakai followed behind, hurried, studying the woman who could become his wife as they walked. Bai Yuqin truly had a fine constitution. Although she wore a rough homespun linen outfit, her figure was well proportioned, her waist slender, and there was an indescribable allure in the way she walked. Master Chen, this is the place. The two quickly arrived at a dilapidated earthen house on the town's western edge. The courtyard wall had collapsed on one side, propped precariously by a few slanted planks. The doorway had several large holes. A cold wind blew in relentlessly. Before they stepped inside, a thick medicinal scent filled the air, mingled with a hint of must. Bai Yuqin's face flushed slightly as she pushed the door open. The home is. It's a mess. Please don't mind it. Chen Dakai waved a hand signaling he didn't mind and stepped in. The room was dim. The furnishings could be counted as the barest of possessions. A rickety table, 2 long benches, and a cracked rice jar were all they owned. On the inner room's wooden bed lay a middle-aged woman with waxen pallor, eyes closed, lips cracked, and breathing so faint it seemed it might stop at any moment. Mother, I have brought Master Chen to see you. Bai Yuqin hurried to the bedside, her voice choked with tears. The woman on the bed did not react at all. Chen Dakai stepped forward, placing 2 fingers on the woman's wrist. The pulse was deep, yet faint, elusive. He then pried open her eyelids. The whites of her eyes were cloudy, and her pupils somewhat unfocused. When did this start? Chen Dakai asked in a low voice. She was fine last night, then in the middle of the night, she spiked a fever, babbled incessantly, and by this morning, she could not be roused. Mother. Bai Yuqin choked out the words. Chen Dakai nodded slightly. To him, Bai Yuqin's mother had long been worn down by constant labor, her body greatly depleted. Last night, she took another chill, and the last trace of yang energy in her body was dispersed, which is why she's in this state. Li Longzhong said to use century-old ginseng to prolong her life. The idea is sound, but one must use something potent to forcibly renew that breath. But century-old ginseng is far too precious. 50 taels of silver would bankrupt most households in Yunlai town. Master Chen, my mother. Is there any chance for her? There is a chance. Bai Yuqin's palms were damp with sweat as she watched him with trepidation. Chen Dakai spoke 2 words quietly. Bai Yuqin looked up abruptly, her lips parted in disbelief, as if she couldn't trust her ears. Even Li Longzhong of Huichuntang was at a loss. He didn't dare promise a cure. He claimed there was hope. Go fetch a few warming herbs, Chen Dakai instructed, and boil a pot of hot water. Good. Bai Yuqin did not delay, wiping away her tears, tucking away the few copper coins she had into her pocket, and running out. Chen Dakai sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze deep and contemplative. But a country veterinarian who suddenly gained the power to bring the dead back to life would inevitably bring trouble. Soon Bai Yuqin returned panting, clutching several packets of herbs. But a country veterinarian who suddenly gained the power to bring the dead back to life would inevitably bring trouble. Soon Bai Yuqin returned panting, clutching several packets of herbs. Master Chen, the herbs are bought. Yes, start boiling them. Chen Dakai directed her on how to decoct the herbs and regulate the fire. While Bai Yuqin was busy, he used the pretext of brushing the woman down to slip a faint thread of spiritual energy from his fingertips into her body. The strand of spiritual energy flowed along the woman's withered meridians, dispersing the chill wherever it passed, and the failing organs regained a hint of vitality. After all this, a fine sweat beaded on Chen Dakai's forehead. After all, he was only at the first stage of qi cultivation, his spiritual energy was scarce, and such exertion nearly exhausted his dantian. Half an hour later the medicine was ready. Bai Yuqin carried the steaming bowl to the bedside, noticing that her mother's complexion seemed somewhat rosier than before. This is... She rubbed her eyes, hardly able to believe it. Take the medicine while it's hot. Chen Dakai offered no explanation, took the bowl, raised the woman, and fed her the dark brown decoction bit by bit. After the decoction went down, the formerly unconscious woman woke with a faint sigh. Her eyelids fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Water! Water! Mother! You're awake! You're awake! Bai Yuqin's tears burst forth as she rushed to the bedside, gripping her mother's hand tightly. She hurriedly poured a glass of water and helped her mother drink. After the water, the mother's spirit brightened somewhat. Though still weak, she could now recognize people. Yuqin! Yuqin! Where am I? Mother, you're at home. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Watching the mother and daughter embrace in tears, Chen Dakai stepped back quietly to one side. Divine Doctor! Master Chen, you truly are a miracle worker. Bai Yuqin cried for a while, then suddenly turned and knelt before Chen Dakai again. I could never repay your great kindness in this lifetime. At that moment, the door of the dilapidated house was kicked open with a bang. A gaunt, pale, middle-aged man reeking of wine burst in, crying and wailing. I'm not dead yet. Entering, he looked at the waking wife with no happiness but a frown. He was Bai Yuqin's gambler father. You gambled again. Bai Yuqin clenched her fists, stepping in front of the bed. Mind your own business. I ask you, where's the money? What about the money from selling tofu today? Bai San stretched out his hand, demanding with justification. There isn't any. All the money went to buy medicine for mother. Buy medicine? A dying man, what medicines would you buy? Such a waste of money. Bai San sneered, his gaze shifting to Chen Dakai. He regarded Chen Dakai up and down, noting that although his clothes were plain, he carried himself with vigor, unlike a pauper. Who are you? What are you doing at our place? Bai San asked with a sideways glance. Father, this is Chen Dakai, the man who saved my mother. Bai Yuqin hurried to explain. Oh, he saved her. Bai San's eyes rolled, and he quickly wore a smile. So you're the doctor at... Pardon me. How much is your consultation fee? What do you mean? A doctor comes to treat a patient, and you expect payment. Bai Yuqin trembled with anger. This gentleman, you can see our situation. Bai San rubbed his hands, greed on his face. You saw what happened to my wife. You can't charge less than the fee. It should be 10 taels of silver at least. He intends to extort. Chen Dakai looked coldly at the rogue. He drew a small ingot of broken silver, about 1 liang, and tossed it onto the table. This is for your wife and daughter to heal their bodies. As for the consultation fee, I want not a single coin. Take the money and get out of my sight. Bai San's eyes widened at the coins. He snatched them up, bit them in his mouth, and his face broke into a wide grin. That's generous indeed. You are a man of your word. He weighed the coins, still not satisfied. But with so little, it's probably not enough. Now scram. Chen Dakai uttered a single word. The word carried an inexplicable weight, and Bai San's heart trembled. He held his tongue, swallowing the rest of his words. He gazed into Chen Dakai's deep, calm eyes, and for some reason felt a chill rise from his feet. All right, you're ruthless. Bai San hissed, stuffing the coins away and fleeing in a flash. The room finally fell silent. Bai Yuqin looked from the silver ingot on the table to Chen Dakai, her lips moving, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, words failing her. With such a father, her life would never be at peace. Master Chen, I can't take this money. Thank you for today, and when I have saved enough, I will repay the consultation fee. She pushed the money back with a low voice. Chen Dakai did not take the money. He looked at the girl before him and spoke slowly. Yuqin, do you want to completely escape this life? Bai Yuqin lifted her head, surprised. I can help you remove your father's trouble and ensure your mother lives out her days in comfort and with food and clothes. Chen Dakai's voice was even yet carrying allure. I. Bai Yuqin's breath quickened. What do you want me to do? She was not naive, as she knew there were no free lunches in the world. Chen Dakai fixed her with a steady gaze and spoke clearly. Marry me, become my Chen Dakai's woman. Marry me. To join the Chen household and spread the clan. Bai Yuqin stood stunned, as if struck by lightning. Marry you, a man older than my father. Her instinct told her to refuse. But refuse to what? To continue guarding this ruined home and her sick mother, living in daily fear of that gambling-obsessed father's harassment and demands for money, until she herself was sold to him for gambling stakes. Yet the man before her, older though he was, seemed steady, capable, even a touch mysterious. He had saved a mother that Li Longzhong could not, and could even subdue her father with ease. Marrying him might not be an impossibility after all. At least he could give her and her mother a stable home. Bai Yuqin's mind was a tangled knot as she looked from her frail mother on the bed to Chen Dakai's calm, deep eyes. After a long while she drew a breath as if exhausting her strength, then sank slowly to her knees. This time it was not to plead or to thank. Facing Chen Dakai, she bowed her head in earnest reverence. If you can ensure my mother's food and clothing and shield us from my father's harassment, my life is yours. I will marry you. Bai Yuqin acted with decisive efficiency. 3 days later, a simple wedding was held, ramshackle mud-brick house. No guests were invited, was laid, and not even a proper red garment was worn. The only witness was Bai Yuqin's mother, who had just managed to get out of bed. She clasped her daughter's hand, then looked at Chen Dakai, his hair already gray, but his spirit keen. Her lips trembled, but she could not utter a word. She did not know whether her daughter's decision was right or wrong, only that it was the only path Bai Yuqin could find for the family, for her ailing mother. Yuqin, from now on, live well with Master Chen. The woman finally said, her eyes moist. Mother, you can rest assured. Bai Yuqin nodded gravely. Chen Dakai did not utter flowery words. He simply handed a bag containing 20 taels of silver to the old woman. Keep this money, take good care of your health. From now on, Yuqin will be with me, and you won't suffer anymore. His voice was calm, yet carried a convincing strength. That night, Chen Dakai brought Bai Yuqin and her mother to his own home. The house gained 2 extra people, though a bit crowded, it finally felt livelier. Liu Mei regarded the newcomer Bai Yuqin with a complex look. She had thought herself the special one, and did not expect the second to arrive so soon. Yet when she saw Bai Yuqin's beautiful face and fine figure, a sense of shared pity rose within her. Such a beauty walked the same path as herself. Chen Dakai paid no mind to the tension between the two women. For him, all of this was merely to complete the system's tasks, to grow stronger, to seek longevity. Deep in the night, in Chen Dakai's room, red candles flickered. Bai Yuqin sat on the edge of the bed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding. She had prepared herself, but when the moment came, unease still rose. Chen Dakai blew out the candles, and the room fell into darkness. He could clearly hear Bai Yuqin's rapid heartbeat. Chen Dakai did not rush to act. He spoke calmly, don't be afraid. From today you are my Chen Dakai's woman, no one will dare bully you. In the darkness, those plain words tightened Bai Yuqin's body, then let it loosen. Yes, no matter what, she and her mother finally had someone to lean on. That night, there were no words. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spilled through the window as Chen Dakai woke on time. The long-awaited system notification sounded. Beep. It detected the host's successful sowing of a mortal woman with yellow rank, lower grade water spirit root potential, and bloodline inheritance was strengthened. Congratulations, host, you have earned rich rewards. 1. Cultivation imbuing. Breakthrough to Qi refining. 2. Lifespan increased by 30 years. 3. Technique, yellow rank, upper grade, Yinyang Hawanju. Boom. A power stronger than before surged through his body. Chen Dakai felt the Qi in his dantian expand, doubling in size, and the flow of spiritual power quickened several times. Qi refining. 2. In just a few days he had crossed barriers that countless cultivators would never surmount in a lifetime. His body was transformed again, the gray hair began to darken, and the wrinkles on his face vanished almost completely. He rushed to the wash basin and stared at his reflection. The face in the water belonged to a middle-aged man, perhaps 50, with a resolute countenance and bright eyes, no trace of old age. Even more astonishing was the Yinyang Hawanju. This is a dual cultivation technique. Not only would it accelerate his own cultivation, but it could also improve the other's physique, and perhaps even awaken latent spiritual roots. Bai Yuqin indeed possessed yellow rank, low-grade water spirit root potential. This was a treasure found. Chen Dakai drew a deep breath, steadied himself, and dressed. Not long after, Bai Yuqin woke as well. When she saw Chen Dakai, she was stunned, pointing at him for a long while, and unable to speak. Chun, Master Chun, your hair. From now on call me husband. Chen Dakai smiled faintly. Bai Yuqin's face flushed to her ears, she lowered her head, and barely audible whispered The days that followed were fairly peaceful. Chen Dakai did not treat them as Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin had feared. He instead behaved like a true husband and head of the family, leaving at dawn and returning at night to run a veterinary shop. Though earnings were modest, he always managed to bring home meat and tonics. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin's mother grew healthier with each passing day. The two women gradually relaxed, growing used to this steady life. The two even became sisters, gossiping about everything. Yet the calm did not last long. That afternoon, Chen Dakai had just closed the shop when he saw Bai San drunk and blocking the doorway. Good for you, Chen Dakai. You abducted my daughter, and you haven't given the betrothal money yet. Bai San, bottle in hand, and reeking of alcohol, shouted from the courtyard. Inside, Bai Yuqin and her mother turned pale. Father, what are you doing here? I have nothing to do with you anymore. Not related. I raised you say there is no relation. Bai San played the rogue, I don't care. If you want to marry my daughter, you must pay 100 taels as the betrothal. Not a single coin less. You're dreaming. Am I dreaming? If I can't get the money today, I will come every day to make trouble. I will ruin your veterinary shop. Bai San flopped down on the ground with a defiant look. Neighbors gathered, pointing and whispering. Liu Mei stood on the eaves, eyes filled with contempt. How could there be such a shameless father in the world? Chen Dakai remained expressionless from start to finish. He walked up to Bai San, looked down at him. 100 taels, is that right? Yes. 100 taels. Bai San thought he had frightened him and grew smug. Very well. Chen Dakai nodded, then slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on Bai San's head. What are you going to do? Bai San trembled, instinctively sensing danger. Give you money, replied Chen Dakai with a cold smile. In the next moment, an invisible icy force surged from his palm into Bai San's mind. Chi refining to divine sense awakened. Though faint, it was enough to deal with a mortal. Ah! Bai San screamed, convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back. The neighbors, watching in alarm, were terrified. They only saw Chen Dakai place his hand on Bai San's head, and Bai San began to frenzy, as if possessed. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin covered their mouths in disbelief. What method is this? Just a touch, and a living man is changed like this. Chen Dakai slowly withdrew his hand. The grounds, Bai San no longer convulsed, but his eyes were hollow, drool at the corner of his mouth, a dumb smile on his face. He had become a fool, a man who no longer even knows who he is. Demon. Monster, someone in the crowd cried, and everyone fled in a rush. In the courtyard, the space cleared to reveal only Chen Dakai and 3 stunned women. Husband. Bai Yuqin whispered, looking from the vacant father to the calm Chen Dakai, her voice shaking. Who exactly are you? Liu Mei's eyes widened. For the first time, she realized that the man she had treated as a patsy hid a terrifying power within. He is not a mortal. He is in Xianren. Chen Dakai did not answer. He only turned and walked into the room, saying softly, tonight both of you come to my room. I have something good to show you. Night. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin, unsettled, went to Chen Dakai's room. Both had witnessed the daytime's terrifying scene. They were grateful and afraid of Chen Dakai. Sit. Chen Dakai folded his legs on the bed, indicating they sit opposite him. I will pass on to you a cultivation method named Inyang Hawan Ju. This method can help you improve your constitution, extend your lifespan, and even ascend to the path of the Xian path. The 2 women gasped, their eyes widening. Things they had never dared to dream of were now right before them. Chen Dakai spoke no more, guiding them into cultivation as the method described. He took one by the hand and slowly guided the spiritual energy within him into their bodies, following the Inyang Hawan Ju's route. At first they struggled to adapt, but soon a warm, comforting current of air circulated within them, bringing a feeling of indescribable ease from head to toe. The effects of dual cultivation appeared immediately. A night passed. When the morning sunlight lit the room again, Liu Bai Yuqin opened their eyes almost at the same time. The 2 were delighted to find their skin fairer and finer than before. Their formerly dull complexions were now flushed with a healthy, rosy glow. Their overall temperament had changed, adding a hint of captivating charm. They exchanged and saw in the other's eyes a disbelief they dared not express. Months slipped the blink of an eye. Yunlai town remained as peaceful as ever, while Chen Dakai's home wore a different light. The dawn. Bai Yuqin sat cross-legged on a white jade chain disc, eyes half closed, her hands forming a seal before her. Threads of pale white spiritual energy swirled around her, visible to the naked eye, drawn into her body with each breath, circulating through her meridians, and finally sinking into her dantian. Not far away, Liu Mei held a wooden comb and softly brushed Bai Yuqin's mother's silver hair. The 2 women, a mother and daughter-in-law, wore serene smiles. After a long while, Bai Yuqin exhaled a sigh and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clearer, and she carried an ethereal, otherworldly air. Sister, your cultivation has improved again. Liu Mei smiled, handing over a damp towel. It's still you, elder sister, who takes care of me best. Bai Yuqin took the towel, wiped away a touch of sweat, and her eyes and brows curved with a smile. I can feel it. The energy within seems sturdier again. Since that night Chen Dakai had imparted the Yinyang Hahuan Ju to them. Bai Yuqin's water spiritual root proved extraordinary. With the aid of the dual cultivation technique, she drew qi into her body in a mere 3 months, stepping into the first level of qi refinement and becoming a true cultivator. To Chen Dakai, such cultivation counted for little, yet among mortals, she was already like a celestial maiden. Though Liu Mei had no spirit root, the nourishment of spiritual energy over these months had transformed her body, as if she were another person. Her skin was fairer and more supple than in youth, and her figure grew more voluptuous. With every smile and gesture a mature charm left the townsmen gawking. And the most obvious changes were the gradually swelling bellies. Liu Mei was 5 months pregnant, Bai Yuqin 4 months pregnant. The two stood together, their bellies rounded, emanating a gentle maternal radiance. Hubby is back. Liu Mei with keen eyes spotted the familiar silhouette on the distant mountain path and cried out. Chen Dakai, shoulders bearing a freshly slaughtered wild goat and still clutching 2 fat chickens, strode back steadily. His looks settled around 40, a resolute face, upright stature. Between his eyes and mouth, there was a certain stern majesty. Today's harvest is good. Chen Dakai set down the prey, Bai Yuqin and Liu Mei stepped forward in unison, one offering a towel, the other a cup of cooled tea. Hubby, you must be tired. The two of you pregnant as you are shouldn't be busy. Let mother handle it. Bai Yuqin's mother smiled, efficiently tidying up the game. The old woman, now in high spirits at happy occasions, watched her daughter and son-in-law living in harmony. With a grandchild on the way, the lines of her face blossomed with smiles. Chen Dakai took a sip of tea, stepped to Bai Yuqin's side, and laid his hand on her wrist, sending a thread of spiritual power to probe. Not bad. Your foundation is solid. In another half-month, you should be able to break into the second level of qi refinement, he nodded. Bai Yuqin's pretty face flushed, warmth blooming in her heart. She knew all that she had was given by this man. By day he hunted on the mountain, not only to replenish their meals, but also to reinforce their spells in the secluded wilds. At night, he tirelessly joined them in dual cultivation, using his abundant spiritual power to wash and refine their marrow. Such days were more than she had ever dared to dream. Sister, let husband take a look as well. Bai Yuqin pulled Liu Mei. Liu Mei blushed and handed over her wrist. Chen Dakai probed. Though Liu Mei had no spiritual power, her vitality ran strong and the fetus was healthy. All is well. He withdrew his hand, looking at the two wives before him, one elegant and pure, the other alluring and charming. Now both bearing their 2 months pregnancy, a grounded happiness welled up inside him. In these months of hard cultivation, aided by the dual cultivation technique, his cultivation had already broken through to Qi Refinement 3. The spiritual power in his dantian grew many times thicker, and his divine sense could cover 100 meters. His control over the fireball technique grew more deft, as well. With a thought, a fist-sized fireball could condense in his palm, capable of melting steel in an instant. Dinner was unusually sumptuous: roasted whole lamb, chicken soup, and a few crisp side dishes. The family sat around the table, the atmosphere warm. Hubby, eat more of this. Liu Mei slid a piece of the tender lamb leg into Chen Dakai's bowl. You should eat more too, Chen Dakai replied, ladling another bowl of chicken soup for her. Bai Yuqin watched the two, smiling faintly, silently filling their bowls. After dinner, Chen Dakai called the two women into the room. During the day of cultivation, did you encounter any obstacles? He sat cross-legged on the bed and asked. Hubby, Bai Yuqin spoke first. When I circulate the spiritual energy, I feel a prickling at the Tianqi acupoint. I don't know why. Stop. Chen Dakai extended a finger and touched the back of her heart. A pure spiritual power flowed in. Your water spiritual root was awakened postnatally. There are impurities in your meridians. I'll help you clear them. You carefully feel the path of the spiritual energy. He guided his own energy, enveloping Bai Yuqin's faint energy, sweeping it at the Tianqi acupoint again and again. With each sweep, Bai Yuqin's body trembled slightly. The prickling sensation gradually waned. After a long while, Chen Dakai withdrew his hand, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. All right, try again. Bai Yuqin ran the method again. As the energy flowed through Tianqi acupoint, it moved freely without hindrance. Her eyes lit up, a look of surprise on her face. Thank you, husband. We are husband and wives. There is no need for thanks. Chen Dakai waved his hand, then looked to Liu Mei. What about you? Any discomfort in your body? Liu Mei shook her head, gazing at Bai Yuqin with envy. I'm all right. It's just that watching my sister cultivate makes me itch to join in. You have no spiritual root. Forced cultivation would only harm you. Chen Dakai comforted her. But once the child is born, perhaps I can help you remold your spiritual root. Really? Husband? Liu Mei's eyes instantly brightened. I never speak empty words. Chen Dakai met their admiring and dependent gazes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. This the home he had built with his own hand. He would not only provide for their livelihoods, but also lead them to tread the misty road of longevity together. Night deepened. Chen Dakai held them close, savoring the warmth and softness in his arms. The dual cultivation technique ran of its own accord, their breaths mingling in the room. He could clearly feel his cultivation growing steadily. At the same time, the life breath of the unborn child, nourished by the spiritual energy, grew stronger with each day. He believed that when those two children were born, the system would surely grant him a tremendous boon. Chen Dakai slowly closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace and warmth. Breakfast consisted of a fragrant wild boar meat congee. Bai Yuqin and Liu Mei each held a large bowl, beaming with joy as they ate. With their bellies growing larger by the day, their appetites had also increased accordingly. Chen Dakai smiled as he watched the two women eat with such satisfaction. "Husband, you are truly incredible," Liu Mei said indistinctly, picking up a piece of thoroughly stewed lean meat and popping it into her mouth. "To carry back such a massive wild boar just like that." Bai Yuqin nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with adoration as she looked at Chen Dakai. In her heart, her husband was omnipotent. Chen Dakai remained silent. Currently at the third layer of qi refining, let alone a 200-pound wild boar, even a 500-pound one would pose no challenge to him. Right at that moment, a sudden thunderous pounding reverberated from the courtyard gate, urgent and domineering. Liu Mei furrowed her brows and prepared to stand up. Who could that be rushing as if hurrying to be reincarnated? "Sit down," Chen Dakai said calmly. Putting down his chopsticks, he added, "I will go have a look." He walked to the courtyard gate and slid back the bolt. Standing outside was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with a goatee, appearing to be a housekeeper by his attire. Behind the butler stood 4 or 5 burly men dressed as household servants, their faces filled with anxiety. "Are you Chen Dakai?" The butler sized him up, a trace of arrogance flickering in his eyes. "The veterinarian in town." Chen Dakai furrowed his brows slightly. "Is there something you need?" His voice was flat. Sensing that his attitude was inappropriate, the butler cleared his throat and restrained his arrogance slightly. "Mr. Chen, my master requests your medical service." "I am busy," Chen Dakai replied, preparing to shut the door. He was not short of money now, so there was no need to endure anyone's supercilious attitude. "Wait, please don't." Panic-stricken, the butler quickly reached out to block the door. "Mr. Chen, please hear me out. As long as you are willing to help, the medical fee is highly negotiable." The butler's demeanor shifted instantly, his face breaking into a sycophantic smile. "I am not interested." Chen Dakai remained unmoved. "Mr. Chen, this is a matter of life and death." The butler spoke incoherently, breaking into a sweat from sheer anxiety. "It is a dog's life." "No, wait, both a human life and a dog's life are hanging by a thread. Our third young lady and her spiritual hound went hunting in the mountains yesterday and encountered a demonic beast. They barely managed to escape back, but both are now on the verge of death. All the physicians in town are utterly helpless. We only came to seek your help after hearing others praise your superb medical skills, Mr. Chen." "A demonic beast? A spiritual hound?" Chen Dakai paused in his movements. He harbored some curiosity towards such things. "I beg of you, Mr. Chen, please save our young lady. Our Wang family will surely reward you handsomely." As the butler spoke, he prepared to drop to his knees. The Wang family. Chen Dakai recalled them. The wealthiest man in town, Wang Defa. It was said that his family's businesses were immense, holding a prominent reputation even in the county city. "Rise." Chen Dakai pulled the courtyard gate wide open. "Lead the way." The butler hurriedly expressed his gratitude and quickly led the way. The Wang family estate was located at the eastern end of the town, occupying nearly half of the street. It featured vermilion gates flanked by 2 stone lions, presenting a grand and imposing appearance. The butler guided Chen Dakai through several courtyards until they arrived at an exquisite detached courtyard. The yard was already crowded with people, each wearing a solemn expression. A richly dressed, slightly plump middle-aged man was pacing around anxiously. He was likely the head of the Wang family, Wang Defa. Beside him stood 2 beautiful young women with red-rimmed eyes. "Master, Mr. Chen has arrived," the butler reported, jogging over. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa rushed forward in wide strides. "Are you Mr. Chen?" He grabbed Chen Dakai's hand. Chen Dakai calmly withdrew his hand and nodded. His gaze fell upon the stone pavement in the center of the courtyard. Lying there was a pure white hound, a size larger than ordinary hunting dogs, with slender limbs and elegant contours. At this moment, however, it lay there gasping for its final breaths. A bone-deep claw wound gouged its abdomen. The wound had turned black, oozing foul-smelling pus and blood. Its breathing was so faint that it was barely perceptible. "Mr. Chen, this is my daughter's beloved hound Takshu," Wang Defa said, pointing at the white dog, his voice trembling. "To protect my daughter, it took a claw strike from that beast. Please examine it quickly. Is there any hope of saving it?" Chen Dakai walked over and squatted down. He extended his hand, hovering it gently over the white hound's wound. A faint trace of demonic qi lingered upon it. This demonic energy was cold and overbearing, relentlessly eroding the spiritual hound's life force. Ordinary methods indeed could not save it. "Mr. Chen, how is it?" A young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s nearby could not help but ask. She wore a pale yellow gown, possessed picturesque features, and exuded a gentle temperament. She was the eldest young lady of the Wang family, Wang Shiqing. Another slightly younger girl dressed in a pink silk skirt also watched him nervously. She shared a 70% resemblance to Wang Shiqing, but appeared more charming and vivacious. She was the second young lady Wang Yuyan. It is a bit troublesome, Chen Dakai stood up. However, it can be cured. He spoke very calmly, yet his words acted as a powerful tonic, instantly raising the spirits of the Wang family members. Is that true? Wang Defa's voice was filled with utter disbelief. What medicinal herbs do you require, Mr. Chen? I will have someone prepare them immediately. No need, Chen Dakai shook his head. Prepare a basin of clean water, a dagger, and a brazier. Although the Wang family members were puzzled, they immediately complied. Soon everything was fully prepared. Chen Dakai first heated the dagger over the fire, and then said to Wang Defa, hold it down. Two servants quickly stepped forward and pinned down the white hound's limbs. Without hesitation, Chen Dakai brought the blade down, precisely slicing open the wound on the white hound's abdomen. He scraped away the black, decayed flesh bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, his wrist remained perfectly steady. The spiritual hound named Takshu seemed to understand that he was saving its life. It merely whimpered softly twice and did not struggle. Soon the wound was thoroughly cleansed, revealing the fresh red flesh beneath. Chen Dakai retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his robes, poured out some white powder, and sprinkled it evenly over the wound. Only after completing all of this did he wash his hands in the clean water. It is done. The members of the Wang family watched in a daze. Was that really it? Wang Defa was about to ask something when he was stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. On the white hound's wound, the white powder was merging into the flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the edges of the wound, new granulation tissue was rapidly growing. Within a mere 15 minutes, that horrific wound had actually formed a thin layer of scab. The white hound's breathing also grew steady and strong. Struggling to its feet, it wagged its tail, walked to Chen Dakai's side, and extended its tongue to affectionately lick the hem of his trousers. His face flushed red with excitement. Wang Defa bowed deeply to the ground before Chen Dakai. You are truly a divine physician, sir. Please accept my deepest respect. Wang Defa's face flushed with excitement as he bowed deeply to Chen Dakai, almost bending all the way to the ground. Sir, you are truly a divine healer. Please accept my bow. The Wang family members behind him also bowed in salute, their gazes toward Chen Dakai shifting to full of conviction. The dog that had been on the verge of death moments ago was now leaping about lively. Such skill was beyond their wildest imagination. It was nothing. Chen Dakai's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the bow and reached out to help Wang Defa up. Master Wang, your daughter's injury is far more serious than this dog's. Wang Defa's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with worry. Sir, my daughter Yuyaoshi. Before he could finish, a maidservant rushed frantically from the inner courtyard, her face pale. Master, it's terrible. The third miss. She's coughing up blood. What? Wang Defa was stunned, his body swaying as he nearly lost his footing. Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan, the two sisters, turned pale with fright, screamed, and lifted their skirts to dash toward the inner courtyard. Yueyao, quickly bring the master over. Wang Defa snapped out of it, forgetting all decorum, and pulled Chen Dakai inside in a rush. The group hurriedly arrived at Wang Yuyao's boudoir. The room was filled with a pungent medicinal smell mixed with a hint of blood. Beside the bed stood an old man in a blue long gown with a goatee, stroking his beard with a deep frown. He was the resident physician of Huichun Hall in the town Lishini. Lying on the bed was a 15 or 16-year-old girl, her face, pale lips cracked with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Her breathing was so weak it seemed she might stop at any moment. Lishini, how is my daughter? Wang Defa rushed to the bedside, his voice trembling as he asked. Li Longzhong turned to look at him, sighed, and said, Master Wang, the third Mrs. Illness is more complicated than I thought. She was frightened by a demon beast which damaged her heart meridian and caused her to lose her soul. I just performed acupuncture to stabilize her vital energy, but evil qi ran rampant inside her, leading to... He shook his head, looking helpless. Wang Defa's heart sank. Then, what should be done? For now, I can only use my exclusive secret formula, soul calming decoction, along with century-old wild ginseng, to keep her alive. Whether she wakes depends on the third Mrs. own fate. Li Longzhong stroked his beard. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a way. Fine. Do as Li Shini says. Spend whatever it takes. Ahem. A voice suddenly rang out. Chen Dakai had somehow moved to the bedside, looking down at Wang Yueyao. If you give her that soul-calming decoction, you'd better start preparing for the funeral tonight. His voice was not loud, but the room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at him. Li Longzhong was first stunned, then his face darkened. He had practiced medicine in Qinghe town for decades, and everyone respectfully called him Li Shini. Today a young upstart was publicly slapping his face. Who do you think you are? How dare you question my diagnosis? Li Longzhong pointed at Chen Dakai, his beard quivering with rage. A country veterinarian, and you dare talk about medicine? What a ridiculous joke. He had heard outside that this vet had cured that dog. So what if he could treat a dog? Can humans and animals be treated the same? Li Shini, this is Master Chen. Wang Defa hurriedly tried to explain. I don't care if he's Master Chen or Master Wang. Li Longzhong flicked his sleeves, showing no respect. Master Wang, if you trust me, throw this arrogant fool out. Let him stop spouting nonsense and delaying the third miss's treatment. I'll say this today, no one in Qinghe town can save the third miss except me. He spoke with absolute certainty. Wang Defa was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the town's renowned old physician, on the other was Master Chen, who had just demonstrated his skill. Whom should he trust? Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan also looked at Chen Dakai with suspicion. After all, a veterinarian and a physician were worlds apart. Letting a vet treat a human, especially with such a strange illness, seemed unreliable. Fatherly Shini is right. Treating humans is different from treating dogs. Wang Yuyan whispered. Chen Dakai found the whole room amusing. He had originally intended to help because he couldn't bear to see such a young girl die. Since they didn't trust him, so be it. Forget it. Chen Dakai shook his head and turned to leave. Since you trust that quack, let him treat her. Who are you calling a quack? Li Longzhong jumped with rage. Stop right there. Don't you dare leave without explaining yourself. Chen Dakai didn't pause and replied without looking back. She doesn't have a damaged heart meridian at all. The demon beast's chi invaded her consciousness, terrified her, and her 3 souls and 7 spirits are displaced. That worthless soul-calming decoction of yours will only suppress her soul, keeping her forever unconscious. Within 3 hours her soul will leave her body, and she will become a living corpse. Chen Dakai's voice reached everyone clearly. Li Longzhong was stunned. Demon chi invading the body, 3 souls and 7 spirits. What was all this? Utter nonsense. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. He trembled with fury, pointing at Chen Dakai's back. Master Wang. Look, this man is full of lies. He's a fraud. Arrest him. But Wang Defa's heart skipped a beat. He didn't fully understand Chen Dakai's words, but they felt more credible than Li Longzhong's. Demon beast. That's right. His daughter had encountered a demon beast. He watched Chen Dakai about to step out of the room, his mind in turmoil. Just then a white shadow flashed like lightning from the courtyard. The spirit hound that had just been healed Takshu. It rushed to Chen Dakai, rubbed its head against his leg, then bit his pant leg, and wouldn't let go, letting out urgent whines. It looked back at Wang Yueyao on the bed, then turned to Chen Dakai, its clear eyes filled with pleading. Everyone was stunned. This dog, had it become a spirit? It was actually begging Master Chen to save its mistress. Chen Dakai stopped and looked down at the white dog by his feet, somewhat surprised. This little creature was quite intelligent. Wang Defa watched the scene and his mind went blank. Of course, even the dog knew who could save its mistress. How could he as a father be so foolish? Master Chen, Wang Defa shouted, catching up in a few steps, and fell to his knees with a thud before Chen Dakai. Please stay, master. I was blind. I was foolish. I beg you to save my daughter. The Wang family is willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold. His voice choked with tears, and he kowtowed heavily on the ground. In the room, Li Longzhong's face turned ashen. Wang Defa's kneel carried such tremendous weight that everyone in the room forgot to breathe. The members of the Wang family behind him, including those 2 daughters, were all left dumbstruck. Dr. Li's face instantly flushed a deep purplish hue. He pointed at Wang Defa, his lips quivering, unable to squeeze out a single word for what felt like an eternity. You. Chen Dakai merely gazed calmly at Wang Defa kneeling on the ground, his expression showing not the slightest change. Once trust is lost, retrieving it becomes an impossibility, especially when human lives hung in the balance. Master Wang, I have received your sincerity. Chen Dakai's voice was utterly flat. However, I have my own rules for treating illness. He made no move to help Wang Defa up, but instead sidestepped him and walked directly toward the exit. First, if I choose not to trust someone, then we have no destiny together. Since you placed your faith in that physician today, our paths part here. Second, my consultation fee is exorbitant, beyond the measure of gold or silver. His figure vanished at the doorway, leaving behind only 2 clear-cut statements and a roomful of bewildered and flustered individuals. The perceptive white dog Tishua anxiously followed for 2 steps before Chen Dakai halted it with a single glance. It could only remain where it stood, emitting a mournful whine. Master, Mr. Chen. Wang Defa suddenly came to his senses and scrambled to his feet, attempting to chase after him on hands and knees, but saw nothing but the desolate courtyard. He collapsed onto the ground in a heap, all color draining from his face. It was over. The last glimmer of hope had been extinguished by his own hand. Father, Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan hurried forward to support him. Father, please don't do this. Sister Yueyaoshi. Wang Yuyan's words faltered midway, unable to continue, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. All this theatrical nonsense. Dr. Li, sensing at last that he had turned the tide, regarded Wang Defa with a sneer. Master Wang, do you see now? This man is nothing but a pretender and fraud. To claim that his fee transcends gold and silver. This is merely an excuse to flee when he cannot heal, afraid of bearing responsibility. You turned your back on a true divine physician like myself to place your faith in a rustic veterinarian. Truly oblivious. Growing more agitated with each word, he flicked his sleeve and marched toward the door. I have said my piece. Decide for yourselves. With that he departed the Wang residence without once looking back. Night fell ever deeper. The Wang mansion blazed with lamplight, yet remained shrouded in an impenetrable veil of sorrow. Within Wang Yueyao's chambers her two elder sisters kept constant vigil, never stepping away. They repeatedly wiped her icy limbs with warm cloths, yet that chilling cold seemed to emanate from the very depths of her bones, impossible to dispel, no matter how fervently they tried. Wang Yueyao's complexion had darkened from a bluish-purple to a lifeless gray, with a faint trail of dark aura enveloping the space between her brows. Her eyes remained tightly shut, and her body occasionally convulsed as though trapped within a dreadful nightmare. Sister, Wu Yueyao, could she really? Wang Yuyan gazed at her younger sister's condition, her heart wrung with anguish, unable to complete her sentence. Though equally devastated within Wang, Shiqing gripped her sister's hand, offering comfort in a hoarse voice. No, Yueyao will be fine. Yet even as she spoke, the light in her own eyes gradually dimmed. In the study, Wang Defa had not slept throughout the entire night. Seated in his grand armchair, he stared out at the night beyond the window, his spirit utterly drained from his body. In merely a few hours he appeared 20 years older. The hair at his temples was turning visibly gray before one's eyes. His mind replayed endlessly the words Chen Dakai had spoken upon departing. Within 3 hours her soul will depart her body, and she will become a living corpse. A living corpse. Wang Defa shuddered violently. He sprang to his feet and charged outside. Someone, hasten to Huichun Hall. Bring Dr. Li back. Tie him if you must. However, the servants dispatched soon returned with news that utterly shattered Wang Defa. Huichun Hall stood deserted. That same Dr. Li who had vaunted himself as a divine physician had long since fled Qinghe town under cover of night, in the early evening packs loaded with his belongings and his family in tow. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa felt the world go black before his eyes. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Why had Dr. Li fled? Because he simply could not treat her. He feared taking responsibility. Everything Mr. Chen had said had been true. Endless regret devoured his heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside the Chen family courtyard, warmth and tranquility reigned. Upon Chen Dakai's return, Bai Yuqin and Liu Mei were already awaiting anxiously at the doorway. Husband, what happened? Bai Yuqin hastened forward, taking the outer robe he had removed. Liu Mei, her belly heavily pregnant, brought him a steaming bowl of hearty meat congee. Nothing of consequence, merely a trivial matter. Chen Dakai took a sip of the porridge, its warmth traveling down his throat to his stomach, dispelling the trace of chill he had absorbed at the Wang residence. He recounted the events briefly. What? These people are utterly ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Liu Mei grew exceedingly furious. Husband, you want to save their lives with goodwill, yet they repay you with biting dogs. They deserve that their daughter goes untreated. Bai Yuqin, though remaining silent, nodded in agreement. In her heart, her husband was the kindest soul in the world, and he should never endure such mistreatment. Very well, let us eat. Chen Dakai offered a smile, placing generous portions of meat into both women's bowls. Do not anger yourself over others' affairs. Their fates rest in their own hands. His tone was calm, as though discussing something of no consequence whatsoever. After dinner, Chen Dakai did not, as was his custom, remain with his two wives. Instead, he retired alone to his chamber. He retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bed. Opening the box, he revealed a complete set of silver needles of varying lengths neatly arranged. These had been his livelihood in his past life, though he had since deemed them troublesome and stored them away. He took a clean soft cloth and carefully polished each silver needle one by one. Beneath the moonlight, the needles shimmered with a chilling cold gleam. He then withdrew several paper packets from his inner garment, herbs he had gathered in the back mountain that afternoon. Combining various medicinal plants in precise proportions, some intended to calm the spirit, others to anchor the soul, and one capable of dispelling malevolent forces. He placed them into a stone mortar and gradually ground them into a medicinal paste. In the courtyard, frogs sang their nightly chorus. Within the room, the fragrance of herbs perfumed the air. Only after completing all of this did Chen Dakai sit cross-legged and begin his breathing exercises. He knew the people of the Wang family would come again, and very soon. Midnight, at the deepest hour of the night. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the Chen family courtyard was knocked upon once more. This time the knocks were subdued, carrying a touch of caution and barely concealed urgency. Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes, yet made no motion to rise. Outside the gate, Wang Defa had arrived with his entire household, all kneeling in unison upon the biting cold stone pavement. His hair had already turned half white, and his entire countenance was haggard beyond recognition. Behind him knelt his two daughters, Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan, their eyes red and swollen from weeping. Behind them stood several household servants, each carrying brocade boxes overflowing with gold, silver, and precious jewels. Mr. Chen, we beg you, open the door. Wang Defa's voice was hoarse, laced with sobs. This humble one has erred. I failed to recognize greatness when it stood before me, and I offended you, honored master. I implore you, sir, to save my daughter. The Wang family will surrender everything to repay your great kindness. As he cried out, he pressed his forehead against the stone in successive kowtows. His forehead soon broke open, blood trickling down his cheeks in a most harrowing sight. Yet within the courtyard, not the slightest response came. A night breeze swept through, carrying a bitter chill. Every heart within the Wang family descended to the very depths of despair. The night was as dark as ink, the biting wind sending violent shivers through the members of the Wang family. They had been kneeling upon the freezing bluestone path for nearly 2 hours. Wang Defa's forehead was bruised and bloodied from kowtowing, his vision swam with encroaching darkness, and his consciousness began to drift. Behind him, his 2 daughters Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan bore purple lips and deathly pale faces, yet they gritted their teeth in stubborn, silent endurance. Just as Wang Defa's heart sank into despair, believing all hope was lost. With a slow, agonizing creak, the tightly shut courtyard door finally opened a crack. The one who stepped out, however, was not Chen Dakai, but Liu Mei. Wrapped in a thick, luxurious fox fur coat, and carrying a prominent pregnant belly, she leaned lazily against the doorframe. Her gaze drifted indifferently over the crowd kneeling upon the ground, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Oh, if it isn't the great philanthropist Master Wang. Why aren't you asleep in your warm bed, cradling your concubines in the dead of night, instead of running to our wretched little place? Her voice was crisp and clear, ringing out with striking clarity in the silent night. Wang Defa snapped his head up. Seeing Liu Mei was like grasping at a final desperate lifeline. Madam, I beg of your mercy. Please speak to Mr. Chen and ask him to save my daughter. Save your daughter. Liu Mei sneered. Weren't you quite unyielding during the day? Didn't you put your absolute faith in that so-called divine physician, Li, claiming my husband was a fraud? What did that divine physician fail to cure your daughter? Wang Defa's weathered face flushed a deep purplish red, wishing he could find a crack in the earth to crawl into and hide his shame. It was my utter blindness. I was a fool. I beg, madam, to be magnanimous and overlook my ignorance. So you realize your mistake now. Too late. Liu Mei curled her lips in disdain. My husband has already retired for the night. He said that even if the Emperor of Heaven himself came, he would not receive him. You should all leave. Do not remain here to offend our eyes. With that, she made a motion to shut the door. No, madam, please. Wang Defa panicked completely. Casting aside all dignity, he crawled forward on his knees, desperately reaching out to grasp the doorframe. Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyan also began to weep and cry out. We beg of you, madam. As long as you can save our younger sister, we are willing to serve you as beasts of burden. The 2 young ladies, who were normally pampered like precious jade, now had their makeup ruined by tears, stripped of every ounce of their usual noble elegance. Looking at them, Liu Mei's heart was not entirely unmoved, but the moment she recalled their skeptical, condescending attitudes toward her husband earlier that day, her heart hardened once more. Just then a calm, indifferent voice drifted from behind her. Let them in. It was Chen Dakai. He had appeared behind Liu Mei at some unknown moment, clad only in a thin robe, yet he seemed completely impervious to the biting cold. Husband. Liu Mei turned back, her expression still laced with reluctance. It is fine. Chen Dakai patted her hand, gently motioning for her to return inside. He pulled the courtyard door wide open, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling members of the Wang family, before finally resting on Wang Defa. Rise. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. As if granted a divine amnesty, Wang Defa shivered violently as he struggled to his feet with the assistance of his servants. Mr. Chen, have you brought the medical fee? Chen Dakai asked directly. Yes, we have brought it. Wang Defa hurriedly ordered his servants to open the brocade boxes. In an instant, the brilliant luster of jewels and treasures burst forth, nearly dazzling the eyes. Sir, here are 1,000 taels of gold along with some jade and precious jewelry. Please accept them first. As long as you can save my daughter, you may demand any portion of my family's assets. Chen Dakai did not spare even a single glance at the glittering gold, silver, and jewels. I have said before, my medical fee cannot be measured in gold and silver. Wang Defa's heart instantly leaped back into his throat. Then what does Sir mean? I want your Wang family to owe me a favor. Chen Dakai looked at him, pronouncing each word with absolute clarity. This favor has no expiration and no limits on what it may entail. Should a day come in the future when I require it, your Wang family must exhaust all your resources to accomplish one task for me, no matter what that task may be. Wang Defa was utterly stunned. A favor that could mobilize the entire strength of the Wang family. This was far more precious than immense wealth. He looked at the seemingly ordinary man before him, whose eyes were as deep as the ocean, and an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. What this man plotted was definitely not limited to just Qingatown. But did he have any other choice? Fine. Wang Defa gritted his teeth, squeezing the word out from between them. I, Wang Defa, swear to the heavens. If Mr. Chen can save my daughter's life today, from this day forth my Wang family will follow your lead. Whatever you command, we shall execute it, even at the cost of 10,000 deaths. Very well. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction. Lead the way. Returning once more to Wang Yao's boudoir, the room was already thick with the aura of death. The young girl on the bed had begun to grow cold and stiff, and the dark mist between her brows grew even denser. Father. Wang Shiqing and Wang Yuyin threw themselves by the bedside, their hearts aching terribly, as they felt the faint, almost imperceptible life force remaining in their sister. Step aside, everyone. Chen Dakai's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. Everyone instinctively backed away to either side, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Chen Dakai walked to the bedside and retrieved the wooden box containing silver needles from his robes. He drew a 3-inch-long silver needle and lightly singed it over the candle flame. Watch closely, he said, looking back at Wang Defa. This is not an illness, she has lost her soul. Before his voice could fade, the wrist holding the silver needle flicked suddenly. Swoosh. The silver needle turned into a blur, precisely piercing the Yintang acupoint at the center of Wang Yueyao's brows. The end of the needle vibrated, emitting a strange, buzzing hum. Immediately following the second needle, the third needle. Chen Dakai's movements were lightning fast. In the span of a single breath, 9 silver needles had been inserted into the major acupoints atop Wang Yueyao's head, forming a profound array. Forming a sword hand with his fingers, he tapped the end of the first silver needle, channeling a surge of pure spiritual power into it. Buzz. The 9 silver needles lit up simultaneously with a faint white light connecting into a single network. Wang Yueyao's stiff body shuddered violently. The dark mist between her brows seemed to have met its nemesis, emitting a sizzling sound as it was rapidly dispersed by the white light. Her pale gray complexion recovered a hint of color at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Everyone from the Wang family was completely dumbfounded. How was this medicine? This was clearly immortal magic. It is not over yet. Chen Dakai sat cross-legged by the bedside and closed his eyes. Guard the outside and do not let anyone enter to disturb me. Yes. Wang Defa hurriedly led everyone out, respectfully closing the door, standing guard outside like the most loyal sentinel. Inside the room, Chen Dakai's spiritual sense had already followed the 9 silver needles, probing into Wang Yueyao's sea of consciousness. Here lay a pitch-black darkness where one could not see their own hand, cold and damp, the air filled with a suffocating despair. Wang Yueyao's small figure huddled in the center of the darkness, shivering violently. Before her, the phantom of a colossal, ferocious beast loomed, its bloody maw wide open as it advanced on her step by step. That was the deepest imprint of fear left in her soul when she was attacked. Chen Dakai's figure materialized within the darkness. Ignoring the posturing beast, he walked to Wang Yueyao's side, reached out, and gently patted her shoulder. Fear not, I am here. His voice was gentle, yet powerful. Wang Yueyao slowly raised her head, beholding this man, who seemed like a divinity, descending to earth. The beast seemed provoked, roaring as it lunged toward Chen Dakai. Chen Dakai did not even glance at it, merely uttering a single calm word. Disperse. Before the ferocious phantom of the beast could even let out a whimper, it dissolved inch by inch into golden light, vanishing into nothingness. The darkness receded and light returned. Chen Dakai took Wang Yueyao's hand. Come, let us go home. In the outside world. MNH. On the bed, Wang Yueyao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze shifted from confusion to clarity, finally resting on the back of the man by the bedside. Chen Dakai snapped his eyes open, spitting out a small mouthful of fresh blood. Entering a dream to slay a demon was still somewhat taxing for his current level of cultivation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stood up, meeting Wang Yueyao's clear eyes, which were filled with infinite gratitude and admiration. You are awake, he said with a faint smile. Outside the door, the Wang family members, hearing the commotion, could no longer restrain themselves and pushed the door open to enter. When they saw Wang Yueyao already sitting up, weak but in good spirits, everyone wept with joy. Yueyao, third sister. Wang Defa wept tears of joy, falling to his knees once more before Chen Dakai. This time completely won over. Sir's great benevolence. The Wang family shall never forget it. Sir is truly a living immortal. After this night, rumors began to spread wildly among the upper echelons of Qinghe town that the veterinarian surnamed Chun in the west of the town was likely a living deity. The news of Wang Yueyao's resurrection spread like wildfire across Yunlai town within a single day. Chen Dakai's courtyard had become a forbidden zone. No one dared to peek at the entrance anymore. Even those passing by took detours, fearing to disturb the living immortal within. Meanwhile, the Wang household was ablaze with the joy of survival. Although Wang Yueyao had regained consciousness, her spirit remained shaken and her body too frail to endure hardship. She needed rest and recuperation. Chen Dakai was not surprised by this. Each day, he merely instructed Wang Defa to simmer a century-old ginseng broth to sustain her vitality. He himself returned home at his leisure, accompanying Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin, both pregnant, as they strolled and basked in the sun, as though the affairs of the Wang household had nothing to do with him anymore. He had ample patience. He knew full well that Wang Defa, that old fox, was likely more eager than anyone else to bind himself firmly to the Wang family's boat. Nor had he saved Wang Yueyao solely for the 1,000 taels of gold. Over these past few days, while appearing to rest, his divine sense had repeatedly swept over the 3 Wang sisters. The results pleased him greatly. The eldest sister Wang Shiqing possessed a high-grade earth spiritual root of the yellow rank. The second sister Wang Yuyan had a mid-grade with spiritual root. The youngest Wang Yueyao bore a mid-grade water spiritual root. Though all were merely of the yellow rank in the spiritually barren Yunlai town, such talents were already supreme. If he could take all three sisters into his harem and expand the Chen family line, Chen Dakai couldn't help but think that the system rewards would surely elevate his cultivation to a new stage. Yet this matter could not be rushed. In the eyes of outsiders, he currently appeared as a man in his 50s, half an old man. Though the three Wang sisters were deeply grateful to him, simply relying on gratitude would not be enough to marry off all three maidens. He had to give them a reason they could not refuse. A reason sufficient to make them cast aside worldly judgment and willingly accept. 1 week later, Wang Yueyao was finally able to rise from bed and walk about, her complexion having regained its rosy hue. Chen Dakai felt the time had come. That afternoon, he asked Wang Defa to summon his three daughters to the main hall of the Wang residence. Wang Defa stood respectfully to one side, personally serving tea to Chen Dakai with a humility that surpassed even that of a common servant. The three sisters stood side by side, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence as they looked at Chen Dakai. "Have you all recovered?" Chen Dakai took a sip of tea and asked casually. "Thank you for your concern, noble immortal. Yueyao has fully recovered." Wang Yueyao spoke first, her voice brimming with adoration. Chen Dakai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the three sisters' faces. "I saved you for 2 reasons. First, your father's sincerity, and second, because you sisters share a karmic bond with me." "A karmic bond?" Wang Defa and the three sisters were all stunned. Chen Dakai did not explain further. He merely extended his right hand and opened his palm. Whoosh! A ball of orange-red flame ignited out of thin air in his palm, burning silently, yet raising the temperature of the entire hall. This is... Wang Defa's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and the teapot slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. The three sisters recoiled in fright, covering their mouths in utter disbelief. Fire conjured from nothing. This was no trick. It was the power of a celestial being. Chen Dakai curled his fingers slightly, and the flame vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. "A mortal's life spans but 100 years, he said, his voice low, yet clear enough for every person to hear. "After 100 years, all turns to dust. Wealth and honor are but passing clouds. But I offer you a chance to transcend 100 years. He looked at the completely stunned three sisters and spoke word by word. "All three of you possess spiritual roots, the aptitude to enter the path of immortality. If you pledge yourselves to me as my disciples, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation, granting you the ability to command fire and water and preserve your youth forever. Eternal life." Those 4 words struck like thunder in Wang Defa's and the three sisters' minds. Wang Defa trembled with excitement and was the first to react, dropping to his knees with a thud. "Noble immortal, I beg you to accept them as your disciples. This old man is willing to offer another 10,000 gold." The three sisters also came to their senses, their eyes instantly blazing with fervor. Especially the eldest sister Wang Shiqing, who as the eldest daughter thought the most. No matter how wealthy the Wang family was, it was merely secular fortune that would one day decline. But if they could cultivate immortality, that would be the path to heaven for the entire clan. She too knelt down. "I beg the noble immortal to grant us this blessing." Chen Dakai looked at the people kneeling on the ground and slowly shook his head. The Chen family does not accept disciples. Wang Defa's heart grew cold, and just as he was about to plead again, he heard Chen Dakai continue speaking. "But I lack several wives." As soon as the words fell, the entire main hall fell deathly silent. Wang Defa was stunned. The three sisters were also stunned. They had imagined countless possibilities, but never once did they expect that this noble immortal's condition would be this. That all three sisters would marry him together. This. Chen Dakai took in all 3 of their expressions, rose to his feet, and slowly walked toward the exit. "Immortal destiny lies right before you. Marry or not, you choose for yourselves. Give me your answer in 3 days." With that, he left the Wang residence without looking back, leaving the hall filled with shock and turmoil. After Chen Dakai departed, the Wang family's main hall remained dead silent. After a long while, Wang Defa finally rose from the ground, gazing at his 3 beautiful daughters with an expression of extreme complexity. "Dad." Wang Shiqing's voice was hoarse. What do you think?" Wang Defa sighed. On one side was his daughter's lifelong happiness, and on the other the immortal destiny of his family for generations, even eternal life. This choice was too difficult. Wang Shiqing bit her lip and remained silent. Instead, it was the youngest Wang Yueyao who spoke first. "My life was saved by the noble immortal. If not for him, I would already be a corpse. I am willing to marry him." Her thoughts were the simplest: to repay kindness with gratitude. The second sister Wang Yuyan blushed deeply and whispered, but the noble immortal. His age. Although he only appeared to be 50 to them, who were barely 20, he was still too old. Foolish. The eldest sister Wang Shiqing suddenly spoke, her eyes becoming extraordinarily clear. Sister, haven't you understood yet?" She took a deep breath and lowered her voice, saying, "That is an immortal. What difference does it make if mortals marry mortals, even if they wed nobility? After 100 years, aren't they all just mounds of yellow earth? But if we marry the noble immortal, we can cultivate and attain eternal life. What an enormous opportunity. As for age, do you think an immortal would care about a mortal's age? To marry the noble immortal is a blessing accumulated over many lifetimes. Wang Shiqing's words were like a bucket of cold water, awakening her two younger sisters, who were still hesitating. Indeed, one path was the mundane world of daily necessities, birth, aging, sickness, and death. The other led to the heavenly path of eternal life. This was not even a choice. Furthermore, Wang Shiqing continued, the noble immortal already has 2 wives at home. If we marry him, we can look out for each other. It's far better than marrying into those noble families where we'd have to scheme against each other. After her words, the last trace of hesitation in Wang Yuyan and Wang Yuyao's eyes vanished, replaced by determination and anticipation. We understand, elder sister. The 3 sisters exchanged glances and saw the same resolve in each other's eyes. They approached Wang Defa and knelt down in unison. Dad, we've made our decision. We will marry. Wang Defa gazed at his daughter's resolute expressions, tears streaming down his aged face. He knew that from this day forward the fate of his Wang family would be completely transformed. 3 days later, Wang Defa brought the 3 sisters to the Chen residence once more. This time, without waiting for Chen Dakai to speak, all 3 sisters simultaneously bowed to him in the manner of wives and concubines. We are willing to serve beside the noble immortal. Chen Dakai's face broke into a satisfied smile. He helped the 3 women up and said to Wang Defa, excellent. In 1 month, choose an auspicious date, and I shall marry them off with great fanfare. Yes, yes. Wang Defa nodded eagerly. This old man will ensure everything is arranged properly. And so this marriage that seemed scandalous to outsiders was settled. The news that Chen Dakai was to wed the 3 Wang sisters instantly stirred up a storm of controversy. The entire town was thrown into an uproar. Have you heard? Dr. Chen is going to marry all 3 daughters of the richest man in town. My goodness, he's taking all 3 at once. Is Master Wang out of his mind? What's so crazy about it? Haven't you heard? The 3rd Miss Wang was on her deathbed, and Dr. Chen literally pulled her back from the jaws of the king of hell. He's a living immortal. But, isn't that Dr. Chen already an old man past his prime? The 3 Wang daughters are all young, beautiful women of marriageable age. You don't understand anything. How could mortals comprehend the ways of immortals? This is heavenly destiny. The Wang family must have dug up their ancestors' graves in virtue to deserve such fortune. From bustling streets to tea houses and wine shops, every corner of the town buzzed with whispered debates over this scandalous union. Some envied him, some felt envious, some couldn't fathom it. But above all, they were filled with deep reverence for the name Chen Dakai. Regarding the outer world's turmoil, Chen Dakai paid it no mind. He had given a month's time specifically so Wang Defa could stage this wedding in grand fashion where everyone would know about it. He wanted everyone to understand that Chen Dakai was the undisputed lord of Yunlai town. 1 month later, on an auspicious day, the Chen residence was decked with red lanterns and festive banners. The Wang family's dowry procession stretched from one end of the street to the other, 10 miles of vermilion splendor that filled onlookers with envy. Chen Dakai wore a brand new crimson wedding robe. Though his face bore the marks of being in his 40s, his posture was upright, his eyes gleaming with sharp spiritual light, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin, both pregnant, welcomed the guests arriving to offer their congratulations with great joy, their bellies proudly on display. There was not a trace of jealousy in their hearts, only pride in belonging to this household. The stronger this family became, the more secure their future and that of their children would be. The wedding ceremony was straightforward yet grand. The 3 Wang sisters, Wang Shiqing, Wang Yuyan, and Wang Yueyao, dressed in ornate phoenix crowns and embroidered ceremonial robes, were carried into the Chen residence on palanquins borne by 8 bearers. In front of all the assembled guests, the 3 sisters performed a graceful bow before Chen Dakai and called out in unison, "Hubby." Their voices carried timidity, reverence, and boundless longing for the future. Chen Dakai nodded in satisfaction and supported each of them up with a hand. That night was their bridal chamber. The red candles blazed high, illuminating 3 exquisitely beautiful faces, ever lovely in both joy and sorrow. Chen Dakai gazed at his 3 wives before him, ripe and alluring like fully matured peaches, his heart ablaze with desire. Yet he did not rush into their wedding night. Instead, he first examined each of their spiritual roots. The results matched his earlier assessment. The eldest sister, Wang Shiqing, possessed a yellow-grade superior earth spiritual root. Her temperament was steady and composed, carrying an air of natural grace. The second sister, Wang Yuyan, had a yellow-grade mid-with spiritual root, gentle and pleasing with a scholarly elegance about her. The youngest sister, Wang Yueyao, bore a yellow-grade mid-water spiritual root, lively and spirited, her every glance brimming with devotion toward him. From this day forward, you are members of my Chen family. Chen Dakai spoke. You carry spiritual roots within you. Do not waste them. I will teach you the path of cultivation and lead you onto the road toward eternal transcendence." Upon hearing these words, the three sisters' luminous eyes shimmered with wonder, and they knelt together in unison. "Thank you, husband, for your compassion." Chen Dakai smiled as he drew them close, his broad hands moving across their forms. "This night shall mark your first step onto the immortal path. Your husband will personally awaken your spiritual roots." The red candles flickered, filling the room with warm radiance. That night, Chen Dakai did not cultivate. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the great work of expanding his lineage. All he needed to do was sow diligently and await the harvest. For the following month, the Chen courtyard became the most mysterious place in all of Yunlai town. By day, Chen Dakai guided his 5 wives through their cultivation, imparting the fundamental techniques of the qi refining art without reservation. Bai Yuqin had already entered the cultivation door, and with Chen Dakai's dual cultivation technique as her aid, her spiritual power advanced with astonishing speed. The 3 Wang sisters were talented enough that, aided by the rich spiritual energy and pills, they soon sensed the flow of qi within them and sequentially guided it into their bodies, reaching the first level of qi refining. Even Liu Mei, who lacked a spiritual root, saw her skin grow increasingly supple under the nourishment of spiritual energy, appearing years younger. And when night fell, Even Liu Mei, who lacked a spiritual root, saw her skin grow increasingly supple under the nourishment of spiritual energy, appearing years younger. And when night fell, on a night of the full moon, 3 heavenly chimes echoed successively within his mind. Ding! Host wife Wang Shiqing has successfully conceived. She bears a yellow grade superior earth spiritual root. Reward: host cultivation level increases by 1. Ding! Host wife Wang Yuyan has successfully conceived. She bears a yellow grade mid with spiritual root. Reward: host cultivation level increases by 1. Ding! Host wife Wang Yueyao has successfully conceived. She bears a yellow grade mid water spiritual root. Reward: host cultivation level increases by 1. Boom! 3 distinct yet equally surging currents of warmth immediately flooded Chen Dakai's entire body from nowhere. His original cultivation at the 3rd stage of qi refining skyrocketed like a rocket, took flight. Qi refining 4th stage. The bottleneck barely existed, shattered in an instant. Qi refining 5th stage. Unstoppable momentum. Qi refining 6th stage. Only when he reached the peak of the 6th stage of qi refining, just 1 step away from the 7th, did this terrifying energy slowly subside. Chen Dakai suddenly opened his eyes, sharp brilliance flashing 3 feet into the air. The furniture in the room trembled without wind, emitting a faint humming. What formidable power! He clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power surging through his veins like rivers, a surge of heroic ambition filling his heart. This was the true power of the more children, more blessings system. But this was not yet finished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for conceiving children with 3 spiritually rooted wives in one go, unlocking the triple succession achievement and triggering special rewards. Reward 1, 20 years of pill refining experience. Reward 2, mid-grade magical artifact, purple gold pill refining furnace. Reward 3, foundation building true revelation, a sequel technique to the qi refining art. Buzz! A massive flood of information surged into Chen Dakai's mind in an instant. Countless insights into herb identification, medicinal compatibility, fire control, and pill formation mantras etched themselves deeply into his soul, as though he had lived those 20 years himself. In a flash, the amateur who only knew fireball techniques transformed into a seasoned alchemist. At the same moment, a half-human-sized purple gold pill refining furnace materialized out of thin air in the center of the room. The pill furnace stood on 3 legs with 2 handles, its surface carved with ancient cloud patterns. A faint medicinal fragrance drifted from within, invigorating the senses. A mid-grade magical artifact. Chen Dakai's eyes flashed with eagerness. With this furnace and his alchemical expertise, he could now transform those precious herbs into pills that would truly enhance his cultivation and strengthen his foundation. His gaze fell upon his 5 sleeping wives. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin's bellies had already grown noticeably prominent, while the 3 Wang sisters' stomachs had just begun to cradle new life. 5 pregnant women. In an ordinary household, this would undoubtedly be a tremendous burden. But for Chen Dakai now, it was a sweet one. I need to refine some pills to support their pregnancy and nourish their bodies. He focused his mind and instantly found the most suitable prescription from his accumulated knowledge. But soon another thought crossed his mind. Women all love beauty, especially cultivator women who desire eternal youth. Mortal cosmetics cannot halt the passage of time, Chen Dakai mused. If I'm going to refine something, it should be the finest. A smile touched his lips as a bolder idea took root in his mind. He would refine a pill that had sent countless female cultivators into raptures, the youth-preserving pill. The youth-preserving pill was a first-rank elixir capable of freezing the consumer's appearance at its most beautiful moment forever. Outside, a single pill could spark fierce competition among countless low-level cultivators. But for Chen Dakai, with his 20 years of refining experience and the purple gold furnace, it posed no difficulty. He retrieved the 1,000-year ginseng Wang de Fa had sent, then selected a few rare supporting herbs from the warehouse. Without alerting anyone, Chen Dakai stepped into the courtyard and extended his divine sense to ensure the area was clear. With a flick of his fingers, an orange-red fireball materialized in his palm, and he deftly cast it into the furnace. Preheating, adding herbs, purifying the essence, merging, condensing the pill. The entire process flowed seamlessly, completed in one continuous motion. Half a shurchen later, as Chen Dakai executed the final sealing hand seal, the furnace lid burst open with a bang. 5 snow-white pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, crystal clear, and emitting a faint fragrance, flew from the furnace, which he calmly gathered into a jade vial. Success! Chen Dakai returned to the room with the jade vial. His 5 wives still slept peacefully, so he refrained from waking them, leaving the pills on the bedside table along with a note. A youth-preserving pill for each of you. 1 per person, ensuring eternal youth. Having done all this, he gazed at his wives' peaceful slumber, his heart swelling with contentment. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight spilled through the window lattice and into the room, the 3 Wang sisters woke up almost simultaneously. One glance revealed the delicate jade bottle on the bedside table with a note pressed beneath it. Ding Yan Dan, 1 per person, can preserve eternal youth. A single line of characters, yet it arrested the breath of the 3 women. Ding Yan Dan. The eldest sister Wang Shiqing was the first to react, her voice trembling. As the daughter of the wealthiest family, they'd seen countless rare treasures, but never heard of such a godlike elixir. Youth eternal. This is the ultimate temptation no woman could resist. Husband. The second sister Wang Yuyan covers her mouth, her eyes shining with awe and emotion. While they rejoiced at the prospect of treading the path to immortality, their husband already considered preserving their beauty. This thoughtfulness melted their hearts completely. The third sister Wang Yueyao charged into Chen Dakai's arms, nuzzling against his chest. Husband, you are so kind. Chen Dakai savored the warm tenderness, a smile playing on his lips. To win a woman's heart, sometimes it's this simple. Watching his 5 wives swallow the Ding Yan Dan and glow with radiance, he nodded in satisfaction. The family's cornerstone was now firmly established. Time flashed by and months passed. The Chen family lived a calm and fulfilling life. The 5 wives, Bai Yuqin and the 3 Wang sisters, meditated and cultivated daily, while Liu Mei managed the household, keeping the vast courtyard neat and orderly. That night, Liu Mei began to go into labor first. The ready midwife was summoned, and the Chen family bustled with activity. Chen Dakai stood outside the door, calm on the surface, yet a thread of anticipation stirred within. This was the first truly meaningful heir he had fathered since arriving in this world. Wah! A loud cry shattered the night. It's a boy. It's a big, healthy boy. The midwife came out beaming with joy to report the good news. Chen Dakai stepped into the room, seeing Liu Mei's face tired, yet her eyes shone with maternal warmth. And as he lifted the wrinkled little fellow into his arms, the system notification sounded as promised. Ding! It is detected that the host's wife Liu Mei has successfully given birth to a child. She bears yellow rank, high-grade fire spirit root. Reward: the host's cultivation rises by 1 level. Boom! A surge of warmth purer than any before flowed from the crown, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. Chen Dakai felt the spiritual energy within him, previously full to the brim, finding an outlet, violently breaking through an invisible barrier. The bottleneck at the 6th level of Qi cultivation shattered. The surging spiritual energy roared through his meridians, finally converging in the Dantian, and the Qi cyclone expanded many times over. Qi cultivation reached the 7th layer. He had done it. Chen Dakai felt an unprecedented power within, and a smile could not be contained. He named his eldest son Chen Ping'an. The meaning is simple, yet it carries his most humble wish. Double joy. Although Liu Mei lacks a spiritual root, she bore the Chen family their first Qilin-born son, and her status rose instantly. Chen Dakai personally used his spiritual power to regulate her body, speeding her postpartum recovery beyond ordinary. Half a month later, Bai Yuqin also gave birth to a boy. Ding! It is detected that the host's wife Bai Yuqin has successfully given birth to a child. She bears yellow rank, high-grade water spirit root. Reward: 3 acres of spirit fields and a bag of spirit rice seeds. Another yellow rank, high-grade. Chen Dakai rejoiced greatly. He named the second son Chen Chang'an. As the system's voice faded, his mind moved, and he saw in the system's space a patch of spirit-emitting black earth beside it, a heavy cloth bag. Spirit fields, spirit rice. Chen Dakai's eyes burned with fervor. With these, his family could eat foods infused with spiritual energy, a boon for cultivation and the body. The Chen family welcomed 2 more chubby boys, and Yunlai town buzzed with excitement. Wang Defa himself came to Chen's door every few days, bringing a flood of various tonic goods that filled half a storeroom. As the children reached their first full month, the Chen family's life stepped into a new phase. The Wang sisters, already drawing spiritual energy into their bodies, reinforced by Ding Yan Dan to shore up their foundation, and with an environment rich in spiritual energy, their cultivation steadily rose, and they soon advanced to the first tier of qi refinement. As for Bai Yuqin, after giving birth, her body, aided by Chen Dakai's spiritual power and the double cultivation method, accumulated strength and surged ahead, breaking through to the third layer of qi training, becoming the most accomplished in the Chen family aside from Chen Dakai. That day Wang Defa came again. He looked at his 3 daughters, each radiant with celestial aura, and at the 2 finely carved grandsons, clearly not ordinary. His heart was both joyful and tinged with envy. After the wives and daughters had retired, Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile on his face, leaning close to Chen Dakai. "Oh, transcendent one, that. Old man, I have an impertinent request." Chen Dakai sipped his tea, not lifting his gaze. "Speak. It's just, you may claim to be 80, but your body is sturdier than mine, who is in his early 50s. Wang Defa's old face reddened, his voice lowered further. "To tell the truth, our Wang family is grand, but to this day we do not have a single male heir who can stand by your side. My several wives have not conceived. Do you have any divine method, master, that could let this old man also have a son?" After speaking, he glanced at Chen Dakai, nervously fearing the immortal might anger. Chen Dakai almost laughed. After all this, it turns out the old man can't manage and wants medicine from him. This matter is a breeze for him. From 20 years of alchemy, he could casually pull out a dozen or so prescriptions to fortify vitality and kidneys. But he did not intend to give it away so easily. Chen Dakai set down his teacup, feigning contemplation. "Your situation stems from a deficiency of essence. Ordinary methods won't help. Mortal methods are basically useless." Wang Defa, upon hearing this, felt his heart cool. "Then, what do you mean, master?" "There is a method not without its price," Chen Dakai said, turning the topic. "I have a pill named Huichun Dan, which can supplement your loss of essence and qi, restoring vigor." "But, what is it? Master, please tell me. If I can manage it, I will not refuse." Wang Defa sounded as if clinging to a lifeline. Chen Dakai gave him a cool glance. "To refine this pill, you need a main herb named Jiang Chao, which only grows in places of extreme yang, rare indeed. In truth, the materials in my warehouse are enough for a batch. So this is just to remind the old man of the pill's preciousness." Wang Defa, upon hearing this, immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Master, rest assured. I will mobilize every Wang family caravan, scour the world, even overturn the eastern wasteland to find Jiang Chao for you." Watching Wang Defa hurry away, Chen Dakai's lips curled into a wry smile. This father-in-law of his was indeed quite useful. A few days later, Wang Defa indeed sent over several Jiang Chao of decent quality. Chen Dakai began refining at once that night. With his current alchemy, brewing such an unranked elixir was as easy as snapping his fingers. One batch yielded 10 pills. He gave 3 to Wang Defa, telling him to take 1 a month. After 3 months, he would be hale and hearty. The remainder he kept for himself. After all, the family was about to expand, and he himself needed to replenish as well. Merely 2 months after Wang Defa obtained the rejuvenation pill, joyful news spread from the Wang family. The wealthy patriarch's concubines had conceived one after another. With this, Chen Dakai's reputation as a living deity spread like wildfire throughout the high society of Yunlai town. He was rumored not only to bring the dead back to life, but also to make withered trees blossom anew. In an instant, the threshold of the Chen household was nearly worn down by visitors. Countless wealthy merchants and local gentry flocked to beg for a single divine pill, willing to spend fortunes without a second thought. Yet Chen Dakai refused to see any of them. He knew all too well that once such pills flooded the market, they would lose their value. Only by treating them as rare commodities could he maximize his profits. That evening, as Chen Dakai savored grapes peeled by Bai Yuqin and enjoyed the leg massages and shoulder rubs from the 3 Wang sisters, his mind was already plotting another grand endeavor. Presently, his cultivation had reached the 7th layer of qi refining, making him an invincible existence in this small Yunlai town. Though the family members were few, each possessed immense future potential. The 2 sons of Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin, Chen Pingan and Chen Chang'an, both possessed high-grade yellow-rank spiritual roots. The unborn children in the wombs of the 3 Wang sisters would surely inherit extraordinary spiritual roots as well. However, this was far from enough. A true cultivation clan relied not merely on a handful of geniuses, but on a massive population base. Only by continuously branching out and multiplying could they filter out more geniuses, allowing the family lineage to spread across the world and endure for eternity. His ambition extended far beyond dominating a mere town like Yunlai. With this thought, he turned his gaze to his 5 stunningly beautiful wives surrounding him. They were now cultivators blessed with eternal youth and ethereal grace. Yet being pregnant brought many inconveniences. It was time to bring new members into the family. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Liu Mei, ever the most attentive, asked softly upon seeing Chen Dakai lost in thought. Chen Dakai smiled faintly and voiced his intentions. "I intend to take a few more wives and concubines to expand our Chen family lineage, forging us into a true cultivation clan." As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the room. The 5 women reacted with varying expressions. Bai Yuqin, possessing the highest cultivation and the broadest perspective, was the first to nod in understanding. Husband's ambitions are lofty, and we naturally support you. However, she glanced at the others. It is only right that husband showers his favors equally among us all. Wang Shiqing, as the eldest of the Wang sisters, chimed in, "Indeed, husband. That my sisters and I have reached this point is entirely due to your benevolence. Multiplying the lineage is indeed a vital plan for the family. We only fear that once new brides enter, husband might forget us old companions." As she spoke, a trace of anxiety flickered in her eyes as well as in those of Wang Yuyan and Wang Yueyao. Women, after all, would always care about such matters. Chen Dakai burst into a hearty laugh and drew them closer into his embrace. "Fret not, my dears. You are the very foundation of my Chen family, the wives I wedded with proper rights. No one in this world shall ever surpass you." He gestured toward their flat bellies and exquisite faces. "I have bestowed upon you supreme immortal methods and gifted you youth-retaining divine pills, all so that you may share immortality with me and jointly rule this eternal empire. How could mere mortal women ever compare to you?" These words sent the women's hearts into a flutter of joy, instantly dissolving their lingering anxieties. Indeed, they were immortals while the newcomers would only be mortals. The difference in status was as vast as heaven and earth. "Then how many does husband intend to take?" Liu Mei inquired inquisitively. Chen Dakai raised 2 fingers. "Let us start with 8 or 10. The news that divine physician Chen intended to take multiple wives and concubines once again took Yunlai town by storm. This time the frenzy of those signing up surpassed even that of when Wang Defa married off his daughters. After all, the previous event was a marriage of daughters, whereas this was the taking of concubines. The barrier to entry was significantly lower. Countless virtuous young maidens from impoverished families hoped to soar to greatness through this opportunity. Furthermore, many wealthy households seeking to curry favor with Chen Dakai proactively offered their concubine-born daughters or even their legitimate ones. Chen Dakai delegated the selection process entirely to Wang Defa and matchmaker Wang, the most famous matchmaker in town. His requirements were simple: first, a clean and honorable family background. Second, proper and pleasing looks. Third, compatible birth horoscopes. Within a mere half-month, matchmaker Wang selected the 12 most suitable candidates from over 100 applicants. These 12 women came from diverse backgrounds. 8 were virtuous maidens from respectable families aged 16 or 17 at the very bloom of youth. 2 were daughters of wealthy local families, well-educated, refined, and possessed of beauty that was 1 in 1,000. The remaining 2, however, were somewhat unique. They were young widows in their mid-20s who had lost their husbands early in life and had no offspring. Subjected to cold shoulders in their late husbands' households, they had lived rather miserable lives. Among them was Sun Xiaoqiao, who possessed alluring peach blossom eyes and a voluptuous figure, making her a renowned beauty in the town. Originally proud and haughty, she had always wished to remarry into a good family, but her status as a widow caused her to meet with rejection at every turn. Upon hearing that divine physician Chen was taking concubines, she gritted her teeth and registered. In her eyes, although marrying an 80-year-old man felt somewhat degrading, it was far better than enduring mistreatment from her late husband's family. Moreover, the Chen family was fabulously wealthy. If the old man were to kick the bucket one day, her future would be secured. She was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Another young widow, Liu Zuelian, shared a similar sentiment. Both believed they were making a great sacrifice by using their prime years to serve a dying old man. Soon the day of the ceremony arrived. Without grand celebrations, they simply went through the basic procedures, and 12 small sedan chairs carried the brides into the Chen estate. According to custom, the newly wedded concubines had to first serve tea to the head wife and the other ladies. When Sun Xiaoqiao, Liu Zuelian, and the others entered the main hall, they were utterly stunned. They saw Liu Mei by Yuqin and the 3 Wang sisters sitting side by side in the seats of honor. Every single one of them was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, possessing an ethereal grace and skin so flawless and supple it seemed it could drip water. How could these women possibly look like they served an 80-year-old man? They were actually younger and more beautiful than the newly wedded brides. "Behold your husband." Following matchmaker Wang's loud announcement, Chen Dakai stepped out from behind the screen. Dressed in casual attire, he was tall and upright with handsome features, looking no older than his early 40s. His eyes held an arresting divine light. Is this divine physician Chen? Wasn't he said to be 80 years old? Heavens, how can he be so young? All 12 newcomers were completely dumbfounded. Sun Xiaoqiao and Liu Zuelian in particular felt as though they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Where was the wrinkled, trembling old geezer they had anticipated? Who was this middle-aged man before them, radiating such extraordinary grace and masculine charm? Sun Xiaoqiao's heart pounded wildly, her cheeks instantly burning hot. She had previously felt she was suffering an immense injustice, but looking at it now, how was this a loss? This was clearly a stroke of absolute fortune falling straight from the heavens into her lap. Chen Dakai looked upon the 12 newcomers before him, each possessing a unique and captivating charm, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. He walked up to Sun Xiaoqiao, reached out, and gently lifted her stunned face. "From now on, we are family." His voice, rich and magnetic, made Sun Xiaoxiao's knees grow weak. Yes, husband. At this moment, not a shred of reluctance remained in the hearts of the 12 newcomers. All they felt was boundless gratitude and anticipation. 12 newcomers entered the Chen, and in the Chen family's rear place instantly beyond measure. Chen Dakai favoritism adhering to the principle of, and he would lodge in a different chamber. At first the 16 or 17-year-old girls were shy to the core, their faces flushing and hearts pounding as they spoke to Chen Dakai, stammering. But after realizing that Chen Dakai was not the elderly octogenarian of the rumors, but a charismatic middle-aged man, their thoughts grew lively. Especially the two widows who had lost their husbands long ago, Sun Xiaoxiao and Liu Mei. They had believed they were leaping from a pit of fire, trading the happiness of the rest of their lives for a safer later life. But who could have guessed that this was not a pit of fire, but a nest of fortune? The husband not only does not age, he is strong and graceful, and more importantly, he seems to take a special interest in women like them who had come before. Sun Xiaoxiao, with a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, after confirming Chen Dakai's true nature, unleashed her full art of seduction. During the day, she was respectful before the matriarchs, serving tea and attending to them with meticulous care. But at night, when it was her turn to sleep beside him, she transformed into a clingy enchantress, her myriad wiles appearing one after another, and even Chen Dakai found himself surprised. Liu Mei would not be outdone, though not as flamboyantly sultry as Sun Xiaoxiao. She carried a gentle, mature charm. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Dakai sang every night and toiled, sowing the seeds of hope across every newly tilled field. Finally, on the night of the 15th day, as he lay in Sun Xiaoxiao's room enjoying the delight of a beauty, giving him a back massage, a long-awaited system notification sounded like bursts of firecrackers in his mind, one after another. Ding! The host concubine Sun Xiaoxiao has conceived, bearing a yellow rank low-grade fire spirit root, rewarding the host's cultivation progress. Ding! Ding! The host's concubine Liu Mei has conceived, bearing a yellow rank low-grade with spirit root, rewarding the host. Ding! The host's concubine Zhang Xiaohua has conceived, bearing a yellow rank low-grade earth spirit root. 12 prompts in a row, neither more nor less. Boom! An unprecedented colossal torrent of pure energy surged down from the crown of his head, as if the 9 heavens Milky Way had poured into him. Chen Dakai shuddered all over, as if soaking in a warm spring. Every cell cheered. The 7-layer chi cultivation he had been at surged upward, crushed through the barrier by this onrush of power. 8-layer chi refinement. The bottleneck was as fragile as paper, and a touch would shatter it. The majestic spiritual energy continued to surge forward without a hint of stopping. 9-layer chi refinement. The internal cyclone in the dantian spun wildly, its volume swelling several times the aura, so dense it seemed to coalesce into substance. Until the pinnacle of 9-layer chi refinement, with foundation establishment, just a single step away, this terrifying energy slowly quieted and merged into his limbs and bones. Chen Dakai suddenly opened his eyes, 2 chi-long gleams flashed and faded. The bed beneath him groaned under the invisible momentum, as if on the verge of cracking apart. Husband. You. Sun Xiaoxiao was pale with fear, unable to finish her words. Chen Dakai regained his senses, gathered his breath, and smiled as he pulled her into his embrace. It's nothing, only a slight improvement in cultivation. Meanwhile, the system's reward prompts finally chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on causing all 12 concubines to become pregnant, at once achieving the 12 golden hairpins achievement, triggering a special reward. Reward 1, 100 years of alchemy experience. Reward 2, a non-toxic first-tier pill refining method. And this time the knowledge poured into his mind is more than 10 times that of the previous 20 years. From pharmacology analysis to flame control and to countless bizarre alchemy techniques. The lifework of a 100-year-old alchemist master was forcibly poured into his soul. Moreover, the non-toxic first-tier pill refining method. In the cultivation world, pills often carry some poison. Taking them too many times would accumulate in the body and affect future cultivation. And now Chen Dakai could forge perfect, flawless non-toxic first-tier pills. That meant he could use pills to raise his family's cultivation within the chi refinement stage without risk. This was simply heaven-defying. Feeling the vast sea of alchemical knowledge in his mind, and the surging power within, Chen Dakai for the first time had a clear plan and boundless confidence for his family's future. From then on, the Chen family truly entered a fast track of growth. In 3 mu of spirit fields, the spirit rice would mature in a season, within a month, nourished by spiritual energy. The entire household, from the matriarch to the newly arrived maids, ate daily meals of spirit rice, infused with a faint aura of spiritual energy. Chen Dakai even occasionally slaughtered live poultry bought from the town, purifying their impurities with spirit power, turning them into so-called spirit flesh. In this environment, the entire Chen family underwent a metamorphosis. Although Liu Mei had no spiritual root, her brows were willow-like, her complexion rosy, and her energy abundant, looking livelier than those 20-something girls. Bai Yuqin and the Wang sisters, who already had cultivation, now thrived as if at home. Bai Yuqin steadied at Qi Refinement 3, while the Wang sisters also advanced to Qi Refinement 4, stepping into the mid-stage of Qi Refinement. All seemed harmonious and thriving. Yet Chen Dakai soon discovered a problem that left him both amused and exasperated. Young wives fierce as tigers. That line he had only heard as a joke in his previous life. But now he had personal experience. Those 12 newly acquired concubines, especially Sun Xiaoqiao and Lu Zulian, after becoming pregnant, did not settle down, but were as if their natures had been awakened, their desires growing rather than abating. During the day, with several matriarchs watching, they did not dare misbehave. But at night, they would devise all sorts of ways to encounter Chen Dakai. Today, one claimed to have made a calming soup, tomorrow another claimed to have learned a new massage technique. Each glance was like silk eyes full of spring. Even though Chen Dakai now stood at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, his physique was far beyond ordinary men. The nightly revels gradually making him feel a tinge of fatigue. He realized deeply that he had underestimated the difficulty of expanding his lineage. That night, after finally shaking off a few little demons' entanglements, he slipped into the alchemy room specially prepared for him. Seems it is time to replenish myself. He stroked his chin, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. With a century of alchemy experience, a dozen or more formulas suited to his current situation flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he chose a first-tier pill named Longhu Xingmeng Wan. This pill is gentle on the foundations, yet greatly enhances a man's qi and blood, making him dragon-spirited and tiger-strong, able to fight through the night in all directions. This pill seems tailor-made for him. He wasted no time. He deftly set up the purple-gold alchemical furnace, kindled the fire, refined the essence, fused, and condensed the pill. The entire process flowed 100 times more smoothly than when he refined Yindan before. Half an hour later, as he chanted the dance-sealing spell, a batch of 20 pills, all crimson and exuding a faint dragon-tiger aura, were safely stored in a jar. He poured one out and swallowed it. The pill melted in the mouth, turning into a rolling heat that swept through his body. Chen Dakai felt his entire body's qi and blood boil. An unprecedented sense of power surged from the depths of his being. He stepped out of the alchemy room, looking at the rows of rooms in the rear yard lit with lights, a confident smile on his face. Come now, let the storm come even more fiercely. Husband, I can endure it. After consuming the Dragon Tiger Vitality Pill, Chen Dakai's days became increasingly comfortable and prosperous. By day, he guided his wives and children in their cultivation, occasionally opening his cauldron to refine pills. By night, he lingered in the inner courtyard, basking in polygamous bliss and resolutely pursuing the grand endeavor of expanding his lineage. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. In the rear courtyard of the Chen residence, the bellies of the 17 pregnant wives had already swollen high. Their daily strolls through the garden formed a spectacular sight beyond the wildest imagination of outsiders. Meanwhile, aided by day and night dual cultivation and a vast quantity of medicinal pills, Chen Dakai's cultivation finally reached a bottleneck, the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. The spiritual energy within his body had grown immensely powerful, reaching its absolute limit. The vortex in his dantian had nearly solidified into a physical entity, yet he remained unable to take a single step forward, as though an invisible, insurmountable chasm lay before him. He knew this was the barrier of the major realm between qi refining and foundation establishment, one that could not be breached without external aid. Just as he was contemplating how to achieve foundation establishment, the 3 sisters of the Wang family went into labor one after another. Perhaps due to a mysterious resonance between the triplets, the 3 sisters began experiencing contractions almost in tandem on the very same day. Once again, the Chen household bustled with frantic activity. Lanterns were lit simultaneously in the 3 delivery rooms that had been prepared long in advance. Chen Dakai took his place in the central courtyard, his divine sense enveloping the entire residence, ready to respond to any sudden emergencies at a moment's notice. Wah! The first cry of a newborn echoed from the room of the 3rd sister Wang Yueyao. Congratulations, master. Wonderful news. The 3rd mistress has given birth to a daughter. Immediately after, joyous news arrived from the room of the 2nd sister Wang Yuyan. She gave birth. The 2nd mistress has also given birth. It's a son. Finally, a resounding cry echoed from the room of the eldest sister Wang Shiqing. It is also a son. Congratulations, master. Both mother and child are safe. Overnight, the Chen family was blessed with 2 more sons and a daughter. A heartfelt smile appeared on Chen Dakai's face as he quickly walked into the rooms to visit his wives and newborn children. Right at that moment, the system's notification chimed as expected. Ding! Detected that the host's wife Wang Yuyao has successfully given birth to an offspring who possesses a high-grade Huang-tier water spiritual root. Ding! Detected that the host's wife Wang Yuyan has successfully given birth to an offspring who possesses a low-grade Xiantier with spiritual root. Ding! Detected that the host's wife Wang Shiqing has successfully given birth to an offspring who possesses a low-grade Xiantier earth spiritual root. Xiantier. Chen Dakai's heart jolted. This was the first time a talent surpassing the Huang tier had appeared among his offspring. As expected of the descendants born to a wife with a spiritual root, whom he had handpicked himself. However, just as he was anticipating his cultivation to skyrocket once more and break through the foundation establishment barrier, in one fell swoop the system's subsequent prompt left him stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fathering an offspring with a Xiantier spiritual root achieving the Bloodline Leap achievement. The system rewards have been modified. Reward 1 high-grade spiritual tool, Qingfeng Liuguang Sword. Reward 2 Xiantier Sword Art, 7 Steps Sword Art. Note the system cannot directly assist the host in breaking through major realm barriers. Please seek your own opportunities, host. No cultivation boost. Chen Dakai's brow furrowed instantly. With a mere thought, a long sword, entirely jade green, thin as a cicada's wing and radiating a chilling cold light, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Shimmering light flowed along the blade, marking it instantly as an extraordinary treasure. Simultaneously, a wave of information regarding the sword art flooded into his mind. The 7-step sword art, a low-grade Xiantier technique. Once mastered, within 7 paces the sword light would follow like a shadow, unleashing boundless killing intent. Among those of the same realm, it was virtually peerless. These rewards were incredibly generous. A high-grade spiritual tool flying sword was enough to make countless chi-refining cultivators fight to the death for it. A Xiantier sword art was an even rarer treasure that money simply could not buy. Yet Chen Dakai could not bring himself to be happy. He had keenly grasped the most critical sentence in the system's prompt. The system cannot directly assist the host in breaking through major realm barriers. So that was how it was. He finally understood. Though heaven-defying, this many children, many blessings system had its limitations. It could allow him to skyrocket through the chi refining stage without encountering any bottlenecks. However, when it came to crossing major realms, from chi refining to foundation establishment or foundation establishment to core formation, the system was powerless. It could only provide tools and techniques. Ultimately, breaking through the shackles depended entirely on himself. And the most widely known method to break through from chi refining to foundation establishment was to consume a foundation establishment pill. It seems it is time to leave this cozy nest. Gripping the Qingfeng Liuguang sword in his hand, a look of absolute determination flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Yunlai town was simply too small. It was merely a mortal realm utterly devoid of even the lowest grade cultivation resources, let alone legendary items like the foundation establishment pill. If he wished to grow stronger and shield his family under a broader sky, he had to venture out. That very evening, Chen Dakai summoned his 5 primary wives to his study. Liu Mei by Yuqin Wang, Shiqing Wang Yuyin, and Wang Yueyao. The 5 women felt a wave of apprehension in their hearts as they looked at Chen Dakai's solemn expression. Husband, has something happened? Liu Mei asked softly. Chen Dakai explained his discovery and decision to them in complete detail. My cultivation is stuck at the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, I must find a foundation establishment pill. I have decided to set out tomorrow for Qingshe Market 100 miles away. It is the largest gathering place for rogue cultivators in the vicinity, and I might find clues about the foundation establishment pill there. Hearing that their husband was going on a long journey, all 5 women showed expressions of deep concern. Husband, the world outside is full of wicked people. You all by yourself. Bai Yuqin, who currently possessed the highest cultivation among them, understood the perils of the cultivation world better than anyone. Yes, husband, why don't we accompany you? Wang Shiqing chimed in. Chen Dakai shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. With a thought, the Qingfeng Liuguang sword materialized out of thin air, hovering before him and emitting a clear, resonant hum. Do not worry. I am no longer the man I once was. He took his 5 wives by their hands and led them into the courtyard. Watch closely. Chen Dakai leaped lightly, landing steadily upon the flying sword. Buzz. The Qingfeng Liuguang sword hummed softly, carrying him slowly into the air. It circled once above the courtyard before landing steadily back on the ground. Sword riding flight. This was the signature capability of a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Chen Dakai could only barely manage it by relying on the sheer sharpness of his high-grade spiritual tool, it was still enough to prove his current prowess. The 5 women were utterly mesmerized, covering their mouths as their beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. Their husband had already grown powerful to such an extent. I leave the household in your hands. Chen Dakai sheathed his flying sword and looked at them. Bai Yuqin, and you 3 sisters of the Wang family, all 4 of you possess cultivation. You must not slacken in your daily training. The pills I have left behind are sufficient for you to cultivate to the late stage of chi refining. You must increase your strength as quickly as possible and protect this home. Liu Mei, he then turned to Liu Mei. Though you lack cultivation, you manage the household with great capability. You are the helper I trust most. I entrust the overall management of all household affairs to you. Furthermore, during my absence, if any blind fools dare to stir up trouble, a cold glint flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Show no mercy, simply slay them on the spot. I will bear all the consequences. Having given his instructions, Chen Dakai went to look at his large group of infants waiting to be fed. Gazing at their innocent and carefree sleeping faces, his heart swelled with strength. Everything he did was to ensure they could live peacefully and securely in this cruel world. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Chen Dakai changed into a simple green robe, disguising himself as an ordinary rogue cultivator. Behind him stood his wives and concubines, led by Liu Mei, along with dozens of babbling infants held in their arms. The massive farewell crowd was completely silent. "Husband, return to us soon." Liu Mei adjusted his collar, her eyes filled with reluctance to see him go. Chen Dakai nodded, gently kissing the forehead of each of his primary wives. "Wait for my return." With that, he hesitated no longer. Turning around, he summoned the Qingfeng Liuguang sword. Under the adoring and reluctant gazes of his wives and children, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Qingsha Market. At the edge of the Duan Range, a bustling hub for scattered cultivators. Practitioners from hundreds of miles around come here to trade goods or form teams to venture into the mountains to hunt demon beasts. Chen Dakai rode a flying sword and landed a few li outside the market, sheathing his Jinghong, then walked into the market. He is now at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, great perfection, but to avoid trouble, he used a breath-hiding technique to disguise his cultivation as the 7th layer of Qi refining. Even so, a late-stage Qi refining cultivator is still quite respected in the market. The marketplace is not large, just one main street. Along the street are all kinds of shops, pill pavilions, instrument pavilions, talisman shops, everything you can imagine. More numerous, though, are scattered cultivators laying cloth on the ground to sell their wares. Shouts and haggling filled the air, and the scent of herbs, ores, and demon beast blood hung in the air. Fine 100-year blood ginseng, don't miss it if you pass by. Freshly forged level 1 lower grade fireball talisman, 10 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. Freshly slain iron skin wild boar meat with rich spiritual energy, 3 spirit stones per gene. Chen Dakai walked on his eyes, scanning the stalls. He wasn't interested in any of these things. His goal today was clear: to obtain a foundation establishment pill. There are 2 ways to obtain a foundation establishment pill: buy it directly or refine it yourself. Buying directly is too expensive, and there may not even be any for sale. If he refines it himself, he would need dozens of rare herbs, and it would not be easy. Either way, it would cost a lot of spirit stones. Chen Dakai touched his storage bag. Inside were hundreds of inferior spirit stones and the various pills he had refined recently. The most urgent task now was to sell those pills to exchange for spirit stones. He swept a glance and soon fixed on what looked like the largest pill shop, Baodango. The 3 gilded characters written in a flamboyant script suggested the shop's strength. Chen Dakai walked in. The shop space was spacious and well lit. Rows of shelves held pills sealed in jade bottles, each with detailed descriptions beside them. Several young female clerks, all wearing the same uniform, were greeting customers. They were at Qi refining levels 12 and looked quite pretty. Seeing Chen Dakai enter, the nearest round-faced clerk hurried over, looking quite cute. "Senior, welcome to Baodango. How may I assist you?" The clerk noticed that Chen Dakai was at the late stage of Qi refining and instantly became more respectful. "I have some pills to sell." Chen Dakai responded directly. "Selling pills?" The clerk was taken aback, then replied with a professional smile, "Very well, senior. May I ask which pills you are selling?" "What grade?" "First grade mid-quality Qi gathering pill." Chen Dakai said, taking out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handing it over. The clerk accepted the jade bottle and uncapped it. A particularly pure medicinal fragrance spread instantly. She sniffed once and felt her own spiritual energy stir. This is... She widened her eyes and hurriedly poured out a pill. The pill was round and plump with a rich color, free of impurities or blemishes, and it glowed faintly. Perfect quality. And non-toxic. The clerk could not help shouting. Her shout drew the attention of other customers and staff in the shop. Non-toxic pills. How is that possible? In this world of cultivation, pills carry a degree of toxicity. Even the most skilled alchemist's pills typically have some toxicity. If taken long-term, the toxins accumulate in the body and damage the foundation beyond repair. Yet this Qi gathering pill was non-toxic. That meant cultivators could take it freely to accelerate their cultivation. This was almost unbelievable. "Quick, fetch Elder Qin." The round-faced clerk reacted and hurriedly called to a colleague. She knew this matter was beyond her. Soon a fragrant wind drifted over. A woman stepped out from the inner hall of the shop. She wore a purple tight dress, full-figured and stunning. She looked around 30, with black hair casually tied back, exposing a white and slender neck. Her features were delicate, with the allure of a mature woman and a sharp, calculating air in her eyes. Most striking was her figure. Though the gown covered her, the curves were evident, especially the sway of her hips, as she walked, making many male cultivators' eyes go wide. Her cultivation was mid-foundation establishment. "Who's making such a ruckus?" The woman spoke, her voice pleasant, yet carrying an authority. She was Qin Yue, the person in charge of Baodango and Qingsha Market. "Qin. Elder Qin." The round-faced clerk bowed deeply, handing over the jade bottle and the pills. "Look, the Qi gathering pill this senior is selling." Qin Yue raised an eyebrow. and took the pill, her gaze changing after a quick look. She brought the pill to her nose, sniffed it, then scraped a bit of powder with her nail, and tasted it. In the next moment her eyes brightened. Indeed non-toxic. Chen Yu's voice grew a touch excited. She looked at Chen Dakai with shining eyes. Fellow Chen, did you craft this pill yourself? So what if I did? Chen Dakai replied calmly. Fellow Taoist, please don't mind my astonishment. Chen Yu quickly recovered and flashed a captivating smile. She made a pleased gesture toward Chen Dakai. Talking here isn't convenient, please follow me to the inner hall to chat. Chen Dakai nodded and followed her inside. The onlookers could only watch in awe as the two of them disappeared inside, their hearts gnawed by a sense of astonishment. They knew they might have just witnessed a remarkable alchemist. Inner hall. Chen Yu personally brewed Chen Dakai a cup of spirit tea. May I ask your name? Chen. So you are Chen, fellow Taoist. Chen, fellow Taoist, your non-toxic qi gathering pill Bao Dan Go will buy all of them. The price is 30% higher than market equivalents. This price is very sincere. I have a few more. Chen Dakai did not answer immediately and placed about a dozen more jade bottles on the table. All of them were perfect quality non-toxic qi gathering pills. Chen Yu's breath grew heavier. She stared at the table full of jade bottles, her eyes widening. This was a fortune in all senses. Fellow Chen. Her voice trembled slightly. Are you looking to form a long-term partnership with Bao Dan Go? Yes. Chen Dakai nods. But I have a condition. Please speak. I need foundation establishment pills or the materials to refine them. Hearing this, Chen Yu's smile stiffened for a moment. She sighed, then forced a smile. Fellow Chen, you've given me a difficult problem. Foundation establishment pills are precious. In all of Qingshi market, there's only one person who can refine them. And the success rate is under 30%, and the pills carry heavy toxins. As for the herbs, most are in the hands of major sects and clans. Bao Dan Go can't obtain many either. So you mean there's no room for negotiation? Chen Dakai narrowed an eyebrow. No. Chen Yu hurriedly waved. You misunderstand. What I mean is that Bao Dan Go may lack current stock, but we are willing to do our best to search for the herbs you need. She looks at Chen Dakai with sincere eyes. As long as you are willing to sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with Bao Dan Go, all the non-toxic pills you refine in the future will be sold only to us. Bao Dan Go will go all out to find the materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Chen Dakai thought for a moment, then nodded. Good. Seeing you agree, Elder Chen is thrilled. She immediately produced a purple gold token and handed it to Chen Dakai. Chen, this is Bao Dan Ge's premium VIP token. In future you will receive a 20% discount on purchases here. This is the agreement, take a look. Just as the two were about to sign, a taunting voice echoed from the doorway. Oh, I wonder who it is. So it's Elder Chen entertaining a guest indeed. A thin old man in an alchemist's robe strode in, his gaze cold and sinister. He didn't glance at Chen Dakai at all, instead crossing to Chen Yu's tone arrogant. Elder Chen, I refined 10 foundation establishment pills this month. What price are you prepared to offer? So it's Master Liu. You may wait a moment, I'll finish with this Chun Dao Yu and discuss details with you afterward. Chen Yu's brow twitched slightly, but she forced a smile. Wait. Master Liu sneered, and then slanted his eyes toward Chen Dakai, the table in front of him, filled with more than a dozen qi gathering pills. His expression was full of disdain. So you're just a junior refining level 1 pills. Elder Chen, when did you start personally catering to such out-of-the-mainstream wares? He pointed at Chen Dakai, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Boy, I don't care who you are. But hear this Qingshi market, only I Liu can refine foundation establishment pills. Without my pills you'll spend your life dying at qi refining 9th layer. I suggest you take your worthless pills back home to feed your wife and children as candy. With that he burst into loud laughter, as if enjoying a joke. Master Liu's words instantly changed the atmosphere in the inner hall. He spoke with blunt force, giving no quarter. Yu's face darkened at once. She did not wish to offend Master Liu, the market's sole foundation establishment pill supplier. She dreaded losing Chen Dakai, the source of her revenue from toxin-free pills. Chen Yu hurriedly forced a smile to smooth things over. Master Liu is joking. A Taoist Chen is a valued guest of Bao Dan Go. We all are alchemists. Harmony is precious to us. Guest of honor. Master Liu seemed to hear a joke. He glanced at the qi gathering pill on the table, and the scorn in his eyes grew even thicker. Elder Chen, are you getting senile? A mere first-rank pill, is it worth your attention? This trash I can refine a batch a day. Believe it or not, if I spread word the pills in his hands would not sell even a single spirit stone across the entire Qingshi market. Chen Yu's face sank completely. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai had been quietly sipping his tea, as if Master Liu's shouting had nothing to do with him. Only then did he slowly set the teacup down, lift his gaze, and meet Master Liu's eyes for the first time. You say you are the only one who can refine a foundation establishment pill. Of course. Master Liu puffed out his chest, a look of pride on his face. In all of Qingshi market, who else has this skill besides me? 30% success, and the pill is highly toxic. Chen Dakai added softly. Those words reddened Master Liu's face to a pig liver hue. You? What do you know? He pointed at Chen Dakai, livid. Refining a foundation establishment pill is exceedingly difficult. A 30% success rate is good luck. And what about the toxin? It's better than spending a lifetime trapped in the chi gathering stage. A frog at the bottom of a well dares speak of the sky. Chen Dakai shook his head and let out a quiet laugh. That completely enraged Master Liu. What did you say? Dare you call me a frog at the bottom of a well? Master Liu's spiritual energy surged, and the early foundation establishment pressure surged toward Chen Dakai, without any attempt to conceal. Kid, you're courting death. Yet the pressure landed on Chen Dakai, and he remained seated steadily, not a thread of his robe stirred. Chen Dakai looked at Master Liu with a calm gaze. Your so-called alchemy to me is child's play. Tossing a bunch of herbs into a furnace, turning them to ash, and thinking yourself great. Master Liu stammered in anger, unable to speak. Qin Yue, seeing this, quickly stepped between them. Master Liu, Daoist Chun, both of you speak less. This is Bao Dan Go, please grant me a little face. Her mid-foundation establishment aura radiated out, and the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Chen Dakai did not want to waste time with such people any longer. He looked at Qin Yu and said plainly, Elder Qin, my condition remains unchanged. You and Bao Dan Go will help me gather the herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill, and the toxin-free pills I craft can be sold exclusively to you. What? You intend to refine the foundation establishment pill yourself? This time not only Master Liu, but Qin Yu were stunned. She looked at Chen Dakai with the eyes of someone who suspects madness. Master Liu first trembled, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. What did I hear? A boy who only knows how to refine a first-tier trash pill dares to refine a foundation establishment pill. Do you think the foundation establishment pill is like cabbages, eh? He pointed at Chen Dakai, tears of laughter nearly streaming down his face. Boy, do you know how many herbs are required to refine the foundation establishment pill? Do you know there are at least 3 main ingredients, each worth a fortune? Do you know that one slight misstep in the process can blow up the furnace and kill you? Qin Yu recovered her wits, looking at Chen Dakai, and earnestly advised, Chen Dao, you refining the foundation establishment pill is no small matter. Master Liu has studied for decades and still only has a 30% chance. You? Or rather, it's better not to act rashly. Her meaning was clear. She did not believe Chen Dakai could pull this off. She would not risk Bao Danji's reputation and precious herbs on a dubious possibility. So you mean there is no room for negotiation? Chen Dakai's gaze turned utterly cold. Qin Yu bit her lip and nodded reluctantly. Daoist Qin, we still would pay top price for your toxin-free pills. But regarding the foundation establishment pill materials, we are powerless to help. Good, very good. Chen Dakai stood up, gathering all the jade bottles on the table. I will remember what happened today. I hope you Bao Dangu won't regret it later. After speaking, he turned and walked away with no trace of lingering attachment. Regret? Ridiculous. Master Liu snorted behind him. Kid, we will wait for the day you come crawling to me to buy your pills. Qin Yu watched Chen Dakai's departing figure and for some reason felt a sudden unease. Leaving Bao Dan Gu, Chen Dakai headed straight for a secluded corner of the market. This was the black market of the Qingshi market. Unlike the bustle of the main street, here the light was dim and the atmosphere oppressive. Cultivators coming and going wore cloaks, faces hidden, moving in all haste. Chen Dakai donned a black cloak as well and stepped deeper into the black market. He knew the herbs for the foundation establishment pill like the back of his hand, weaving between stalls and shops, quickly gathering most of the auxiliary herbs. These herbs were rare, but with enough spirit stones they could still be bought. He sold several bottles of toxin-free healing pills and antidotes, exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones, and collected all of the more than 30 auxiliary pills needed for the foundation establishment pill. Yet the 3 main ingredients remained elusive. It wasn't until he entered a shop named Wantong Lu. The shopkeeper was a sharp-looking middle-aged man, cultivation only at the 5th level of qi refinement, but his eyes twinkled with shrewdness. He introduced himself as Wan Zhongshan. This fellow, what would you like to buy or sell? Wan Zhongshan asked with a sly grin. I need the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Chen Dakai lowered his voice. Main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Wan Zhongshan's smile flickered for a moment, then returned to normal. Friend, you must be joking. That kind of treasure, how could my small shop have it? I will pay a high price. Chen Dakai placed a bag full of top-quality spirit stones on the counter. Seeing the top-grade spirit stones, Wan Zhongshan's eyes widened. He swallowed, hesitated a moment, then lowered his voice. Friend, it isn't that I won't sell you. But these 3 main ingredients, the dragonblood grass, the phoenix-nesting wutong branch, and the crucial ziyang rue, are monopolized by several major powers in the market. You won't find them on the open market. Chen Dakai's brows furrowed. This was something he hadn't foreseen. Any chance at all? Wan Zhongshan's eyes rolled as if he had thought of something. There might be a way. Not impossible. He rubbed his hands, speaking mysteriously. I recently received a lead. Deep in the Duanyun mountain range, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's tomb cavern was found. It is said that inside not only did it contain the cultivator's entire wealth, but also a ziyang flower nearing maturity. Oh, Chen Dakai's interest was piqued. But, Wan Zhongshan grinned. The discoverers were a 4-person loose cultivator squad. They were not weak, 3 at the 9th level of qi refinement, and 1 8th level female array master. They planned to break the formation for treasure, and we're secretly looking for a fifth partner to share the risk. If you're interested, I can introduce you. But this information does not come cheap. Chen Dakai understood. This fat man dealt in information. Take me to meet them. He did not waste a word, tossing over another small bag. Wan Zhongshan weighed at the fat on his face, blossoming into a broad smile. Excellent. You're bold, Taoist Chen. Come with me. Following Wan Zhongshan through several twists and turns in the dark narrow alleys, Chen Dakai arrived at a secluded courtyard. For people, 3 men and 1 woman, were already standing in the yard. The 3 male cultivators all possessed a fierce aura and sharp gazes, their cultivations all at the 9th layer of qi refining. The burly man leading them was named Feng Kuang. He carried a massive mountain-splitting saber on his back, his face covered in rough flesh, making it clear at a glance that he was no benevolent soul. To his left stood a tall, thin man with a cold, sinister gaze, a pair of swords, one long, one short. Hanging from his waist, his name was Zhao Lai. To his right was a short, stout man whose small eyes glittered with shrewdness as he rotated 2 iron spheres in his hand. His name was Sun Hao. The remaining female cultivator appeared to be in her early 20s with delicate features and a cold temperament, dressed in a cyan gown. Her cultivation was at the 8th layer of qi refining. Upon seeing Chen Dakai and Wan Zhongshan enter, the gazes of the 3 male cultivators immediately locked onto him. Fatty Wan, is this the 5th person you found? Feng Kuang, the leader, spoke in a booming, muffled voice, his tone dripping with scrutiny and disdain. An alchemist at the 8th layer of qi refining. Are you joking with us? We are looking for comrades who can fight alongside us, not a liability who needs protection. Before arriving, Chen Dakai had disguised his cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refining. A cultivator skilled in alchemy having a slightly lower cultivation and weaker combat power was perfectly reasonable. Boss Feng, you cannot put it that way. Wan Zhongshan wore a broad smile as he hurriedly explained. Although fellow Taoist Chen's cultivation might not be the highest, his skill in alchemy is exceptional. Think about it when exploring the cave abode of an ancient cultivator who can guarantee they won't get injured. Having a brilliant alchemist with us is as good as having an extra life. Hearing his words, the expressions of Feng Kuang and the other 2 finally softened slightly. Zhao Lai's cold gaze swept over Chen Dakai, and he let out a cold snort. I hope you are actually of some use. Don't end up feeding yourself to the demonic beast before you can even refine any pills. The chubby man named Sun Hao chuckled as he smoothed things over. Alright, another friend means another path. Since everyone is here, let's not waste any more time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Hao. This is Boss Feng Kuang, and this is Brother Zhao Lai. His gaze then turned toward the female cultivator who had remained silent. This is Fairy Li Qingzhu. Her mastery of formation arts is the absolute key to our operation. Li Qingzhu merely gave Chen Dakai a slight nod as a greeting, maintaining her icy demeanor. Chen Dakai also clasped his hands, lowering his voice. This humble one is surnamed Chen, a mere rogue cultivator. I hope you will all look after me in the future. He acted with great humility, perfectly playing the part of a low-level cultivator who was poor at fighting and only wanted to scrape by for some benefits. Seeing how sensible he was, the arrogance on the faces of Feng Kuang and the others became even more pronounced, and they completely dismissed him. In their eyes, Chen Dakai and the female formation master Li Qingzhu were merely tools on their treasure-hunting journey. One was responsible for breaking formations, and the other for logistics. Once the treasures were found, tossing them a few scraps would be more than generous. Alright, now that we've introduced ourselves, let's sign a heart demon blood oath. Feng Kuang retrieved a blood-red contract from his storage bag. Everyone will swear that before the exploration of the cave abode concludes, we shall not kill one another, and the treasures obtained will be distributed according to contribution. Violators will be plagued by heart demons, and their cultivation completely ruined. Chen Dakai looked at the contract, his eyes flickering slightly. This low-grade heart demon blood oath possessed very weak binding power and was full of loopholes. For instance, it only applied before the exploration concludes. Once the treasures were in hand, this contract would become nothing more than waste paper. However, he did not expose this. Like the others, he forced out a drop of essence blood and let it drip onto the contract. The 5-man squad was thus established. Under Feng Kuang's lead, the 5 left the market town and plunged deep into the Duanyin mountain range. Within the mountain range, ancient trees twisted their roots, miasmas hung thick in the air, and the roars of demonic beasts echoed from the distance from time to time. Feng Kuang and his 2 companions were clearly familiar with this area, successfully avoiding the territories of several powerful demonic beasts along the way. Chen Dakai and Li Qingzhu followed at the very rear of the group. Throughout the journey, Li Qingzhu remained silent, focusing entirely on traveling. Chen Dakai, on the other hand, was quite at ease. He casually observed the surroundings, occasionally gathering ordinary herbs from the roadside and placing them into his medicine basket, perfectly playing the role of an alchemy fanatic. His actions drew even more disdain from Feng Kuang and Zhao Lai. How pathetic, treating such worthless herbs like treasures, Zhao Lai whispered to Feng Kuang. Let him be, he's just an ignorant alchemist who hasn't seen the world. He'll be crying soon enough, Feng Kuang sneered. 2 days later, the 5 arrived at an extremely well-hidden valley. The entrance of the valley was concealed by dense vines and illusion techniques. Without someone to guide the way, it would be impossible to discover. Parting the vines, a deep and dark cave appeared before them. The entrance of the cave was enveloped by a light barrier that resembled rippling water. Upon the barrier, countless profound runes circulated, emitting a dangerous aura. This is the place. A greedy light flickered in Feng Kuang's eyes. Fairy Li, it's up to you now, Sun Hao said to Li Qingzhu with a chuckle. Li Qingzhu did not speak. She simply stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and gently touched the barrier of light. Closing her eyes, she carefully sensed the fluctuations of the formation. A moment later, she opened her eyes, a trace of solemnity appearing on her cold face. It is a double-layered formation. The outer layer is a peak first-tier mystic maze array, and the inner layer is a peak first-tier strangling array. The two formations are closely interlinked. If we attempt to break them by force or take a single wrong step, the killing array will be triggered immediately. By then, even a foundation establishment cultivator would find no easy way out. Hearing this, the expressions of Feng Kuang and the other two shifted slightly. Then, are you confident you can break it? Feng Kuang asked in a deep voice. I can. Li Qingzhu nodded, retrieving 8 formation flags and a stack of formation plates from her storage bag. However, it will take some time. Furthermore, breaking the formation will consume a vast amount of my spiritual energy. Once we enter the cave abode, I will need time to recover. No problem. Sun Hao patted his chest in assurance. Fairy Li, you just focus on breaking the formation. Leave the rest to us 3 brothers. Li Qingzhu spoke no further. Her hands formed incantation gestures as she chanted under her breath, driving the formation flags one by one into the ground around the formation in specific positions. As the final formation flag settled, she gave a low cry rise. With a low hum, the 8 formation flags lit up simultaneously, creating an energy field completely opposite to the formation at the cave entrance. The mystic maze array at the cave entrance flickered wildly, beginning to fluctuate violently. Fine beads of sweat had already broken out on Li Qingzhu's forehead, and her face grew pale. She retrieved a pill from her robe and swallowed it to replenish her depleted spiritual energy, her fingers moving rapidly across the formation plate before her. Now is the time. Sun position, advance 3 steps, she cried out softly. The outer mystic maze array instantly parted, revealing a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Quick, get in. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Kuang and the other 2 blurred as they rushed inside. Chen Dakai followed closely behind. Li Qingzhu was the last to enter, and the moment she stepped through, the gap closed instantly. Upon entering the mystic maze array, the scenery before them transformed completely. The original valley vanished, replaced by a dense white mist. Inside the mist, one could not even see their own hand before their face, and their divine sense was suppressed to a very small radius. Everyone, do not wander off. Stay close to me. Li Qingzhu's voice echoed from ahead. Holding the formation plate, she led the way, her footsteps following a profound pattern as she stepped sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Chen Dakai followed behind. Though he appeared casual, he had committed every single step of Li Qingzhu's to memory. With his experience, he could have broken this mere first-tier formation with a wave of his hand. Yet currently he was nothing more than an alchemist of mediocre strength. Passing through the mystic maze array, the scenery changed once more as a sharp, murderous intent rushed at them. Countless wind blades condensed from spiritual energy materialized out of air, sweeping toward the 5 of them in an overwhelming onslaught. Oomph! Feng Kuang snorted coldly, drawing the mountain-splitting saber from his back to shield himself. A flurry of metallic clashing sounds rang out as those wind blades were all deflected by his massive blade. Zhao Lai and Sun Hao also sacrificed their respective magic treasures to fend off the onslaught of the wind blades. Li Qingzhu's face was already as pale as paper. She had to maintain the formation plate to break the array while simultaneously fending off the attacks, causing her spiritual energy to deplete rapidly. Just a little more. Can position break? She bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the formation plate. With a resounding boom, the entire strangling array shuddered violently, and all the wind blades instantly dissipated. The seemingly indestructible barrier of light finally vanished completely. A cave abode exuding an ancient aura appeared before everyone. The moment the formation was broken, Li Qingzhu could no longer hold on, collapsing limply to the ground in a dead faint. Feng Kuang and the other 2 exchanged looks, a flash of greed passing through their eyes. At the moment Li Qingzhu fell, the disguises in Feng Kuang, Zhao Lai, and Sun Hao's eyes completely vanished. They exchanged a glance filled with greed and murderous intent. Finally down. Zhao Lai sneered as he stepped forward and kicked the unconscious Li Qingzhu with his toe. A formation master dares negotiate with us, truly reckless with her life. Enough, leave her. Feng Kuang's gaze was already fixed on the depths of the cave, where a faint treasure light could be discerned. Let's go in first. This woman still has her use. If we encounter any formations, we'll need her. The 3 stepped into the cave. Chen Dakai followed behind, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. The cave was not large, with only a single passage leading downward. After walking roughly 100 meters, a spacious stone chamber appeared before them. In the center of the stone chamber sat a white jade skeleton in a meditative pose, clearly the former owner of this place. Before the skeleton lay a storage pouch and several artifacts radiating spiritual energy, though somewhat damaged. In the corner of the stone chamber beside a small pool, a rare flower entirely purple in color with a stamen that seemed to hold a burning miniature sun stood quietly in bloom. Purple sunflower. Feng Kuang and the others' breathing immediately grew heavy, their eyes blazing with fervent light. This was one of the 3 primary herbs needed to refine the foundation establishment pill, worth a fortune. Just as they were about to step forward and pick it, a deep growl echoed from the pool. A massive turtle covered in black rocky armor, its body like a small hill, slowly emerged from the water. Its tiny eyes gleamed with cold light, fixed sternly on the group. A peak-tier demon beast, the Xianyan turtle. Renowned for its defense, ordinary qi refining cultivators could not break its shell. Beast, you're courting death. Feng Kuang roared and charged forward first. His mountain-cleaving blade swept through the air with a fierce edge, striking hard against the Xianyan turtle's back. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted, sparks flying everywhere. Feng Kuang felt his palms go numb, and the massive recoil force knocked him backward several steps. On the Xianyan turtle's back, only a shallow white mark remained. This beast's shell is impossibly hard. Feng Kuang's expression turned grim. Zhao Lai and Sun Hao attacked simultaneously. Zhao Lai's twin swords became like 2 venomous snakes, striking at the Xianyan turtle's eyes and neck with cunning precision. Sun Hao's iron sphere whistled through the air as it smashed toward the Xianyan turtle's limbs. But the turtle simply retracted its head and legs into its shell. No matter how ferociously the 3 attacked, they could not so much as scratch it. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this? Sun Hao cursed in frustration. After attacking for some time, the 3 had expended considerable spiritual energy, yet hadn't even broken the Xianyan turtle's hide. At that moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Feng Kuang's eyes. He glanced back at Chen Dakai, then toward the cave entrance. We can't keep this up, he whispered to Zhao Lai and Sun Hao. We need to draw it away. Isn't that formation master still alive? Throw her out as bait. Good idea. What about this alchemist? Sun Hao glanced at Chen Dakai. Just a waste. Feng Kuang sneered. Send him ahead to scout. See if there are other formations. Once we get the purple sunflower, we'll come back and deal with the 2 of them. The 3 quickly reached an agreement. They retreated back to Chen Dakai's side. Friend Chen. Feng Kuang patted Chen Dakai's shoulder, feigning sincerity. This demon beast is far too powerful. The 3 of us will hold it here. You go ahead and check if there are any dangerous traps near that skeleton. This. Chen Dakai showed the appropriate expression of hesitation and fear on his face. What's there to fear? Zhao Lai snapped impatiently. Just go when we tell you to. Are you trying to die by dawdling? Yes, I'm going now. Chen Dakai shivered as if frightened, hurriedly nodded, and carefully made his way toward the skeleton in the center of the stone chamber. Watching his cowardly demeanor, Feng Kuang and the other 2's contempt deepened. They turned toward the cave entrance, preparing to drag the unconscious Li Qingzhu inside as bait. However, the moment they turned, a cyan sword light erupted from behind them without warning. Fast. Incredibly fast. Watch out. Feng Kuang, with the most combat experience, was the first to sense the danger. He whipped around, his pupils contracting sharply. That alchemist they had considered worthless was now taking a single step forward, his long sword already within striking distance. 7 steps, sword art. Within a single step, the sword strikes without a sound. Thud. Sun Hao, bringing up the rear, never had time to react before the sword pierced straight through his heart. The fat on his face was still quivering, his eyes full of disbelief. You? He managed only one word before collapsing to the ground. Death wish. Feng Kuang and Zhao Lai were both shocked and furious. They never imagined this alchemist they could manipulate was actually a fierce tiger ready to bite. Both men roared simultaneously and summoned their defensive artifacts. A heavy earthen yellow shield materialized before Feng Kuang. The mid-grade defensive artifact, thick earth shield. A black-scale mail armor that gleamed with dark luster appeared on Zhao Lai. The same mid-grade defensive artifact, black iron armor. They believed that with mid-grade artifacts they could easily repel this young man's surprise attack. However, they had severely underestimated Chen Dakai's strength, and even more so the absolute dominance of a top-grade artifact over a mid-grade one. Chen Dakai's expression remained unchanged as he took his second step. The Jinghong sword in his hand emitted a clear ringing cry, its blade blazing with light. Break, he growled, striking once at Zhao Lai's black iron armor. Clang, a sharp ring echoed. The sneer on Zhao Lai's face froze instantly. Looking down in terror, he saw a deep crack running across his black iron armor. The armor he had boasted about, the one that had saved his life multiple times. No. Impossible, he screamed. Chen Dakai gave him no chance to recover, taking a third step. Another strike. Crack. The black iron armor shattered on impact. The sharp sword tip, carrying the aura of death, pierced straight into his chest. Your sword. Zhao Lai managed to gasp out a few words, his eyes filled with regret and terror before his life force finally faded away. In the blink of an eye, two of his companions had died. Feng Kuang's spirit shattered, all fighting will gone, he turned to flee. But could he escape? Chen Dakai took his fourth step. His figure moved like a ghost, appearing instantly behind Feng Kuang. I told you, even a frog in a well dares to speak of the heavens. The icy voice rang in Feng Kuang's ear. No, spare my life. Feng Kuang let out a desperate scream. He poured all his spiritual energy into the thick earth shield. However, it was all in vain. Boom! The Jinghong sword-wielding unmatched power struck the thick earth shield with devastating force. That sturdy shield shattered like tofu. The sword's momentum carried through unimpeded, cleaving down from Feng Kuang's head. His body froze in place. A crimson line traced from his forehead all the way down. The next moment his body split in two. From beginning to end it had taken merely 4 steps. 3 Qi refining level 9 cultivators, their lives extinguished. Chen Dakai sheathed his sword and walked expressionlessly to the 3 corpses, skillfully removing their storage pouches. Then he moved to the center of the stone chamber, collecting the storage pouch and artifacts left before the skeleton. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the pool. The Xianyan turtle, apparently frightened by the bloody scene, remained withdrawn in its shell, motionless. Chen Dakai paid it no mind. He carefully dug up the purple sunflower along with its roots and soil, placing it into a specially crafted jade box. With this, all the ingredients needed to refine the foundation establishment pill had been gathered. The 3 men of Feng Kuang lay in a pool of blood, Chen Dakai's gaze fixed on the Xianyan Gui. The first-tier demon beast had its head tightly tucked into its shell, trembling. It with its own eyes, the 3 9th-layer Qi refining cultivators being effortlessly slain by the man before it, leaving fear in the remnants of their consciousness. Chen Dakai paid no more attention to the beast, turning and walking out of the stone chamber. At the cavern's entrance, Li Qingzhu lay on the ground, unmoving, her face as pale as parchment, her breath faint, her spiritual power exhausted, slipping into unconsciousness. Chen Dakai checked her breath, confirming it was merely exhaustion, then fed her a pill to replenish qi and blood, and carried her back into the stone chamber. Having laid Li Qingzhu in a corner, Chen Dakai steeled his resolve. Here he would refine pills and strike for foundation establishment. Though the place lay deep in the mountains, the cavern was shielded by a formation, making it relatively safe. Moreover, he bore the precious Xianghua, who any delay meant greater danger. Refining it into pills to boost his strength was the best move. With a thought, a mid-grade alchemical furnace appeared in the chamber's center. It was an instrument he had obtained from the Wang family, but never used. Then the herbs were laid out, categorized, and arranged. 36 auxiliary herbs, 3 main medicines, Long Suiko, Fengqi Wudong Ji, and the recently obtained Xianghua, its earth-smelling fragrance still clinging to it. Chen Dakai sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and over more than 100 years of alchemical experience flowed through his mind. From formula to pharmacology, from flame to fusion order, every step was weighed and rehearsed until nothing remained to chance. Only when everything was clear within him did he suddenly open his eyes. Begin, he breathed, a blaze rising from his palm and sinking into the furnace. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the flames in the furnace rose and fell under his control, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle. Chen Dakai first added the stabilizing auxiliary herbs, his divine sense fully focused as he watched the medicinals melt in the flames, impurities burn away, yielding a pure medicinal liquid. This process demanded precise mastery of heat, but with a century of experience it came as naturally as breathing, his movements smooth and effortless. One by one the auxiliary herbs were fed and refined and fused. Time flowed by unnoticed. After an hour, all auxiliary medicines had merged into a fist-sized jewel-bright elixir, rotating slowly within the furnace. Next came the crucial fusion of the main medicines. Chen Dakai's expression grew grave as he carefully added Long Suiko and Fengqi Wudong Ji into the furnace. Boom! The 2 main medicines with opposing natures touched and immediately repelled, the furnace humming and trembling as if about to explode. Chen Dakai snorted coldly, his vast spiritual sense coalescing into an invisible hand that forcibly restrained the runaway liquids, compelling their fusion. At that moment, Li Qingzhu's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She first looked around the unfamiliar stone chamber, then a strong medicinal scent flooded her nostrils. She struggled to sit up and immediately saw Chen Dakai at the alchemy bench and the furnace trembling violently. Her pupils shrank, hardly believing her eyes. Could he be refining a foundation establishment pill? The herb residues on the ground and the violet sunflower about to enter the furnace all bore witness to her guess. Li Qingzhu nearly cried out, but quickly stifled the sound. Her gaze swept to the nearby bodies of Feng Kuang and his companions. The bloody sight sent a shock through her mind, a chill rising from her feet to the top of her head. Li Qingzhu held her breath, frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle for fear of disturbing the man at the furnace. She did not know what fate awaited her next, silencing or something worse. While she fretted, Chen Dakai acted. He poured the final main medicine, the Xianghua, into the furnace. Condense. With a low call, he poured his entire spiritual power into it. A hum rose from the furnace. The previously raging liquids quieted the moment the Xianghua merged. A strange elixir fragrance filled the air, caressing the senses. The chamber's spiritual energy grew more vibrant. It's almost there. Chen Dakai's eyes lit up as his hands rapidly cast the Xiaodanju. Open. The furnace lid shot upward, 10 smooth round pills whirring out, each glowing with a faint violet hue. They exuded vitality, utterly free of any toxin, top-grade pills. Chen Dakai waved the 10 foundation establishment pills into a jade bottle, then, without hesitation, swallowed one himself. A thunderous surge of medicinal power exploded within him. He immediately activated his cultivation method, guiding this energy to crush through the bottleneck of the 9th layer qi refining. In his dantian, the gaseous spirit energy was violently compressed and spun by the pill's force. This was the condensation of qi into liquid, a crucial step toward foundation establishment. Chen Dakai's body trembled as a layer of black impurities seeped from his skin, a sign of the bone-washing and marrow-cleansing process. Beside him, Li Qingzhu was utterly stunned. The legendary foundation establishment pill, with a success rate under 30%, he had produced 10 at once, and each was an upper-grade pill, without any toxins. This was beyond belief. Even more chilling, Chen Dakai actually swallowed a pill and broke through right before her eyes. Was he not afraid of a possible ambush from her? Li Qingzhu forced a wry smile. Ambush? With her spirit power exhausted and barely able to stand, what ambush could she mount? Moreover, if he dared to do this, he must be fearless. She set aside all schemes, simply watching in silence. Time passed unknown to her until a pressure far beyond the qi refining stage erupted from Chen Dakai, sweeping the entire chamber. He had succeeded. Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of keen light flashed and then vanished. Inside, the gaseous spirit power had become liquid, flowing ceaselessly. His flesh and bones shed their former limits, brimming with power, and his divine sense rose several-fold. Foundation establishment, 1st layer. From this day forward, he could truly tread the path to the immortals. Chen Dakai stood, and the calm look in his eyes settled on the pale-faced female array master in the corner. Did you see it all? He asked softly. Li Qingzhu shivered, bowing her head, her voice trembling. Senior. I saw nothing. Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow. Oh. Saw nothing. Then how did Feng Kuang and the others die? Li Qingzhu's heart sank. She knew that one misstep could turn her into a 4th corpse. She grit her teeth, lifted her gaze to meet Chen Dakai's, and mustered her courage. The 3 of them, driven by greed, intended harm to you. In the end, you turned the tables and killed them. They got what they deserved. And you, Chen Dakai pressed. What do you think I should do with you? Li Qingzhu gave a grim smile. A junior's life lies in your every intention. I only wish to die with some dignity. After speaking, she closed her eyes, a posture as if awaiting execution. Chen Dakai looked at her, then, with a flick of a finger, sent a pill into Li Qingzhu's mouth. She started in alarm, thinking poison, but the pill dissolved into a gentle medicinal force, quickly nourishing her dried meridians. This is? She asked, perplexed of Chen Dakai. You are a clever person. Chen Dakai said lightly. I am pleased with your performance. This healing pill is your reward. My name is Chen Dakai, master of the Chen estate in Yunlai town. You seem to have nowhere to go. If you don't mind, you may return to my residence to recover, and we will speak of what comes next later. Li Qingzhu had already steeled herself for death, but Chen Dakai's words left her mind completely blank. Not only was he sparing her life, but offering her a refuge. Senior. Why? She asked in a hoarse voice. With his abilities, killing a formation master who had exhausted her spiritual energy would be as effortless as breaking a twig. Could leaving her here not bring trouble? There is no particular reason, Chen Dakai replied in his usual calm tone. You are a capable formation master, and my Chen family just happens to need someone to maintain the ancestral protection formation. His reasoning was straightforward. Li Qingzhu fell silent. She understood. He valued her for her utility. But that was also her only path to survival. She forced a bitter smile and struggled to her feet, bowing deeply to Chen Dakai. I thank you, senior, for sparing my life. This humble one, Li Qingzhu, is at your service. None of that is necessary. Chen Dakai waved his hand dismissively. Rest here for a few days. Once your injuries have stabilized, I will take you somewhere else. With that said, he turned his attention elsewhere, settling into a meditative posture to consolidate his newly broken through foundation establishment realm. Watching his unguarded back, Li Qingzhu felt an overwhelming tangle of emotions. She knew from this moment on her fate had become inextricably bound to this man. 3 days later, with the aid of spirit pills, Li Qingzhu's spiritual energy had recovered significantly, and her wounds had fully stabilized. Shall we depart? Chen Dakai asked. I am ready, Li Qingzhu nodded. Without another word, he summoned with his divine sense, and the high-grade artifact Jinghong sword materialized before him. Come. He stepped onto the sword first. Li Qingzhu hesitated as she regarded the flying sword, radiating sharp sword intent. Riding a sword was a technique reserved for foundation establishment cultivators. She, a mere qi condensation practitioner, had never experienced it. What is there to fear? Chen Dakai noticed her anxiety and extended his hand. Hold on to me if you cannot keep your balance. His palm was broad and warm. Li Qingzhu's cheeks flushed faintly, but after a moment's hesitation, she reached out and placed her slender hand in his. The moment her feet touched the sword, the intense sensation of weightlessness made her cry out, and she instinctively threw herself against Chen Dakai's back. Through his thin clothing, she could feel the solid warmth of his back and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Her face burned all the way to her ears. Chen Dakai paid it no mind. Rise, he called out. The Jinghong sword shot upward like a streak of emerald light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Clutching his clothes tightly, Li Qingzhu felt the wind roaring past her ears and watched the mountains and rivers blur beneath them, her spirit utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle. Is this the world of a foundation establishment cultivator? Moments later, the two descended at the entrance to the black market in Qingshi town. Chen Dakai led Li Qingzhu directly to Wantong building with practiced ease. Seeing them return unharmed, Wan Chongshan's small eyes widened in disbelief. Chen, fellow Taoist Chen, you too. He knew all too well who Feng Kuang and his gang were. In his estimation, the chances of Chen Dakai and Li Qingzhu, the mere pawns used by Feng Kuang, surviving were virtually non-existent. Feng Kuang and his men will not be returning, Chen Dakai stated calmly. Wan Chongshan felt a chill run through him as understanding dawned instantly. The flesh on his face trembled as he regarded Chen Dakai with newfound reverence. To survive Feng Kuang's grasp and even turn the tables on him, this seemingly young fellow Taoist was clearly no ordinary person. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? Just processing some matters. Chen Dakai tossed the storage bags of Feng Kuang and his two companions onto the counter. Wan Chongshan swept his divine sense across the contents, his breathing quickening. All three's possessions, magical artifacts, pills, talismans, spirit stones, combined into a staggering fortune. Fear not, fellow Taoist Chen. Wan Chongshan patted his chest confidently. Wantong Building's reputation speaks for itself. I will give you a fair price, guaranteed 10% above market value. No need. Chen Dakai declined with a shake of his head. I only want spirit stones. Exchange everything for spirit stones. Understood. Wan Chongshan immediately set to work. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Dakai led Li Qingzhu out of the black market and onto the main street of the trading town. Li Qingzhu studied the dazzling array of goods lining the street, perplexed. To her, such mundane trinkets held no value for cultivators. Yet Chen Dakai wandered with genuine interest. He entered a clothing shop and began selecting the latest silk garments for the mortal women in his household. Boss, wrap up this one, and that one as well. Right away, honored customer. The shopkeeper beamed, barely containing his delight. He then visited a jewelry shop, purchasing several fine gold hairpins and jade ornaments. Following behind, Li Qingzhu watched him with an odd expression as he selected gifts for his female family members, just like any ordinary wealthy merchant. Senior, what do you need all these things for? She finally asked. Gifts for my wives at home, Chen Dakai replied offhand. Wives? Li Qingzhu froze. You? Already have a Dao companion. Yes, quite a few. Chen Dakai smiled as he explained. Some of my wives are mortals. They do not practice cultivation. These beautiful clothes and jewelry are what they enjoy. Li Qingzhu was struck to her core. Having grown up in a cultivation family, she had long been accustomed to cultivators' disregard for mortals. Survival of the fittest had been her only guiding principle. Yet here was a powerful foundation establishment cultivator patiently selecting mundane clothes and jewelry for his mortal wives. The tenderness he showed was far more unsettling to her than his unfathomable strength. Honored customer, shall I also pick something for your Dao companion? The jewelry shop owner, noticing Li Qingzhu trailing behind, Chen Dakai eagerly began his sales pitch. Look at this phoenix with spread wings hairpin. It suits a fairy's elegance perfectly. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Li Qingzhu's face flushed crimson instantly, and she waved her hands frantically. You misunderstand, boss. I'm not. Chen Dakai merely smiled, picked up the hairpin, and held it against Li Qingzhu's head. Indeed, it looks quite nice. He paid with spirit stones without hesitation. Take it, as a welcome gift. He pressed the hairpin into her palm, giving her no chance to refuse. Clutching the still warm hairpin, Li Qingzhu felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest. Next, Chen Dakai visited the artifact pavilion and talisman shop, purchasing lower-grade magical artifacts, talismans, and basic cultivation supplies for his wife, who practiced cultivation. He had prepared suitable gifts for everyone. Upon returning to Wantong Building, Wan Chongshan had already processed all the goods and exchanged them for a large bag of spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Chen, please count them. Chen Dakai swept his divine sense across the contents and gave a satisfied nod. Wan Chongshan had not attempted any deceit. With the spirit stones secured, Chen Dakai and Li Qingzhu took flight on their sword, once more soaring toward Yunlai town amid the envious and curious gazes of the townsfolk. Chen residence. When Chen Dakai descended from the sky accompanied by a breathtaking woman draped in ethereal beauty, the entire residence erupted into commotion. Liu Mei by Yuqin, the Wang sisters. All the wives and concubines rushed from within the house, their eyes wide with curiosity. Hubby's back. The women gathered around in chattering excitement. And who is this? Liu Mei regarded Li Qingzhu with a measuring look. This is Li Qingzhu, fellow Taoist Li, Chen Dakai introduced simply. She is a formation master who will be staying with us for some time. Hearing it was only a temporary stay, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Yet looking at Li Qingzhu's ethereal and aloof demeanor, none could entirely quell the unease stirring within them. Li Qingzhu stood transfixed, taking in the dozens of women, each with her own distinctive beauty, swarming around Chen Dakai in a chorus of hubby. She had heard Chen Dakai mention his wives numbered, quite a few, but she never imagined it would be to this extent. This was nothing short of a kingdom of women. That evening the Chen residence hosted a grand feast to welcome Chen Dakai back and bid farewell to Li Qingzhu's hardships. At the banquet table, Chen Dakai distributed the gifts he had brought one by one. The mortal wives and concubines who received new garments and beautiful jewelry beamed with delight. The cultivation wives who obtained magical artifacts and talismans held them close, reluctant to part with them. Laughter and merriment filled the entire banquet, vibrant and joyous. Li Qingzhu sat at the lowest seat, quietly observing the warm and harmonious scene before her. Her family had been torn apart by enemy pursuers, and she had struggled alone in the cultivation world, having witnessed too much betrayal and slaughter. She had never imagined that the residence of a powerful cultivator could possess such a palpable sense of worldly warmth where mortals and cultivators coexisted in such harmony. This place felt less like a cultivator's sanctuary and more like home. She lifted her wine cup, gazing toward the man surrounded by women engaged in lively conversation. Perhaps staying here truly was the right choice. The moonlight was perfect, and the backyard of the Chen residence was tranquil. Li Qingzhu sat alone on a stone bench, gazing up at the moon. The cold radiance fell upon her face, lending her already transcendent beauty and otherworldly ethereal quality. These past 3 days at the Chen residence had been the most peaceful and comforting since her family's downfall. No longer did she need to live in constant fear, hiding from her enemies, nor struggle for survival amidst treachery and deceit, nor spill blood. Here there was steaming spiritual rice sisters who cared for her warmly, and a man, one she could never fully fathom, yet who brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. Her gaze drifted to the figure practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Chen Dakai moved without channeling spiritual energy, each strike and parry unfolding with the practiced precision of a mortal martial artist. Yet every swing he made carried an unhewn elegance, a refinement born of simplicity. Li Qingzhu watched transfixed. She had never before encountered swordplay so ancient in its essence, yet concealing such latent sharpness. Only when Chen Dakai sheathed his sword and stood still did she return to herself, rising quickly to approach and bow deeply. "Senior, has your injury healed?" Chen Dakai wiped the light perspiration from his brow and asked casually. "Thanks to you, Senior, I am well now." Li Qingzhu hesitated, then summoned her courage. "Senior, what do you intend to do with me?" Though Chen Dakai had taken her in, something in her heart remained uneasy. She could not believe such fortune fell into one's lap without condition. "Do with you?" Chen Dakai chuckled and turned the question back upon her. "Then what would you have me do?" "No." Li Qingzhu shook her head frantically. She bit her lip as though steeling herself and dropped to her knees before him. "I, Li Qingzhu, swear to recognize you as my master. I will serve as your slave for life with no divided loyalty. I only ask that when you have the strength you help me find my scattered clansmen and avenge the Li family." She pressed her forehead heavily to the ground. Chen Dakai gazed at the trembling woman kneeling before him, but did not immediately help her rise. He merely asked quietly, "Who are your enemies?" At the mention of her foes, Li Qingzhu's voice turned ice-cold, laced with bone-deep hatred. "The Bloodfiend Hall, and the Zhang family who conspired with them." She laid out her every detail without omission. She was born of the main line of the Li family in the eastern domain. Though the clan was modest, it boasted a nascent soul ancestor. It was all because she had accidentally obtained a treasure, drawing the covetous eyes of the Zhang family from the same city. The Zhangs secretly colluded with the demonic sect, the Bloodfiend Hall, striking from within and without slaughtering the entire Li family in a single night. From that day forth, she lived in constant hiding, separated from many of her kin. To survive, she had to conceal her identity and struggle as a rogue cultivator in places like Qingshe Market. The Bloodfiend Hall. Chen Dakai's eyes narrowed slightly. This demonic sect maintained branches across the continent, operating with ruthless ferocity and an infamous reputation. Provoking them with his current strength would indeed be overreaching. "Rise." He extended his hand and helped Li Qingzhu to her feet. "Your vengeance, I shall remember it. But revenge is not a matter of days or nights." "I understand, Senior." Li Qingzhu replied quickly. "I dare not expect you to avenge me at once. As long as you will take me in and give me hope, I shall be content." Chen Dakai looked into her hopeful, yet trembling eyes and shook his head. "My Chen family takes no slaves." Li Qingzhu's face drained of color instantly. But Chen Dakai's next words froze her entire body. However, I find myself lacking a wife to bear children and continue my lineage. He gazed at Li Qingzhu and spoke slowly word by word. Will you be my Tao companion? Li Qingzhu's mind went blank with a ringing sound. Had she heard correctly? This unfathomable foundation establishment senior wanted to marry her. She could scarcely believe her ears. She pinched her palm hard, feeling the sting. This was no dream. What? You refuse? Chen Dakai raised a brow. I agree. I will. Li Qingzhu snapped back to herself, tears welling instantly. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Chen Dakai's arms, nodding fiercely as though afraid he might withdraw his offer. She spoke incoherently. I agree. Sob. I agree. She wept like a child, all the injustice and terror she had endured over these years pouring out in tears. After weeping for a long while, Li Qingzhu finally stilled her sobs and withdrew from his embrace, somewhat embarrassed. Forgive my display, senior. Her cheeks burned red, her head bowed as she dared not meet his gaze. You need not call me senior anymore. Chen Dakai lifted her chin gently and spoke softly. From now on, call me husband. Who? Husband? Li Qingzhu's voice was barely a whisper, her face scalding. Bathed in moonlight, the beauty before him was exquisitely alluring in her shyness. Chen Dakai felt a warmth surge through his chest. He swept her into his arms and strode toward their chamber. Inside the room, red candles flickered. Li Qingzhu sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Chen Dakai pushed open the door and asked with a smile, still nervous. Li Qingzhu looked up, her eyes brimming with tender affection and bashfulness. She rose slowly, approached him, and with trembling hands began unfastening her clothes. Her teal dress, practical for movement, was peeled away layer by layer. When the final undergarment slipped to the floor, a flawlessly curvaceous body lay bare before Chen Dakai. Even Chen Dakai, who considered himself seasoned in beauty, found his breath catching. He had always assumed Li Qingzhu was slender and slight, never imagining such breathtaking allure concealed beneath her loose robes. Her tall figure rose and fell with graceful curves, her slender waist tapering into rounded hips, her legs long and straight, her skin luminous as jade in the candlelight. Husband. Li Qingzhu whispered shyly and yielded herself to his embrace. Chen Dakai could restrain himself no longer. He lifted her into his arms and laid her gently upon the soft bed. Through the night, they lingered together. Li Qingzhu moved from initial hesitation to eager responsiveness. Suppressed murmurs held back for so long echoed intermittently through the quiet night, carrying across the Chen residence's backyard. That night, in Liu Mei's chamber, the lamps still burned bright. This new sister makes quite the commotion. Wang Shiqing, the eldest sister of the Wang family, pressed her flushed cheek against her pillow as sounds drifted through the wall from next door. Indeed, Liu Mei's own face was reddened. It makes me restless just listening. Sigh, I wonder when it will be our turn. Bai Yuqin sighed wistfully, her eyes filled with envy. What's the rush? Wang Yuehua comforted her. Once sisterly conceives, won't it be our turn? I truly wish she would conceive soon. Hearing this every night is torment. The other women nodded in deep agreement, their eyes alight with anticipation. From that night onward, Li Qingzhu had become a true member of the Chen family. Chen Dakai kept his word, tending to her with steady care, every day never faltering. Li Qingzhu, once a cool and distant master of formations, had become a woman who savors life. Graceful, warm, and captivating. Each night, faint scattered sounds drifted from the Chen residence's rear courtyard, becoming a quiet ornament before they fell asleep. This morning, Li Qingzhu woke in Chen Dakai's embrace. She felt that her body had undergone something wondrous. A subtle warmth lingered in her lower abdomen, a sense of kinship with the unborn child, and her entire being softened. My lord, I think she began uncertainly. Chen Dakai smiled, laying his hand on her wrist, a thread of spiritual energy probing within. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his face bright with a smile. You're pregnant, he said. Ding. Congratulations, your partner, Li Qingzhu Xuanjia, lower grade spiritual root, has conceived. Offspring potential evaluation in progress. Offspring potential evaluation currently assessed as Xuanjia mid-grade. Ding. Congratulations, your host has earned a reward, a special alchemy technique. The Beast Demon Alchemy Method. Beast Demon Alchemy Method. By using Demon Beast Demon pills as the primary materials, one can forge pills with the same effects as ordinary elixirs. The rate and potency depend on the demon pill's grade and the alchemist's skill. A torrent of information flooded Chen Dakai's mind, his eyes lighting up at once. This was nothing short of a godsend. Traditional alchemy imposes strict requirements on the herbs, ages, origins, and varieties. This Beast Demon Alchemy could substitute demon pills. Demon pills are among the most plentiful materials in the cultivation world. Thus, as long as he could hunt enough demon beasts, he could forge a vast number of pills endlessly. The family's heritage would accumulate at an astonishing speed. Husband, what's wrong? Li Qingzhu watched Chen Dakai's face filled with unrestrained joy and asked curiously. Nothing, good news. Chen Dakai laughed, kissing her on the forehead. Focus on nursing the unborn child. From today, you are a hero of the Chen family. Feeling his joy, Li Qingzhu's heart warmed. She rested in his embrace and softly said, Husband, since I am now part of the Chen family, I should contribute to the home. Now our family is large with many sisters, yet we lack a proper protective great array. If a formidable foe comes, the consequences would be dire. I want to set up a composite protective mountain formation for the Chen mansion. Chen Dakai's heart moved. This is indeed a problem. Although he was not weak, he could not guard the home all the time. Very well. He did not hesitate. List the materials for me. Spirit stones are not a problem. Yes. Li Qingzhu nodded firmly. Being able to contribute with what I have learned to this new and warm home is what makes me happiest. Over the next months, the Chen residence entered a period of rapid development. Li Qingzhu's belly grew gently as she began to survey the ley lines across the estate, mapping their directions. Chen Dakai, following her list, darted between markets and the underworld, exchanging vast sums of spirit stones for bundles of rare formation materials. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin, among others, watched Li Qingzhu bustle in the courtyard every day, their eyes filled with admiration. Though they did not understand the formations, they knew this was extraordinary. Besides setting up the protective clan array, Li Qingzhu also used offcuts to place several one-tier mid-grade gathering spirit arrays in a few main courtyards. When the gathering spirit array activated, the mansion's spiritual energy surged. Training in the core area grew even more efficient. The Wang sisters and Bai Yuqin felt the benefits firsthand. Their cultivation zeal surged. Chen Dakai each night wandered among the women's rooms, diligently sewing, practicing dual cultivation. Time sped by in this busy, fulfilling atmosphere. Months later, Li Qingzhu drove the last formation flag into the ground. "Chi," she called softly. A hum, an invisible transparent shield enveloped the entire Chen mansion. Then the shield dissolved, vanishing as if it had never appeared. Done. Li Qingzhu wiped the sweat from her brow, a relieved smile on her face. This composite grand formation fused Mei's illusion and killing formations into one. Even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators would not easily breach it without guidance. And the month's hard work, plus the gathering spirit array and dual cultivation, had caused everyone's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Li Qingzhu's cultivation soared. With dual cultivation and abundant resources, she reached the 9th layer of refining qi, standing at the threshold of foundation establishment. Bai Yuqin also broke through to the 7th layer of refining qi. The 3 Wang sisters all stepped into the 6th layer. Even among the 12 consorts with spiritual roots, 4 of them advanced to the 2nd layer of refining qi, nurtured by spirit rice and the gathering spirit array. And Chen Dakai's own cultivation rose even higher under the help of the women. At last he sensed a breakthrough. He secluded himself in the training room for 3 days and nights. When he stepped out again, his aura was several times thicker than before. Foundation establishment 2nd layer. He had broken through. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Dakai's face. Coming out of his retreat, he found Li Qingzhu. "Qingzhu, are you ready?" he asked softly. Li Qingzhu understood what he meant, nodding gravely, her eyes full of anticipation and nerves. "I've long been ready, husband." "Good." Chen Dakai took her hand. "Today I shall help you ascend in one leap." He led Li Qingzhu to the Chen mansion's innermost training chamber. He produced a foundation establishment pill of perfect quality and handed it to Li Qingzhu. "Take it." Li Qingzhu swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom. A torrent of potent medicinal power exploded within her, violently assaulting her delicate meridians. "Keep your mind steady, circulate your technique." Chen Dakai pressed his hands to her back. A gentle, yet powerful foundation establishment energy flowed into her, guiding the fierce power and steadily pushing through the walls of her cultivation, congealing qi into liquid. This was an excruciating and dangerous process. Li Qingzhu's pretty face turned pale, beads of sweat streaming from her brow. But she gritted her teeth and did not utter a sound, for she knew her husband stood behind her, her strongest support. Time passed unknown. When the last trace of qi in the Dantian's sea finally transmuted to liquid, a formidable aura far beyond the refining qi stage erupted from Li Qingzhu. She had succeeded. Li Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes, savoring the ceaseless surge of spiritual power within and the brand new strength, tears of joy spilling over. She turned into Chen Dakai's embrace. "Husband, I succeeded. I have also become a foundation establishment cultivator." "Yes, my Li Qingzhu, you are the best." Chen Dakai held her close, a look of relief on his face. The Chen family now had a 2nd foundation establishment cultivator. From now on, she would no longer be a delicate woman in need of his protection. From this day forward, she would walk beside him, shoulder to shoulder, exploring the path of the immortals as a true Tao companion. Li Qingzhu's successful foundation establishment allowed Chen Dakai to completely set his mind at ease. As both husband and wife were now foundation establishment cultivators, the efficacy of their dual cultivation was naturally incomparable to the past. Early one morning, the two sat opposite each other in the backyard pavilion sipping tea. Since her breakthrough, Li Qingzhu's temperament had grown increasingly ethereal and aloof, yet her brow now carried a touch of a married woman's gentle warmth. "Husband, our Chen family has finally secured a foothold in Yunlai town," Li Qingzhu spoke softly. "However, the output from our spiritual fields and the purchases from the market are only sufficient for the sisters' qi refining cultivation. If we wish to prosper in the long run and nurture more foundation establishment cultivators, we will need far more resources. Chen Dakai nodded in agreement. You are right. Whether it is medicinal pills or magical artifacts, every single one consumes a tremendous amount of resources. Relying solely on our current industries is indeed not enough. Li Qingzhu looked at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Your alchemy skills are superb, husband, but high-grade spiritual herbs are difficult to find, and their prices are exorbitant. We cannot rely on luck forever. Who says refining pills must require spiritual herbs? Chen Dakai smiled mysteriously. He then explained the demonic beast alchemy method, rewarded by his system, to Li Qingzhu. Using the core of a demonic beast as the primary ingredient for refining pills. After listening, Li Qingzhu's breathing quickened slightly. As an array master, she was considered well-traveled and knowledgeable, yet she had never heard of such an alchemy method. If it is truly as you say, husband. She stood up in slight excitement. Then wouldn't the Duanyun mountain range become an inexhaustible treasure trove for our Chen family? Exactly. Chen Dakai stood up and pulled his wife into his embrace. I plan to make a trip to the Duanyun mountain range to verify this method and at the same time accumulate more resources and foundation for our family. I will leave the household to you, my foundation establishment, Dao companion. MHM. Li Qingzhu nodded, firmly snuggling into her husband's chest. To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her husband to protect this family was where her happiness lay now. 3 days later, Chen Dakai bid farewell to his wives and concubines, flying toward the Duanyun mountain range alone on his flying sword. Having become a second-tier foundation establishment cultivator, his speed was several times faster. In less than half a day, the continuous, undulating mountain range appeared within his line of sight. He did not venture deep, landing his flying sword on the outskirts of the mountain range. The primary objective of this trip was to verify the demonic beast alchemy method. His vast divine sense swept out instantly, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Soon a peak Tier 1 demonic beast drinking water in a mountain stream entered his perception. A rock-armored rhinoceros. This demonic beast was renowned for its defense, possessing thick hide and flesh. Ordinary cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining would have to take a detour upon encountering it. But in the eyes of the current Chen Dakai, it was merely a mobile beast core. With a flash of his body, he silently appeared behind the rock-armored rhinoceros. The beast seemed to sense danger. It whipped its head around, roaring as it charged forward, its single horn carrying immense crushing force. Chen Dakai neither dodged nor evaded, a faint smile, even playing at the corners of his mouth. 7 steps sword art. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His figure flashed rapidly around the massive body of the rock-armored rhinoceros. The azure sword light of the Jinghong sword slashed repeatedly at the beast's weak points, such as its joints and neck. As Chen Dakai took his 5th step, the rock-armored rhinoceros let out an unwilling wail and collapsed with a resounding crash, its body covered in bone-deep sword wounds. Chen Dakai stepped forward, slicing open its skull with a single strike of his sword to retrieve a beast core emitting an earthy yellow glow. He found a secluded cave, set up a warning array, and then took out his alchemy furnace. Demonic beast alchemy method. He tossed the beast core inside and began to conjure flames according to the technique in his mind. The energy within the beast core was violent and chaotic, unlike the gentle nature of refining herbal spiritual medicines. Chen Dakai focused his divine sense to the utmost, continuously tempering and purifying this power. Gradually, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted out from the furnace. This fragrance possessed both the fresh scent of medicinal pills and the raw sweetness of a demonic beast, creating an odor uniquely attractive to both beasts and cultivators alike, drifting with the wind deep into the forest. Half an hour later, Chen Dakai uttered a low cry and opened the alchemy furnace. A perfectly round pill gleaming with an earthy yellow luster lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Beast Yuan pill, high-grade, Tier 1. Its efficacy is equivalent to a Qi-gathering pill, but its medicinal power is more potent, and it can also temper the physical body. Chen Dakai picked up the pill to examine it, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. This path of exchanging beast cores for resources was indeed viable. Just as his heart swelled with excitement, a slight fluctuation rippled through the warning array outside the cave. Someone was coming. Chen Dakai calmly put away the pill and the alchemy furnace, slowly walking to the entrance of the cave. Outside, 5 or 6 cultivators stood warily scanning the unremarkable cave. Leading them was an elegant-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, possessing a cultivation level clearly at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Behind him followed several young people, all at the late stage of Qi refining. Seeing Chen Dakai step out, a glint of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a step forward and politely cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Liu Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Fenghe Liu family. We were hunting nearby just now and were drawn here by a peculiar medicinal fragrance. Might I ask if you were refining pills here? His words were very polite, yet carried a hint of probing. Indeed it was I. Chen Dakai's expression remained indifferent, neither admitting nor denying anything further. I am merely a loose cultivator. I happened to obtain an ancient pill recipe by chance, and was just refining for amusement, though I did not expect it to cause such a stir. Hearing the words, ancient pill recipe, Liu Tianxiong's eyes lit up instantly. He became even more certain that the person before him was definitely a master alchemist. His attitude grew increasingly respectful. So it is Master Chen before me, please forgive my lack of manners. He directly bestowed the title of Master upon Chen Dakai. To be completely honest, I have come here to make a request. If Master is willing to lend a hand, our Liu family will surely offer a handsome reward. Oh, Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Patriarch Liu is too polite. I am but a rustic loose cultivator. What help could I possibly offer to a cultivation clan like yours? Liu Tianxiong sighed, his face clouded with worry. Master might not be aware, but our Liu family has recently been plagued by a pack of purple lightning mad wolves. The Wolf King is a mid-stage tier 2 demonic beast exceedingly cunning. It has led its pack to harass our family's spiritual fields several times, causing us heavy losses. We have set traps, but we have no way to lure that sly Wolf King out of its lair alone. Just now I smelled Master's exceptionally potent and unique pill fragrance, which has a powerful attraction for demonic beasts. Therefore I have boldly come to request Master's assistance in refining a batch of beast-luring pills specifically to draw the Wolf King out. Hearing this, Chen Dakai feigned contemplation, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Luring a mid-stage tier 2 demonic beast. This is no laughing matter. The risk is far too great. If anything goes wrong, I fear my old bones will be left here. Seeing that he did not refuse outright, Liu Tianxiong's eyes lit up, and he quickly patted his chest in reassurance. Rest assured, Master. We are well aware of the risks and would never ask Master to take such a gamble for nothing. He paused, gritted his teeth, and offered a bargaining chip that Chen Dakai simply could not refuse. As long as Master is willing to assist us once the matter is settled, our Liu family is willing to present a complete set of materials for a tier 2 array, plus 300 high-grade spirit stones. 300 top-grade spirit stones. A complete set of materials for a second-tier array. The price offered by Liu Tianxiong was substantial enough to move anyone. Even a typical late-stage cultivator would be swayed upon hearing it. One top-grade spirit stone is worth 100 mid-grade stones or 10,000 low-grade stones. 300 top-grade spirit stones would amount to the entire multi-year income of a small cultivation clan, let alone the materials for the second-tier array. Even Chen Dakai couldn't help but startle at the thought. Yet outwardly he remained unfazed, even with a hint of languor. He had lived so long, well aware that a richly presented deal often concealed greater risk. Liu family head really makes a bold move. Chen Dakai tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, however, the risk and the reward seem hardly proportional. He shook his head. Luring a mid-stage second-tier demon beast is perilous. One misstep, and you could die and your Dao vanish. I'm a lone wanderer with a single fragile life. If I die, so be it. But if I survive and afterward incur some trouble, Lang Wang will be paying attention. How could I continue to blend in within the Duanyan mountain range? Liu Tianxiong's family has vast means, naturally not afraid. But I can't do this. His words were half true, half false, clearly stating the risk, while placing himself in a cautious, risk-averse wandering cultivator's stance. After hearing Liu Tianxiong's expression grew milder rather than angry. He fears death, desires wealth. This makes things easier. He only dreads meeting someone who has no desires and will not bend. His smile grew warmer. Master Chen's concerns are understood. Indeed, this matter was a rash move on the Liu family. With that, he raised the bid again. Moreover, we the Liu family can vow a heart demon oath never to harm Master, and afterward will help Master wipe away any traces, ensuring Lang Wang cannot trace Master. Moreover, we the Liu family can vow a heart demon oath never to harm Master, and afterward will help Master wipe away any traces, ensuring Lang Wang cannot trace Master. Concentration grass. Chen Dakai's pupils subtly constricted. This grass is the main ingredient for crafting many second-tier and even third-tier spiritual sense pills. To him, now its value surpasses even the 300 top-grade spirit stones. The Liu family has truly spent a fortune to deal with a mid-stage second-tier demon beast. It seems the purple electric wolf's troubles are far more serious than described. Chen Dakai's thoughts turned quickly, but his face remained a troubled expression. He pondered for a long time as if he had finally made up his mind. Very well. If the Liu family head is so sincere, continuing to stall would show a lack of gratitude. I'll take this job. Liu Tianxiong, hearing this, showed a pleased expression. Master is magnanimous. Several youths behind him also wore excited looks. However, I have a few conditions as well. Chen Dakai extended 3 fingers. Master, please speak. First, the 300 top-grade spirit stones must be given to me now. I need to spend for refining pills, though I can't be the one to pay out of pocket. This. Liu Tianxiong hesitated. What? Liu family head doesn't trust me. Chen Dakai let out a cold laugh. Or are you saying you Liu family never planned to pay from the start? No. Liu Tianxiong hurriedly waved a trace of cold sweat on his brow. Though he was only at the second tier of foundation establishment, his gaze carried a pressure that even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could feel. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a heavy bag from his storage pouch. Here are 300 top-grade spirit stones, master, please take a look. Chen Dakai scanned with his divine sense, nodded in satisfaction. Secondly, the materials for the second-tier array and concentration grass must be handed to me before I begin alchemy. As for the heart demon oath, now we shall establish it. No problem. Lu Tianxiong agreed readily. As long as we can deal with the Wolf King, these items are worth it all. Facing Chen Dakai, he swore with a Daohard oath, his words earnest and unassailable. Then he handed over a storage bag to Chen Dakai. Chen Dakai checked the contents, confirmed them, then continued, third, and also very important. My task is only to lure the Wolf King out of its lair. After it's drawn out, how you kill or flay it is none of my concern. If you mishandle it and let the Wolf King escape or draw other demon beasts, that's not my concern. That is as it should be. Lu Tianxiong nodded. Master only needs to complete the beast luring task. Very well. It's settled. Chen Dakai packed up and turned to head back to his cave. Lu family head, please feel free to act. I need time to prepare the alchemy. In 3 days, if you are still here, I will deliver the pills to you. Then I thank master. Lu Tianxiong politely cupped his hands and led his clan away. Watching their retreating backs, Chen Dakai's smile slowly faded, his eyes turning icy. Backstabbing. I'm afraid you don't have the stomach for it. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several miles from the cave, Lu's team halted. Father, you're trusting that old guy too much, aren't you? 300 top-grade spirit stones and so many precious materials. Did you really hand them over just like that? What if he took the goods and ran? A defiant-looking young man complained. He is Lu Feng, Lu Tianxiong's younger son, a 9th-level cultivator of qi refinement, usually walking tall in the clan. Yes, patriarch. That guy is merely a second-tier foundation establishment loner. Why treat him with such deference? After he finishes the pills and lures out the Wolf King, we'll just take him and the Wolf King together. When the time comes, won't the goods all come back? Another young man echoed. Shut up. Lu Tianxiong's face darkened, he snapped. What do you know? He scanned his junior's, disappointment flashing in his eyes. Do you truly think he's just an ordinary alchemist? That strange alchemical fragrance, haven't you smelled it too? I am certain it's a pill we've never heard of. This suggests he may be backed by a lineage we don't know, or perhaps even a master school we cannot afford to offend. Moreover, haven't you noticed? All along, facing me, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he showed no fear. Instead, he handled the situation with ease. Is such bearing something ordinary wandering cultivators can possess? Lu Feng disdainful curled his lip. Perhaps it's all an act, a ruse to mislead us. Act? Lu Tianxiong sneered. Then tell me, would you dare face a mid-stage second-tier demon beast alone? Lu Feng fell silent. A person who dares to take such a mission and is confident to retreat intact cannot be a simple figure. Lu Tianxiong took a deep breath, his tone grave. Remember, in the world of cultivation, the greatest taboo is judging by appearances. Until we thoroughly understand his true bottom line, we must not act rashly. This person is either a ruthless character bearing exotic treasure or a Dan master we must win over. In the coming days, you all stay sharp and wise. Especially Shan. He turned his gaze toward a quiet and refined girl among the team. Your mind is perceptive. For these days, you will be the one to handle interactions with Master Chen. Observe more, communicate more, find a way to probe his background. But remember, do not offend, and do not provoke the temper of the ladies. Yes, father. The girl named Lu Shanshan nodded obediently, curiosity flashing in her clear eyes. She too yearned to know what sort of man the seemingly ordinary yet formidable figure was that so unsettled her father. Night had fallen, and in the cave, Chen Dakai sat cross-legged. He did not rush to act, but turned over and over the refining method, invoking fragrance pill in his mind again and again. Chen Dakai accepted all that Lu Tianxiong had given him. 300 top-grade spirit stones, enough to enlarge the family's spirit fields several times over. That set of second-tier array materials could enable Li Qingzhu to advance the Chen estate's protective array to the next level. As for the 500-year Ningxin grass, it was pure good fortune. But Chen Dakai knew there are no free lunches in this world. The Lu family had paid such a high price, their aim surely not limited to merely killing a Wolf King. Yet he cared not for the twists and turns as long as he did not come out on the losing end of the exchange. By first light tomorrow, a soft footstep sounded outside the cave. Chen Dakai opened his eyes, his expression calm. Lu Shanshan, come in. A start ran through Lu Shanshan at the cave mouth. She had thought she had restrained her breath carefully, yet she was still discovered. She took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and stepped into the cave. Junior Lu Shanshan greets Master Chen. She bowed politely. My father fears Master might lack the materials for refining pills, so he asked Shanshan to come and await orders. Her voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear. Chen Dakai regarded her briefly. The girl before him was probably 17 or 18, slender and pretty with clear eyes that reflected a touch of naivete. A beauty in the making. Chen Dakai spoke, faintly casually tossing a sheet of paper. Everything I require is on that sheet. Bring it to me within an hour. Lu Shanshan took the sheet. Upon reading the words, her face turned pale. The page was densely filled with the names of more than a dozen demon beasts. Red fire lizard, ice crystal, serpent cracking earth bear. All ferocious top-tier one-star demon beasts. And their attributes were utterly opposite: fire, water, and earth. Even more puzzling was the line at the bottom: from the above demon beasts, take 2 to 3 portions of heart blood essence, and be sure they remain alive. Beast blood alchemy, or using heart blood essence from beasts with such conflicting attributes. This is something I've never heard of. Lu Shanshan was utterly dumbfounded. She even suspected that the so-called alchemy master before her might be a fraud. What? You can't do it. Chen Dakai's voice was cold. No, it's not. Lu Shanshan jolted and hurriedly said, I will go and handle it now. She didn't dare to ask more, took the order, and hurriedly ran out. Watching her anxious silhouette, Chen Dakai's lips curled into a faint smile. That was precisely the effect he sought. An hour later, Lu Shanshan staggered back, followed by several Lu family elders, each looking exhausted and worn. It seemed they had suffered much to gather these demon beast heart blood. Chen Master, all the requested items are here. Lu Shanshan carefully placed more than a dozen jade bottles on the ground. Chen Dakai nodded, then waved his hand. All of you retreat outside the cave. Do not peek, or the pills will be ruined, and the consequences will be yours to bear. His tone admitted no argument. Lu Shanshan and the others dared not defy him. They hurried out of the cave and waited 100 paces away in tense anticipation. Inside the cave, Chen Dakai drew a deep breath and summoned the alchemy furnace. Beast demon alchemy, commence. He did not hesitate, pulling off the stoppers from all the jade bottles. Sizzle, sizzle, a cascade of demon beast blood in various colors and with savage energy shot into the furnace like arrows. Boom. The red fire blood and the ice blue frost blood clashed the moment they touched, roiling violently inside the furnace. The entire furnace trembled as if it would explode at any moment. Outside, Lu Shanshan and the others felt that violent energy surge, their faces turning pale with fear as they kept retreating. Crazy. He's really gone mad, one elder stammered. With such a chaotic, violent energy, the furnace should have blown up already, and you still want to refine pills. The clan leader must have misread this time. Lu Shanshan's heart leaped to her throat as she nervously watched the cave. Yet inside the cave, Chen Dakai remained unruffled. He used his formidable divine sense to probe the furnace, forcibly suppressing the clashing energies and fusing them together. His alchemy method was utterly unreasonable. No purification, no separation, no neutralization. Only the most primal, domineering suppression and fusion. He was like a stern teacher forcing a rowdy group of unruly students to sit down and listen. Gradually, the furnace's tremor subsided. A scent richer and stranger than before wafted from the furnace. In that fragrance were the sweetness of blood, the crack of fire, the bite of ice, and the breath of more than a dozen demon beasts. These auras were perfectly fused by a mysterious force, forming a deadly lure that could drive any demon beast into frenzy. What kind of pill fragrance is this? The people outside, Lu Shanshan and the others, inhaled the scent and were stunned, their minds involuntarily arising with thoughts of bloodlust and violence. They hastily circulated their spiritual energy to guard their minds, and when they looked again toward the cave, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Half an hour later, Chen Dakai lowered the flames, gave the furnace a tap. 3 pills, blood red through, and etched with strange patterns, flew out and landed in his hand. Blood-invoking fragrance pill accomplished. Come in. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Lu Shanshan entered the cave again, her emotions complex. When she saw the 3 pills in Chen Dakai's hand glowing with a strange red light, her eyes widened. She truly could not fathom that such a suicidal method could really refine pills. Who exactly is this man? Why is his alchemy so unfathomable? These 3 pills, 1 is enough to lure out the Wolf King. The remaining 2, consider them yours. Chen Dakai tossed the pills to her, as if tossing a few worthless stones. Lu Shanshan fumbled to catch them, feeling the pills' warmth and that heart-throbbing energy. Her mind went blank. Thank you, master. She stammered, looking at Chen Dakai. Her earlier caution and curiosity had given way to deep reverence. Tell your clan leader that my task is complete. Chen Dakai waved his hand, bidding her to leave. Lu Shanshan did not dare linger. She took the pills and exited, her mind a blank. Back at the clan's residence, she immediately laid out the alchemy process and the 3 astonishing pills before Lu Tianxiong. Lu Tianxiong listened to his daughter's description, then personally inspected the blood-invoking fragrance pill. He stood stunned for a long moment. Then he drew a deep breath, his face wearing unprecedented gravity, while his eyes burned with fervor. A fiend. This man is undoubtedly a once-in-millennium alchemy prodigy. He slammed the table and issued orders. Spread my commands. From today onward, designate Master Chen as the Liu family's highest-ranking guest. No one is to show even the slightest negligence or disrespect. That previous thought of ambushing him, forget it and bury it. Whoever dares to mention it again, don't blame me for clan discipline. He looked at his daughter, his tone becoming unusually solemn. Shanshan, from now on your sole task is to spare no effort to win over Master Chen. Whoever dares to mention it again, don't blame me for clan discipline. He looked at his daughter, his tone becoming extraordinarily solemn. Shan, from now on your sole task is to spare no effort to win over Master Chen. Whether our Liu family can ascend to a mid-sized clan within 100 years depends on you. Liu Shan, clutching the 3 eerie-looking pills, returned to the Liu family's temporary encampment in the mountains, her spirit utterly scattered. Upon hearing his daughter's report and laying eyes upon the blood-attracting rare fragrance pill, this foundation establishment cultivator's breath caught in his throat. He immediately convened all core clan members and issued a decree. Chen Dakai was to be regarded as the family's highest-ranking guest. He must be won over at all costs. Thus early the next morning Liu Shan arrived once more before that unremarkable cave, yet this time her mindset was entirely different. This humble one is Liu Shan seeking an audience with Master Chen. Her voice carried genuine reverence. Come in. Chen Dakai's calm voice echoed from within the cave. Liu Shan stepped into the cave and beheld Chen Dakai seated in meditation, a row of crystal-clear jade vials arranged before him, each brimming with pills. Master, my father has already decreed full cooperation with your plans. I have come to inquire whether this humble one may render any further service. Liu Shan spoke with utmost caution. Chen Dakai remained silent, merely plucking up a jade vial and tossing it toward her. Catch! Liu Shan caught it instinctively, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately assaulting her nostrils. She drew the stopper and froze. Is this a first-rank, upper-grade, chi-gathering pill? And perfection. A full vial, 12 pills indeed. Each one round and plump, brimming with spiritual energy, utterly free of impurities. Such quality of pill. Even the Liu family's own alchemists might produce only a handful in a year, and most would harbor residual pill toxicity. A mere token gift. Play with it. Chen Dakai spoke casually, as though discarding a bottle of candy. Liu Shan's hands trembled. This was called a mere token gift. This single vial taken to the marketplace could fetch a fine mid-grade magical artifact. This is far too precious. This humble one cannot accept. She hurriedly declined. Take it when I say take it, Chen Dakai replied, his tone brooking no argument. He gazed at the young maiden before him and slowly spoke. You are Liu Shan correct. Yes, this humble one is here. Chi condensation layer 8 cultivation, not bad. A lower grade mysterious rank spiritual root, also passable. A pity. Chen Dakai shook his head with an air of regret. Liu Shan's heart tightened, somewhat bewildered. A pity? Pity for what? A pity you were born into the Liu family. Chen Dakai said lightly. With your aptitude, had you been born into a major sect with sufficient resources and renowned teachers, foundation establishment would be within reach. But within the Liu family, chi condensation layer 9 is likely your ceiling. These words were like a sharp thorn, precisely piercing the deepest hidden worry in Liu Shan's heart. Though the Liu family was a foundation establishment, clan resources were scarce, largely concentrated among her father and several elders. For younger generations like her, allocated resources were meager. Attempting to reach foundation establishment was as difficult as scaling the heavens. Master. Her voice grew hoarse. Your father sent you to win me over and secretly monitor me, correct? Chen Dakai spoke plainly. Liu Shan's face drained of color instantly. This humble one dares not. She was so frightened she nearly knelt. Enough. Chen Dakai waved his hand. I do not care. It is merely an exchange of interests. Observing the terrified expression upon the girl's face, he shifted his words. I can offer you an opportunity. One that could elevate both you and your Liu family to unprecedented heights. Liu Shan raised her head sharply, disbelief written across her eyes. You? Be my woman. I shall ensure you can achieve foundation establishment, and perhaps, even higher. Chen Dakai's voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible force. And all you need do is become a pawn planted within the Liu family. I want you to reverse monitor your own clan. Every action they take, every hostile thought against me must be reported to me immediately. Liu Shan's mind went completely blank. She never imagined events would unfold this way. Be his woman. Monitor her own family. What? Unwilling. Chen Dakai's gaze turned somewhat chilling. Do you think I cannot see through the Liu family's petty schemes? They would exploit me and then turn on me. Chen Dakai loathed nothing more than being used as another's weapon. That icy demeanor sent shivers coursing down Liu Shan's spine. She had no doubt that refusing would reduce her to a cold corpse within seconds. But if she agreed, she glanced at the vial of perfect quality chi gathering pills in her hand, then recalled her father's expectant, almost fanatical gaze. On one side stood an unfathomable, mysterious alchemy master capable of effortlessly producing perfect pills. On the other, a stagnant family incapable of even guaranteeing foundation establishment. Moreover, though the man before her appeared somewhat older, those profound eyes and that aura of absolute control held a fatal allure for a young maiden like her. I am willing. Liu Shan bit her lip and slowly knelt. From this day forward, Shan shall obey master's every command. Excellent. Chen Dakai nodded. He stepped forward, helped the maiden rise, and handed her another jade vial. This is a second-rank lower-grade obstruction-breaking pill. Swallow it, and I shall assist you in breaking through to Qi Condensation Layer 9. Second-rank pill. Liu Shanshan's breath hitched. She hesitated not a moment, swallowing the pill whole. A surging torrent of medicinal power immediately swept through her entire body. Guard your mind. Chen Dakai pressed both palms against her back, channeling pure, gentle foundation establishment spiritual energy into her body to guide the medicinal force through her meridians. An hour later, a powerful aura exploded from Liu Shanshan's body. Qi Condensation Layer 9. Tears streamed down her face as she felt the unprecedented strength within her. The bottleneck that had plagued her for years had been shattered so effortlessly. Thank you, Master, for your grace. She turned to kneel again, but Chen Dakai pulled her swiftly into his embrace. From this moment forth you belong to me. His voice was husky, yet magnetic. Liu Shanshan's face burned with heat, her body growing weak and pliant, yielding entirely, as those large hands traced over her. Within the cave the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Through a night of passion. When Liu Shanshan awoke, once more it was already dawn the following morning. She felt as though she had been dreaming. Not only had her cultivation breakthrough, but she had transformed from a maiden into a true woman. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bonded companion Liu Shanshan lower grade mysterious rank spiritual root has successfully conceived. Evaluating offspring potential. Offspring potential evaluation middle grade mysterious rank. Congratulations, host. You have earned the reward second rank middle grade artifact refining techniques. A smile graced Chen Dakai's face. Gazing at the exquisite ravishing maiden in his arms, he handed her several storage bags. Inside are some first-rank pills. Distribute them among your clansmen, particularly your brother Liu Feng. I understand he has been stagnant at Qi Condensation Layer 9 for quite some time, correct? Warmth surged through Liu Shanshan's heart, overwhelming gratitude welling within her. She never expected her master to remember such trivial matters. Carrying the pills, she returned to the family encampment. When she distributed those perfect quality pills, the entire Liu family erupted in uproar. Particularly the unruly Liu Feng, who upon receiving a vial of perfect quality Qi gathering pills broke through his long-standing bottleneck on the spot. Sister. No, benefactor. Tell me quickly, does Master Chen still need a gatekeeper or someone to serve tea? Even menial work would suffice. Liu Feng's attitude underwent a dramatic reversal, clutching Liu Shanshan's leg with an obsequious expression. Liu Shanshan watched her shameless brother simultaneously exasperated and amused. Yet she knew well that from this moment onward the entire Liu family had been firmly grasped within that man's palm. She secretly reported to Chen Dakai that her father had completely abandoned all inappropriate thoughts and now devoted himself entirely to clinging to this powerful patron. Once the matters within the Liu family were settled, Chen Dakai wasted no time. 3 days later, Liu Tianxiong arrived promptly with the family's elite warriors stationed outside the cave. This time he lowered his posture even further. Before he even arrived, his voice rang out first. Master Chen. Liu Tianxiong wore a deeply warm smile on his face as though he had just reunited with his long-lost father. I have brought all the skilled cultivators from our family who have reached the 7th layer of Qi condensation as you commanded. We are ready to depart at any moment. Liu Feng, standing behind him, displayed even greater eagerness. Brother-in-law, I mean Master Chen, look at my physique. I will charge in first and will not shame you. He thrust his chest forward with force, but that caused him to lose his breath, leaving him coughing repeatedly and earning a sharp glare from Liu Shanshan beside him. Chen Dakai emerged leisurely from the cave, his gaze sweeping over the Liu family members. One was at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, 3 at the early stage, and the remaining dozen or so were all at the late stage of Qi condensation. It seemed the Liu family had indeed mobilized their entire strength for that Wolf King. Depart once prepared, Chen Dakai spoke in a calm tone. Excellent. Liu Tianxiong waved his hand broadly. Full speed ahead, target Purple Lightning Canyon. The group set out immediately, some riding on flying swords while others sprinted through the forest, advancing in a grand procession toward the depths of Duan Cloud Mountain Range. Throughout the journey, Liu Shanshan remained by Chen Dakai's side. She was now completely convinced. Just one night of dual cultivation had stabilized her cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi condensation, making the spiritual energy within her body increasingly refined, and she even felt her spiritual root quality had improved. She knew she had made the right choice. This man was the opportunity that would elevate both her and the Liu family overnight. Master, she transmitted, her voice softly. Purple Lightning Canyon is the Wolf King's stronghold. The terrain is treacherous and difficult to assault. We suffered losses during our previous attempts to encircle and eliminate it. It does not matter. Chen Dakai's voice was indifferent. Before true temptation, geographical advantages mean nothing. Half a day later, the team arrived outside a canyon. Steep cliffs rose on both sides with a narrow entrance. The air carried a pungent stench mixed with the fierce aura of thunder. This is the place. Liu Tianxiong's expression turned grave. All of you stay alert. formed the four-direction spirit-locking array according to plan. The Liu family cultivators moved swiftly, expertly planting formation flags and burying spirit stones around the canyon, quickly establishing a massive encirclement. Liu Tianxiong approached Chen Dakai with respect. Master Chen, everything is ready. We await your signal to draw out the snake from its hole. All eyes turned to Chen Dakai. He nodded and walked slowly toward the canyon entrance. Reaching into his robes, he withdrew the crimson, blood-attracting fragrant pill and flicked it upward with his finger. The pill transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot into the sky. Shatter. With his low command, an invisible wave of spiritual power erupted. Boom. The pill exploded in midair, scattering crimson powder across the sky. The next moment, an indescribable fragrance burst forth, domineering and wild, carrying primal allure, spreading furiously in all directions. Bad. Guard your minds. Liu Tianxiong's face changed dramatically as he urgently shouted. Upon smelling the fragrance, the Liu family cultivators' eyes turned crimson and their breathing quickened, their killing instincts fully awakened. They quickly sat down to circulate their energy, barely managing to resist the pill's corrosive influence. Even Liu Tianxiong felt his qi and blood churning violently, and he looked at Chen Dakai in horror, his mind in turmoil. Just the dispersed fragrance possessed such power. If one were to consume it directly, he dared not imagine. At this moment, the entire purple lightning canyon began to stir restlessly. A woo. A wolf's howl, mingling rage and greed, echoed from the canyon's depths. Immediately, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the cave. A colossal wolf comparable in size to a giant elephant came into view. Its entire body was covered in purple scales with electricity flashing through its mane. Purple lightning mad wolf king. It stared fixedly at the crimson powder drifting from the canyon entrance, its scarlet eyes filled with longing. It could feel that by consuming that substance it would instantly break through its bottleneck and become a third-rank great demon. A woo. A wolf's howl, mingling rage and greed, echoed from the canyon's depths. Immediately, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the cave. Rumble. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, as though some enormous entity was frantically burrowing upward from beneath. What's happening? An earthquake. The Liu family cultivators erupted into chaos. This is bad. Liu Tianxiong extended his divine sense underground, his face turning instantly pale. There is another massive creature below. Before his words finished echoing, boom. The ground beside the canyon exploded open, sending boulders flying everywhere. A demonic beast several times larger than the purple lightning mad wolf king emerged from underground. It was a pangolin bearing a ferocious dragon-like head, its body armored in thick black scales that gleamed with cold metallic luster. A second-rank mid-stage demonic beast, iron armor earth dragon. This territorial ruler, which had long dwelled underground feeding on mineral veins, had been forcibly drawn out by the pill's fragrance. Two second-rank mid-stage demonic beasts. Liu Feng gazed at the scene before him, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground, his trousers soaked with sweat. The rest of the Liu family members were equally ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was over, completely finished. What talk of slaying demons when survival itself was uncertain? The rest of the Liu family members were equally ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was over, completely finished. What talk of slaying demons when survival itself was uncertain? The situation instantly spiraled out of control. The iron armor earth dragon and purple lightning mad wolf king spotted each other the moment they appeared, each perceiving the other as a rival competing for the same opportunity. Roar. A woo. Two thunderous roars erupted simultaneously. The very next moment, the two dominant demonic beasts of the Duan Cloud Mountain range collided violently. Purple lightning and dark earthen spikes clashed furiously, their energy shockwaves sweeping outward like a tsunami. The four-direction spirit-locking array that the Liu family had laboriously established was instantly shredded before such overwhelming power. Everyone was sent flying by the shockwave, tumbling through the air in disarray. Only Chen Dakai stood still with his hands behind his back, his robes unmoved. He watched the two demonic beasts fight with earth-shattering intensity, then cast a glance at the terrified Liu family members in the distance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The situation, it seemed, had grown even more interesting. Quickly, form the array to protect yourselves. Do not panic. Blood welled from Liu Tianxiong's mouth as his hoarse roar echoed through the chaos. However, it was already too late. Under the brutal collision of two mid-grade rank, two demon beasts, the so-called Four Directions spirit-locking array shattered instantly, as fragile as thin paper. A visible shockwave of energy swept outward, whipping up a tempest of dust and smoke. Help! Screams of agony rang out one after another. Over a dozen qi refining cultivators of the Liu family were swept up like autumn leaves in a gale, easily blown away and slammed violently against the distant cliff face, several of them losing consciousness on the spot. Even the 3 early Foundation establishment elders had to summon their respective artifacts, staggering in the residual shockwaves with increasingly grim expressions. Father, what should we do, father? Terrified out of his wits, Lu Feng wept and sniveled, trembling uncontrollably behind Lu Shanshan, the foul stench of urine from his crotch growing even stronger. Shut up, you worthless coward. Lu Tianxiong barked, though his gaze remained locked onto the 2 colossal beasts in the center. The purple lightning mad wolf king and the ironclad earth dragon had already driven themselves into a frenzy. One spat out lightning orbs in a frenzy, while the other manipulated earth spikes to erupt wildly. Within a 100-meter radius, the area had turned into a desolate wasteland. Pushed back repeatedly, the Liu family members fell into complete disarray, scattering like headless flies. Shanshan, take your brother and retreat. Hurry! Lu Tianxiong roared, shielding his children with his own body. Just then the purple lightning mad wolf king's claws missed their mark, and the violent lightning scraped past the ironclad earth dragon's scales, transforming into a thick arc of electricity that surged straight toward Lu Shanshan and Lu Feng. The arc of lightning arrived in a flash, far too fast for anyone to react. Oh no! Lu Shanshan's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively she shoved Lu Feng away, but found herself with no time to dodge. Shanshan! Lu Tianxiong's eyes nearly split from their sockets. Without a second thought, he violently channeled all his spiritual power, condensing an earthy yellow light shield in front of his daughter. Boom! The lightning exploded. The light shield shattered instantly. Lu Tianxiong let out a muffled groan and was sent flying through the air, spraying a mouthful of fresh blood across the sky. Father! Lu Shanshan and Lu Feng screamed in unison. Don't mind me. Go quickly. Lu Tianxiong struggled to stand, but coughed up another large mouthful of blood, his aura instantly withering. It is over. This single thought surfaced in the minds of everyone in the Liu family. Yet amidst this deathly silent despair, a calm figure walked past them at a leisurely pace, heading straight toward the center of the raging battlefield. It was none other than Chen Dakai. He walked slowly, as if strolling through his own backyard garden. The residual energy shockwaves, powerful enough to tear steel apart, dissipated silently 3 feet before him, unable to ruffle even the hem of his robe. Master! Lu Shanshan cried out with a trembling voice, staring at his retreating figure as if grasping at the last saving straw. Chen Dakai did not stop, his indifferent voice drifting over calmly. For a Grand Foundation establishment clan to be terrified to this extent by 2 beasts is truly disgraceful. Though his voice was not loud, it echoed clearly in the ears of every Liu family member, making their faces burn with shame as they lowered their heads in humiliation. Chen Dakai walked to the edge of the battlefield. Without so much as a glance at the purple lightning mad wolf king, his gaze fell upon the ironclad earth dragon, which was still attacking frantically. From his robes, he retrieved another blood-luring, exquisite fragrance pill. Everyone held their breath. There was another. With a flick of his finger, Chen Dakai sent the pill tracing an arc through the air, flying toward another valley several hundred meters away. Vile beast, your fortune lies over there. Roar! The ironclad earth dragon, caught up in the heat of battle, suddenly froze. Its ferocious draconic head whipped toward the direction where the pill had flown, its nostrils twitching frantically. Over there. The scent over there was far more potent. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon beast abandoned its struggle with the purple lightning mad wolf king, moving its 4 thick stubby legs to charge thunderously toward the pill. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from everyone's sight. The battlefield fell into an abrupt silence. The members of the Liu family stared blankly, completely dumbfounded. Was it really that simple? A single pill had lured away a mid-grade rank 2 demon beast. Struggling to lift his head, the heavily injured Lu Tianxiong looked at Chen Dakai, his gaze shifting from reverence to absolute horror. The methods of this Master Chen had completely exceeded his comprehension. Oh whoa! With its opponent suddenly gone, the purple lightning mad wolf king let out a furious howl. Its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Dakai, who stood not far away. It could sense that this human had used those strange pills to toy with both itself and that foolish dragon. Watch out, master! Lu Shanshan cried out in alarm. Merely a noisy stray dog. Chen Dakai finally turned around, looking directly at the giant wolf with a trace of impatience in his eyes. As soon as he spoke, a streak of azure light flew out from his sleeve, hovering before him. It was an ancient, unadorned longsword, its blade flowing with green light. The razor-sharp aura it radiated caused the artifacts of everyone present to buzz with uneasy vibrations. A high-grade artifact. Lu Tianxiong's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. An alchemist carrying a high-grade offensive artifact with him. Sensing the threat, the purple lightning mad wolf king's purple mane stood on end, crackling with lightning. Opening its maw, a purple lightning orb the size of a human head rapidly condensed, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward Chen Dakai. Yet the moment before the lightning orb was launched, Chen Dakai's figure moved. Taking a single step forward, his silhouette blurred instantly. The lightning orb slammed into the spot where he had just stood, blasting a scorched black crater into the ground. So fast, Lu Feng's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. With his second step, Chen Dakai appeared like a ghost at the giant wolf's flank, effortlessly dodging its sweeping claws. With his third step, the azure edge flowing light sword let out a soft hum, and a flash of sword light left a deep, bone-deep wound on the giant wolf's hind leg. Howl! The giant wolf howled in pain, its ferocity intensifying as even more lightning power gathered around its body. Fourth step, fifth step, sixth step. Within 7 paces of the giant wolf, Chen Dakai's movements were so swift that they left only a succession of afterimages. In the eyes of the Liu family, there was only a blur of azure sword shadows. They could not make out his movements at all. They finally understood why Chen Dakai had acted with such composure before. As it turned out, he was not some simple pure alchemist at all. He was a sword cultivator of terrifying power. As Chen Dakai took his 7th step, he had already returned to his original position, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The azure edge flowing light sword hovered by his side, a single drop of beast blood slowly dripping from its tip. The entire area fell into a dead silence. The once insufferable purple lightning Mad Wolf King remained frozen in its pouncing posture, completely motionless. In the next second, a soft squelch echoed. A thin line of blood emerged around its neck and rapidly expanded. The massive wolf head rolled onto the ground with a dull thud. Only then did the colossal body collapse with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the moment he struck to the very end, only a few brief breaths had passed. The Liu family members stared blankly at the scene, their minds completely frozen. Staring at the headless corpse, and then at the completely unfazed Chen Dakai, Liu Feng felt a chill run through his body, his limbs turning weak. Previously, he had actually contemplated robbing him. Just how many times had his life brushed past the gates of the underworld? Paying no attention to the terrified members of the Liu family, Chen Dakai walked straight to the wolf's corpse, skillfully sliced open its head, and retrieved a rank 2 demon core, crackling with lightning. He weighed the demon core in his hand before turning around to look at the utterly dumbfounded Liu Tianxiong. Patriarch Liu, I have slain your wolf for you. Liu Tianxiong struggled to rise, one hand pressed to his searing chest, as he gazed at the towering headless wolf corpse before him, and then at Chen Dakai, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the hem of his robe. A deafening roar filled his mind. Dead. That beast which had tormented the Liu family for years and caused massive losses, a second-tier mid-stage demon beast beyond the reach of even him. The Liu family's mid-stage foundation establishment head was dead just like that. He hadn't even taken 7 steps. The whole exchange happened so fast that he hadn't had time to discern the opponent's movements. What strength was this? Foundation establishment, 2nd layer. Only a fool would believe it. This must be some old monster from the cultivation world deliberately concealing his cultivation. Gulp. Liu Feng swallowed, his legs weak, and he sank to the ground again. He looked at Chen Dakai's back. In his eyes there was no longer the earlier arrogance and contempt, only a cold fear creeping up from his spine to the crown of his head. He remembered that he had once planned to plot in the shadows, to strike from the dark. He was crazy to dare move against the king of hell. Father, an elder in the early stage of foundation establishment, drew near Liu Tianxiong, his voice trembling. Stand still. Liu Tianxiong roared softly, forcing down the stinging fear in his throat, straightening his tattered robes, and step by step approaching Chen Dakai's back, with painstaking reverence. With a thud, he knelt on one knee. Liu Tianxiong, I thank you, elder, for saving my life. His kneel seemed to trigger a signal, and behind him all the Liu family members who could stand collapsed to their knees en masse. Thank you, elder, for saving my life. The voice was filled with relief after the calamity and awe of absolute power. Liu Shanshan stood proudly among the crowd, gazing at the man revered by the clan, her bright eyes stunning, her chest rising softly with every breath. This is my man. Chen Dakai slowly turned his gaze, calmly sweeping over Liu Tianxiong kneeling on the ground. Liu family head, you are not badly hurt. You need not go to such lengths. And not at all. It is only right. It is only right. Liu Tianxiong lowered his head even further. If not for the elder's intervention, our Liu family today would have been wiped out. Get up. Chen Dakai spoke in a flat tone. I said it was only a transaction. I killed the wolf, you pay no debts between us. Liu Tianxiong hurriedly rose, his posture extremely low. Elder, you jest. This has long surpassed a mere transaction. You have granted our Liu family a new life. He drew another plumper bag from his storage pouch and presented it with both hands. Elder, what you asked for as payment was only for dealing with a wolf king. Now you have not only saved our entire clan, but also slain another iron-armored earth dragon. This thing is hardly presentable as payment. Here are 500 top-grade spirit stones plus a few stalks of our Liu family's 1,000-year spirit herbs from the vault. Please, elder, accept them. 500 top-grade spirit stones. The number drew a cold breath from the Liu elders present. That was almost half of the Liu family's fortune. Yet no one dared utter a word of complaint. They knew that without the man before them, not only would their fortune be gone, their lives might be as well. Still, Chen Dakai only glanced at the storage bag and shook his head. No need. Huh. Liu Tianxiong was stunned on the spot. No need. Is it too little? A chill ran down his spine, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Elder, if you are not satisfied, we can still. Liu family head. Chen Dakai cut him off. Spirit stones and spirit herbs are of little use to me. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then toward the surviving Liu cultivators in the distance, and spoke slowly. I want a different kind of reward. Elder, please speak. As long as Liu family has it, we will not hesitate. Liu Tianxiong promised at once. I want a person. Chen Dakai uttered 2 words. A person. Liu Tianxiong was more puzzled. Chen Dakai looked at him, his eyes deep. My Chen family places the greatest value on inheritance and lineage. Your Liu family is powerful. There must be many excellent unmarried female cultivators with good roots in your clan, right? I don't want your spirit stones nor your spirit herbs. I will also return the previously agreed reward. I only want you Liu family to send a batch of capable female cultivators into my Chen family. After this, the 2 families will form a marriage alliance. Your Liu family will send me a batch of qualified female cultivators to enter my Chen family. Oh, I will provide you with enough first-rank pills for cultivation each month. What do you think of this deal, eh? The question fell silent. All the Liu family members stared in disbelief. They had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected that this exalted guest's demand would be women. Liu Tianxiong's mind spun rapidly. No wealth, only people. An alliance exchanging pills for demon cores. He understood the key in an instant. This elder was not a mere wanderer. He is forging a cultivation clan, one centered on alchemy with limitless potential. And the Liu family now has a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to become the earliest ally and in-law of this rising clan. Is this a demand for payment? This is an earth-shattering opportunity of fortune the elder is pulling the Liu family toward. Thinking of this, Liu Tianxiong trembled with excitement. His past injuries seemed to vanish, and he bowed deeply to Chen Dakai once more. Elder, your regard for the Liu family is a great fortune for us. I, on behalf of all the Liu family, thank you. So you agree? Agree. I agree 100,000 times. Liu Tianxiong nodded without hesitation. Elder, how many people do you need? What are the requirements for aptitude? The more the better, aptitude. At least Xian rank. Chen Dakai replied casually. Xian rank and above. Liu Tianxiong's lips trembled, his heart sank. The Liu family as a whole had only around 100 or so female cultivators with Xian tier aptitude, most from collateral lines. Yet he dared not bargain, gritting his teeth. No problem. I will go back at once to screen them to ensure your satisfaction. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction. If that is the case, this matter here should be wrapped up. He glanced into the depths of the gorge. The Wolf King is dead, but the wolf pack remains. Inside there should be many first-tier demons, right? Liu Tianxiong's eyes lit up, and he understood immediately. Understood. I will take people to wipe them out at once. All the demon cores will belong to you, Elder. Go. Yes. Liu Tianxiong turned his spirits high as he roared. What are you all waiting for? All of you into the gorge to slaughter the wolves. Avenger the dead clan members. Roar. The Liu family cultivator survivors of the calamity let out earth-shaking roars and charged into Zidian Gorge. Soon the gorge echoed with the wails of demonic wolves and the cultivators' shouts. Liu Feng scampered to Chen Dakai's side, a broad smile plastered on his face. Brother-in-law? Oh no, elder brother-in-law. You rest, we'll handle this rough work. After saying that, they charged in with their enthusiasm. Chen Dakai watched this dramatic scene with a faint smile. An hour later, the Liu clan carried away large batches of demon wolf corpses, returning with high spirits. Liu Tianxiong respectfully handed Chen Dakai a storage ring. Elder, the total harvest includes over 300 first-tier demon cores, all here. Chen Dakai accepted it. A sweep of his divine sense confirmed the tally, and he nodded. Very good. Let's head back. Back to the Liu family residence. Liu Tianxiong immediately summoned the entire clan, announcing the alliance with the Chen family, and explaining that recruiting female cultivators to go to Chen's would be a heavenly opportunity. This caused quite a stir within the Liu family. But when Liu Tianxiong displayed the flawless quality pills Chen Dakai provided, and announced that any willing female cultivators who joined Chen would have their direct kin receive monthly pills, all doubts vanished. For girls from collateral lines with good spiritual roots but scarce resources, this was nothing short of a godsend. For a time, applicants filled the courtyard. Chen Dakai sat at the main seat, releasing his divine sense. In half an hour, from hundreds of applicants, he selected 56 girls with Xian-grade spiritual roots. Looking at the young faces below varied in expression, some with unhidden excitement, others with trepidation. There was more than anything a bright anticipation for the future. Chen Dakai wore a satisfied smile. The Chen family's foundation grew stronger still. Chen Dakai slew the Wolf King, his residual might still lingering. The Liu family from top to bottom gazed at him as if they were gazing at a deity. The next morning, Chen Dakai walked out of his room. Liu Tianxiong had long waited outside, with Liu Feng and Liu Shanshan, their expressions filled with awe. Senior. Liu Tianxiong hurried forward, presenting with both hands a rustic storage ring. You have wrought a rebirth for our Liu family. This little token of thanks cannot express our gratitude. This is all the cultivation manual, spells, and the notes of alchemists and refining masters collected by our Liu family over centuries. The items are crude, please do not slight them, senior. Lu Tianxiong understood instead of courting with lifeless spirit stones, it is better to present the Lu family's foundation, binding the Lu family to this elder for good. That is the long-term plan. Father. Lu Shanshan and Lu Feng were stunned. What was sent out was the Lu family's root. Chen Dakai glanced at Lu Tianxiong with a trace of approval. That old fox is quite clever. Chen Dakai did not show any courtesy. He took the ring, his divine sense sweeping it. Inside were many things from refining qi to foundation establishment methods. Though not high in tier, they were complete and could fill the Chun family's library of scriptures. Thoughtful. Chen Dakai spoke lightly, then casually stowed the ring away. His calm, easygoing demeanor reassured Lu Tianxiong and convinced him this move was right. Chen Dakai did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in Lu's library for 2 days. He skimmed through all of Lu's alchemy notes and offered a few casual pointers, causing the Lu alchemists to treasure them. Decades-old bottlenecks were suddenly opened, and each of them blushed with eagerness to bow before him on the spot. On the 3rd day, Chen Dakai summoned Lu Shanshan. Shanshan, among your Lu family, besides your father and a few elders, is there anyone stuck at the 9th layer of qi refinement? Master, there is also my elder brother Lu Feng and 2 cousins. But our family's foundation is limited. We simply cannot spare more foundation establishment pills. This is the plight of all small and mid-sized families. A foundation establishment cultivator can sustain a family, but the resources to nurture one are vast. Who says foundation establishment must rely on a foundation establishment pill? Chen Dakai smiled mysteriously. He led Lu Shanshan to an open training ground, and in the presence of Lu Tianxiong and all the Lu family's core members, unveiled a purple-gold alchemical furnace. Watch closely. He snapped with a finger. Dozens of tier 1 demon pills flew into the furnace, among them the 2nd-tier Wolf King demon pill. Beast demon alchemy. He intended to forge a brand new pill in front of everyone. Refining with demon pills, or mixing so many together. Crazy. This will absolutely blow the furnace apart. The Lu alchemists cried in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. Yet Chen Dakai remained calm, weaving hand seals, as mighty spiritual energy drove the earth fire. The raging demon power clashed within the furnace, but was forcibly suppressed and kneaded into a lump by a stronger divine sense. After half an hour, a fragrance several times richer than that of a foundation establishment pill wafted from the furnace. The Lu cultivators caught the scent and felt their spiritual energy boil within their bodies. Open! Chen Dakai hissed, slapping the furnace lid aside. 5 dragon-eye-sized golden pills, their surfaces etched with strange demon runes, whirled out and hovered in midair. This pill is named Yayuan Dan, based on the essence of 10,000 demons. Its effects far surpass ordinary foundation establishment pills. With those words, the hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Dakai, as if they were beholding a monster. Could a handful of worthless tier 1 demon pills be refined into an elixir rivaling a foundation establishment pill? This is no longer alchemy, it is a miracle. Chen Dakai ignored the stunned elders, his gaze fixed on Lu Shanshan. You have just entered the 9th layer of qi refinement. Your foundation is solid. Consume it, and I will guard your path. He flicked a Yayuan Dan toward Lu Shanshan. Yes, master. Lu Shanshan's voice trembled as she took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A thunderous surge of power erupted within her. An overwhelming power surged within her. Chen Dakai touched her brow with a finger, guiding this force to breach the foundation establishment barrier. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of onlookers, Lu Shanshan's aura rose step by step. 1 hour later, a foundation establishment pressure descended with a bang. The Lu family had birthed a 4th foundation establishment cultivator. I have foundation establishment. Lu Shanshan felt the liquid spiritual power raging within her. Her eyes burned with emotion as tears streamed down. Thank you, master, for your grace once more. She turned to kneel, but was steadied by a gentle force. From now on, you are a member of the Chen family. Lu Tianxiong wept openly, his lips trembling as he bowed deeply to Chen Dakai. Senior, the Lu family will forever remember your vast grace. At that moment, a figure, Lu Feng, knelt before Chen Dakai, clutching his leg and crying loudly. That was Lu Feng. Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, you are indeed my half-brother from another father. Please grant me one as well. From this day forth, I, Lu Feng, will serve you as a beast of burden. No questions asked. This shameless display made Lu Tianxiong so angry he wanted to kick him to death. Chen Dakai laughed and tossed a 2nd Yayuan Dan toward him. Pills can be yours. But remember what you promised today. From now on, assist your sister loyally, and if you dare have any second thoughts. I dare not. I dare not. I dare not. Lu Feng, giddy as a treasure, cupped the pill and kowtowed. Brother-in-law, rest assured. From now on, I will be your dog. Who should I bite? Who should I bite? Seeing his ridiculous son, Lu Tianxiong was both furious and amused, but more than anything filled with sincere gratitude and awe. The methods of this elder Chen are truly celestial. 3 days later, Chen Dakai prepared to depart. The Lu family held an extraordinarily grand farewell ceremony. When Chen Dakai stepped out of the Liu family gates, he was stunned by the sight. On the estate's open ground stood nearly 30 luxurious carriages carved from millennial ironwood. Pulling them were more than 50 enormous demon beasts, their bodies covered in black scales. Tier 1 demon beasts, the iron-armored earth dragons. These were the offspring of the second-tier earth dragon. Though not yet grown, they were immensely powerful, and ordinary blades hardly harmed them. How had the Liu family tamed them all to pull carriages? The 56 Liu female cultivators carefully chosen had already changed into matching blue gowns, clean and well-groomed, standing beside the carriages awaiting their future masters. Senior, this is a small token from our Liu family, Liu Tianxiong said with respect. These little dragons may not be formidable, but their footing is good, and they are sturdy. From now on, your family's travel will carry weight. This is no small gesture. Good. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction, and under the Liu family's reverent gazes, he boarded the central, most luxurious dragon horse carriage. Depart. With that order, more than 50 iron-armored earth dragons set off their rumbling tremors, carrying the procession toward Yunlai town. Half a day later, this dragon-like procession appeared on the borders of Yunlai town. The entire town of Yunlai boiled with excitement. My heavens, what is that? Beasts. So many beasts pulling carriages. That is, toward the Chen medical master's residence, inside Chen Manor. Li Qingzhu, who was guiding everyone in their cultivation, and the Wang sisters were also startled by the enormous commotion outside. They flew onto the rooftops, and upon seeing the vast convoy pulled by earth dragons and loaded with beautiful young women, all were dumbfounded. Li Qingzhu held her forehead, half amused and half exasperated. It's over. When my husband goes out, he returns with a whole new group of sisters. Over 50 iron-armored earth dragons pulled 30 magnificent carriages as they filed into Yunlai town in a grand procession. The spectacle rivaled a military march, sending the entire small town into an uproar. Countless townsfolk poured out of their homes, lining both sides of the street, pointing at the mighty caravan with faces full of shock and awe. Heavens! Those beasts pulling the carriages. Are they demon beasts? There's no other explanation. I've lived for 60 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone using demon beasts to pull carriages. Which great figure from a noble family is coming? Are you blind? Can't you see the caravan is heading toward Physician Chen's residence? This must be Physician Chen's entourage. Hiss! What monumental deed has Physician Chen accomplished abroad? This grandeur surpasses even what a county magistrate would display. Amidst the murmurs, the caravan slowly came to a halt in the vast open square before the Chen residence. Chen Dakai was the first to step down from his carriage. Husband. Li Qingzhu, the Wang sisters by Yuqin, and others who had been waiting long in advance immediately rushed forward to greet him. When they saw the 56 young and beautiful maidens stepping down one after another from the carriages behind, even though they had mentally prepared themselves, they could not help but gasp sharply. Qingzhu, you've worked hard. Chen Dakai took Li Qingzhu's hand and said warmly, the household will soon be adding quite a few more members. Li Qingzhu gave him a playful glance and retorted, you truly have remarkable abilities, husband. Every time you go out, you bring back so many sisters for our home. If this continues much longer, Chen Manor simply won't have room for us all. Though she spoke thus, she immediately assumed the demeanor of the matriarch and began making arrangements with practiced efficiency. Sure, Qingyi, and you go to comfort the newly arrived sisters and lead them to the side courtyard to rest. Yuyao Yuqin, you go and inventory the supplies, check whether the rice, grain, and clothing in the manor are sufficient. Yes. The women sprang into action at once. The 56 female cultivators from the Liu family had been filled with trepidation, but upon seeing the ethereal beauty and kind demeanor of the Wang sisters and others, their nervousness gradually subsided. Father-in-law. Chen Dakai turned to Wang Defa, who stood aside, equally stunned. Supreme Immortal. Wang Defa shuddered and hastily bowed deeply. The residence is too small. There is no room to spare. Chen Dakai spoke bluntly. I need you to handle something for me. Supreme Immortal, please give your orders. I intend to purchase the entirety of Yunlai town. Chen Dakai's voice was not loud, yet it left Wang Defa's mind completely blank. He purchased the entire Yunlai town. Wang Defa could scarcely believe his ears and stammered in disbelief. Precisely. Chen Dakai nodded. From this day forward, with my Chen Manor as the center, the entire Yunlai town shall become the territory of my Chen family. Go and speak with the townspeople. Anyone willing to relocate shall receive compensation for their property and fields at 3 times the market price, and I will fund the construction of a new town 30 li outside the current town for them. For those who are unwilling to move, no force will be used. They may continue to reside where they are, provided they abide by my Chen family's rules, and I shall serve as their sole protector. Wang Defa's heart pounded wildly as he listened. What grand vision! What extraordinary magnanimity! He had no doubt that once this news spread, nearly 9 out of 10 townsfolk would choose the compensation and relocate to the new town. After all, the protection of the Chen family was far more precious than any triple compensation. This humble one understands. I shall attend to this immediately. Wang Defa's face flushed crimson with excitement. Taking his instructions, he promptly gathered the Wang family servants and went door to door to convey this message that would alter the fate of all of Yunlai town. As expected, once the news spread, the entire town of Yunlai boiled over with excitement. What? Physician Chen wants to buy the entire town. 3 times the market price compensation. And they'll build us a brand new town. This is like a pie falling from the heavens. Most importantly, we shall all be under Physician Chen's protection now. Who would dare bully us then? Far from any resistance, the townsfolk were overjoyed, beating gongs and drums, terrified that Chen Dakai might change his mind. Within merely a single day, the transfer of ownership over Yunlai town was settled. Next came the great construction. Under Chen Dakai's planning, all the old structures of Yunlai town were demolished, and a brand new manor spanning thousands of mu, 10 times more magnificent than before, began rising from the ground. As for Chen Dakai himself, he became a hands-off boss. He handed all worldly affairs over to Wang Defa and Li Qingzhu to manage, and threw himself entirely into the alchemy chamber. The hundreds of first-tier demon cores delivered by the Liu family, combined with his previously accumulated reserves, were finally ready to be transformed into pills that would elevate the family's strength. The purple-gold alchemy furnace was summoned forth, and earthly flames roared fiercely. With profound concentration, Chen Dakai cast one demon core after another into the furnace, where under the guidance of the beast demonic alchemy method, they melted into pure medicinal power. Soon rich clouds of pill fragrance radiated from the alchemy chamber, permeating the entire construction site of Yunlai town. The mortal workers laboring there felt invigorated merely by breathing in the medicinal scent, their energy replenished throughout the day. All present grew ever more reverent toward the immortal aura emanating from the Chen family. 7 days later, Chen Dakai emerged from seclusion. He had refined thousands of first-tier beast origin pills and chi-gathering pills, all, without exception, of perfect quality. He distributed the pills, and then summoned Bai Yuqin and the Wang sisters into a secret chamber. All 4 women had reached the peak of chi refining 9th layer thanks to the spirit-gathering array arranged by Li Qingzhu and the benefits of dual cultivation. Only a final step separated them from foundation establishment. "Husband, did you call us here for?" Wang Shiqing looked at her husband, whose expression was unusually grave, and asked nervously. "Today I shall aid you in establishing your foundations." Chen Dakai produced 4 perfect-grade foundation establishment pills. "You 4 are the pillars of the Chen family. As the family expands and affairs multiply, without the cultivation base of foundation establishment, many matters cannot be properly handled. I will guard you from outside. Break through without reservation." Gazing at the 4 pills radiating a mellow divine luminescence, all 4 women's eyes reddened with emotion. Foundation establishment was a realm they had never dared to dream of before. "Thank you, husband." The 4 women did not prolong their courtesy. Each took her pill, sat cross-legged, and swallowed it. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful waves of medicinal energy detonated almost simultaneously within their bodies. Chen Dakai, along with Li Qingzhu and Lu Shanshan, who had been waiting nearby, acted in unison, channeling pure foundation establishment spiritual energy into the 4 women to help guide the medicinal power and press against the bottleneck. Outside the secret chamber, spiritual energy above the entire Chen manor began gathering frantically, forming 4 immense vortices of qi. Half a day later, 4 formidable auras erupted into the sky. Bai Yuqin, Wang Shiqing, Wang Yuyan, and Wang Yueyao, all 4 women broke through to the foundation establishment realm on the very same day. When the secret chamber doors opened and the 4 women, each possessing a distinct demeanor, yet transformed as if reborn, emerged like fairies, every member of the Chen family waiting outside was utterly stunned. Together with Chen Dakai, Li Qingzhu, and Lu Shanshan, from this day forward, the modest Chen family of Yunlai town possessed no fewer than 7 foundation establishment cultivators. This formidable strength was enough to sweep through any cultivation family within a 1,000-li radius. Qingsher Market. Inside the bowed-in pavilion, several clerks were wiping the counters with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. A clerk stumbled and scrambled into the back hall, his voice trembling. "Boss, something huge has happened. Something huge." Qin Yue, frowning over the account books, looked up with displeasure. "Flustered like this? What kind of behavior is that?" No, boss," the clerk gasped, pointing toward the market outside. "You must go and listen. Outside, news is spreading like wildfire." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she felt an inexplicable dread. She hurried to the front hall, where she heard cultivators gathering in small groups on the street, their chatter like a boiling cauldron. "Have you heard? That Chen family in Yunlai town. Overnight, they gained 5 foundation establishment cultivators." "What? 5? Your news is outdated. I just learned from a Liu family disciple. Counting Master Chen himself and the previous one, the Chen family now has 7 foundation establishment cultivators." "SSS. 7. 7 foundation establishment. My heavens. What does that mean? The Liu family of Fenghe, a local power, barely has 3 foundation establishment, right? More than that. They say Master Chen took away over 50 female cultivators from the Fenghe Liu family and used a first-rank demon beast, the iron-armored earth dragon, to pull his carriage. The scene, TSK, like an emperor's tour. Crazy, this world is truly crazy. How did a tiny town like Yunlai suddenly produce such a behemoth? These discussions drilled into her ears, making Qin Yu's head buzz. She instinctively leaned against the doorframe to keep from swaying her fingertips, icy cold. 7 Foundation establishment. That number swirled in her mind, suffocating her. She recalled how not long ago she had chosen to trust Master Liu and how coldly she had rejected Chen Dakai. Only now did she realize how terribly wrong that decision had been. Boss, what do we do now? The clerk asked cautiously. Master Liu sent someone 2 days ago to press for herbs, saying he needs to refine second-rank pills and wants our full cooperation. Cooperate. Qin Yu shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Cooperate with him, my foot. She slammed the counter hard, her eyes filled with fear and regret. Master Liu, a worthless fellow who couldn't even refine first-rank pills properly. How could he be compared to Master Chen? She had been truly blind to bet on such a man. One wrong step and the whole game was lost. She had bet on the wrong horse, and the stake might be the fate of the entire Baodin Pavilion. No, she absolutely could not make another mistake. There was still a chance. Surely there was still a chance to salvage. Qin Yu's mind raced. That Master Chen, though ruthless and decisive in killing sheltered mortals, and took many concubines. It seemed he valued people, especially women, highly. With that thought, a flash of determination crossed Qin Yu's eyes. You, she pointed at the clerk. Go immediately and gather my people. Call over all the female cultivators we've trained in the Baodin Pavilion. Those with outstanding beauty and cultivation at the late qi condensation stage. Every single one, not one missing. The clerk was stunned. Don't awe me. Go. Qin Yu barked sharply. Remember, be quick. If we're late, our Baodin Pavilion will truly be erased from Qingsha Market. Meanwhile, in Yunlai Town, now renamed Chen Family Town, a bustling scene unfolded. The outline of a massive mansion had already taken shape, with thousands of craftsmen busily working, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Behind the mansion, on a newly opened training ground, a dozen or so half-grown children were practicing horse stance, in earnest cultivating the most basic qi training methods. Chen Ping'an and Chen Chang'an, the 2 eldest children, stood at the front of the line, their expressions the most serious. Chen Dakai stood aside with his hands behind his back, looking at these young faces with a gratified smile. Was he building a cultivation clan or running a kindergarten? He couldn't help but mock himself. Daddy. A little girl with her hair in a top knot ran over on short legs and hugged his thigh. It was Wang Shiqing's daughter, Chen Yinan. Daddy, look. Anin can sense the qi. The little girl spread her chubby hand, and a faint wisp of spiritual energy coalesced in her palm. Though unstable, it was indeed a sign of qi introduction. Haha, Anin is so amazing. Chen Dakai laughed, scooping up his daughter and kissing her cheek. Husband, you always spoil her. Bai Yuqin and the 3 Wang sisters walked gracefully over. After breaking through to Foundation establishment, their temperaments had become even more ethereal and otherworldly. Standing together, they were a stunning sight. The children are still young. Cultivation doesn't need to be rushed, Bai Yuqin said, gently handing a water flask to the sweating Chen Chang'an. Yes, husband, Wang Shiqing also spoke up. Now that the family has grown, affairs are complicated. Sister Qingzhu alone can't handle everything. We sisters discussed it and want to share some of your burdens. Chen Dakai looked at their earnest expressions and nodded. All right, since the family has grown, we need a proper structure. He pondered for a moment and began assigning. Qingzhu, you continue to handle the family's formations and security. External communications and intelligence gathering will be handled by Shanshan. Shiqing, you have a steady nature. The family's finances and resource allocation will be your responsibility. He then looked at Wang Yuyan. Yuyan, you are meticulous. The children's education and the scripture depository are entrusted to you. Yueyao, you are lively. You will handle the placement of new disciples and daily affairs. Finally, he turned to Bai Yuqin. Yuqin, you are skilled in cultivation. The family's spirit fields and herb gardens depend on you. We sisters obey. The women exchanged smiles and answered in unison. A vast cultivation clan had taken its initial shape. Night fell. The bustling Chen family town gradually settled into tranquility. Inside Chen Dakai's bedchamber, however, a different scene unfolded. He randomly selected several newly inducted female cultivators from the Liu family and activated the yin-yang harmony art, guiding them to familiarize themselves with dual cultivation. These young maidens, experiencing intimacy for the first time and nourished by pure spiritual power, blushed deeply with eyes as limpid as water. A night without words. In the following half-month, Chen Dakai spent his days instructing the children and his wives and concubines in cultivation, and his nights diligently spreading his branches and leaves. One morning, as soon as he finished his cultivation, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Ding. Detected successful conception of offspring. Mother is a collateral member of the Liu family. Potential assessed as yellow grade upper rank. Rewarding host with cultivation increase. Ding. Detected successful conception of offspring. A series of notifications sounded 7 times in total. Another 7 female cultivators from the Liu family had successfully conceived. Chen Dakai felt the advancement in his cultivation and nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, the Chen family's population would soon experience a massive surge. He had just pushed open the door when he saw Li Qingzhu waiting outside with a peculiar expression. Husband, the manager of the Baodan Pavilion in Qingshi Market, Chen Yue has come requesting an audience on urgent business. Chen Yue. Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow, recalling that somewhat snobbish woman. What does she want? I won't see her, she said. Li Qingzhu paused, her expression even stranger. She said she has brought you 10 gifts. As she finished speaking, Wang Yueyao and Lu Shanshan led a group of people over. At the head was none other than Chen Yue, her face full of anxiety. Behind her followed 10 young female cultivators dressed in uniform attire with beautiful features and cultivations around the 7th or 8th layer of qi condensation. These women, upon seeing Chen Dakai, shyly lowered their heads, but couldn't help stealing glances at the legendary figure from the corners of their eyes. Wang Yueyao leaned close to Li Qingzhu's ear and whispered, Sister Qingzhu, look at this scene. Is husband expanding his business outside again? Li Qingzhu helplessly pressed her forehead. Chen Dakai looked at Chen Yue with calm eyes. Manager Chen, what is the meaning of this? Behind Chen Yue, the 10 female cultivators all possessed graceful figures, and their cultivation bases had all reached the late stage of qi refining. In any minor clan, they would have been nurtured as core disciples. At this moment, they stood with lowered brows and submissive eyes, yet they could not help but steal curious glances at the man before them, who was rumored to be as formidable as a god or demon. He was young and handsome. To them, the man before them felt like a deep ocean with a power capable of swallowing everything hidden beneath his calm exterior. Merely standing there, he made their hearts race, leaving them not daring to look at him directly. Wang Yueyao leaned close to Li Qingzhu's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Sister Qingzhu, look at this setup. Has husband been expanding his business outside again? Li Qingzhu massaged her temples helplessly, giving her a look that said, stop talking nonsense. Chen Dakai's gaze swept over the 10 female cultivators before finally resting on Chen Yue. Chen Yue forced a smile on her face, but she bowed her waist, even lower, the fine sweat on her temples betraying her nervousness. Shopkeeper Chen, what is the meaning of this? Though spoken in a flat tone, those simple words sent a sudden chill rushing from the soles of Chen Yue's feet straight to her crown. Her knees went weak, and she nearly fell to her knees on the spot. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Gee, Grandmaster Chen, it is a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Your junior failed to recognize greatness and offended you, Grandmaster. I hope you in your great magnanimity will not lower yourself to the level of an insignificant person like me. She lowered her posture to the absolute limit, almost burying her head into her chest. Chen Dakai, however, remained unmoved, his tone growing somewhat impatient. Are you finished? If so, take your people and leave. My Chen family is but a small place. We cannot accommodate a great deity like your Baodan Pavilion. The eviction order was delivered without a shred of mercy. Chen Yue's face turned instantly pale, and cold sweat drenched her back. She knew that if she left in disgrace today, both Baodan Pavilion and she would lose every last shred of opportunity. Grandmaster, please wait. In her desperation, Chen Yue threw all pride to the wind, taking a step forward as her voice verged on crying. Your junior did not come today merely to apologize. I have also come to deliver crucial information concerning the very survival of the Chen family. Oh, Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow. Concerning the survival of my Chen family. Shopkeeper Chen, you think far too highly of yourself. Husband. Li Qingzhu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. She walked over to Chen Dakai's side and said softly, let her speak. I too have worried that our family's rapid growth might attract unnecessary trouble. Chen Dakai glanced at her, and seeing her solemn expression, he nodded. I will give you the time of an incense stick, he said to Chen Yue. If you cannot tell me anything useful, you will have to bear the consequences. Yes. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, madam. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Chen Yue quickly gathered her thoughts and spoke at a rapid pace. Grandmaster, do you know that the region we reside in is called the Shiliang Kingdom? Shiliang Kingdom. Chen Dakai frowned. It was his first time hearing this name. Indeed. Seeing that he was interested, Chen Yue straightened her back slightly. Although the Shiliang Kingdom is merely a mortal kingdom in the eastern wasteland domain, the shadow of the Qingyun sect, the cultivation sect, looms behind it. Every established cultivation clan within the kingdom must register with the government's Zhenfu division and pay annual tributes on time in order to receive the kingdom's protection. She stole a glance at Chen Dakai's expression before continuing. If any force grows and expands privately, without registration, once discovered, they will be branded as rebellious bandits, and the kingdom will dispatch an army of cultivators to eradicate them. Consider this: the Chen family now commands immense influence with as many as 7 foundation establishment seniors presiding over it. Such strength has already far surpassed the Liu clan of Fenghe. With such a massive commotion, it is impossible for the Zhenfu division to remain unaware. I fear that before long they will dispatch people to investigate. Once they discover that the Chen family is not registered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing these words, the expressions of Li Qingzhu and the Wang sisters all changed slightly. Previously, they had only focused on developing the family and had truly never considered this aspect. Chen Dakai's gaze grew deep. It was not that he feared any Zhenfu division. With his current strength, he could slaughter as many as they sent. But he despised trouble. What he wanted was to peacefully expand his lineage and forge an eternal immortal clan, not to spend his days fighting and killing. If he were targeted by a state power with one wave of enemies arriving today and another squad tomorrow, how could he live a peaceful life? Go on, Chen Dakai said slowly. Seeing him relent, Qin Yu knew she had gambled correctly and hurriedly continued. To register successfully with the Zhenfu division, strength alone is not enough. One also needs a reputable power to act as an introducer and guarantor. And the headquarters of our Baodan Pavilion possesses countless intricate ties with the royal family of the Shiliang Kingdom and even the Qingyun sect. As long as your junior sends a word to the higher-ups and Baodan Pavilion steps forward to act as the guarantor for the Chen family, the registration will be nothing more than a mere formality. There will be no trouble at all. In exchange, our Baodan Pavilion only asks to establish an exclusive partnership with the Chen family. The pills you refine will be sold solely through us, and the profits 70% for you and 30% for us. Hearing this, Chen Dakai smiled non-committally. It sounds like a decent bargain. But why should I trust you? Not long ago, weren't you in cahoots with that Grandmaster Liu? Qin Yu's body shuddered violently, all color draining from her face. Here came the real issue. It was because your junior was blind. I misplaced my trust in a villain. She gritted her teeth, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Grandmaster, please be assured. From this day forth, Grandmaster Liu will no longer exist in the Qingshi marketplace. I, Qin Yu, swear by my inner demon that Baodan Pavilion will follow Grandmaster Chen's lead in all things. If I harbor any double-mindedness, may my cultivation path be severed, and may I never be reincarnated. This oath of the inner demon was exceptionally solemn. Seeing her resolute manner, Chen Dakai finally nodded. Very well. He turned his gaze toward the 10 female cultivators, sweeping his spiritual sense over them, and immediately understood their potential. Among these 10, 2 actually possessed wood-fire dual spiritual roots, while another had rare metal-earth spiritual roots. All of them were excellent prospects for alchemy and artifact refining. I accept these gifts you have brought. As for the registration, you shall handle it. Once it is done, we can discuss the partnership further. The implication was that he was granting her a trial period. Yes, your junior understands. I will certainly handle this matter impeccably. Qin Yu trembled with excitement, feeling as though she had just escaped the gates of death. Daring not to linger any longer, she performed a deep bow and departed in a hurry. Once she was gone, Wang Yueyao approached, staring in wonder at the 10 newly arrived sisters who stood timidly. Husband, this shopkeeper of Baodan Pavilion is truly a remarkable talent. If she can't beat you, she joins you, and she even knows how to cater to your preferences by delivering beauties to your doorstep. Chen Dakai chuckled and said to Li Qingzhu, Qingzhu, arrange accommodations for these 10 first. Later assess their talents, send those with potential in alchemy or artifact refining to Yuyan for focused nurturing. Yes, husband, Li Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Chen Dakai purchased Yunlai Town and renamed it Xinjia Town, the place had undergone a complete transformation. Old dilapidated houses were razed to the ground, replaced by rows of elegant courtyards with blue bricks and black tiles. Centering around the Chen Manor, a new market academy and martial arts training ground were constructed one after another in an orderly fashion. The grand clan-protecting array laid down by Li Qingzhu enveloped the entire town, raising the concentration of spiritual energy far beyond that of the outside world, to the point where even ordinary mortals residing here could prolong their lifespans. Within the Chen Manor, auspicious events were occurring in rapid succession. The 12 concubines who had been wedded first had given birth one after another over these past few months, blessing the Chen family with a new generation of offspring. For a time, the Chen Manor resounded with the cries of newborn infants and the joyful laughter of women. Chen Dakai was all smiles throughout the day. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of an offspring. The mother is Sun Xiaoqiao. Offspring's talent detected, mortal skeleton. Reward host, lifespan 5 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of an offspring. Amidst the continuous stream of system notifications, a pleasant surprise finally emerged. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of an offspring. The mother is Lu Tsuelian. Offspring's talent detected, high-grade yellow rank, fire spiritual root. Achievement unlocked, blossom everywhere. Reward, introduction to puppetry. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of an offspring. Offspring's talent detected, high-grade yellow rank, earth spiritual root. Reward, puppet core material, earth vein stone hard X10. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of an offspring. Offspring's talent detected high-grade yellow rank metal spiritual root. Reward Tier 1 offensive puppet, golden blade guard, refining blueprint. 3 offspring with high-grade yellow rank spiritual roots along with a bonus puppetry gift pack. Chen Dakai looked at the ancient simple manual and the pile of materials inside the system space, feeling in an exceptionally jovial mood. This puppetry technique had arrived at the perfect time. With both his clan and industries expanding alchemy, weapon forging, talisman drawing, and cultivating spiritual fields, all demanded manpower. He could not possibly have his wives who were in the foundation establishment stage perform such menial chores. That would be a terrible waste of talent. With puppets, these repetitive tasks could be relegated to them. That very night, Chen Dakai began researching the introduction to puppetry in his weapon forging room. The core of this technique lay in carving a spiritual sense imprint into the puppet's core, which could then be powered by spirit stones, allowing inanimate objects to act upon the master's simple commands. He retrieved a piece of ordinary ironwood, and following the blueprint's instructions began clanging and hammering away. Half an hour later, a half-man-tall wooden figure with robust limbs appeared before him. Chen Dakai embedded an earth-veined stone heart into the wooden figure's chest. Forcing a wisp of spiritual sense from his fingertip, he carefully carved the formation array. Buzz. As the final stroke was completed, a faint glimmer of light ignited within the wooden figure's hollow eye sockets. It stiffly turned its neck, and then bowed clumsily to Chen Dakai. Go grind those medicinal herbs over there into powder, Chen Dakai commanded, pointing toward a mortar in the corner. The wooden puppet immediately took its steps, walked over to the mortar, picked up the pestle, and began grinding methodically, stroke by stroke. Wang Yueyao covered her small mouth in astonishment, while Bai Yuqin standing beside her also stared with wide eyes. Husband, has this wooden block gained sentience? Wang Yueyao curiously extended her finger and poked the wooden puppet's back. With this thing we can save more than half the effort in future alchemy and weapon forging. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction, a blueprint for an automated workshop already taking shape in his mind. As the night deepened, Chen Dakai finished handling the clan's trivial affairs and returned to his bedchamber. On the desk lay a red sandalwood tray containing dozens of green-headed nameplates carved with the names of his wives and concubines. Looking at the tray full of names, Chen Dakai could not help but chuckle. This was truly a blissful predicament. To ensure that he bestowed his favors equally, he could only resort to this ancient method of flipping nameplates. He casually flipped 2 over and was about to have a maid summon them when the door to his bedchamber was gently pushed open. Li Qingzhu walked in, accompanied by a gust of fragrant wind. Following closely behind her were 10 women dressed in matching plain white gowns, the very individuals sent over by Qingyu. They kept their heads bowed, their expressions a mix of apprehension and anticipation, looking exceedingly charming. Husband, Li Qingzhu said softly as she approached Chen Dakai. The sisters have all been settled in, and they have also learned the rules of our Chen family. They all wish very much to share your burdens, husband. Chen Dakai glanced at the 10 beauties, then at Li Qingzhu, instantly grasping her underlying meaning. She wanted him to make them completely his own. You certainly know how to arrange things, Chen Dakai laughed, drawing her into his embrace. Bearing offspring and expanding the family line for you, husband, is the utmost priority for us sisters, Li Qingzhu whispered in his ear, her fair face blushing slightly. That night the candlelight in the bedchamber did not slowly flicker out until the deepest hours of the night. Over the next half-month, Chen Dakai's hard work quickly yielded rewards. One morning, a rapid succession of system notifications exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully expanding the family line. A total of 8 wives and concubines have conceived this time. Ding! Achievement unlocked, auspiciousness from 8 directions. Ding! Host cultivation has broken through. Current realm 4th stage of foundation establishment. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Current realm 5th stage of foundation establishment. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Current realm 6th stage of foundation establishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host on obtaining an additional reward, 200 years of alchemy experience. Boom! A majestic surge of spiritual energy erupted violently within his body, washing through his limbs and bones. Chen Dakai felt entirely refreshed as his cultivation surged from the peak of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment all the way to the 6th stage. Simultaneously, a massive influx of alchemy knowledge and insights poured into his divine soul. Many pill formulas that had previously seemed obscure suddenly became crystal clear at a single glance. The proportions of various medicinal properties and the control of the flame seemed to have become second nature to his body. Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharper than ever before. He felt as though he could refine a Tier 1 pill with just a single breath. Meanwhile, at the Baodan Pavilion in Qingsha Market, Master Liu slammed several bottles of pills onto the counter, speaking to Qingyu in an overbearing manner. Shopkeeper Qin, these are this month's qi gathering pills. Same old rule, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and not a single stone less. Qingyu did not even spare a glance at the pills, looking at him with eyes as cold as if he were already a dead man. Master Liu, starting today, Baodan Pavilion terminates all cooperation with you. What? Master Liu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Qin Yue, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you were saying? My master is an elder of the Danding sect. I am very clear on what I am saying, Qin Yue replied coldly. Compared to a true master of alchemy, these things you refine cannot even be considered garbage. You, Master Liu's face flushed to the color of pig liver as he suddenly realized. It's that country bumpkin surnamed Chen. It must be him. How dare you betray me for a mere rogue cultivator? Get out, Qin Yue uttered a single word. Master Liu was so furious that he pointed at Qin Yue, his lips trembling, unable to squeeze out another word for a long while. He knew that for Qin Yue to dare act this way, it must have been under Chen Dakai's instructions. What a humiliating disgrace. Fine. Very well. Qin Yue, Chen Dakai, just you wait. Master Liu roared, slamming the door as he stormed out. With a sinister glint in his eyes, a venomous plan began to form in his mind. His nominal master was an old lecher who had constantly tasked him with hunting down female cultivators. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai had a harem of wives and concubines, including several stunning Dao companions who were already in the foundation establishment stage. This was practically a treasure trove delivered right to his doorstep. If he could just capture Chen Dakai, he would not only exact his revenge, but also present those beauties to his master in exchange for rewards, while keeping the rest for his own enjoyment. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, he certainly could not accomplish this alone, which led him to think of his hot-tempered, yet powerful senior brother. Half a day later, on a mountain peak just outside Qingsha Market, Master Liu was currently embellishing his grievances as he wailed to a cold-faced young man dressed in black, a sword strapped to his back. Senior brother, you must seek justice for me. That Chen Dakai has gone too far. Not only did he steal my business, but he also claimed that our Danding sect is nothing but an empty name, declaring we aren't even fit to carry his shoes. This young man in black was none other than Master Liu's senior brother Jian Wuxin, an 8th-stage foundation establishment sword cultivator who possessed quite a notorious reputation around Qingsha Market. A mere rustic alchemist dares to insult our sect. Jian Wuxin furrowed his brows, a trace of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Senior brother, that's not even the main point. Master Liu leaned in closer and lowered his voice, his eyes glittering with greed. The main point is that within that fellow's manor there are dozens of stunning female cultivators hidden away, and at least 6 of them are in the foundation establishment stage. Every single one of them is an absolute beauty. Just think about it, if we can capture them, we can present a few to our master, and as for the rest, they would be of immense benefit to our cultivation. Hearing the words, 6 foundation establishment female cultivators, Jian Wuxin's expression finally shifted. A single female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage was worth a fortune, let alone 6. And stunning beauties at that. This was simply unbelievable. Are your words true? Absolutely true. The news has already spread throughout Qingsha Market. Senior brother, are we doing this job? Jian Wuxin fell silent for a brief moment. A piece of trash who builds his cultivation solely on women is easily slain. Let's go. 2 streaks of light soared into the sky, shooting directly toward Qinjia Town. A moment later, above Qinjia Town, 2 powerful pressures of the foundation establishment realm bore down heavily. The grand clan protecting array of Qinjia Town buzzed and vibrated, and countless townsfolk found themselves struggling to breathe under this oppressive aura. He who commands Qinjia Town, get out here and meet your death. Jian Wuxin stood proudly in midair, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. Immediately following his cry was Master Liu's even more arrogant jeering. Chen Dakai, you cowardly turtle, hand over your women and pill formulas immediately, and perhaps this master will spare your dog's life. The voice reverberated within the array, filled with extreme arrogance. The clamor of Jian Wuxin and Master Liu, amplified by the protective clan formation, echoed through every corner of Chen family town. The oppressive aura of the late foundation establishment stage terrified the townsfolk, who dared not leave their homes and could only kowtow in the direction of the Chen residence, praying for the immortal to manifest. Within the Chen residence, however, the scene was entirely different. Li Qingzhu, Bai Yuqin, the 3 sisters of the Wang family, and Lu Shanshan, 6 female cultivators, had already ascended midair, their faces cold as they gazed at the 2 figures outside the formation. The spiritual light of their artifacts flickered, ready to strike at any moment. My husband is in seclusion. We cannot let these 2 ruffians disturb him. Li Qingzhu's voice was icy, her resolve firm. Sister Qingzhu, why waste words with them? One is at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, the other a mere clown. With us sisters united, we can slay them within the formation. Wang Yueyao, the most hot-tempered, had her flying sword humming with energy. Just then a lazy voice came from behind them. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? For such lowlifes, there's no need for my wives to act. The group turned to see Chen Dakai, standing in the courtyard, appearing as if from nowhere. He wore a green robe, his hands clasped behind his back, a faintly amused smile on his face. Having just broken through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, he exuded no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, looking like an ordinary man. Yet at the sight of him, Li Qingzhu and the others felt their anxieties ease. Husband, you've emerged from seclusion. Greetings, husband. The women bowed in unison, their eyes filled with adoration. Chen Dakai waved a hand, his gaze piercing through the formation to land on the two noisy figures outside. Interesting. A sword cultivator and an alchemist come to my doorstep to bluster. Who gave you the courage? He took a step forward, and in a flash he appeared at the edge of the protective formation, facing Jian Wuxin from a distance. Jian Wuxin's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't even seen how the other moved. Are you Chen Dakai? Jian Wuxin suppressed his shock, asking coldly, unleashing the full might of his 8th-layer foundation establishment aura upon Chen Dakai. Yet the formidable pressure fell upon him, without stirring the slightest ripple. It's me, Chen Dakai said, picking his ear with a look of disdain. All that wailing at dawn. It's interfering with my mood to change my child's diaper. You. Jian Wuxin's face darkened. He had never endured such contempt. Beside him, Master Lu, emboldened by his backer, leaped forward and pointed at Chen Dakai, launching a torrent of abuse. Chen, you country bumpkin. Still blabbing with death at your door? My senior brother is a sword cultivator at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Killing you is as easy as turning his hand. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and cow down now. Hand over all your pill formulas and women. Chen Dakai didn't even glance at him. Instead, he addressed Jian Wuxin with interest. I'm curious. You're a sword cultivator with a bright future. Why play the dog for such a waste? Insolence. Jian Wuxin roared, his long sword half drawn from its sheath, the sharp sword energy tearing through the air. To insult my sect is a crime worthy of death. Sect? Chen Dakai laughed. With his pathetic alchemy skills, that's worthy of being called a sect. Let me put it this way, in my eyes, he's not even fit to be a furnace-tending puppet in my home. These words struck Master Lu's sore spot. Alchemy was the thing he was most proud of in his life. You insolent brat. Arrogant. Master Lu trembled with rage, his face twisted. Do you dare compete with me in alchemy? If I lose, my life is yours. Compete with you. Chen Dakai acted as if he had heard the funniest joke. You're not worthy. Your life in my eyes is worth nothing. Such contempt was worse than death. You. Master Lu's vision went black and he nearly tumbled from midair. However, Chen Dakai changed his tone, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to gamble, I'll give you a chance. Let's bet on the 2nd-grade barrier-breaking pill, shall we? He looked at Master Lu with a mocking gaze. If you lose, I don't want your life. You'll serve my Chen family as a slave for 100 years. All your properties, artifacts, spirit stones, and even those unspeakable things you've hidden, they all become mine. Do you dare to bet? Master Lu was momentarily stunned, then a barely concealed joy spread across his face. The barrier-breaking pill? That was the very elixir he had studied for decades, his specialty. His success rate was as high as 50%. He couldn't believe this country boy could even refine a 2nd-grade pill. Bet. Why not bet? Today I'll make you, this arrogant fool, die with clarity. Master Lu, afraid he might back out, agreed immediately. Senior brother. He looked at Jian Wuxin. Jian Wuxin frowned, feeling something was off, but seeing his junior brother's confidence and recalling his alchemy skills, he finally nodded. Very well, I'll be your witness. But who will serve as the judge? As he spoke, a streak of light shot over from the direction of Greenstone Market. The newcomer was Qin Yue, who had arrived upon receiving the news. Junior Qin Yu is willing to vouch for Master Chen and serve as the impartial referee for this contest. Qin Yu landed and respectfully bowed to Chen Dakai, completely ignoring the livid-faced Master Lu at her side. You'll do, Chen Dakai said casually. The arena was quickly cleared right in the square before the Chen residence. Countless townsfolk and members of the Chen family gathered at a distance, watching the alchemy contest. Master Lu summoned his magnificent black flame golden cauldron, arrayed various rare auxiliary herbs on the ground, putting on an impressive display that drew gasps from the onlookers. In contrast, Chen Dakai stood empty-handed, lazily lounging, as if he had come to sunbathe rather than refine pills. Playing tricks. Master Lu snorted, starting to process the herbs with practiced movements, showing some skill. He slapped the cauldron, and a crimson flame rose, beginning to preheat it. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai remained motionless. Just when everyone thought he would give up, he moved. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of medicinal herbs before him levitated into the air. With a crackle, a ball of golden flame appeared in his palm. He wasn't even using a cauldron. Cauldronless alchemy. Qin Yu gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Legend had it that only alchemy grandmasters with ultimate mastery of pharmacology and flame control could shed the shackles of the furnace, using heaven and earth as their vessel and divine will to control the fire, directly refining pills. How could this be? Chen Dakai flicked his finger, and one by one the herbs flew into the golden flame. Without any explosion or conflict, all the medicinal properties were perfectly extracted and fused within the flame in a mysterious manner. Every movement he made perfectly aligned with some profound Tao of alchemy. On the other side, Master Lu was drenched in cold sweat. He too was stunned by Chen Dakai's cauldronless technique. His mind wavered, and the liquid in his cauldron churned violently, nearly causing the furnace to explode. He hastily steadied himself, struggling to control the flame, all arrogance gone, replaced by panic and terror. Half an hour later, a dull thud came from Master Lu's cauldron. His face ashen, he trembled as he opened the lid, revealing only a single charred, shriveled pill riddled with cracks, a failed elixir. He had failed. And at that moment a rich fragrance of pills began to waft from Chen Dakai's direction. Everyone turned to look, seeing the golden flame in Chen Dakai's palm slowly dissipate, leaving 12 gleaming, perfectly round, barrier-breaking pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, and marked with natural pill patterns suspended like stars. Perfect quality. And 12 in a single batch. The disparity was clear. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Liu stared at the 12 perfect pills, his faith utterly shattered. He spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, babbling like a madman. Jian Wuxin's face had turned a ghastly iron gray. Chen Dakai waved a hand, and the 12 pills flew into a jade bottle. Without even glancing at the prostrate Master Liu, he said flatly to Qin Yue, announced the result. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and declared in a clear voice, the winner of this contest is Master Chen. With a thud, Master Liu, as if all strength had drained from him, collapsed to his knees, his face the color of death. According to the wager, you and everything you possess now belong to me. Chen Dakai walked up to him, looking down from above. Senior brother, save me. Master Liu looked at Jian Wuxin in terror. Jian Wuxin's hand on his sword hilt was white-knuckled, but in the end he did not move. Before so many witnesses, to go back on his word would shatter his Dao heart as a sword cultivator. I am willing to serve as a slave for 100 years. Please, master, spare my life. Master Liu in despair kowtowed frantically to Chen Dakai. I give you everything. I also have a beautiful daughter-in-law, newly widowed, pure as snow, possessing a rare pure Yin constitution. I intended to offer her to my master. Now I present her to you too. Only beg you to spare my life. To save his skin, he would stoop to such words. A playful smile spread across Chen Dakai's face. Very well. He nodded. I'll keep your life for now. As for what you mentioned, I'll send people to take possession. He kicked Master Liu to Li Qingzhu's feet. Qingzhu, cripple his cultivation and take him back. Have him start by cleaning the toilets. Yes, husband. Watching his junior brother have his cultivation crippled and be dragged away like a dead dog, Jian Wuxin's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring at Chen Dakai. Before the Chun residence, a deathly silence reigned. Both the Chun clan members and the onlookers from the town were left utterly stunned by Chen Dakai's miraculous cauldron-less pill refinement technique. Master Liu was dragged away like a dead dog, still muttering impossible, his mind already shattered. Sword Wu Xian's face was dark enough to drip water. He stared fiercely at Chen Dakai, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the sword hilt. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented insult. He was the respected outer sect enforcer of the Danding sect, a sword cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment 8th layer, who had come here to flaunt his power alongside his junior brother, only to watch his junior brother crippled on the spot and reduced to a family servant. And yet, as his senior brother, he could only stand by, helplessly, not daring to utter a single word. If this reached the sect, he, Sword Wu Xian, would become an object of ridicule. Splendid, splendid. Sword Wu Xian sneered in bitter fury, his sword intent surging violently. Your pill refinement technique is indeed supernatural. But in the cultivation world, strength is what truly matters. Let me see if your bones are as unyielding as your alchemy skills. He finally dropped all pretense. His pride as a sword cultivator refused to let him retreat in disgrace. In his view, Chen Dakai must have devoted all his energy to alchemy, leaving his combat abilities utterly mediocre. He was a sword cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment 8th layer, his combat power far exceeding that of his peers. Even if his opponent had reached the 6th layer, he could never possibly be his match. Victory would wash away all the shame he suffered today. He could also seize all the women and wealth from this place, bringing them back to the sect as a great meritorious deed. At that point, who would dare mock him? The look in Chen Dakai's eyes was as if he were observing a fool. So you're finally done pretending. He rotated his wrists, joints cracking audibly. Just right. I'd also like to see what the so-called Danding sect sword cultivators are truly made of. You seek death. Sword Wu Xian roared, his killing intent no longer restrained. His long sword flashed from its scabbard, a brilliant blade radiance shooting toward the sky as sharp sword aura split the ground into deep trenches. Turbulent waves soared art tremendous torrents. He swung his sword, and the sword chi transformed into towering, overlapping waves surging toward Chen Dakai with overwhelming mountain-toppling force. Even before the sword waves arrived, the gale they generated made the onlookers struggle to stay upright, forcing them backward. Li Qingzhu and the others felt their hearts tighten, instinctively wanting to step forward and assist. Step down. Chen Dakai calmly spoke, 2 words, his figure advancing rather than retreating. The azure blade had appeared in his hand at some point, and without even glancing at the surging sword waves, he casually took a single step forward. The 7 steps, sword manual, first step. A seemingly ordinary sword light ignited from his blade tip. Without any earth-shattering momentum, it precisely struck the core node of those overlapping sword waves. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. That overwhelming sword wave, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, collapsed, as though a punctured balloon, dissipating into countless spiritual lights that filled the sky. What a... Sword Wu Xian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His prized ultimate technique shattered so effortlessly. Before he could react, Chen Dakai had already taken his second and third steps. Two sword lights emerged, one on each side, seamlessly positioned like a gazelle hanging its horns, leaving no trace, and sealing off all his escape routes. Overcome with terror, Sword Wu Xian could only raise his long sword before his chest, channeling his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. Clang! Clang! With two sharp resonances, Sword Wu Xian felt an unstoppable force surge through his blade, shattering his palm and sending blood streaming. His entire body was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground 100 meters away. Spurting a jet of blood from his mouth, his eyes revealed pure shock. Defeated. After merely 3 steps he had lost. Is this the sword technique of the Danding sect? Chen Dakai approached him, slowly shaking his head with clear disappointment. Full of flaws, all show and no substance. It's not even worthy of scratching an itch. You? Who exactly are you? Sword Wu Xian's voice cracked with terror as he roared. What I am doesn't matter. Chen Dakai looked down at him. What matters is that today you will die here. Chen Dakai's words sent chills through Sword Wu Xian's body. No, he couldn't die. He still had a brilliant future ahead. He still wanted to form his golden core. He still wanted to become a nascent soul ancestor. His desperation to survive overpowered everything, and madness mixed with resolve flashed across his eyes. You forced me. You forced me. He screamed like a madman, his hands swiftly forming a bizarre hand seal. Profound grade supreme technique, life-burning art. Sacrificing my 100 years of lifespan for peerless sword power. Burn. A violent aura erupted from within his body. His once jet-black hair turned streaked with white before their eyes. Wrinkles rapidly etched themselves across his face, and he seemed to age decades in an instant. In stark contrast, his fighting spirit surged higher and higher. Foundation establishment 8th layer peak. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Foundation establishment 9th layer peak. He had forcibly burned through his lifespan to elevate his cultivation to the half-step golden core realm. You surnamed Chun. Die for me. Sword Wu Xian's eyes burned crimson, consumed by madness. Every ounce of his strength poured into this single strike, body and sword merging into one. A crimson beam piercing through heaven and earth aimed directly at Chen Dakai's forehead. This strike had transcended the Foundation establishment realm, edging dangerously close to the power of a golden core breakthrough. Yet a hint of amusement curved Chen Dakai's lips. Burning lifespan to gain strength. This technique. Quite interesting. Still finding time to comment. As the crimson beam closed in, he calmly stepped. 4th, 5th, 6th. 3 steps in rapid succession. 3 sword lights merged instantly into one. A concentrated gray blade radiance appearing silently to meet the crimson beam. No earth-shattering collision occurred. The moment the gray sword radiance touched the crimson beam, the raging blood rainbow dissolved silently like ice and snow under the blazing sun. The sword's momentum carried through unimpeded, piercing straight through Sword Wu Xian's brow. The madness and ferocity frozen on his face became permanent. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly as his spent body disintegrated into ash, scattering on the wind. Only a storage pouch and a long sword remained clattering to the ground. Chen Dakai casually gestured, pulling the spoils into his grasp. His divine sense scanned the storage pouch, quickly locating a jade slip. The life-burning art. Burn lifespan to unleash power several times beyond one's own limits. The technique is ruthless, but carries infinite consequences. Never activated unless facing life or death. Chen Dakai chuckled softly. Infinite consequences. Perhaps for others, but for him this was practically a divine art, tailor-made. What he lacked most was none at all. He possessed more than enough lifespan. With this technique, he now had another trump card sufficient to bridge the gap between himself and cultivators of higher realms. He stowed away the jade slip and scanned the crowd. All who met his gaze, regardless of who they were, lowered their heads in reverence, daring not to look directly at him. Enough. This farce is over. Chen Dakai's voice shattered the silence. Looking toward the 3 Wang sisters, he commanded calmly, "That Master Lu's wager included a daughter-in-law, didn't it? Yuyin Yueyao, go to Qingshi Market and bring her back." "Yes, husband." Wang Yuyin and Wang Yueyao bowed in acknowledgement, then transformed into 2 sword beams soaring toward Qingshi Market. Chen Dakai watched their departing silhouettes, then glanced at the pile of ash on the ground, deep in thought. Pure inconstitution. He was curious to see just how pure it truly was. In the secluded Bluestone Market, a quiet residence stood apart. Once the private home of Master Lu, it now lay desolate, its gates exuding a sense of ruin. Wang Yuyin and Wang Yueyao alighted in the courtyard, their spiritual senses sweeping the place before they headed straight for the underground chamber. Boom! Yueyao, impatient by nature, cleaved open the heavy stone door with a single sword stroke. A damp, moldy stench rushed to them. Deep inside the chamber, a woman was bound by thick iron chains to her limbs, and 2 gleaming iron hooks pierced her collarbones, pinning her stark to the wall. Her clothes were ragged, her hair disheveled, her face gaunt, yet her eyes burned with heightened vigilance and hatred, as if she were over 50, but not at all spent. Hearing the commotion, she slowly lifted her head. Seeing the two women step in, her wariness eased slightly, but she remained on guard. Who are you? Are you sent by Liu Chongqing, that old beast, as well? Her voice was hoarse, yet carried a fierce spirit. We are of the Chen family. Wang Yuyan stepped forward, her tone warmer. Master Liu has fallen. You are now the household servants of our lord. We come at our lord's command to bring you back to the Chen family. Chen family. Our lord. Yan Ruyu chewed over the words, a sneer flitting across her face. What then? From one cage to another. What difference is there between your lord and Liu Chongqing? They're but two men who covet my body. Wang Yueyao was irked by this. Hey, how dare you speak that way? Who is my husband to you that you can pass judgment on him? To be desired by him is your fortune. Yan Ruyu laughed bitterly, her laughter heavy with sorrow. Such fortune I would rather not have. Tell that Chen to go back. Yan Ruyu would rather die here than bow to any man again. You really have no sense of propriety, do you? Wang Yueyao grew angry. Wang Yuyan stayed her with a calm shake of the head. She understood Yan Ruyu's bitterness. Long years of imprisonment had bred deep distrust of all men. Enough talk with her. Wang Yuyan sighed, weaving a spell with her fingers. A few wisps of radiant light flashed, and all the iron chains binding her were severed. Let's go. Whether this is fortune or misfortune, you'll know once you return to the Chen family. Here you have but one path to death. Yan Ruyu, freed, did not resist merely casting a cold look at them. She knew that as a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, she was no match for these two foundation establishment cultivators. Resistance would be futile. Yan Ruyu was dragged back to the Chen residence with her guard unshaken. She would soon lay eyes on the legendary Chen Dakai. Young, handsome, an aura of depth beyond measure. Yet none of this could wipe away her loathing. To her, the more polished a man's exterior, the dirtier his heart. You are Yan Ruyu. Chen Dakai sat at the head of the table, tea in hand, coolly appraising her. In her 50s in appearance, her skin rough, but her features not without appeal. Especially that fierce vitality which carried a certain rough, yet seductive charm. Pak. Yan Ruyu spat on the floor, her gaze contemptuous. You want me to serve you? Dream on. If you have the guts, kill me. Enough. Li Qingzhu and the others cried out in chorus. Chen Dakai laughed, waving for silence. Killing you. That would be too cheap. He rose and walked slowly toward Yan Ruyu, reaching out to lift her chin. Don't touch me. Yan Ruyu backed away as if stepped on by a thorn, eyes full of loathing. Chen Dakai's patience wore thin. His gaze turned cold, and he uttered a single word: bind. An invisible force enveloped Yan Ruyu. She was stunned to find that save for her eyes, her entire body was frozen, unable to move a single finger. This was the gap between late foundation establishment and mid-qi refining, as vast as a chasm. Chen Dakai, uninterested in further talk, scooped her up and strode toward his private chamber as the other women watched with meaning in their eyes. Your husband is still as domineering as ever, Wang Yueyao whispered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. That's called charm, Li Qingzhu laughed, shaking her head. Just wait. By tomorrow another sister will join us. Inside the sleeping chambers, Yan Ruyu was flung onto a soft, large bed, her spirit dimmed, leaving only emptiness and humiliation. She watched Chen Dakai approach, her eyes fixed on him, as if she would swallow him whole. Chen Dakai remained expressionless, and with a casual sweep of his hand, the tattered clothing on her body turned to ash. 8,000 characters are omitted here, time passed unknown. When the tumult subsided, Yan Ruyu curled into a corner of the bed, her eyes emptied, tears gliding down the corners of her eyes. But at that moment, a warm, pure energy suddenly flowed from the man beneath her, surging into every limb and bone. The yin-yang harmony skill began to move quietly. What is this? Yan Ruyu was stunned. She could clearly feel her depleted dantian being rapidly filled and expanded by this energy. The bottleneck that had troubled her for decades, the mid-qi refining stage, was pierced as this energy washed over her like tearing a thin sheet in an instant. Late-stage qi refining. But it was not over yet. The energy continued to reshape her body, healing the lingering wounds from years of confinement. Her rough skin visibly smooth, her gray hair regained a dark luster, and her appearance grew even more striking. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the aged woman's face, once over 50, miraculously recovered to the peak of a 30-something, exuding a mature, captivating charm that surpassed even her youth. She stood before the bronze mirror, staring at the reflection that was both familiar and strange, unsure whether to cry or laugh. The man who had ruined her purity had also granted her a new life. While she was dazed, Chen Dakai's voice sounded in her ear. How does it feel? At that moment, Chen Dakai felt nothing but thrill and ease. Truly a pure yin body. The pure yin essence that returned from her after a single consummation made him feel his cultivation bottleneck loosen dramatically. He slipped the storage ring onto Yan Ruyu's hand. Inside you'll find pills and cultivation manuals plus some clothes for changing. From today you are mine, Yan Ruyu. The past is gone. In the Chen family, no one will dare bully you again. Yen Ryu looked at the ring, then at the calm man beside her, and the hatred in her heart slowly cooled, replaced by a tangle of emotions she could not name. Perhaps this isn't a tiger's den after all. In the days that followed, she remained at the Chen residence. Li Qingzhu and the others did not ostracize her. Instead, they often chatted with her, teaching her the rules of the mansion and even sharing bawdy jokes. Ryu Jie, you're truly formidable. Oh, our lord says you cried out the loudest. Yes, yes, we all heard it. Did our lord make you feel especially good? Facing the sisters' spicy taunts, Yen Ryu's face had reddened at first, and she was unsure, but gradually, she grew used to the atmosphere. She found that the women of the Chen family, though all centered around one man, were as close as sisters without scheming among themselves. And that man, though domineering, also treated them with respect and provided stability. Under such a climate, she slowly let her guard down. Half a month later, when Chen Dakai entered her room again, she did not resist, but quietly loosened her clothes. Another night passed. Ding. A child conceived, a mother of pure Yin constitution, potential rated as yellow tier low, reward to the host 500 years of cultivation. Cultivation began to rise. Boom. A surge of energy larger than any before exploded within Chen Dakai. Foundation establishment 6th layer peak. Foundation establishment 7th layer. 8th layer. 9th layer. His cultivation leaped across 3 levels in mere breaths, reaching the apex of the foundation establishment stage. He was only 1 step away from a golden core. Excellent. A purine body indeed. Chen Dakai reveled in the power surging within him and laughed loudly. Yen Ryu is truly the gift heaven has granted him. Within the sleeping chamber, candlelight flickered. After their union subsided, Liu Mei lay lazily against Chen Dakai's chest, her fingers tracing faint circles on his sternum, a lingering blush still coloring her features. As Chen Dakai's first woman and the de facto principal wife of the Chen residence, she enjoyed more affection than all his other consorts combined. Yet at that moment a shadow of melancholy lingered between her brows. With Chen Dakai's cultivation level, his divine sense was razor-sharp, making it impossible for her emotional turmoil to escape his awareness. He gathered Liu Mei close, his chin grazing her hair, as he murmured softly, "What troubles you? You wear such a heavy-hearted expression." Liu Mei exhaled a sorrowful sigh. Lifting her gaze, she took in Chen Dakai's handsome features, youthful yet refined beyond his years, and something complicated flickered in her eyes. "My lord, you've attained immortality, now commanding such presence. Qingzhu Shanshan and Shiqing. They've all reached the same realm as well. Your conversations revolve around cultivation and spells, realms I can scarcely comprehend." Liu Mei's voice trailed off. "I feel myself falling further behind each day." These words stirred something tender in Chen Dakai's heart. He understood precisely what weighed on her mind. As the Chen family's power had grown, so too had his wife's cultivation levels, yet Liu Mei, devoid of spiritual roots, remained mortal. Even with youthful preserving elixirs maintaining her appearance, a mortal lifespan was finite. "Foolish girl, what are you imagining?" Chen Dakai drew her closer, his voice warm with reassurance. "I'm not imagining things." Liu Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. "My lord, I'm nearly 40 years old now. Even sustained by elixirs decades, or a century hence, she would be an aged woman reduced to dust. But you are different." Even with youthful preserving elixirs maintaining her appearance, a mortal lifespan was finite. "Foolish girl, what are you imagining?" Chen Dakai drew her closer, his voice warm with reassurance. These words gave voice to her deepest, long-suppressed dread. She feared not other women sharing her husband's favor, but rather the day death separated them, ending their reunion forever. Chen Dakai fell silent. He cupped Liu Mei's tear-streaked face in his hands, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. "Meyer, look at me." Liu Mei's teary eyes met his searching gaze. "Remember, you were my first woman, and you shall always be the matriarch of my house. That will never change. What do we cultivators strive for? We strive to wrest fate from heaven itself, to defy the very cosmos." Chen Dakai's voice was low, yet resonated with unshakable conviction. "You think a mere mortal span can steal you from my side? It never asked my permission. If you lack spiritual roots, I shall find celestial treasures to rebuild them. If they cannot be found, I shall seize them by force. Should the heavenly Tao prove unjust, I shall shatter it entirely. My woman, I declare you shall live forever, and so you shall." These words sent shockwaves through Liu Mei's heart. Through blurred tears, the man before her seemed to ascend into a towering deity, shielding her beneath his protection. All her anxieties and fears dissolved in that instant. Liu Mei said nothing, pressing herself against him in a fervent kiss. Once more they yielded to passion. Chen Dakai etched his resolve into her very being through their most primal union. Watching her sleep peacefully in his arms, a contented smile still gracing her lips, Chen Dakai's gaze softened. He was determined to obtain those treasures capable of restoring spiritual roots. Refreshed and invigorated, Chen Dakai exited the sleeping chamber into bright daylight. A maid rushed forward with news. "My lord, manager Qin Yu of the Precious Pills Pavilion has come to visit and awaits in the main hall." Qin Yu. A faint smile crossed his lips. "Let her wait." The woman certainly moved with remarkable efficiency. He took his time over breakfast, then offered guidance to his young children during their morning exercises before strolling leisurely to the main hall. Inside, Chen Yu sat primly sipping tea from a cup. Yet her trembling hands and frequent glances toward the door betrayed her inner tension. When Chen Dakai finally appeared, she sprang upright as if launched from a spring, her face arranging itself into a practiced smile. Mr. Chen, you've arrived at last. Chen Dakai took his seat at the head of the table, accepting a freshly poured cup of hot tea from a waiting maid. He regarded her coolly. Manager Chen, what brings you here so early? Is this urgent? Chen Yu quickly retrieved a jade scroll wrapped in brocade and a gilded wooden box from her storage pouch, offering them with both hands. Mr. Chen, I have succeeded in my task. She spoke with visible excitement. I've completed your family's registration through the Precious Pills Pavilion's official channels at the Xiliang Kingdom's Pacification Division. This is the official document issued by the Pacification Division. From this day forward, the Chen family shall be recognized as a second-rate foundation establishment immortal clan by Xiliang Kingdom. She opened the wooden box, revealing a palm-sized dark iron token. Its obverse bore an archaic Chun character, while its reverse displayed intricate patterns of mountains and rivers. This is the Chun family's ancestral token. With it you shall gain jurisdiction over 5 counties surrounding Yunlai town. Mortal taxation and resource allocation shall fall entirely under the Chun family's authority. Chen Dakai examined the token while scanning the jade scroll with his divine sense, confirming everything was in order before nodding approvingly. This Chen Yu indeed possessed considerable capability. With this token, the Chen family had finally taken solid root. Yet Chen Yu's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Dakai, her thoughts churning within. She could not discern his cultivation level. Last time they met, she had barely sensed he was at the 6th layer of foundation establishment. But how long had it been since then? A month. The Chen Dakai before her now radiated an impenetrable aura, conveying an unfathomable depth. That invisible pressure made even breathing difficult for a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator like herself. Foundation establishment late stage. It had to be. What manner of monster was this man? Taking concubines, wildly reveling night after night, yet his cultivation soared like a rocket. Did heavenly justice still exist in this world? Forcing a more enchanting smile upon her face, she spoke half in flattery, half in jest. Mr. Chen has grown even more formidable since our last meeting. It seems being among your consorts is truly a great blessing, not only receiving your protection, but also aiding your cultivation. It makes this humble one somewhat envious. She had intended to flatter him and draw closer. But Chen Dakai, upon hearing this, actually looked at her thoughtfully. Setting down his teacup, he leaned forward slightly, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Oh. Since Manager Chen also feels envious, then it is not impossible. The Chen family's doors remain ever open for you. As Chen Dakai's voice fell, the main hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Chen Yu's professional smile also froze. She had never expected that a playful compliment would elicit such a direct response. The gates of the Chen family were always open to her. What did that mean? Was it literal, or? The implication she did not dare to dwell upon. Young Master Chen. You must be joking. Chen Yu let out a dry laugh, raising her teacup in an attempt to mask her unease, but the slight tremor in her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. An unnatural blush crept from the tips of her ears down to her neck. Joking. Chen Dakai leaned forward once more, an imposing aura washing over her, causing even Chen Yu to feel a hint of pressure. His gaze was sharp, as if capable of peering into the depths of one's soul. I never joke. Manager Chen Yu are a clever person. Between clever people there is no need to beat around the bush. Your visit today was partly to finalize the registration documents, but more importantly, you wanted to discuss new terms of cooperation with me, didn't you? Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her inner calculations had been so easily exposed by him. The young man before her did not seem like someone in his 20s. Instead, he resembled an old fox who had lived for thousands of years. Indeed, she had come this time precisely to renegotiate. Previously, she had misjudged Chen Dakai's potential and chose to cooperate with Master Liu, causing the business of Baodan Pavilion in Qingshi Market to plummet. The headquarters was already highly dissatisfied with her. Although she had redeemed herself this time by helping the Chen family secure their immortal clan registration, the previous 70-30 profit split was still deemed far too low by the headquarters. She had been given an ultimatum. If she could not secure greater benefits for Baodan Pavilion, her position as manager would be optimized away. In this world, being optimized by a major merchant guild led to a fate far more miserable than a mere mortal being dismissed. Chen Yu took a deep breath and decided to lay her cards on the table. Young Master Chen has exceptional insight. I am truly impressed. She set down her teacup, stood up, and curtsied deeply to Chen Dakai. To be completely frank, my purpose today is indeed to discuss the profit split of the medicinal pills with you. A 70-30 split. The headquarters still feels it is a bit too low. Oh, then what do you propose? Chen Dakai leaned back against his chair at his leisure. Chen Yu gritted her teeth and held up 5 fingers, a 50-50 split. Rest assured, young Master Chen, as long as we can agree on 50-50 bout in Pavilion, we'll mobilize all its channels to fully promote your pills. A 50-50 split. Chen Dakai laughed. He laughed to the point that Chen Yu's heart felt completely chilled. Manager Chen, have you misunderstood one thing? Chen Dakai raised his teacup, gently blew away the steam, and said unhurriedly, right now it is your bout in Pavilion begging me, not the other way around. My pills, you know their quality better than anyone. Even if I do not cooperate with you, do you think I would worry about sales if I partnered with any other guild, or simply opened my own shop? Chen Yu's face instantly turned pale. She knew that Chen Dakai spoke the absolute truth. The Chen family, having monopolized perfect quality pills, had no shortage of potential partners. Then, 60-40. Young Master Chen Yu takes 60, and we take 40. This is truly my absolute limit. Chen Yu grew anxious, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. If she failed to negotiate this time, she would truly be finished. 40%. Chen Dakai shook his head. I do not even wish to give you 10%. You? Chen Yu was so choked by his words that she could barely catch her breath, her chest heaving violently. This guy was simply a ruthless demon who devoured people whole. However, Chen Dakai shifted his tone, his gaze landing once more on her well-defined curvaceous figure, his eyes becoming intensely predatory. I do have a way to ensure that not a single cent of this profit falls into the hands of outsiders. Chen Yu's heart tightened as a bad premonition washed over her. What way? Chen Dakai patted his thigh. It is very simple. Marry me and become a member of my Chen family. When the time comes, you will still be the manager of Baodan Pavilion, and you will continue to manage the pill business. The spirit stones earned will go into your pocket, which is equivalent to entering my Chen family's pocket, is it not? We will be one family. Why would family members argue over profit splits? Boom. Chen Yu felt a buzzing in her head as her mind went blank. This man, he actually harbored such intentions. He was not joking. Her first reaction was sheer absurdity, and a surge of anger welled up from the depths of her heart. She, the dignified manager of Baodan Pavilion and a cultivator of the mid-foundation establishment stage, was expected to become a concubine to a mere boy. Yet immediately following that, an indescribable sense of shame, annoyance, and a peculiar sensation surged into her heart. She looked at Chen Dakai's young, handsome, and somewhat overbearing face. Meeting his deep, dark eyes, her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably for some unknown reason. She recalled the various rumors surrounding Chen Dakai. He had a multitude of wives and concubines and indulged in nightly revelries, yet his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Every single one of his women was nourished to the point of glowing, their cultivations advancing rapidly. Marrying him seemed not entirely unacceptable. At the very least, it was far better than being optimized by the headquarters and disposed of like trash. Besides, he was so good-looking. Chen Yu's breathing grew rapid, her cheeks burning hot. Chen Dakai observed her shifting expressions without rushing her, quietly sipping his tea. He knew this woman would make the smartest choice. After a long silence, Chen Yu seemed to have made a firm decision, letting out a long, slow breath. She raised her head, a hint of reckless determination shining in her beautiful eyes. Fine. She uttered only a single word. Then, under Chen Dakai's slightly surprised gaze, she stepped forward, gracefully lifted her skirt, and sat directly upon his sturdy thigh. Her warm, soft body fell right into his embrace. Chen Yu wrapped her arms around Chen Dakai's neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Husband, from now on we are family. You have the final say in business matters. And as for matters in bed, you must also have the final say. Feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity in his arms, Chen Dakai could not help but look down. This woman really had a remarkably plump rear. A thought involuntarily popped into his mind. A woman with a large rear is highly fertile. He smiled. He wrapped his large hand around her, pulled her tightly into his embrace, and leaned down to kiss her. Chen Yu's sharp tongue was famous in the business world. Unbeknownst to him, even when kissing, she possessed a stubborn, unyielding spirit, offering a uniquely delightful experience. 3 days later, the Chen estate was decorated with lanterns and colored banners as they hosted another grand wedding. That night, the bridal chamber was lit by candlelight. Chen Dakai looked at Chen Yue, who was dressed in her bridal gown, and looked incomparably alluring, sensing her shyness and awkwardness of experiencing intimacy for the first time. A deep sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He had never expected that this woman, who appeared so shrewd, capable, and full of feminine charm, would actually still be a virgin. He felt as though he had struck gold. A night of passionate lovemaking went without saying. Chen Dakai truly felt that this woman was a natural enchantress. Not only was her body as soft as water, but her cries were also exceptionally melodious. Most importantly, she truly lived up to her reputation as a long-standing manager. That aura of a superior authority, when completely conquered in bed, brought a level of satisfaction that far surpassed that of ordinary women. Merely 5 days had passed. Just as Chen Dakai was holding Chen Yu in a tender embrace, the system's notification sound rang out in his mind without warning. Ding! It has been detected that an offspring has been successfully conceived. The mother is conceiving for the first time. The potential is evaluated as mid-grade yellow tier. rewarding the host high-grade, profound, tier, flying spiritual treasure, the primordial chaos, Qi cloud. Chen Dakai was utterly stunned. Conceived so quickly. He looked down at Qin Yu's flat lower abdomen, then at her voluptuous figure. Sure enough, a large rear is indeed highly fertile. The ancients did not deceive me. Primordial chaos, Qi cloud, a miraculous object formed by the natural gathering of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It can expand or shrink, gathering and dispersing at will. At its largest, it can transform into 100 zhang sea of clouds carrying 10,000 people. At its smallest, it can turn into a wisp of cloud and smoke hidden within a sleeve. Furthermore, it can divide into thousands of subclouds for clan members to ride and fly, with a speed comparable to a core formation cultivator. An excellent treasure. Chen Dakai was overjoyed. This thing was simply an indispensable divine tool for family travel. With it, no matter where the Chun family members went in the future, they could set out together, maximizing their grand display. Looking at the living treasure beneath him who had brought him such a massive surprise, he felt he could not cherish her enough. Husband. What is wrong with you? Qin Yu felt a bit flustered under his suddenly burning gaze. It is nothing. Chen Dakai let out a chuckle and rolled over on top of her. I just suddenly felt that we need to further deepen our family's bond. Oh. Within the bedchamber, those blush-inducing cries soon echoed once again. Ever since Qin Yu completely devoted herself to him, the cooperation between the Chun family and Baodan Pavilion grew increasingly tight-knit, without the slightest estrangement. In Qin Yu's own words, they were now all one family, so they naturally had to share the same mind and pool their efforts together. Baodan Pavilion Qingshi Market. The shop, which had once fallen into desolation after Master Lu's departure, had now become one of the most bustling places in the market, with its fame spreading even hundreds of miles away. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 1,000. This perfect foundation establishment pill is mine. Bullshit. You think a mere 1,000 spirit stones can buy an elixir personally refined by immortal Chun? I bid 150 mid-grade spirit stones plus my Zhang family's ancestral low-grade mystic rank artifact. Stop arguing. I am the chief of the Haifeng stronghold. Anyone who dares to compete with me is making an enemy of the 3,000 brothers of my Haifeng stronghold. I bid 1,300 high-grade spirit stones. Inside the main hall of Baodan Pavilion, the clamor was deafening, packed to the brim with cultivators from all directions. Their gazes were locked intently on a jade box held aloft by Qin Yu on the high platform. Resting quietly inside the jade box was a pill perfectly round and brimming with restrained spiritual light. A perfect grade foundation establishment pill. Ever since the Chun family announced that they would sell a limited quantity of 3 perfect foundation establishment pills every month through Baodan Pavilion, the entire Qingshi market had been thrown into a frenzy. This was a divine elixir completely free of pill toxins, capable of raising the success rate of foundation establishment to 100%. The market price for a standard foundation establishment pill was merely 100 high-grade spirit stones, and even then they were often unavailable despite the demand. Yet the one refined by Chen Dakai had its price driven up more than tenfold, and it still required bidding. As for the Qi-gathering pills and healing pills, which were likewise free of pill toxins, they were supplied in limited daily quantities and were swept clean the moment they hit the shelves. Countless rogue cultivators and small families lined up outside the entrance of Baodan Pavilion all night just to purchase a single pill. The name of Immortal Chun had truly spread from the small locality of Yunlai Town to encompass a 1,000-mile radius. Some clever rogue cultivators and small families realized that instead of spending exorbitant amounts to snatch up pills, it was better to align themselves directly with the source. Thus, following the Liu family, 2 more influential Qi refining stage cultivation families came to pledge their allegiance. In addition, 3 rogue cultivator forces entrenched on the nearby mountains also prepared grand gifts, hoping to be integrated into the Chen family. Qinjia Township Mansion. Tonight the main hall was brilliantly lit with the sound of drums and music echoing endlessly as a grand banquet was underway. Chen Dakai sat high in the seat of honor with Li Qingzhu on his left and Lu Shanshan on his right. Further down, several mistresses of the house, including Bai Yuqin and the 3 Wang sisters, sat in order, fully displaying the grandeur of the master family. Seated below were the heads of the Dongfang and Nangong families who had come to pledge allegiance, as well as the leaders of the 3 forces Haifeng Stronghold, Qinglang Gang, and Taizhong Alliance. Every single one of these men was a formidable figure who dominated their respective domains, yet at this moment before Chen Dakai, they were as respectful as grandchildren. Immortal Chen, I Dongfang Xiong raise a toast to you. A burly middle-aged man stood up, raising his cup high, his face plastered with a flattering smile. To be able to serve under your banner is a blessing my Dongfang family has accumulated over 100 lifetimes. Should there be any commands in the future, the entire Dongfang family will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chen Dakai raised his cup and took a light sip as a response. His gaze, however, fell more upon the gracefully dancing maidens in the center of the hall. The music of string and wind instruments drifted through the air as they moved in captivating dances. especially the leading woman whose figure was incredibly enchanting and graceful. A thin veil draped over her face, concealing her features and leaving only a pair of phoenix eyes that seemed capable of stealing one's soul. Every spin and sway of her waist carried a natural, effortless allure that stirred the hearts of onlookers. What caught Chen Dakai's attention even more was that he could sense this woman actually possessed a cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. A female cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage willing to show her face in public and perform a dance in such a setting. Fascinating. After 3 rounds of wine and many dishes, Dongfang Xiong, the head of the Dongfang family, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, gave a subtle nod to the dancer in the center. The music abruptly stopped. Taking light, elegant steps, the leading woman approached the center of the hall, bowed gracefully to Chen Dakai, and removed the veil from her face. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. The moment her face was revealed, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. What an incredibly beautiful face it was. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, skin like jade, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes like autumn ripples. She possessed both the innocence of a young maiden and the distinct charm of a mature woman, 2 completely contrasting temperaments blending marvelously within her. This humble girl Dongfang Yunyao pays respects to immortal Chen. Her voice was crisp and melodious like an oriole singing in a valley. Dongfang Xiong laughed heartily and stood up, saying with great pride, "Immortal Chen, this is my daughter Yunyao. She has long admired your distinguished presence, Immortal Chen. Today she dared to offer this dance, and I hope you will not look down upon it." "Of course not." Chen Dakai's gaze swept over Dongfang Yunyao without restraint. "The dance was wonderful and the person is even better." Overjoyed by the words, Dongfang Xiong immediately seized the opportunity. "You praise her too highly, Immortal. For my daughter to receive even a word of praise from you is her greatest fortune. To tell the truth, my daughter is still unmarried. If you do not mind, Immortal, I am willing to betroth her to you, so she may serve by your side for the rest of her life, adding a beautiful tale to the alliance between our Dongfang and Chen families." As soon as these words were spoken, the other family heads and leaders grew anxious. "You old fox, Dongfang stealing a march on us." The head of the Nangong family immediately stood up. "Immortal Chen, though my Nangong family does not have such a peerless daughter, we have several nieces of decent beauty in our clan whom we are willing to offer to you as handmaidens. And my Haifeng stronghold, my Qinglang gang, is also willing to offer beauties." For a moment, the leaders of the various forces scrambled to offer women as if it were a supreme honor. Li Qingzhu and the others, long accustomed to such sights, merely exchanged helpless glances, thinking to themselves, "It seems my husband's inner courtyard is about to welcome newcomers once again." Chen Dakai looked at the crowd, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He said aloud, "Excellent. I accept your goodwill. I shall take Dongfang Yunyao as my concubine. As for the others you have offered, my Chen family shall accept them all as well." Chen Dakai waved his hand grandly, full of magnanimity. "From this day forth you are all vassals of my Chen family. As long as you remain fiercely loyal, I guarantee that every core disciple of your families will have access to perfect grade pills. Thank you, Immortal Chen. Long live the immortal." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xiong and the others turned red with excitement, hastily kneeling to the ground and kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. The banquet concluded with both the host and the guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the end, the Dongfang family offered Dongfang Yunyao, the Nangong family offered 3 clan daughters, and the remaining 3 rogue cultivator forces each selected 4 of their most beautiful women. In total, 16 women were sent into the inner courtyard of the Chen mansion. As the banquet dispersed, Chen Dakai waved his hand, instructing Li Qingzhu to settle the 15 newly arrived women. Meanwhile, he personally led Dongfang Yunyao straight toward his private chambers. Within the imperial sleeping chamber, red candles burned high and warmth filled the air. Chen Dakai had all the servants withdraw, and in the vast room there remained only the woman standing before him, Yunyao. A faint scent of wine hung in the air, mingling with the fragrance that drifted from the woman. Chen Dakai sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze lingering on the woman before him with keen interest. At the previous banquet, she wore a veil of fine gauze, her dance already full of languor. Now, as the veil was removed for a closer look, her beauty was even more striking. A standard oval face, skin as white as snow. Her features were exquisitely carved. Too much would be ravishing, too little would be pale. Especially those phoenix eyes, their gaze gliding with the maturity and clarity that seemed to see through the world, yet they rested upon a face that looked no older than 20. "Your father says you are 62 this year." Chen Dakai broke the silence. Dongfang Yunyao nodded slightly, her voice cool. "Yes. I was born in the Dao calendar year 328, and I have lived 62 years. Chen Dakai smiled. A 62-year-old cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, his talent was quite high. Yet her looks remained around 20. One would think she had taken a high-grade beauty-preserving elixir or practiced a specialty youth maintenance technique. "Come here." Chen Dakai patted the seat beside him. Dongfang Yunyao did not hesitate, stepping to the bed and sitting down. Her movements were graceful, her posture upright, as if she were a fellow disciple come to discuss the Tao. Chen Dakai did not mind reaching out to clasp her slender waist. The touch was soft and pliant, yet as his palm met the skin at her waist his brows furrowed slightly. So cold. It was a bone-deep chill seeping through the thin garments, yet clearly felt. This temperature was not what a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator should possess. A spark of calculation crossed Chen Dakai's mind as he pulled her fully into his embrace, his other hand gripping her soft, nearly boneless wrist. A surge of pure spiritual power flowed from his fingertips, probing into Dongfang Yunyao's body. Dongfang Yunyao stiffened, unprepared for such a direct and domineering action. Yet she did not resist, allowing that puissant spiritual energy to rove through her meridians. After a moment, Chen Dakai released his hold, his eyes taking on a teasing glint. 3-rank upper-grade demon beast, the icy venom of the ice phantom serpent. He spoke word by word. It has pierced to the bone, entrenched in your dantian, entangling with your spiritual power. Every full moon night, it will flare up once and drive you to the brink of agony. If I'm not mistaken, you can suppress this cold poison for at most 3 more years. After 3 years, your dantian will freeze, meridians severed, and even immortals may not save you. Dongfang Yunyao's pupils suddenly contracted. Her body trembled, and for the first time a look of genuine horror appeared on her face. This secret, save for a few elders in the sect, remained hidden from all others. Even her father only knew that she had suffered grave injuries and needed celestial treasures to treat her, not realizing she was terminally ill and near death. This man, with just one probe of spiritual power, had seen through her condition. Who exactly was he? Seeing her stunned expression, Chen Dakai's smile grew more pronounced. He pinched her delicate chin, forcing their eyes to meet. Your father sent you to me to help suppress the cold poison, didn't he? No. Dongfang Yunyao recovered, shaking her head. She was blunt by nature, speaking plainly. My father plans to sell me to exchange for the family's glory and wealth. I am a direct disciple of the 100 Flowers Valley. 20 years ago, during a sect mission, she encountered the ice phantom serpent, barely escaped with her life, yet contracted this strange poison. These years the sect and I have tried every possible method, exhausting all our savings, and could only barely suppress it. My father knows you are a pill-refining master. Your alchemy is divine. He believed that rather than letting me die outside, it would be better to do something for the family in the end. Her words were blunt, even cruel. He treated you as merchandise and sold you to me. Chen Dakai concluded. Yes. Dongfang Yunyao nodded calmly. So from now on, my life is yours. Do as you wish. Even if I cannot cure you, if it can buy the family decades of peace, it would be a death well spent. Chen Dakai looked at her now life-weary expression and found it somewhat amusing. Who says you are doomed to die? Dongfang Yunyao's eyes flashed with a hint of light, then dimmed again. Master Chen need not console me. This ice phantom serpent's poison, even 100 Flowers Valley's nascent soul elders have been at a loss. Unless we can locate the legendary 3-rank pill, the 9-turn pure yang pill, otherwise. 9-turn pure yang pill. Chen Dakai pondered for a moment, brow furrowed, appearing as if he had run into a grave problem. He paced to the table, tapping his fingers on its surface as if in the midst of a fierce mental struggle. I have seen the formula of this pill in an ancient tome. Its refinement is not impossible, but the required herbs are exceedingly harsh and exhausting to the mind, and will take a heavy toll on me as well. As he spoke, he glanced at Dongfang Yunyao's reaction. Her breath suddenly grew rapid, and in those ancient, untroubled phoenix eyes for the first time there flashed a glimmer of hope. You? Can you really refine the 9-turn pure yang pill, eh? Her voice trembled. I can. Chen Dakai turned away, looking at her with a troubled expression. But what right do I have to spend such a vast cost to save you? You are merely a concubine I bought with money. The newly kindled hope was instantly dashed by cold reality. Dongfang Yunyao's face turned deathly pale. Yes, indeed, why should he? They were strangers by blood or bond. He was willing to take her in a great kindness. Yet why should he demand she expend her cultivation and defy the heavens for him? A single tear slid down her perfect cheek. But Chen Dakai shifted the conversation, stepping before her again and brushing away the tear. I am a man who never does business at a loss. I can save you. But from the day you recover, you Dongfang Yunyao, including your soul, your flesh, and all that you are, will belong to me completely. Do you want to? Dongfang Yunyao suddenly looked up, hope flickering in her eyes, then fading again. She studied the unmasked possessiveness in his gaze and the domineering smile on his face. In that moment, she suddenly felt this man was more real than any upright gentleman she had met. Without a second thought, she fell to her knees before Chen Dakai and bowed deeply. Yunyao, I vow to make you mine as my master. In this life and the next, I shall never betray you. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me and my soul burn. A vow born of a heart demon was thus sealed. Very good. Chen Dakai calmly helped her to her feet. For the next 3 months, he began his arduous regimen. First, he laid out a long list of medicinal materials, all rare and supremely young and hard, forcing the Dongfang family and Chen family allied powers to scurry to collect them. Every 7 days, he would personally perform a medicinal bath for Dongfang Yunyao, using his own spiritual power to guide the toxins out of her meridians. Each time, he was exhausted, sweating, and pale. Dongfang Yunyao watched with a heartache in her eyes. She could clearly feel the icy poison in her body being driven away, refined little by little. Seeing Chen Dakai's weary face after treating her wounds, she felt a gamut of emotions. The original trading motive had long since been replaced by gratitude and pity. 3 months later, on the night of the full moon, Chen Dakai sealed himself for 3 days and finally refined a pill that burned with a pale golden flame. When he handed this 9-turn pure yang pill to Dongfang Yunyao, her eyes welled with tears, and she could not speak. She swallowed the pill and sat cross-legged. Chen Dakai stood behind her, his hands pressed against her jade-like back, pouring his own powerful spiritual energy into her, guiding it to refine the medicine's potency. One night passed. When the first light of dawn entered the room, Dongfang Yunyao suddenly opened her eyes wide. A formidable aura erupted from within her. Late-stage foundation establishment peak. The icy poison that had tormented her for 20 years was not only eradicated, her cultivation had broken through, rising to a height she had never reached in this life. She felt the warm, unceasing spiritual energy surging inside her. Slowly turning, she looked at the man who had grown pale for her sake, and unable to restrain herself, threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. "My lord." This earnest, heartfelt address. Chen Dakai smiled, patting her back. "Very well, now you must fulfill your vow." Dongfang Yunyao's fair face reddened as she stepped away from him. She did not speak, only with a graceful motion raised her hand, and the room's silken bamboo instruments began to play of their own accord, composing a melody that stirred the heart. In the midst of that music, she danced a dance that belonged to him alone. Her movements were more captivating than at the banquet, and her eyes more seductive than ever. After the dance, she was drenched in sweat, and her eyes sparkled with bewitching charm. "My husband Yunyao will loosen your robes for you." She approached Chen Dakai and shed the last restraints between them. When Chen Dakai lifted her and carried her toward the large bed, she leaned close to his ear and breathed, "My husband Yunyao has learned to dance since childhood. My body is soft. There is a pose I'd like you to sample, master." With that, she wrapped her legs around his waist, and in midair performed a stunning full split. Chen Dakai's eyes widened instantly. "Excellent. What a perfect full split. Then today your lordship shall savor it thoroughly." He laughed loudly, gathering her in his arms and pressing down upon her with force. After Dongfang Yunyao's cold poison was cured, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Chun family town had grown increasingly lively, and most of Chen Dakai's time was spent on the important matter of expanding the Chun family lineage. His efforts bore fruit, and good news kept coming one after another from his inner quarters. Of the 56 female cultivators brought back from the Liu family, only about a dozen still had no sign of pregnancy. Speaking of surprises, it had to be Qin Yu and Dongfang Yunyao. Qin Yu's belly, much like her lush figure, proved to be remarkably reliable. Within just a few days of intimacy, both had conceived. Every time Chen Dakai saw them, he couldn't help but think that women with wider hips were truly carriers of good fortune. A few days prior, Dongfang Yunyao had also been confirmed pregnant. Chen Dakai was joyful, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy seeing her frail frame. "She's still too thin," he murmured, pinching Dongfang Yunyao's slender waist, a gesture he'd repeated countless times, his brow furrowed in concern. "She needs to nourish herself, while gain some weight. Otherwise there won't be a non-milk for our child when the time comes." Each time he said this, the former brilliant daughter of Baiwa Valley would blush, say nothing, but obediently nod, and quietly add 2 extra bowls of spiritual rice. As his household grew, with more wives and concubines, Chen Dakai noticed a problem: his women were far too idle. Especially the mortal wives like Liu Mei and Sun Xiaoqiao, who lacked spiritual roots. Unlike Li Qinzhu and the others who needed to cultivate, their days consisted of nothing but childcare and gossip, which grew dull over time. To give his wives some amusement, Chen Dakai crafted mahjong tiles and playing cards from his hometown. One day the sunlight was perfect. In the courtyard pavilion beside a square table carved from a single block of warm jade came the crisp sounds of tiles and the women's laughter. "Hong. Oh dear sister Mei, you've claimed my tile. How am I supposed to complete a pure suit now?" "Haha, sister Tsuelian, playing cards is like battle. Don't go soft." Chen Dakai sat at the head position with the charming Sun Xiaoqiao to his left, the gentle and virtuous Liu Tsuelian to his right, and across from them was Liu Mei, the nominal head wife of the Chen residence. All 3 were his earliest mortal wives. At this moment they were enthusiastically shuffling mahjong tiles. Interestingly, they played not for spirit stones or gold and silver. As Chen Dakai put it, family shouldn't discuss money. It hurts feelings. What they wagered was affection. The rules were simple: 1 match each afternoon, and whoever won the most hands earned the privilege of accompanying their husband that night. If Chen Dakai joined in, the winner would earn his tender care. This novel rule gave the women of the inner quarters, especially the mortal concubines, a fresh source of enjoyment and anticipation. "Husband, would you like to claim that tile?" "I'm discarding the 2 of bamboo." Sun Xiaoqiao winked at Chen Dakai as she played her card. Chen Dakai glanced at his hand and shook his head. His luck at cards today was abysmal. After nearly an hour of play, he was nowhere near completing a hand, not even close to being ready. Sister Qiao Qiao, are you deliberately feeding tiles to your husband? Liu Zuilian teased with a pretty laugh. Meanwhile, Liu Mei stared intently at the table, muttering to herself, 1 chicken 2 circles 3 yuan. I've got it. She pushed her tiles forward, a smile playing on her lips. Haha, I'm waiting for a tile. I need the 5 of circles. Anyone who plays it will set me off. Chen Dakai looked at the lonely 5 of circles in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Should he play this tile, or not? As he hesitated, Liu Zuilian, seated upriver from him, seemed to share an unspoken understanding as she gently nudged his arm. Oh dear husband, my hand is terrible. I don't want to play anymore. How about I let you see this card? As she spoke, she quietly slid a 6 yuan toward Chen Dakai's side. Chen Dakai looked down and saw he already had 2 6 yuans in his hand. After a moment's thought, he understood what these women were doing. They were conspiring to help him win after he'd gone so long without scoring. Wordlessly, he collected the 6 yuan and discarded the dangerous 5 of circles. Calm. Without looking, Liu Mei revealed her 4 5 of circles. Husband, that's not giving me a winning tile. That's handing me a Kong. She then drew a tile from the end of the stack, glanced at it, and smiling played it back. Husband, I'm certain you'll like this one. It was a 6 yuan. Chen Dakai looked at the 3 6 yuans in his hand and chuckled helplessly. Their acting was far too crude. But he appreciated the sentiment. Hung. Chen Dakai laid out his 3 6 yuans and glanced across at Sun Xiao Xiao. Sun Xiao Xiao immediately understood, drew a tile, and tossed it out without looking. Sigh, another useless tile. Here you go, husband. It was remarkably another 6 yuan. Haha, then I won't be polite. Chen Dakai combined the final 6 yuan with his previous pair. Kong Bloom Pure Suit plus another Kong. Winning hand. He pushed his tiles forward heavily, a victor's smile on his face. Oh husband, you won. Husband is so skilled. We accept our fate. Tonight all 3 of us belong to you, husband. The 3 women, Liu Mei among them, immediately abandoned their mahjong. One wrapped around his arm from the left, another from the right, and a third from behind, their voices growing soft and sweet. Watching them exert themselves, so Chen Dakai could only laugh and shake his head, yet warmth filled his heart. These women might not aid his cultivation, but they loved and understood him in their own simple way. Very well. Since you've lost so carelessly, your husband will have to punish you properly tonight. Chen Dakai laughed loudly, too lazy to return to the sleeping palace. He simply lifted Sun Xiao Xiao and Liu Zuilian, his closest companions, into his arms and exchanged a glance with Liu Mei. Let's go to the nearby room. We'll begin right now. Liu Mei's lovely face flushed crimson, yet she obediently followed. As Chen Dakai carried his 2 beauties toward the adjacent chamber, he spotted a figure standing quietly outside the pavilion. It was Dongfang Yunyao. Seeing Chen Dakai embracing one woman on each side, with another trailing behind, her face showed no expression. She simply stood there, seemingly waiting for something. Chen Dakai noticed her and nodded, signaling her to wait. Then, holding his companions, he stepped into the side room and closed the door behind him. Dongfang Yunyao remained standing where she was, motionless. Soon muffled cries of pleasure and the telling creaks of a restless bed echoed from within the room. The sounds drifted through the windows and doors, clear in her ears. Though she was past 60, with a composed nature, her cheeks still flushed at the noises. She recalled the frenzy between them after her husband cured her illness, the passion they shared. She remembered his powerful physique and seemingly tireless vigor. Her legs grew weak, and to her own embarrassment a trace of envy stirred within her. Time slipped by slowly. Nearly an hour later, the door creaked open. Chen Dakai emerged looking refreshed and revitalized, with 3 women trailing behind, their faces flushed and their steps unsteady. Liu Mei supported her lower back and shot him a reproachful look. Husband, please. Take it easy. Haha, rest well. I'll visit you later tonight. Chen Dakai laughed heartily before making his way over to Dongfang Yunyao, who had been waiting so long. Yunyao, did you need something? Dongfang Yunyao composed herself, the warmth fading from her features as she returned to her usual cool demeanor. She spoke respectfully. Husband, I just received word from my sect. My master, the Valley Master of Baiwa Valley, is pleased to learn that my cold poison has been cured and my cultivation has advanced greatly. She has ordered me to return to the sect immediately to personally thank you for saving my life. Dongfang Yunyao's voice sounded cold and distant, but Chen Dakai still detected a hint of nervousness. Return to the sect. Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow. He studied the woman before him, his mind calculating. Baiwa Valley, he had heard of it. A second-rate sect with some renown in the Dongwon region, composed entirely of female disciples. Its Valley Master was said to be a core formation mid-stage expert. To the current Chen family, this was indeed a behemoth. Your master wants you to go back alone. Chen Dakai asked. Dongfang Yunyao nodded, then shook her head, her expression complicated. The sect's message didn't mention you, husband. It's just that Baiwa Valley's rules are strict. No outsider man has ever been allowed to set foot inside. She paused, lifted her head, and fixed her phoenix eyes on Chen Dakai, a plea and determination in them. Husband, I am now your woman, bearing your child in my womb. This time I return. First to obey my master's summons, and second to sever ties with the sect. No matter what decision my master or the sect makes, I will never leave your side for the rest of my life. Every word she spoke was resolute. This was both her inner demon oath and her heartfelt truth at this moment. Hearing this, Chen Dakai's lips curled slightly. But he was no saint. Let the woman carrying his child return to the sect alone. What if that valley master, seeing his wife's talent and realizing she was no longer burdened by the cold poison, forced her to stay against her will? Or worse, compelled her to abort the child and sever all mortal ties. Such things were far too common in the cultivation world. His seed, not even born yet, and someone wanted to kill it in the womb. No way. At that thought, a cold glint flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Yet his face broke into a warm smile. He reached out, pulled Dongfang Yunyao into his embrace, and gently patted her back. Silly girl, what are you imagining? You're my woman now. Returning to your sect is like a mortal woman visiting her parental home, isn't it? There's no rule that a husband doesn't accompany his wife when she goes home. I'll go with you. Dongfang Yunyao trembled, jerked her head up, and stared at him in disbelief. Husband, but Baiwa Valley's rules. Rules are dead, people are alive. Chen Dakai pinched her cheek and said domineeringly, not only will I go, I'll make sure your master and everyone in Baiwa Valley knows that you, Dongfang Yunyao, are my woman. Let me see who dares to object. His words brought tears to Dongfang Yunyao's eyes. A warm current surged through her body, enveloping her in a sense of security she had never felt before. This was her man, domineering, strong, yet sheltering her under his wing. Husband. She could say no more. She buried her head deep into his chest. All right, go prepare. We'll set out tomorrow. After comforting her, Chen Dakai called Li Qingzhu, Lu Shanshan, and the others, informing them of his upcoming journey. When they learned he was accompanying Dongfang Yunyao back to her sect, Li Qingzhu and the others, though worried, were mostly supportive. They knew that once their husband made a decision, no one could change it. Rest assured, husband. We sisters will guard the household well for you, Li Qingzhu said gently. The night passed without incident. The next morning at the central square of Chun family town, Chen Dakai stood shoulder to shoulder with Dongfang Yunyao. Li Qingzhu, Qin Yue, and all his other wives and concubines came to see them off. Baiwa Valley is far from here. Even with an ordinary flying artifact, a foundation establishment cultivator would need nearly half a month of non-stop travel. Dongfang Yunyao said worriedly. Husband, half a month. Too slow. Chen Dakai smiled faintly, cutting her off. Under everyone's gaze, he stretched out his right hand palm up and softly uttered 2 words. Cloud come. As the words fell, a dark yellow beam of light shot up from his palm. The light circled in the air, then transformed into a wisp of ethereal mist. In an instant, the mist swelled and spread, becoming a colossal cloud hundreds of feet in diameter. The cloud was dark yellow, its edges flowing with golden light. Within it, pavilions and towers loomed, faintly surrounded by countless tiny clouds dancing like a celestial realm. An ancient primeval aura emanated from the cloud, enveloping the entire Qin family town. What is this? Dongfang Yunyao was stunned. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened as she stared at the auspicious cloud in the sky, disbelief written all over her face. This pressure, this aura. It must be at least a mystic grade upper-class item, perhaps even a legendary earth-grade spirit artifact. How many secrets did this man still hide? Not only her, but also Li Qingzhu, Qin Yue, and the others who had come to see them off were all struck speechless by the sight. Chen Dakai took Dongfang Yunyao's hand, lightly tapped his toes, and the two turned into a streak of light, landing steadily on the enormous Hunyuan Ichi cloud. Let's go, my lady. Time to visit your in-laws, he said with a chuckle. The Hunyuan Ichi cloud let out a soft hum, transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, and vanished into the sky. All that remained were the stunned wives and concubines on the square and the lingering vast aura. High above, the sea of clouds churned. The Hunyuan Ichi cloud moved at an astonishing speed. Below, the mountains, rivers, and land blurred into streaks racing backward. Standing atop the cloud, Dongfang Yunyao felt the howling gale rush past her ears. But within 3 feet of the cloud, the wind automatically parted, unable to penetrate. On the cloud, spiritual energy was so dense it nearly solidified. A magnificent palace formed of cloud vapor stood there, complete with tables, chairs, and beds. She looked at the man beside her, standing with hands behind his back, robes fluttering. Wave after wave of shock crashed through her. This was the speed of a core formation cultivator's flight. This flying artifact rivaled the mounts of the sect's nascent soul elders. Husband, this artifact, what exactly is it? She couldn't help but ask. Oh, just a little trinket I obtained by chance, Chen Dakai said offhandedly. He wouldn't tell her that it was a reward from the system after she conceived his child. Dongfang Yunyao's mouth twitched at his words. A little trinket. A mystic grade upper-class flying artifact that would make any core formation cultivator envious. And he called it a little trinket. She suddenly felt that all her years in Baiwa Valley had been wasted. Over the next few days, the two lived like an immortal couple on the Hunyuan Ichi cloud. During the day, Chen Dakai held her as they admired the scenery and watched the clouds roll and unfold. At night, they slept in each other's arms in the palace among the clouds. Mindful of her pregnancy, Chen Dakai did not indulge too much. He occasionally engaged in gentle dual cultivation to stabilize the fetus and nourish the child in her womb. Even so, the fusion of body and soul completely immersed Dongfang Yunyao, and her heart became wholly devoted to Chen Dakai. In just 5 days, ahead, a vast valley enshrouded in colorful mist came into view. Inside the valley, 100 flowers bloomed in a riot of color. Elegant pavilions dotted the landscape like a paradise on earth. Husband, we've arrived. That is Baiwa Valley, Dongfang Yunyao said, pointing ahead. Chen Dakai nodded, guiding the Hunyuan Ichi cloud to descend slowly at the valley entrance. At the entrance, a pale pink light barrier separated the inside from the outside, clearly a mountain-protecting formation. Dongfang Yunyao took out a token engraved with an orchid pattern and called out softly to the barrier. Disciple Dongfang Yunyao of Baiwa Valley returning at my master's summons. Please, junior sister, open the formation. As her voice died away, the light barrier rippled and slowly parted. For female cultivators in pink silk robes carrying long swords on their backs walked out from the valley. They were all beautiful. When they recognized Dongfang Yunyao, joy and surprise lit up their faces. Senior sister Yunyao, your illness is cured, exclaimed the leading woman. But when their eyes fell on the calm, composed man beside Dongfang Yunyao, their smiles froze instantly. First shock, then confusion, and finally undisguised vigilance. The leading female cultivator frowned, stepped forward, bowed to Dongfang Yunyao, and spoke in a stiff tone. Senior sister Yunyao, we are delighted that you have recovered and returned. However, the sect forbids outsider men from entering the valley. May I ask who this fellow Taoist is? Senior sister Yunyao, sect regulations dictate that men from external sects are forbidden from entering the valley. The leading female cultivator named Yunshu was Dongfang Yunyao's junior sister, with whom she shared a close bond in their daily lives. Although Yunshu's tone was stiff at this moment, her brow was knit with worry and confusion. She could not comprehend why her senior sister, who was considered a model disciple, would openly bring a man back. This Taoist friend is. Yunshu's gaze fell upon Chen Dakai. The other 3 junior sisters, Lingxi Yueyao and Tingting, also gripped the hilts of the swords at their waists, their expressions highly alert. Just as Dongfang Yunyao was about to speak and explain, Chen Dakai stepped forward with a smile, shielding her behind him. Looking at the 4 wary female cultivators before him, he did not grow angry. Instead, a warm smile spread across his face. There is no need for tension, fellow fairies. I am Chen Dakai, Yunyao's husband. I have accompanied my wife back to the valley this time to visit the elders of her sect, and also to express my gratitude to Baiwa Valley for nurturing Yunyao over the years. Husband. A buzzing sound echoed in the minds of Yunshu and the other 3, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Senior sister Yunyao had married, and she had married this man who appeared to be of a similar age. As this is our first meeting, please accept these humble gifts as a token of my respect. Just as the 4 were reeling in shock, Chen Dakai flicked his wrist. 4 exquisite jade bottles appeared out of thin air, gliding steadily through the air to float before them. A small token of my appreciation, I hope you fairies will not look down on it. 4 of them instinctively accepted the jade bottles and uncorked them, whereupon a pure and rich medicinal fragrance immediately wafted into their noses. When they clearly saw the flawless radiant pills resting inside the bottles, they all gasped in unison. A Tier 2 high-grade, barrier-breaking pill. Yunshu cried out in astonishment, her voice trembling. All 4 of them had been stuck at the peak of the early foundation establishment stage for years, merely a single step away from the mid-stage. For them, this barrier-breaking pill was a godsend in their hour of need. Yet this man had effortlessly handed out 4 of perfect quality. In an instant, the way the 4 women looked at Chen Dakai completely changed. Their wariness and hostility vanished, replaced by profound shock and awe. To casually give away 4 Tier 2 high-grade pills as a greeting gift. What immense wealth must he possess? Just what was this man's background? This gift is far too valuable. We cannot possibly accept it. Although Yunshu yearned for it, she suppressed her excitement and attempted to return the jade bottle. Please accept them. Dongfang Yunyao stepped forward, a touch of pride gracing her features. This is a gesture from my husband. If you do not accept it, would mean you look down on me and on him as well. With matters put in such terms, Yunshu and the other 3 exchanged glances, unable to refuse any longer. Thank you, Senior Chen. The 4 bowed in unison, their form of address shifting from Taoist friend to senior. Right then, a gentle yet authoritative voice drifted from the depths of the valley. Let Taoist friend Chen enter. It was Master's voice. The expressions of Yunshu and the others turned solemn. They hastily bowed in agreement and activated their tokens to open a passage through the mountain-protecting grand array. Senior Chen, senior sister, please. Holding Dongfang Yunyao's hand, Chen Dakai walked into Baiwa Valley under the respectful and awestruck gazes of the 4 junior sisters. Once inside the valley, the view suddenly opened up. Rare flowers and exotic herbs bloomed everywhere, while spiritual butterflies danced in the air, which was saturated with floral fragrance and dense spiritual energy. Along the way, disciples of Baiwa Valley who saw Dongfang Yunyao stepped forward with pleasant surprise to greet her. When they noticed the handsome Chen Dakai standing beside Dongfang Yunyao, and saw the two holding hands intimately, they all wore expressions of curiosity and gossip. Senior Sister Yunyao, who is this? Heavens, a man has actually entered our Baiwa Valley. Who is this person? He is so incredibly handsome. Facing the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Dakai maintained a constant smile. He pulled out handfuls of perfect quality Tier 1 chi-gathering pills from his storage ring, handing them out to everyone he saw. Come, as this is my first visit, please accept these humble gifts. You have worked hard, fairy, take these to eat like sweets. Ah, fellow fairy, our meeting is fated. This bottle of pills is for you. As he distributed them, he cheerfully announced, my wife Yunyao is now with child. Let us all share in this joyous occasion, share in the joy. In an instant, the entire Baiwa Valley was thrown into a frenzy. How could these female cultivators who usually lived lives of pure and quiet contemplation have ever witnessed such a spectacle? Looking at the perfect chi-gathering pills in their hands, which were several times more potent than those provided by their own sect, and then at the lavishly generous handsome man with the radiant smile, everyone's attitude shifted from initial wariness to absolute fervor. Heaven's Senior Sister Yunyao's husband is incredibly generous. Yes, indeed. He is handsome and dotes on his wife so much. Senior Sister Yunyao is truly blessed. If I could have a Tao companion like him, I would gladly give up 100 years of my lifespan. Within the brief span of a single incense stick, Chen Dakai's reputation as a generous, wealthy, handsome, and fiercely doting husband spread throughout Baiwa Valley. Hearing the envious remarks of her junior sisters, and watching her husband handle the crowd with such effortless ease, Dongfang Yunyao felt her heart swell with sweetness and pride. Passing through the forest of 100 flowers, the two arrived before an elegant pavilion situated above a waterfall. This was the residence of Wenwan, the Valley Master of Baiwa Valley, Tinjiuxuan. Yunyao, wait outside for a moment. Taoist friend Chen, please enter alone. Wenwan's voice echoed once more. Chen Dakai gave Dongfang Yunyao a reassuring look and stepped into Tinjiuxuan alone. The interior of the pavilion was elegantly furnished with incense, smoke curling gently in the air. A beautiful middle-aged woman, dressed in plain white palace robes, sat cross-legged in the seat of honor. She possessed exquisite features and appeared to be only in her 30s. She was Wenwan, the Valley Master of Baiwa Valley. Though she did not intentionally exude her pressure, the aura of a mid-core formation cultivator still lent a heavy gravity to the room. Yet Chen Dakai seemed entirely unaffected. He walked with steady steps to the center of the hall and cupped his hands to Wenwan with a poised, neither servile nor overbearing demeanor. Junior Chen Dakai pays respects to Valley Master 1. Wenwan slowly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing across her gaze. She too was sizing up Chen Dakai. Ninth layer of foundation establishment, with a solid foundation and spiritual energy far exceeding those of the same realm. Facing her, a core formation cultivator, he showed not the slightest trace of fear, and his calm composure seemed entirely genuine. Wenwan's heart stirred slightly. This young man was no ordinary figure. There is no need for such formality, Taoist friend Chen. Wenwan's voice softened. That Yunyao was able to rid herself of the cold poison is entirely thanks to your rescue. Baiwa Valley shall remember this debt of gratitude. With that, she waved her delicate hand, and a simple ancient wooden box flew toward Chen Dakai. This is a 1,000-year-old purple cloud dragon sovereign ginseng, a tier 3 high-grade spiritual herb. It works wonders for stabilizing the golden core and advancing one's cultivation. Please accept this small token of appreciation. You do not decline. Chen Dakai accepted the wooden box, calmly cupping his hands. The Valley Master is too polite. Yunyao is my wife, healing her was simply my duty. Upon hearing the word wife, Wenwan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. She spoke slowly after a brief silence. Taoist friend Chen Yunyao is a disciple I hold in very high regard. She originally had the potential to strive for the core formation stage within a century. Though she is now married, I still hope she will remain in the valley to practice. Romantic entanglements, after all, are nothing but stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. These words, while seemingly open to discussion, were in truth a clear statement of her stance. Hearing this, Chen Dakai smiled. The Valley Master's words are mistaken. He looked directly into Wenwan's eyes, refusing to yield an inch. There are 3,000 great Daos, and all paths lead to the same destination. Who is to say that the harmony of yin and yang is not a form of cultivation? My union with Yunyao as Tao companions will only bring her Tao heart to completion, allowing her to go even further on the path of cultivation. Wenwan had not expected him to dare contradict her to her face, and a sliver of surprise flashed in her eyes. Looking at Chen Dakai's confident demeanor, she suddenly changed her mind. Very well. She waved her hand. I shall discuss this matter with Yunyao myself. As a guest from a far Taoist friend, Chen, you should stay in the valley for a few days. This will also allow my disciple to show her filial piety. A meaningful smile appeared on Wenwan's face. She wanted to see what choice her foolish disciple, currently blinded by love, would make once she calmed down. She also wished to see just how many hidden cards this young man still held up his sleeve. Inside Tingyu Pavilion, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Chen Dakai had just left when Dongfang Yunyao was immediately summoned in. Wenwan sat at the main seat, her expression unreadable, revealing neither pleasure nor anger. But Dongfang Yunyao knew this calmness was merely an illusion. Master, Dongfang Yunyao bowed deeply to Wenwan. Rise. Wenwan's voice carried no discernible emotion. Tell me what exactly is going on. Dongfang Yunyao straightened up, her expression composed. Master, I have already married Lord Chen as my wife, and now I carry his child within me. Absurd. Wenwan slammed her palm against the desk, and her mid-foundation establishment pressure burst forth uncontrollably, making the air in the entire Tingyu pavilion seem to freeze. Do you even comprehend what you're doing? You're the most gifted disciple in the past 100 years at Baiwa Valley, blessed with a heaven-grade dual water and wood spiritual root. If not for that cold poison robbing you of 2 decades, you'd be at early foundation establishment by now. You've barely recovered from illness, and this should be the prime time to devote yourself to cultivation and reclaim what was lost. Yet you're running around with a man and carrying his child. Wenwan's chest heaved with fury as she pointed at Dongfang Yunyao, trembling with anger and distress. For a man, you'd abandon your own cultivation path. Despite her master's rage, Dongfang Yunyao stood calmly, meeting Wenwan's gaze word by word. Master, my husband is no ordinary man. Her husband possessed divine alchemical arts, able to refine legendary pills that had saved her life. He had a magnanimous heart, was loyal and righteous, never showing any disdain, because she bore the cold poison. Though domineering, he always shielded her, giving her a sense of security she had never known before. More importantly, a tender smile appeared on Dongfang Yunyao's face. Dual cultivation with him has not hindered my progress, but rather loosened the bottleneck in my cultivation. Being with him, I feel my Tao heart has become more complete, and my path ahead is clearer. Every word came from the depths of her heart. But to Wenwan it was like pouring oil on the fire. Clear my foot. You've been fed a potion of sweet nothings by that man. Wenwan gazed at her once proud disciple, now consumed entirely by thoughts of a man so enraged, she nearly choked. Dongfang Yunyao took a deep breath and knelt directly. I've returned this time to ask Master's blessing. If Master and the sect cannot accept my husband or my unborn child, I, Dongfang Yunyao, willingly request to leave Baiwa Valley. You, Wenwan pointed at her fingers, trembling. She never imagined her disciple would say such things for a man. Love-brained fool. How did I end up with a disciple as love-drunk as you? Wenwan cursed fiercely, abandoning all grace befitting a valley master. Get out of here. I'll give you 3 days to think clearly. If you remain obstinate after 3 days, don't blame me for severing this ill-fated bond myself. Dongfang Yunyao silently kowtowed 3 times, then turned and left Tingyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai, having been driven out, showed no worry at all. Instead, he strolled through Baiwa Valley as though returning to his own home. He understood the wisdom of never striking a smiling face, so he offered gifts to everyone he met. Every Baiwa Valley disciple he encountered received a bottle of perfect quality qi gathering pills, regardless of cultivation level or position. When encountering early qi refining disciples assigned to sweep, he'd smile and hand them a bottle, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, fairy." For mid-qi refining disciples guarding the medicinal garden, he'd offer 2 bottles and ask about cultivation techniques, while praising how well they tended the garden. When meeting foundation establishment enforcers on patrol, Chen Dakai would present second-rate beast essence pills, claiming he wanted them to taste something novel. Within a single day, Chen Dakai had become the most popular person throughout Baiwa Valley. Unknowingly, people's address for him shifted from senior sister Yunyao's husband to elder Chen. Especially come evening, when an outer sect disciple trapped at the 7th layer of qi refining for 5 years consumed one of Chen Dakai's qi gathering pills and unexpectedly broke through to the 8th layer before everyone's eyes. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Baiwa Valley. Countless disciples stared at the pills in their hands, their eyes burning with greed. These weren't mere pills. They were walking treasures. That evening, Chen Dakai was lodged at Baishang Pavilion, the guest quarters. Before he could even settle in, several foundation establishment enforcers arrived at his door. Leading them were the 4 junior sisters of Dongfang Yunyao, Yun Shu Ling, Shi Yu Yao, and Tingting. They were all at early foundation establishment and held respectable positions within the sect. Elder Chen, we come uninvited. I trust we're not disturbing your rest. Yun Shu spoke on behalf of the group with deference. Not at all, your presence, esteemed fairies, brings great honor to my humble abode. Chen Dakai warmly ushered them inside. Said, everyone, make yourselves at home. After a few words of greeting, Yun Shu finally couldn't contain her curiosity. Elder Chen, might I ask, what exactly were those paper sheets with figures drawn on them that you showed us today? Why can they form such wondrous combinations? They were, of course, referring to the playing cards Chen Dakai had produced to pass the time. Oh, you mean that? Chen Dakai chuckled. Those are called poker cards, a very popular game from my homeland. Are you interested, fairies? Their eyes lit up instantly, and they nodded enthusiastically. Since you're interested, just watching won't do. We must try it ourselves. Chen Dakai produced several fresh decks of cards from his storage ring and suggested enthusiastically, let's play something simple called Fight the Landlord. I'll teach you the rules first. Soon the four young cultivation female cultivators who had never encountered such entertainment became utterly captivated by the thrill of claiming the landlord role, deploying bombs, and celebrating spring victories. A game without stakes isn't exciting, Chen Dakai persuaded gently. Let's not wager too much, just 100 low-grade spirit stones per round, what do you say? 100 low-grade spirit stones was neither too much nor too little for Foundation establishment cultivators. It was just enough to stir interest without being crippling. The four readily agreed. Thus an unconventional spirit stone poker match unfolded in the guest courtyard of Baiwa Valley. Chen Dakai fully demonstrated his characteristic of having poor skills, but an insatiable appetite for the game. As the landlord, he consistently misjudged situations and played his good cards poorly. As a peasant, he frequently betrayed his teammates, playing singles at critical moments and allowing the landlord to escape easily. By night's end, he had lost catastrophically, sending thousands of low-grade spirit stones flowing away. In contrast, Yun Shu and the other three had won handsomely, their faces beaming with delight. Haha, Elder Chen, we owe you one. Elder, your card skills are truly something to behold. Exactly. If it weren't for your handsome looks, I'd suspect you were deliberately letting us win these spirit stones. Ting emboldened teased him directly. Chen Dakai waved his hand, his face fraught with frustration. Sigh, terrible luck, terrible luck. Tomorrow I'll win back everything I've lost. Watching him with eyes red from losses, Yun Shu and the other three laughed until they trembled. Their favorability toward this brother-in-law surged to maximum. Young, handsome, wealthy, generous, and completely without pretense. He was practically the ideal companion for the Dao. Senior sister Yunyao had truly struck gold. Overnight, Chen Dakai not only established a reputation as approachable and lavish in Baiwa Valley, but also earned the title of a player with impeccable sportsmanship and pockets full of foolish money. Early the next morning, the outer disciple area of the 100 Flowers Valley was in an uproar. Have you heard? Senior sister Yunshu and the others played cards with that senior Chen last night and won several thousand spirit stones in one night. Really? That senior Chen is so rich and yet so bad. Absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes. When senior sister Tingting came back, her mouth was almost crooked from smiling, and she was floating as she walked. Heavens, this isn't a senior, he's clearly a money-giving child. Handsome, generous, and good sportsmanship. Doesn't get angry when he loses. Senior sister Yunyao is truly fortunate. Exactly. If I could play cards with him for one night, I'd be willing to lose everything. Similar discussions spread wildly through every corner of the 100 Flowers Valley. Overnight, Chen Dakai's reputation as a foolish, rich, and card-addicted man spread throughout the 100 Flowers Valley. Inside the listening rain pavilion, Dongfang Yunyao listened to the gossip outside, then looked at her stern-faced master, her heart pounding with anxiety. Master. When Wan did not look at her, her gaze fell on a spiritual flower outside the window as she asked indifferently, "That husband of yours is quite skilled at winning people over." Dongfang Yunyao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly explained, "My husband is just easygoing and likes making friends. He has no other intentions." When Wan gave a cold snort and did not respond. Just then a slightly weak voice came from outside the door. "Senior sister, I heard that Yunyao has returned." Before the words faded, a woman in a purple palace robe walked in. The woman had a delicate face somewhat resembling Wan, but her complexion was deathly pale, and her brows carried a hint of lingering death. Her aura was faint, as if it could dissipate at any moment. "Master Zitong," Dongfang Yunyao quickly bowed. The newcomer was another high-ranking elder of the 100 Flowers Valley, Wan's junior sister Zitong. She had once been a brilliant early core formation cultivator, but a few months ago, she fought a deadly battle with an elder of her archenemy, the Burning Flame Valley. She was severely wounded, her golden core shattered, and her cultivation forcibly dropped to the false core realm. Although she still retained some abilities of a core formation cultivator, her combat power was greatly diminished, and her lifespan had less than 30 years remaining. "Junior sister, why have you come? Why aren't you resting properly in your cave dwelling?" Wan's expression softened when she saw her. "Lying around all day. My bones are practically rusting." Zidong gave a weak smile, her gaze shifting to Dongfang Yunyao. "I heard that not only has your cold poison been completely cured, but your cultivation has also greatly advanced. I came specially to see." She looked Dongfang Yunyao up and down, her eyes full of approval. Not bad. It seems that Chen Dakai indeed has some skill." Hearing her master's praise of her husband, a smile spread across Dongfang Yunyao's face. When Wan watched them, her heart filled with indescribable feelings. Her disciple's recovery was good news, but the thought that she had gotten better because of that wild man made Wan's anger surge. Dongfang Yunyao's eyes flickered as she suddenly remembered something. She took out a deck of playing cards from her storage pouch and said with a smile to Wan and Zitong, Master Zitong, my husband taught me a very interesting game. Why don't we play together?" She wanted to use this novel game to ease the tension with her master. When Wan was about to scold her, but seeing the flicker of curiosity on her junior sister Zitong's pale face, she swallowed her words. "All right, I'll play with you." Soon the three core figures of the 100 Flowers Valley sat around the stone table in the Listening Rain Pavilion, beginning their first game of Do Diju in their lives. Dongfang Yunyao briefly explained the rules. Wenwan as the Valley Master learned quickly, and after a few rounds she was playing quite proficiently. Zidong on the other hand, due to her injury affecting her concentration, often miscalculated and made mistakes. Senior sister, you played wrong again. You clearly still have a pair. Why are you splitting them? Oh, I forgot. Master Zitong, it's your turn. The atmosphere at the card table was surprisingly good. Wenwan watched the rare relaxed smile on her junior sister's face, and the anger in her heart subsided. After a few rounds, Wenwan asked seemingly casually, Yunyao, what exactly is the background of that husband of yours? Dongfang Yunyao's hand paused as she was arranging her cards, but she knew the main topic had arrived. I only know that my husband is a wandering cultivator, but his alchemy and strength are unfathomable. Unfathomable. Wenwan gave a scoffing laugh. A foundation establishment cultivator. How strong can he be? Yeah. Zidong suddenly spoke up. Senior sister, you can't say that. Being able to cure Yunyao's third-rank cold poison and refine pills of that quality. This Chen Dakai is certainly not ordinary. Her voice was weak, but her thoughts were clear. Moreover, I heard that when he came, the flying spiritual artifact he rode had a speed comparable to a core formation cultivator. That's not something an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Wenwan remained silent. Of course she knew all this, but precisely because she knew she found this man even more dangerous. A man of unknown origin with enigmatic strength who had stolen away her most prized disciple. How could she rest easy? Yunyao, your master wants you to stay in the valley. What do you think? Wenwan posed this question again. Dongfang Yunyao shook her head without hesitation. Master, I am already married. Where my husband is, there I will be. You. Wenwan's just suppressed anger flared up again. Senior sister, don't be angry yet. Zidong held her back and turned to Dongfang Yunyao. Yunyao, tell your master honestly. Does that Chen Dakai treat you well? Does he have many other women around him? Dongfang Yunyao nodded frankly. My husband treats me very well. He does have other sisters around him, but we get along harmoniously like sisters. Nonsense. Wenwan slammed the table again. You are a proud daughter of heaven. How can you share a husband with a bunch of mortal women? This is utter self-degradation. Master, they are not mortal women, Dongfang Yunyao explained calmly. My several sisters-in-law are also foundation establishment cultivators. What? Both Wenwan and Zitong were stunned. Several foundation establishment cultivators. That was already a second-rate cultivation clan in the entire Shiliang kingdom. Wenwan's face darkened. She suddenly realized that she might have always underestimated the man named Chen Dakai. He was not just an alchemist, behind him was a rising cultivation clan. Zitong coughed softly twice, her face growing even paler. She looked at Wenwan and suddenly transmitted her voice, senior sister. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Wenwan raised an eyebrow slightly. What opportunity? You forgot the valley secret realm opens in less than 2 years. Zitong's gaze held something more. Wenwan's breath caught for a moment. The valley secret realm of Baiwa Valley was the very foundation of the sect's heritage. The secret realm opened once every 300 years, containing not only treasures like snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, which could assist foundation establishment cultivators in forming a golden core, but also crucial materials for refining elixirs to withstand the tribulation lightning. It could be said that whether Baiwa Valley could produce a new golden core cultivator hinged entirely on the harvest from the secret realm. However, this coveted prize was also fiercely coveted by the other two major powers, Fanyan Valley and Guasian Temple. Every time the secret realm opened, the three parties would clash bitterly over quotas and treasures. Fanyan Valley and Guasian Temple are eyeing us covetously, especially Fanyan Valley, which is even hired outside help this time, greatly bolstering their strength. Zitong continued her telepathic transmission. More troublesome is that there is a peculiar spirit creature in the secret realm that specifically feeds on the yin essence of female cultivators. When our Baiwa Valley disciples enter, their strength is severely hampered, and we suffer heavy losses every time. Wenwan's expression grew increasingly somber. What her junior sister mentioned was precisely her biggest headache. Baiwa Valley had an excess of yin and a deficiency of yang. In such an environment, it was far too disadvantageous. So we need a powerful outside ally. Male cultivator. Zitong enunciated each word. Wenwan's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window. That man named Chen Dakai, wasn't he the perfect candidate already at hand? With mysterious strength, unparalleled alchemy skills, and being the husband of her own disciple, he was half her own people. If they could win him over. Zitong sensed her senior sister's wavering resolve and added fuel to the fire. Senior sister, I know my own situation well. My lifespan is limited, so I cannot hope to enter the secret realm. You alone would face immense pressure from at least 3 golden core cultivators from Fanyan Valley and Guasian Temple. This Chen Dakai is our only variable. We must not only win him over, but also spare no expense to make him stronger. You mean? Help him form a golden core. Zitong's eyes gleamed with a decisive all-or-nothing resolve. We'll give him one of our secret realm quotas, and also share the sect's treasured insights on golden core formation. If he can successfully form a golden core with his combat prowess, he will surely become our greatest asset in the secret realm. Wenwan was thoroughly tempted. It was a gamble. But Baiwa Valley had reached a point where taking risks was inevitable. She looked at Dongfang Yunyao, who was still agonizing over which card to play, and a decision solidified in her mind. Enough. Let her be a hopeless romantic. As long as it brought benefits to the sect, this disciple was not raised in vain. At the stone table the card game continued, but Wenwan's thoughts had long since drifted away. She glanced at her junior sister Zitong's pale but stubborn face, then at her foolish disciple still fretting over a straight flush, and finally let out a soft sigh. The bet was placed. For the sect, and for this foolish disciple. I'm done playing. Wenwan suddenly tossed her cards onto the table and stood up. Dongfang Yunyao and Zitong both looked at her in surprise. Yunyao, go fetch Chen Dakai. Wenwan's tone regained the calm authority of a valley master. Tell him I have important matters to discuss. Dongfang Yunyao's heart skipped a beat. She knew her master was about to lay her cards on the table. Yes, master. Without daring to ask further, she immediately rose and hurried toward Baishang Xiaozhu. In the Tingyu pavilion, only Wenwan and Zitong remained. Senior sister, have you truly made up your mind? Zitong asked softly, her voice laced with concern. What else can I do? Wenwan let out a bitter laugh. Our Baiwa Valley has stood for 1,000 years, and now I must stake the entire future of the sect on a man I've known for less than 3 days. If this gets out, others will laugh their heads off. Her gaze drifted toward the window, deep and unfathomable. But do we have a choice now, eh? You and I both know this secret realm struggle is more perilous than ever. That old scoundrel from Fanyan Valley somehow found a mid-stage golden core helper, greatly increasing his strength. And those bald donkeys from Guasian Temple have been eyeing us too. I alone will have to fight at least 3 cultivators of the same rank. Once I'm pinned down, our Foundation establishment disciples inside the secret realm, facing male cultivators from the other 2 factions, will have no chance to fight back. Zitong fell silent. Everything her senior sister said was true. Chen Dakai is our only chance to turn the tide, Wenwan said with unwavering determination. We can't see through his strength, and his alchemy skills are unheard of. If we can win him over, even help him form a golden core, then we might have a chance to overturn the situation. But to make him willingly fight for Baiwa Valley, the price we pay will not be small. Zitong was still worried. Wenwan snorted coldly. Price? It's just a quota, some resources, and giving him an honorary elder title. As long as we can preserve the sect's heritage, what are these things worth? I'm just afraid his appetite might be bigger than we think. As they were speaking, Dongfang Yunyao had already led Chen Dakai into the pavilion. Valley Master, when what urgent matter requires my presence at this late hour? Chen Dakai feigned a hint of confusion, but inwardly he was overjoyed. The fish had taken the bait. Judging by the situation, it was a big fish. Wenwan gestured for him to sit, while Dongfang Yunyao stood obediently behind her, her palms slightly sweaty. Fellow Taoist Chun, I'll be direct. Wenwan cut straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. A deal, eh? Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Valley Master, one is joking. I'm just a wandering cultivator with no power or influence. What could I possibly have that Baiwa Valley would value? Wenwan ignored his pretense and continued matter-of-factly. 2 years from now, a secret realm jointly managed by the 3 major powers of Shiliang Kingdom will open. This secret realm is called the Tianhua Shuling Realm, and it opens only once every 300 years. Inside there are heavenly treasures like heavenly fire liquid and snow spirit water that aid in forming a golden core, as well as several key materials for refining elixirs to withstand the tribulation lightning. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Forming a golden core. That was precisely what he needed most at the moment. He was currently at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation establishment, just 1 step away from forming a golden core. But that single step had trapped countless cultivators. Without a stroke of fortune, the number of cultivators who would stagnate at this stage for life was beyond counting. Wenwan noticed Chen Dakai's reaction and continued. This secret realm is crucial to all 3 sects. But as you may know, Baiwa Valley consists entirely of female disciples. There is a spirit creature in the secret realm that specifically drains the essence vitality of women, severely hampering our people's strength and making them cautious. So, I need a powerful outside ally. A male cultivator with great strength. Since the conversation had reached this point, Chen Dakai would have been a fool not to understand. Though his heart was bursting with joy, his face first froze in feigned surprise, quickly giving way to a look of profound difficulty. Does Valley Master Wen mean? You wish for my assistance? Indeed, Wenwan nodded. Baiwa Valley can grant you a slot to enter the secret realm. Furthermore, the golden core insights left behind by the successive generations of our sect's predecessors can also be lent to you for study. In exchange, you must safeguard the disciples of Baiwa Valley within the secret realm. At the same time, I hope you will assume the position of guest elder for our valley. Henceforth, Baiwa Valley can supply the ordinary pills required by the Chun family at a discounted price. In return, you will need to refine a batch of second-grade pills for Baiwa Valley every month with the materials provided by us. Wenwan laid out her bargaining chips. In her eyes, these terms were as generous as they could possibly be. An incredibly precious slot in a secret realm coupled with the golden core insights that countless cultivators dreamed of. To any cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, this was an offer too enticing to refuse. Upon hearing this, Chen Dakai remained silent. He lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, as if in deep contemplation. Wenwan did not urge him, merely watching him in silence. Beside them, Dongfang Yunyao's heart leaped into her throat, deeply terrified that Chen Dakai would refuse outright. Only after a long silence did Chen Dakai finally set down his teacup and let out a soft sigh. Valley Master, when your terms are indeed highly tempting. Just as the corners of Wenwan's lips began to curve upward. However, Chen Dakai's tone shifted. The risk is far too great. I am merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet those you wish to contend with are the golden core experts of Finyan Valley and Guasian Temple. With my meager skills, wouldn't entering be akin to seeking my own demise? I have elders above and children below to support, and my whole family relies on me. I cannot afford to lose my life so senselessly. He wore an expression of utmost difficulty. His cowardly demeanor of, I wish to help, but my strength falls short, nearly made Wenwan laugh out of sheer exasperation. Meager skills indeed. If you only had meager skills, then how did Jin Wuxin die? Suppressing the urge to scoff, she patiently replied, fellow Taoist Chun is far too modest. I have absolute faith in your strength. As long as you agree, we shall be allies. Outside of the secret realm, my Baiwa Valley will stand as the firmest shield for your Chen family. Yet Chen Dakai's face remained clouded with worry. Though you put it that way, I still feel it's a bit of a losing bargain. He began to count on his fingers. Entering the secret realm is a narrow escape from death. If successful, everyone rejoices. But if I should perish by some misfortune, what is to become of my widowed wife and fatherless children? And as for being your guest elder, it sounds prestigious, but in truth it is merely being a high-class laborer who has to hand over pills every month. No matter how I calculate, this deal is a loss. On Wenwan's forehead a blue vein throbbed faintly. She took a deep breath, telling herself to remain calm and not to lower herself to this rogue's level. Then by your estimation, fellow Taoist Chen, what would make it a fair trade? Chen Dakai rubbed his hands together, a sly grin spreading across his face. You see, Valley Master, when I am a man who values legacy above all else. My Chen family is quite thriving now, but the trouble is I cannot possibly tutor them all by myself. Your Baiwa Valley has a grand foundation and abundant educational resources. I was thinking of sending some of my unpromising children over to join your esteemed sect and receive some tender guidance. What does Valley Master think of this? So this was his angle all along. Wenwan had assumed he would demand some priceless treasures, never expecting such a request. She instantly let out a sigh of relief and waved her hand dismissively. I thought it was some monumental matter. Is it not just accepting a few disciples? That is no issue at all. Send as many suitable children as your Chen family has. As long as their spiritual roots are acceptable, my Baiwa Valley will take them all. However, let us make this clear, once they enter the sect, they must abide by our rules. If they are punished for being mischievous, you are not allowed to interfere. In her mind, she reasoned, how many children could a single clan possibly have? At most 8 or 10. To Baiwa Valley, it was merely adding a few more mouths to feed, hardly a matter of consequence. Then it is a deal. Chen Dakai slapped his thigh, his troubled expression vanishing, instantly replaced by a boundless warmth. A pleasure doing business with you. Rest assured, Valley Master, when from this day forth you are my sister from another mother. Your affairs are my affairs. Should anyone dare to harm even a single hair of Baiwa Valley, I, Chen Dakai, will be the first to object. This dizzying speed of changing faces made Wenwan's eyes twitch. She suddenly had an ominous premonition. Had she been swindled? With the deal concluded, the atmosphere instantly grew much more harmonious. Chen Dakai expressed that he needed to return and prepare, promising to visit Baiwa Valley again in a year to discuss the specifics of entering the secret realm. Before they departed, Wenwan called out to Dongfang Yunyao, scolding her with a cold face. You as well do not forget your master just because you have a husband. Return to visit more often when you have time, lest others think the disciples of my Baiwa Valley are like spilled water once they marry off. Though her words were harsh, her underlying care could not be concealed. Dongfang Yunyao felt a surge of warmth in her heart and hastily nodded in agreement. The next day, Chen Dakai and Dongfang Yunyao prepared to depart. To their surprise, a dense crowd had gathered outside the Baisheng residence. They were all young disciples of Baiwa Valley. Leading them were none other than Yun Shu and the other 3 who had played cards with them the previous night. Senior Chen, are you leaving already? Senior, can I accompany you to the Chun family to take a look? I heard your place is incredibly fun. Yes. We wish to see the legendary mahjong with our own eyes. Over a dozen disciples at the Qi condensation stage chattered excitedly as they surrounded Chen Dakai, their faces filled with admiration and yearning. In their hearts, Chen Dakai was already an idol-like figure. Handsome, wealthy, generous, and capable of playing all sorts of novel games. Who wouldn't adore such a man? Watching this scene from afar, Wenwan's lips twitched even more violently. She let out a cold sneer and said to the deacon beside her, let them go. I would like to see if this infatuation is truly contagious. Chen Dakai and his entourage slowly flew away from Baihua Valley aboard the Hunyuan Ichi cloud. Atop the cloud, more than a dozen female disciples of Baihua Valley who had never experienced such a flying spiritual treasure before flushed with excitement as they chattered away in eager discussion. Wow, Senior Chen riding on this cloud of yours is simply too comfortable. Indeed, it is much faster than our sword riding flight, and it doesn't wobble at all. Senior Chen, once we arrive at the Chen family estate, will you really teach us how to play mahjong? Crowding around Chen Dakai, their eyes practically sparkled with adoration. In their eyes, this Senior Chen was handsome, wealthy, powerful, and good-tempered. On top of that, he could invent all sorts of novel contraptions. He was simply flawless. Dongfang Yunyao looked at her overexcited junior sisters and shook her head in mild helplessness. She finally understood how her master Wenwan felt on a daily basis. This was hardly a visit to the Chen family. It was clearly a flock of little fangirls rushing to see their idol. Just as they were about to fly past the boundaries of Baihua Valley, a dozen figures suddenly emerged at the mountain pass ahead. Clad in matching fiery red attire, they were stealthily setting up something on both sides of the pass. They are from Finyan Valley. Dongfang Yunyao's gaze sharpened. The other Baihua Valley disciples on the cloud ceased their giggling, summoning their magic treasures one after another with vigilant expressions. Husband, their movements are suspicious. I fear they harbor ill intent, Dongfang Yunyao said in a low voice. Chen Dakai narrowed his eyes. A mere pack of chi refining ants. What harm could they possibly conceive? The moment the words left his mouth, the group of Finyan Valley disciples spotted the massive cloud in the sky and instantly fell into disarray. Not good. We've been spotted. Retreat quickly. They clearly had not expected to run into anyone, let alone that the opponent's flying treasure would be so conspicuous. Without waiting for Chen Dakai's command, Dongfang Yunyao gave a sharp cry. Form the formation. Do not let them escape. With that, she transformed into a beam of flowing light and charged down first. The overwhelming pressure of the late Foundation establishment stage instantly blanketed the entire pass. The Finyan Valley disciples, whose highest cultivation was merely at the 5th or 6th level of chi refining, could not even withstand a single strike from Dongfang Yunyao. In almost a single encounter, more than half of the dozen Finyan Valley disciples were slain. Yet at that very moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from one of the disciples who appeared to be the weakest. His speed skyrocketed, instantly turning him into an afterimage as he fled frantically toward the depths of the mountain range. Surprisingly, his speed was not a fraction slower than that of a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. Trying to run. A Foundation establishment senior sister from Baihua Valley barked angrily, preparing to give chase immediately. Do not pursue. Chen Dakai's calm voice rang out, stopping her in her tracks. Everyone was taken aback. Senior Chen, there is something wrong with that person. We absolutely cannot let him escape, the senior sister urged anxiously. Yes, husband, he is merely a chi refining cultivator. It is impossible for him to be this fast. There must be something peculiar about him. Dongfang Yunyao added, equally perplexed. Chen Dakai smiled faintly, unhurriedly retrieving a palm-sized metal spider from his storage bag. He tapped lightly on the spider's abdomen. Instantly, its 8 compound eyes glowed with a crimson light, and its 8 legs scurried rapidly as it glided silently across the ground, pursuing the fleeing cultivator. Merely a clumsy bait, Chen Dakai said, dusting off his hands with leisurely composure. The faster he runs, the larger the trap ahead must be. We shall wait right here and see which big fish is so lacking in patience. A second-grade scouting puppet. This was one of the spoils rewarded by the system. With a few minor modifications, it was the perfect tool for the job. Upon hearing this, realization dawned on everyone. Their gazes toward Chen Dakai were filled with deep admiration. As expected of Senior Chen, his composure and insight were far beyond what they could ever hope to match. Minutes ticked by. The atmosphere at the pass grew somewhat tense. The young disciples of Baihua Valley gripped their magic treasures, nervously, warily scanning their surroundings. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a sudden commotion arose from the mountain forest. Since your ruse has been exposed, you might as well all come out. Chen Dakai's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire valley. As his voice faded, 7 figures slowly emerged from the surrounding cliffs and woods. 6 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded a woman completely shrouded in a black robe. An overwhelming pressure swept over them like a tidal wave, and the eyes of the 6 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators were filled with undisguised murderous intent. The aura of the leading black-robed woman was even more unfathomable. She was remarkably a powerhouse of the peak Foundation establishment stage. Having never witnessed such a formidable confrontation, some of the female disciples of Baihua Valley felt their legs go weak, while others nearly dropped their magic treasures. Dongfang Yunyao's heart sank as well, and she immediately stepped forward to shield her junior sisters. The enemy's strength surpassed her expectations. Only Chen Dakai remained entirely unperturbed, as calm as a gentle breeze. His gaze drifted toward the black-robed woman. Although her face was hidden, her figure was remarkably curvaceous and well-endowed. If her face turned out to be decent, taking her back as a kitchen maid wouldn't be a bad idea. Who are you and why have you ambushed the disciples of our Baihua Valley here? Dongfang Yunyao demanded sharply. The black-robed woman let out a raspy, mocking laugh. Dongfang Yunyao, you have indeed grown capable. However, today none of you shall leave this place alive. The moment she finished speaking, the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators behind her struck in unison, launching 6 fierce spells that blasted toward the Hunyuan Ichi cloud. Chen Dakai let out a cold snort and merely waved his hand gently. The Hunyuan Ichi cloud instantly erupted with brilliant light, forming a solid shield that blocked all the incoming attacks. The crowd from Finyan Valley was utterly shocked. Their combined strike of 6 had failed to shake the opponent's flying treasure even in the slightest. Attack together. Kill them. Seemingly provoked, the black-robed woman shrieked and rushed toward Chen Dakai first. A long whip burning with black flames appeared in her hand. As she brandished it, the air erupted with ear-piercing crackles. Excellent timing. Chen Dakai smiled and flickered forward to meet her. He did not even summon a flying sword, facing her empty-handed. Relying on his profound movement techniques, he slipped effortlessly through the storm of whip shadows. Is this all you've got? Can you do nothing but dodge? Unable to land a blow, the black-robed woman grew increasingly impatient, her words dripping with provocation. Only the ugly prefer to hide themselves, Chen Dakai retorted infuriatingly while dodging. Beautiful women, on the other hand, yearn to be seen. Let me see if you are a great beauty. If you are, I won't even fight back. I'll go with you directly. You court death. Completely enraged, the black-robed woman fought with mad frenzy, her black flames nearly swallowing Chen Dakai. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Seizing a flaw in her defense, he advanced instead of retreating, instantly closing the distance between them. He struck out with a palm. The wind from his palm did not harm her, but precisely blew away the cloak over her head, exposing a wrinkled old face to the open air. She was no beauty at all, but rather a decrepit old crone with one foot in the grave. Chen Dakai's smile instantly froze. What bad luck. What a waste of such a figure. Losing all interest, he delivered a backhanded slap squarely across the old crone's face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire valley. The old crone was sent flying, spinning 7 or 8 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, half her face swelling up like a pig's snout. The 6 mid-foundation establishment cultivators she had brought along were completely dumbfounded. He had been playing around so effortlessly just a moment ago. How did he suddenly switch to such a brutal strike? Struggling to climb up from the ground, the old crone stared at Chen Dakai with eyes full of terror. She finally realized that her strength and his were not even on the same level. He had been playing with her all along. Retreat. No longer daring to linger, she shrieked, instantly transforming into a streak of bloody light as she fled into the distance. The remaining 6 also snapped out of their shock and scattered like startled beasts. Forget it, she's an eyesore. Chen Dakai waved his hand in disgust, not even bothering to give chase. Turning back to the cloud, he looked at the completely stunned female disciples of Baihua Valley and said with a smile, "All right, the flies have been shooed away. Let us continue our journey." Only when the Hunyuan Ichi cloud set off once more did the group of female disciples finally snap back to reality. Above the Hunyuan Chi cloud, an eerie silence reigned. Just moments ago, a dozen female disciples from Hundred Flowers Valley had been chattering excitedly, but now they stood rooted to the spot mouths agape. Their dazed gazes darted back and forth between the enormous palm-shaped imprint on the ground and Chen Dakai's hand, a hand that looked utterly ordinary. What had just happened? A powerhouse at the peak of Foundation establishment, an existence so formidable that it had never crossed their minds to resist, had simply been slapped away. Chun, senior brother Chun. Yin Shu's voice trembled as she gazed at Chen Dakai, her eyes brimming with awe and disbelief. That technique you just employed, what manner of palm strike was it? Chen Dakai was leisurely wiping his hand with a silk handkerchief as though he had touched something unclean. Without hesitation, he replied offhand, "No particular technique. I simply found her appearance too unsightly, and it dampened my mood." His casual words rendered every woman present utterly speechless. A faint twitch played across Dongfang Yunyao's lips. She was beginning to realize that her husband's reasoning operated on a frequency entirely alien to ordinary understanding. Where others fought to determine victor and vanquished, his battles were governed solely by whim and the opponent's appearance. Enough, stop staring. After finishing wiping his hands, Chen Dakai reversed his wrist, and 10 exquisitely crafted metal spiders materialized in his palm. Each spider was forged from an unknown black metal, their backs inscribed with intricate formation patterns, 8 compound eyes glimmering with faint spiritual radiance. "Yunyao, take these." He handed the 10 metal spiders to Dongfang Yunyao. "These are second-rank reconnaissance puppets driven by divine sense. They can detect any movement within a 10-li radius. When you return, give them to your master, and tell her to stop sending young girls out as cannon fodder. It pains me to see it." Dongfang Yunyao accepted the 10 rather heavy metal spiders, her hands trembling slightly. Second-rank puppets, and 10 of them. Within Hundred Flowers Valley, only the Valley Master and senior elders were worthy of such artifacts, and even they possessed but a handful. Each one was worth a fortune. Yet to her husband they were as common as stones found by the roadside, handed away without a second thought. Husband, this is far too precious. Dongfang Yunyao quickly tried to return them. Keep them, Chen Dakai set his tone, leaving no room for argument. From now on we are family. No need for such formality. Besides, if your valley's reconnaissance capabilities improve, I'll have one less thing to worry about. A warmth spread through Dongfang Yunyao's heart, and she ceased her protests, carefully securing the puppets. She gazed at Chen Dakai's profile, her eyes softening further. This man had a way of expressing care through forceful commands rather than gentle words. The procession made its way back to Chen family town in grand fashion. When the caravan drawn by over 50 iron-armored earth dragons came into view, the 100 Flowers Valley maidens were once more left speechless with astonishment. They had known the Chen family was wealthy, but they had never imagined such extravagance, employing second-rank demonic beasts to pull carriages. What kind of opulence was this? Such displays of wealth were likely unmatched throughout all of Shiliang Kingdom. Welcome, esteemed fairy sisters, to our home. Li Qingzhu and Bai Yuqin had long been waiting at the entrance with their fellow consorts. Spotting the dozen or so stunned disciples from 100 Flowers Valley hovering above on clouds, the two women exchanged knowing smiles. Such reactions were nothing new to them. When they had first witnessed their husband's grandeur, their own responses had been even more extravagant. Chen Dakai led them through his estate. From the herb gardens, where spiritual energy hung thick in the air, to the lakes where luminous fish darted about, from the library, holding thousands of volumes, to the courtyards where puppet servants moved constantly to and fro. At every turn, the 100 Flowers Valley disciples gasped in wonder. They felt like country folk who had stumbled into an imperial palace, finding everything around them fascinating and new. That evening, Chen Dakai hosted a banquet in the estate's grandest hall. The tables groaned under the weight of rare spiritual fruits and wines seldom seen outside their world, along with exquisite dishes prepared from spirit beast meat. The 100 Flowers Valley disciples devoured everything before them, their faces alight with delight. In their sect, such luxuries had never been part of their experience. Their usual fare consisted of thin broths and bland meals, with meat being an occasional treat. Fairy Yunshu, do try this. The leg of a second-rank fire cloud sparrow renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties. Fairy Ting, this cup of 100 Flowers brew was distilled personally by our master. It greatly aids cultivation. Wang Shiqing and the other principal wives warmly entertained their guests, each displaying the refined bearing of seasoned matriarchs. As the wine flowed and the women grew increasingly at ease, Chen Dakai broke into a smile. My dear fairy sisters, have you found your accommodations to your liking? We love it. It's wonderful. A disciple whose face had flushed crimson from drink eagerly chimed in. Senior Chen, I don't want to go back at all. This place is simply paradise. Yes. Senior Chen, just take me in. I'll serve you however you wish. Senior, I'll bear you children. Chaos erupted as the women spoke over one another, threatening to spiral out of control. Dongfang Yunyao pressed her fingers to her temple, unable to bear watching further. These junior sisters had reduced 100 Flowers Valley to utter disgrace. Chen Dakai waved a hand dismissively and raised his voice to restore order. I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, you remain disciples of 100 Flowers Valley, and your return is inevitable. A shadow crossed his features as he shifted tone. What transpired at the pass today cannot have escaped your notice. The old matriarch of Burning Flame Valley has suffered such a humiliation that she will surely not let this rest. These dozen young women, all in the bloom of youth, would be vulnerable traveling alone. I cannot in good conscience send you forth unprotected. The laughter died on their lips as the gravity of his words struck them. Memories of the day's harrowing encounter surfaced, and their faces drained of color. Then, what shall we do? Yunshu asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty. After a moment's consideration, Chen Dakai proposed stay here at the estate with full provisions and cultivation resources until next year. I plan to visit 100 Flowers Valley, then to discuss matters regarding the secret realm, and I will escort you back personally. This arrangement ensures your safety while giving you the opportunity to cultivate diligently. A perfect solution for all involved. The proposal struck a chord with everyone. To remain in this paradise-like estate, living in comfort while maintaining security. What could be more desirable? We'll follow Senior Chen's arrangements. Yunshu declared, immediately anxious to secure his commitment before he might withdraw it. The other disciples nodded eagerly, their faces radiating hope. Observing their eagerness to settle in permanently, Dongfang Yunyao sighed. Her husband's charm had worked its magic again. The junior sisters were thoroughly ensnared. With that, the matter was settled. Li Qingzhu quickly arranged quarters adjacent to Dongfang Yunyao's courtyard for their convenience. Over the following days, Chen Dakai demonstrated impeccable hospitality as their host. During the day, he personally guided their cultivation practice and occasionally shared tales of wonders from the cultivation world that left them spellbound. In the evenings, he led them through flower viewing, fishing excursions, and bonfire gatherings. Within days, these proud disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley found themselves completely captivated by the Chen family's lavish and enjoyable lifestyle. They had grown so enraptured with their new surroundings that the thought of returning to their sect had been entirely banished from their minds. Baiwa Valley Tingyu Pavilion. When Wan was in meditation, attempting to quell the anger stirring in her heart regarding Chen Dakai. Just then a disciple rushed in urgently, holding a communication jade talisman glowing with spiritual light. Mistress Sister Yun Shu and the others have sent word. When Wan opened her eyes, her brows furrowing slightly, she took the jade talisman and extended her divine sense into it. The next moment, when Wan's expression darkened instantly. Inside the talisman, Yun Shu and the others painted their days at the Chun residence in the most splendid terms. Eating spirit fruits as meals, drinking spirit wine as water, casually devouring second-tier demon beast meat, all while Senior Chen personally guided their cultivation, causing their realms to surge forward at a remarkable pace. At the end of the letter, they also mentioned that Chen Dakai, concerned about the dangers of the journey, would personally escort them back to the sect next year. Until then, they had settled at the Chun residence with peace of mind. Crack. The jade talisman in Wen Wan's hand was crushed into powder. Shameless wretches. Wen Wan paced back and forth in Tingyu Pavilion, her chest heaving with rage. He has stolen away my disciples, and now he won't even spare my own students. Her disciples, whom she had nurtured with such painstaking effort, were being lured away one by one by that man named Chen Dakai. And yet these girls reveled in it. What kind of situation was this? Meanwhile, in Chen family town, Chen Dakai was taking a leisurely stroll in the backyard. He watched the children playing and wrestling in the courtyard, and his concubines with their rounded bellies, their faces radiant with happiness, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. He did a quick mental calculation. Including Dongfang, Yunyao, Qin Yue, and the women sent by various families who had since pledged allegiance to him, his number of concubines had officially surpassed 100. And his offspring numbered nearly 50. In just a few years, Chen Dakai felt vigorous and robust. 100 was nothing. If another 100, or even 1,000 came, he could handle them all. The dawn of establishing the premier immortal clan in the cultivation world was near at hand. He approached Liu Mei, watching her teach several children to read, a gentle smile gracing his features. Hubban. Liu Mei noticed him and set aside her tasks, moving to meet him. Though she remained mortal, countless pills and spiritual energy had kept time from touching her face, instead lending her an air of mature grace. Mayor, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Chen Dakai said softly, taking her hand. Speak freely, my lord. I intend to send Pingyan to Baiwa Valley for cultivation once he is a bit older. Upon hearing this, Liu Mei stiffened slightly, reluctance flickering in her eyes. Chen Pingyan was her firstborn and her husband's eldest son, and naturally, she cherished him deeply. Chen Dakai drew her into his embrace and explained gently, I understand your reluctance. But Pingyan is our Chun family's heir, the hope of our future. A towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. He needs a broader world. Baiwa Valley may be a sect of female cultivators, but it possesses profound foundations and strict discipline, ideal for tempering his spirit. Moreover, with the connection to Yunyao and Wenwan, he will not face bullying. This is our Chun family's first step toward becoming a top power in the Shiliang kingdom. Listening to her husband's vision for their family's future, Liu Mei's reluctance gradually gave way to resolve. I will follow whatever my husband decides. Good. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction and sent for Chen Pingyan. A moment later, a young boy clad in fine brocade approached. He bore a striking resemblance to Chen Dakai, yet his demeanor was entirely different. He walked with remarkable steadiness. Only 6 years old, yet his brow carried a composure beyond his years. Father-mother. Chen Pingyan bowed respectfully, neither servile nor haughty. Chen Dakai regarded his eldest with satisfaction. This lad was born for great deeds. Pingyan, I hear you've reached the second layer of qi condensation. Indeed, father. I broke through 3 days ago. Excellent, Chen Dakai approved. How have you fared with those basic spells? Chen Pingyan remained silent, merely extending his small hand and giving a gentle tap toward a rockery nearby. A fireball the size of a fist materialized from nowhere and struck the stone at precisely the right spot. No violent explosion followed. Only a wisp of green smoke rose, leaving a charred black circle on the hard stone. Such control over spiritual energy rivaled that of mid-stage qi condensation cultivators with decades of practice. Excellent. Chen Dakai couldn't suppress his laughter, pride swelling within him. This child takes after me. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Chen Pingyan with solemn gravity. Pingyan, this is a mystic grade sword art known as the 7-step sword art, formidable in power. Today your father passes it to you. Remember this well. The 7-step sword art must never be shown to others, let alone shared abroad. Once you reach Baiwa Valley, cultivate diligently and do not bring shame upon our Chen family. Do you understand? Chen Pingyan took the jade slip with composure, offering only a firm nod. This humble son understands. Watching this touching scene of paternal love and filial piety, Liu Mei's eyes grew moist. Just then a little girl with a twin bun hairstyle ran over unsteadily and threw her arms around Chen Dakai's leg. "Daddy, carry me." It was Chun and daughter of Bai Yuqin. Chen Dakai's stern expression instantly melted, and he lifted his youngest daughter into his arms, pressing a kiss to her rosy cheek. "Wasn't it good today?" "Good. Anin was the best." The family basked in warmth and harmony, until a guard hurried over to report. "Master of the house, the Liu family has sent another dozen or so maidens saying they're here to replenish your harem." Chen Dakai's smile froze. That Liu Tianxiong truly was something, a man addicted to giving away his daughters. Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin exchanged glances, both seeing helpless amusement in each other's eyes. As Chen Dakai was about to head to the front courtyard to investigate Chen Pinyin, who had remained silent, suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Looking down, Chen Dakai asked in puzzlement, "Pinyin, is there something else?" Chen Pinyin looked up at him earnestly and spoke in a consultative tone, "Father, might you take fewer concubines in the future?" "Huh?" Chen Dakai was stunned. Chen Pinyin continued solemnly, "There are simply too many concubines in this house. Every morning I pay respects to them walking from the east courtyard to the west courtyard, and by the time I'm done dawn is breaking. It's far too much of a distraction from my cultivation." Bursting out laughing, Liu Mei and Bai Yuqin couldn't contain themselves. The concubines eavesdropping nearby doubled over with laughter. Chen Dakai's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Watching his son's earnest distress torn between exasperation and amusement, he could only raise his hand and deliver a light smack to the boy's head. "You little rascal." Time flashed by, and another year under the Chun family stewardship town had become the most bustling place within 100 miles. The Chun even livelier, welcoming over the past year more than 20 consorts, Yan Ryu Dongfang, Yunyao Qin Yue and others, had successively added new offspring to the Qin clan. The mansion was everywhere filled with the cries of infants, a scene of thriving households. And in Chen Dakai's mind the system's prompts never ceased. A notification sounded: the heir has been born, the mother is of pure Yin constitution, with superb aptitude, reward de Yin sword array. Another notification chimed: the mother is in the late foundation establishment, a lineage excellent, a reward the divine sense technique de Yin Ju. Yet another notification: the mother is reward a top-tier flying sword. Then another reward: the high-quality magical artifact Li Hua shield. The system continued with reward mid-grade magical artifact Xian Shui CIX3. A string of rewards pelted down, making Chen Dakai's eyes go wide. He counted the spoils of this harvest, his face blossoming with joy. The greatest gain this time was a set called the Yin Sword Array. The sword array comprises 3 layers, 36 flying swords in the first layer, 72 in the second, and 108 in the third. Once unleashed, its might surges, a formidable tool for defeating foes beyond one's level. The divine sense technique, the Yin Ju, aligns perfectly with the sword array. Cultivating this method would greatly enhance the strength and precision of the divine sense, allowing him to wield over 100 flying swords simultaneously with effortless control. In addition, there was a brand new top-tier flying sword, more than a dozen mid to high-grade magical artifacts of varying quality, and a Juke seal. This round of rewards instantly raised his strength to a higher tier. In the back courtyard's meeting hall, Chen Dakai summoned all wives and concubines above the foundation establishment stage. The core members of the Chen family, Li Qingzhu, Lu Shanshan, Bai Yuqin, the Wang sisters, Yan Ryu Dongfang, Yunyao Qin Yue, and others, gathered in one hall, the room filled with his beautiful wives. Li Qingzhu as the elder spoke first, asking if there was some urgent matter. Chen Dakai smiled, his gaze sweeping over every wife in the room. He did not speak. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson jade seal carved with the Juke divine bird appeared in his palm. The seal's appearance raised the room's temperature. Yunyao. Chen Dakai looked toward Dongfang Yunyao. This Juke seal is a top-tier fire tribute artifact with both offense and defense, perfectly suited to your cultivation. Today, it will be yours. Yunyao was stunned, staring at the jade seal, whose spiritual power surged with astonishing vigor, at a loss for words. A top-tier magical artifact. Master, this is far too precious, I cannot accept it, she instinctively declined. Take it, Chen Dakai's voice was firm. You are my wife, your safety matters above all else. He pressed the Juke seal into Dongfang Yunyao's hand. The warm touch spread, and her eyes reddened with emotion. She clutched the jade seal tightly, unable to speak. Then Chen Dakai began distributing more than a dozen mid to high-grade magical artifacts, allocating them according to each person's cultivation attributes. Qingzhu, this Kuan Yuan shield is a top-tier earth attribute defensive artifact. You keep it. Shanshan, this thunder pearl is best for you. Shirqing Yuyan. In moments, precious light filled the hall, and a chorus of exclamations rose. None had expected that after his retreat, he would return with such a great fortune to share. After the distribution, Chen Dakai went alone to the back hills training ground. He needed to test his current strength. Come out. Chen Dakai waved his hand, and 3 second-tier golems forged from mystic iron appeared in the center of the training ground. One was at the early Foundation establishment, one at the late Foundation establishment, and the strongest was at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. Chen Dakai drew a deep breath, his divine sense moving, and unleashed the Dayenju. Rised. A soft shout. Behind him 36 flying swords shot into the sky and hovered in midair. In the lead was the newly acquired top-tier flying sword joined by his original top-grade Qingfeng Liuguang sword. Behind them were 10 high-grade flying swords and 24 mid-grade flying swords. The 36 swords whirled in the air, their sword chi crisscrossing and forming a profound arrangement that radiated a terrifying pressure. Go! Chen Dakai sent his divine sense, the sword array activated. The target was the early Foundation establishment golem. 36 sword lights merged into a single beam and charged the golem. The golem couldn't react in time and was swallowed by the sword light in an instant. A harsh metallic tearing sound rang out, and when the light dispersed, only a pile of shattered fragments remained. A single strike killed instantly. Chen Dakai didn't stop. The blade turned toward the late Foundation establishment golem. Slash. The Dayen sword array launched again. This time the sword light split into countless beams enveloping the golem from all directions. The late-stage golem was not weak. It raised a shield of spiritual energy and swung a giant axe to resist. The sounds of metal clanged continuously. The first shield shattered, the giant axe was cut away, and on the third strike the golem was pierced by tens of thousands of sword energies, toppled with a rumbling crash, utterly wrecked. It could not endure more than 3 moves. Chen Dakai's mouth curved upward slightly, his gaze finally resting on the strongest golem comparable to the Foundation establishment, Great Perfection Golem. Come! He roared, pushing the Dayenju to the limit. 36 flying swords seemed to come alive, weaving through the air like flying dragons, sword chi surging, and the sound of wind and thunder rising. The Foundation establishment, Great Perfection Golem, intelligent and highly aware of the threat, emitted a dull, were its body blazing with radiant spiritual light, and it launched an attack of its own. Boom! The sword array and the golem collided fiercely. The training ground shook with flying sand and stone as gusts roared. The golem, formidable as it was, withstood the first wave of the sword array. Yet Chen Dakai's expression remained calm. He calmly urged the sword array, continually changing his attack patterns. Under his control, the sword array pressed on relentlessly, sometimes raining down a dense volley like a torrential rain, sometimes striking from sharp, elusive angles, leaving the golem with no trace to follow. Then all the flying swords merged into a single primordial great sword and descended. The Foundation establishment, Great Perfection Golem, though strong, was constrained at every turn and exhausted by the pursuit. 7th move. Chen Dakai seized a chance. The 36 flying swords merged into one, forming a brilliantly radiant sword light, an unstoppable momentum that pierced the golem's chest. Crack! The golem's movements halted abruptly, its spiritual light dimming quickly, finally turning into a heap of scrap iron. Chen Dakai retracted the flying swords and exhaled a long breath. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The day agreed upon by Chun Family Town and Baihua Valley had arrived. Chen Dakai's journey this time was modest, for he had brought only Dongfang Yunyao and his eldest son Chen Ping'an. Of course, more than a dozen enthralled Baihua Valley female disciples followed along. The Hunyuan Ichi cloud rose again, heading toward Baihua Valley at core formation speed. After a few days, the party arrived at Baihua Valley. The Valley Master Wenwan had long awaited at the valley entrance. Her gaze immediately settled on Chen Ping'an. The child was only 7, yet already at the 2nd level of Qi refining. Facing this Jindan sect master, his eyes were clear and fearless. Indeed. Wenwan nodded, and a renewed respect for the Chen family rose in her heart. From this day forward you shall be my designated disciple, train peacefully within the valley. She casually assigned a steward to escort Chen Ping'an to a cavern rich in spiritual energy. After handling this, Wenwan's expression grew solemn. She led Chen Dakai and Dongfang Yunyao to Baihua Valley's council hall. Inside, a figure waited already. It was none other than the sect master's junior sister Zitong. 2 Taoist friends, this time you have been invited here regarding the heavenly fire snow spirit realm. Wenwan spoke bluntly. That secret realm opens once every century. Within it lie the heavenly materials and treasures needed for core formation, but it is extremely dangerous. Especially there are intangible demons that feed on the yin essence of female cultivators, which is very harmful to us female cultivators. Zitong added from the side, her face pale. Clearly the golden core's shattered injuries had not yet healed. Therefore this time the sect has decided that I lead the team together with Yun Yao and Daoist Chun to explore the secret realm. Chen Dakai listened in silence. The arrangement suited him perfectly. He hadn't intended to make a show of force, letting Zitong, a so-called Jindan elder, take the lead while he watched from behind. Wenwan, seeing no objection, drew 3 items from her storage pouch, 3 crimson inner dawn radiating searing heat, and a map crafted from some beast hide. These are 3 fire-attributed inner dawn able to shield against fiendish intrusions at critical moments. This map shows the rough layout of the secret realm. Some areas remain unexplored, so proceed with caution. Zitong accepted the items, nodding. There is no time to waste. Let us depart. The three of them left Baiwa Valley flying toward the secret realm's entrance. The secret realm's entrance lay in a secluded valley surrounded by a faint mist. When they arrived, they found two groups already waiting there. One group consisted of 3 monks in robes led by a Jindan elder with a calm aura. He was followed by 3 young monks. One was burly and resolute in appearance, Jie Wu. Another was slender with flashing eyes and a hint of treachery, Jie Hui. Also present was a plump pale man with restless eyes that roved over Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao, a lecherous smile at the corner of his mouth, Jie Sei. People from Guizhen Temple, Zitong whispered, her face solemn. The other group radiated a scorching heat. Another group was led by a Jindan elder with a man and 2 women behind. The 2 female cultivators wore fiery red robes, their expressions arrogant, exuding a queenly bearing. One of them was the black-robed elderly woman who had been slapped airborne by Chen Dakai at Baiwa Valley's gate months earlier. She had changed into new robes, but upon seeing Chen Dakai, a surge of fear and rancor flashed in her eyes. The man among them looked somewhat out of place. He looked pale, his steps feeble, as if drained by wine, and lust, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Finyan Valley. Zitong's brows knitted even tighter. Finyan Valley's leading elder was a red-haired old man. Upon seeing Zitong, a sardonic smile crossed his lips. Zitong, I hear your golden core shattered, yet you dare to trespass into the heavenly fire-snow spirit realm. Aren't you afraid you'll lose your life here? Zitong's face turned cold, and she replied coldly, my fate is hard. I won't trouble you. Chen Dakai stood behind Zitong, his gaze sweeping over the others, silent. He appeared like an unremarkable late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, utterly inconspicuous. The 3 factions stood divided, each occupying a corner and wary of the others. The valley's atmosphere grew tense, as if a sword had been drawn. No one spoke again, waiting in silence for the secret realm to open. All right, the hour has come. Oh, prepare the mystic realm. The elder from Gu spoke, breaking the stalemate. The 3 core formation elders chattered their position and weaving the incantations. 3 surging strands of core formation power shot skyward, converging at the valley's center and ramming into a void node with a violent roar. The space twisted violently, and a vortex-like portal radiating an ancient ominous aura slowly emerged. The entrance is open. You have time to burn a single incense stick, then enter. With that command, the 3 parties moved almost simultaneously. Move. Zitong hissed a sharp order, leading Chen Dakai and Dongfang Yunyao, and they shot forward as a beam of light, plunging into the space portal first. Those from Guizhen Si and Finyan Gu followed suit. As the space portal appeared, the 3 factions moved almost at once. There was no hesitation. Go. Zitong shouted, true essence enveloping Chen Dakai and Dongfang Yunyao, turning them into a beam of light and rushing into the ancient aura emanating vortex first. A dizzying whirl of heaven and earth. A fierce tearing sensation in space assailed them. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would feel discomfort. Chen Dakai remained calm. To him, this sensation was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the world cleared. The 3 landed on solid ground. They stood in a vast valley, surrounded by cliffs that towered into the heavens, mirror smooth and unending. The sky wore a gray, oppressive hue, with no sun and no clouds, only a heavy gray. The air was thick with damp decay mingled with a potent, yet brutal heaven and earth spiritual energy. Almost as soon as he touched down, Chen Dakai sensed something amiss here. Inside, his true essence moved sluggishly. His divine sense was pressed down by an invisible force extending no more than 100 meters, and then stalling. He tried to marshal true essence to rise up, but his body felt heavy, as if pressed by a mountain, unable to lift even a fraction from the ground. This place forbids flight, and the divine sense is greatly restricted. Zitong's voice came with a note of gravity. She was evidently no stranger to such places and adapted quickly. Dongfang Yunyao's face turned pale. The special energy of the mystic realm pressed on her soul. Whoosh, whoosh. Several tearing sounds filled the air as the people from Guizhen Si and Finyan Gu appeared not far away. The 3 factions formed a triangle, wary of each other, separated by tens of meters. The elder Jiuan of Guizhen Si and the withered elder of Finyan Gu vanished as beams of light after teleporting in. Clearly their task was only to open the mystic realm and not participate further. The atmosphere grew tense, and the old woman from Finyan Gu fixed a venomous gaze on Chen Dakai. The monk Jie Sei of Guizhen Si, with an unabashedly lecherous gaze, swept over Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao. After a brief standoff, Finyan Gu's team moved first. The old woman snorted with the other 2, pulled out a beast-hide map, studied it a moment, selected a direction, and departed swiftly. Guizhen Si's 3 were not willing to lag behind. Monk Jie Hui whispered something, and the 3 charged toward another direction. Their actions were clear, evidently. They possessed maps more precise than Baiwa Valley, and their goals were plain. In a flash, the vast valley was left with only Chen Dakai and the 2 women. They seemed to know where to go, Zitong said, watching the direction they vanished. Our map marks only broad regions, and many places are labeled unknown or dangerous. No matter. Chen Dakai spoke calmly. Let them go. He stepped beside the two women and gazed at the largest unknown region on the map. They have precise maps, so they will head for known resource points that others have explored. Even if there are treasures there after several harvests, there will be little left. We should take a reverse path and head for this unmapped unknown region. Chen Dakai pressed his finger on the blank area of the map. Opportunities often hide in the unknown. Even if this region yields nothing, we can turn back to find them later. He looked up, a meaningful curl at the corner of his mouth. After all, treasures seized must be carried out in one piece. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao were struck with a chill. They immediately understood Chen Dakai's meaning. Indeed, rather than following others to pick up scraps, they should forge their own path. The worst outcome would be to become a robber for a single time. With Chen Dakai's unfathomable strength, this option seems the safest. Very well, we will follow your lead. Zitong approved immediately. We go. The three agreed without delay, and according to the map, headed toward the vast unknown region. As they traveled, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The ground was thick with withered branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. Ancient trees blocked the sky and twisted into silent giants. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, and the world was deathly quiet. Not a single insect or bird could be heard. The three could only move on foot, their divine sense restricted to 100 meters, and every step taken with extreme caution. After about half a day, a massive mountain fault appeared ahead. Below the fault lay a bottomless, gigantic cave mouth looming before them. The entrance stood dozens of zhang high, dark as pitch, like a beast ready to devour, with cold winds blowing from within. The map did not mark this place, Dongfang Yunyao said softly while comparing the map. Let us go inside and take a look. Zitong nodded, producing a moonlight stone. Its gentle glow lit the path ahead. The three entered the cave, and the sight before them caused them to pause in their steps. Inside the cave was a natural labyrinth formed from countless stalactites. Branching paths spread in all directions, dense as a spider web leading to who knows where. The walls were slick with moss, and the ground rough and uneven. Stay close, and do not get separated, Zitong warned, her expression more vigilant. In this place where divine sense is restricted, losing the way would bring dire consequences. The three proceeded cautiously through the maze. After an unknown length of time, a refreshing, otherworldly fragrance suddenly wafted from deep within. The fragrance was extraordinarily peculiar. A single whiff and the true yuan within their bodies stirred a little. This is a heaven and earth treasure, Dongfang Yunyao said, her eyes lighting up. The trio regained their spirits and hurried toward the direction of the fragrance. After another half an hour of winding through the maze, the scene before them suddenly opened up. They arrived at a vast underground cavern. In the center was a small pool only a few feet across. The alluring fragrance emanated from the pool. Above the pool, a huge stalactite hung upside down, its tip slowly dripping a milky liquid. The liquid was crystal clear, emitting a faint glow. Each drop fell into the pool below, sending ripples of spiritual energy outward. It is the millennial spirit milk. Zitong cried out in astonishment, breath quickening. This is a treasure long since vanished from the outside world. A single drop could revive the dead and restore flesh and bone, and for cultivators, it could cleanse the body and increase cultivation. A supreme treasure. Dongfang Yunyao's eyes were filled with excitement and awe. However, Chen Dakai's gaze did not immediately fall on the 1,000-year spirit milk. His eyes paused around the pool. Around the small pool lay more than a dozen skeletons scattered haphazardly. The bones were heavily weathered, their clothing decayed beyond recognition, but fragments of garments indicated the sects to which they belonged. Some skeletons lay as if collapsing forward, their hands nearly touching the pool. Others seemed to turn away with twisted postures full of fear. Another skeleton had half its body in the pool, only the upper torso remained, the lower half missing with a perfectly smooth edge. Silence. In the entire cave, besides the ticking of the millennial spirit milk, there was no sound. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao felt the eerie scene, their initial excitement replaced by a cold chill. The treasure lay right before them. Yet the dozen or so corpses around, whose deaths were ages past, were like a cold splash of water dousing their fervor. Those who could enter this mystic realm are at least late Foundation establishment experts. Yet they all died here. The three stood still, no one making a move. The vast temptation and the threat of unknown death intertwined, freezing the air in place. Inside the grotto, a deathly silence reigned. Only the rhythmic dripping of the 1,000-year-old spiritual emulsion echoed through the vast subterranean cavern, striking against the heartstrings of the three companions. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao held their breath. Their gazes were locked onto the pool, yet they occasionally cast wary glances at the dozen or so skeletons scattered around in various contorted poses. Though the treasure lay right before them, none dared to take a step forward. This eerie stalemate was broken by Chen Dakai. Without uttering a word, he flicked his wrist, and a half-man-tall wooden puppet materialized out of thin air before him. This was a most ordinary first-rank scouting puppet, its movements somewhat stiff. With a slight nudge of Chen Dakai's divine, since the puppet began to move its wooden legs walking step by step toward the pool. Clack clack. The puppet's footsteps sounded exceptionally clear within the grotto. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the mechanical figure. The puppet moved slowly. It passed the first skeleton, then the second. Nothing happened. The pool remained tranquil, disturbed only by the ripples of the dripping spiritual emulsion. The puppet reached the edge of the pool and stopped. It extended its wooden arm, reaching toward the spiritual emulsion within. Just as its wooden fingers were about to touch the water, a sudden mutation occurred. A streak of eerie blue light, swift as lightning, abruptly shot out from the calm pool. The source of the light resembled a small lantern emitting an alluring glow. Yet its speed was absolute, so fast that not even an afterimage could be discerned. With a soft tear, the sturdy wooden puppet, as if made of paper, was instantly pierced through and exploded into a pile of splinters. Having succeeded in its strike, the streak of blue light instantly retreated back into the pool. The entire process took less than a single breath. The pool restored its calm as though nothing had ever happened. Had it not been for the pile of smoldering wood chips on the ground, Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao would have almost thought it was a mere illusion. What incredible speed! Zitong's beautiful face turned pale, her heart still pounding with lingering fear. She knew that had she rashly stepped forward just now, she would have struggled to escape unscathed from that lightning-fast strike. It is a spirit creature of the water. Chen Dakai's voice was calm, as if he had long anticipated this. Judging by its shape, it should be a fish-type spirit beast. It has a searchlight-like fleshy growth atop its head used to lure prey. Its strength is at least at the peak of the second rank, and it is extremely greedy. Dongfang Yunyao was somewhat puzzled. Greedy? Indeed. Chen Dakai nodded. It did not attack those skeletons, yet it targeted my puppet, which proves it is only interested in living beings or objects containing energy. Since it is a greedy beast, we have a way to deal with it. A confident smile played at the corner of Chen Dakai's lips. He said to the two women, "In a moment I will refine some specialized beast-attracting pills to lure it out of the water. Yunyao, you will be responsible for setting up a formation around the pool, preferably one that can trap it to prevent it from escaping back into the water if its strike fails. Elder Zitong, your cultivation is the highest, so you will be responsible for delivering the fatal blow." The three of them divided their tasks clearly. Dongfang Yunyao nodded immediately. She drew a stack of formation flags and a formation plate from her storage bag and began to carefully set them up around the pool. Zitong also took a deep breath, gripping her long sword tightly as she adjusted her state. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai walked unhurriedly to a corner of the grotto. Sitting cross-legged, he produced his purple gold alchemy furnace. Following that, a large pile of tier 2 beast cores and various supplementary herbs were poured out. What he intended to refine was no ordinary beast-attracting pill, but a specialized pill tailored specifically for this aquatic spirit creature, infused with a large quantity of materials capable of stimulating its ferocity. To ensure absolute success, Chen Dakai spared no expense. He planned to refine a total of 30 pills. He refused to believe that this greedy beast could resist the temptation. The alchemical fire ignited and a rich medicinal fragrance began to permeate the grotto. Half an hour later, Dongfang Yunyao's formation was complete. Dozens of formation flags sank into the ground, forming a massive perimeter that locked the pool firmly in the center. She nodded to Chen Dakai. "It is ready." A moment later, Chen Dakai also put away his alchemy furnace. 30 blood-red pills the size of pigeon eggs and radiating a potent pungent aroma lay quietly in the jade bottle before him. "Elder Zitong, are you ready?" Chen Dakai looked toward Zitong. With a solemn expression, Zitong nodded slowly. "Begin." Chen Dakai hesitated no longer. He walked to the edge of the formation and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A blood-red beast-attracting pill traced a parabolic arc through the air, falling precisely toward the center of the pool. Before the pill could even touch the water, the eerie blue light shot out from beneath the water once more. This time its target was the pill. It swallowed the pill in a single gulp, pausing momentarily in midair, as if still craving more. Right at that moment, "Activate the formation." Dongfang Yunyao cried out, her hands forming hand seals. Buzz! From the ground surrounding the pool, pillars of light soared into the sky, instantly weaving into a massive cage of light that trapped the spirit creature within. Sensing danger, the spirit creature let out a sharp shriek and lunged wildly back toward the pool. However, the cage of light blocked all its paths of retreat. 100 flowers constricting slaughter. Zitong's icy voice rang out. The long sword in her hand had long been primed. With a single slash, the air filled with petals condensed from sword chi. Seemingly beautiful, these petals carried an incredibly sharp aura, like a magnificent storm of death that instantly engulfed the spirit creature. Clang clang. A metallic din echoed. The spirit creature's scales were unexpectedly hard, enduring the slicing force of most of the sword chi petals. Yet it was also utterly enraged. Abandoning its flight, the fleshy growth atop its head shone blindingly as it charged furiously toward Zitong. "Oomph!" Chen Dakai snorted coldly. He flicked another beast-attracting pill into the air, sending it flying in a different direction. True to its greedy nature, the spirit creature abruptly changed direction mid-charge to pursue the pill. It had completely exposed its vulnerability. Now, a cold glint flashed in Zitong's eyes, and her figure vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already at the spirit creature's flank. The long sword in her hand had somehow become translucent and crystal clear like ice. Frigid soul pierce. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced precisely into a gap between the scales on the creature's flank. Uff! The sword sank and up to its hilt. The spirit creature let out a shrill, agonizing shriek, its massive body thrashing wildly in midair as its life force rapidly drained away. With a heavy crash, it slammed onto the ground. Dead. Only then did the three of them clearly see the spirit creature's full form. It resembled a massive fish, yet its entire body was covered in hard blue scales. Atop its head grew a long tentacle capped by the glowing fleshy growth. Zitong stepped forward, slicing open its head with her sword to extract a fist-sized beast core containing pure water attribute energy. The battle was over. The three of them exchanged glances, all letting out a sigh of relief. Without any pointless chatter, they approached the pool. Zitong retrieved 3 undamaged jade bottles from the storage bag of one of the skeletons. They carefully divided the 1,000-year-old spiritual emulsion, which had accumulated in the pool for countless years, into 3 portions. Each portion perfectly filled 1 jade bottle. Staring at the milky white liquid radiating a rich life force inside the jade bottles, satisfied smiles appeared on all 3 of their faces. The 3 returned laden with spoils from the lava cave. The harvest of 1,000-year-old spirit milk put Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao in high spirits. Such celestial treasures would incite life and death clashes among golden core cultivators if left in the outside world. Yet in this unknown corner of the secret realm, a harvest arrived so quickly. Seems your decision was the right one, Zitong said, glancing at Chen Dakai, beside her a trace of approval in her voice. Fortune truly lies in the unknown. Chen Dakai merely smiled and stayed silent. In his heart, he thought that while this item was precious, it would be far more practical to sire a few more mystic-tier spirit-rooted children. The 3 pressed on into the depths of the unknown region. Yet over the next half-day their luck seemed to have run dry. Along the way, apart from bizarre trees and strange rocks, there was nothing of value to be found. The entire area exuded a deathly stillness and desolation. It seems this place has only something in the pool, Dongfang Yunyao said, somewhat disappointed. Don't worry. Chen Dakai remained unfazed. Even if there is nothing after Guizhen Si and Finyangu have finished scavenging, we can borrow a bit for ourselves as well. Hearing this, the 2 women couldn't help but twitch their lips. He spoke with such righteous confidence, as if killing for treasure were a matter of course. After walking several more li, a sheer cliff appeared before them. Beneath it, mist swirled. On the cliff face, they discovered a region sealed by a powerful enchantment. The enchantment flickered with ancient arcane runes. Its grade was clearly high, and the aura of spiritual power it radiated made Zitong's heart tremble. There must be good things behind this seal, Dongfang Yunyao said, eyes bright. Zitong shook her head grave. This seal is too strong. With the 3 of us, breaking it would likely exhaust most of our mana. In this place where divine sense is constrained and danger lurks around every corner, if our mana is spent too much, the consequences would be dire. She worried that forcing a break could invite unknown dangers or allow others to strike. At that moment, Chen Dakai pointed to a narrow passage not far from the seal. There a tight pitch-dark corridor stretched downward, leading to unknown depths. Since this tough nut is hard to crack, why not first see where this path leads, eh? Chen Dakai's suggestion won unanimous agreement from the 2 women. The 3 followed the narrow passage downward. The deeper they went, the hotter the air grew. A sulphurous stench filled their senses. After roughly the time for a single incense stick to burn, the view opened up before them, a vast underground magma cavern. A lava river hundreds of zhang across flowed beneath their feet, steaming with heat. The entire cavern glowed crimson in the lava's glow. Not far away, on a massive rock platform, 3 figures sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating to steady their breath. Those were the 3 from Finyangu. The 2 queenly female cultivators wore pale faces, evidently exhausted. The male cultivator, drained by drink and lust, looked even more pale, as if he could die at any moment. Yet all 3 bore a trace of unhidden joy. In front of them lay a jade box made from millennia-old cold jade. Even from tens of meters away, Chen Dakai could sense the jade box radiating pure fire spirit energy. Heavenly fire liquid. The thought flashed through his mind. It seemed Finyangu's people had a clear objective here and had already claimed it. Just as Chen Dakai and the others prepared to slip away to plan what to do after they left, they realized the moment of action had arrived. From the other side of the passage, footsteps could be heard. 3 robed figures appeared at the cavern's far end. The Guizhen Si people had arrived as well. GSA monk's small eyes glinted greedily at the jade box on the platform. Ba, venerable donors, this item is fated with the Buddha, oh please part with it. Jia Hui monk folded his hands in prayer, lips uttering compassionate words, but the cold malice and killing intent in his eyes could not be hidden. Nonsense. The Finyangu old woman rose abruptly shouting, "If you want heavenly fire liquid you must have the courage to take it." Before the words finished, Jia Wu monk of Gui Zhenxi moved. His burly frame surged like a tiger, with a punch golden Buddhist light formed into a huge swastika seal and slammed toward the platform. "You dare die?" Finyangu's old woman roared, and a flame whip appeared from nothing curling toward the swastika seal. Boom! A violent explosion rang through the cavern, violent spiritual energy scattering. The two sides clashed immediately. Chen Dakai and the three hid in the shadows watching with relish. The Gui Zhenxi monks were all veterans hiding in the rear waiting for others to fight, and then swoop in to grab the bargains. Fight! Fight as hard as you can. Yet just as both sides unleashed their true fire and prepared to use their trump cards, Chen Dakai and his companions' faint auras were finally detected. "Who is there? Get out!" The Finyangu old woman shouted, firing a flame toward their hiding place. Zitong had no choice but to reveal themselves with the two others. The three factions gathered again. The previously fierce battle paused in an eerie stalemate. Finyangu and Gui Zhenxi looked on with caution at the sudden arrival of the Baiwa Valley trio. No one expected that this least promising team would reach here as well. It's getting more and more lively. GSA Monk's gaze swept brazenly over Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao, and he let out a lewd laugh. Zitong's eyes flashed with disgust. She ignored the lecherous old fool and looked at everyone. "Friends, there is only one heavenly fire liquid here. 9 of us cannot share it fairly. Rather than fighting to the death here and 2 losses, why not join forces?" She explained the previously discovered powerful seal. Behind that seal, there would surely be treasure enough for all 9 to divide. "We can join forces to break the seal. Inside, the treasure will be shared according to merit." This proposal eased the atmosphere considerably. The Finyangu and Gui Zhenxi people exchanged looks and nodded. After all, no one wants to fight to the death here only to let others profit. "Very well then, as you say." The Finyangu old woman agreed, putting away the heavenly fire liquid. The Gui Zhenxi people also nodded. A brief and fragile alliance was thus formed. The 9 returned to the cliff's base, eyes blazing as they gazed at the seal's enigmatic runes. "Let us strike together." With Zitong's order, the 9 unleashed their power toward the seal. The scene, however, looked somewhat comical. The Gui Zhenxi monks chanted grand sutras, but the Buddhist light they cast was weak and lacking in strength. Finyangu's 3 offered flames with a spectacular momentum, but their temperature was embarrassingly low, not even reddening the nearby rocks. Chen Dakai's performance was even more outrageous. He feigned to conjure 2 mid-grade flying swords, tapped the seal twice with no energy, producing a sharp ding, then sheathed them, signaling that he had done his best. Dongfang Yunyao responded with a symbolic zhuke seal, summoning a palm-sized little firebird that struck the seal, but left not a ripple. 9 people, 9 minds. In this alliance, none truly labors. Everyone hides their strength, letting others exhaust themselves. After the first wave, the powerful seal hadn't even trembled. The scene grew awkward. "What are you all doing? Are you trying to tickle this seal?" The Finyangu old woman snapped, glaring at the Gui Zhenxi trio. "Ba venerable, your words are mistaken. We have already done our best. This seal is simply too strong." Jia Hui monk remained calm and sly in his defense. "I think you all just want to reap the benefits without effort." Mutually beneficial indeed. The alliance that had formed moments earlier instantly burst into the first dispute. 9 people stood before the seal, glowering at one another, none willing to concede. Beneath the precipice, the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. 9 individuals from 3 factions stared at one another in mutual distrust. The fragile alliance, barely established, was already teetering on the brink of collapse after their first failed cooperation. A pack of incompetents. Each of you wants others to do the work while reaping the benefits. The old woman from Finyang Valley broke the silence, first her voice shrill and her gaze venomous as it swept over everyone. "Ba benefactor, your words are misguided." Monk Jiehue of Guizhen Temple spoke with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It is not that we are unwilling to exert ourselves, but this restriction is truly too sinister. We must conserve our strength to face the unknown dangers ahead." Such high-sounding words, yet everyone could hear the perfunctory tone beneath them. Zitong observed coldly from the sidelines, saying nothing. Chen Dakai, for his part, acted as if nothing were amiss, studying the ancient restriction with keen interest. The 3 factions seemed on the verge of another endless cycle of bickering and suspicion. Finally, Zitong spoke. "Enough." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Since none of you trust the others, let us disband and go our separate ways. The treasure behind this barrier will belong to whoever is luckiest." With that, she made as if to leave, leading Chen Dakai and Dongfang Yunyao. This strategic retreat worked as intended. "Wait!" The old woman from Finyang Valley called out hastily. They had already expended considerable effort here and were reluctant to give up. The Taoist friend from Baiwa Valley speaks wisely. "We were too hasty." Monk Jiehue quickly changed his tune. "In my humble opinion, let us all rest for half a day to restore our spiritual power to its peak. After half a day, we shall strike together and break this barrier in one blow." What say you? This proposal received unanimous agreement. Thus the three groups each found a corner to sit cross-legged and begin meditation. The trio from Finyang Valley occupied the entrance to the magma cave, where the fire chi was densest. The monks of Guasian Temple chose a relatively open area. Chen Dakai's group retreated to the narrow passageway from which they had come. Chen Dakai sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if truly in deep meditation. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao, unsuspecting, swallowed their elixirs and began to restore their expended spiritual power. Yet in the depths of his divine sense, unseen by any, Chen Dakai's spiritual thoughts surged wildly. 36 flying swords hovered in his sea of consciousness. Among them one was a supreme-grade flying sword, 10 were high-grade, and the remaining 25 were mid-grade. Vast spiritual energy like a tide washed over each sword again and again. The first layer of the great derivation sword formation was silently taking shape. Under his control, the invisible sword intent continuously rehearsed, combined, and built up momentum. He intended not merely to break the barrier. He was preparing fully for any contingency that might arise later. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The 9 individuals gathered once more before the barrier. This time, everyone's expression was far more solemn. Begin. At Zitong's command, all 9 struck simultaneously. This time no one dared hold back. Great Vajra fist. Monk Jiwu bellowed, his burly frame blazing with golden light. He punched forward, a colossal golden fist imprint crashing against the barrier's light screen with overwhelming force. Monk Jehue in turn offered up a string of prayer beads. Each bead radiated a precious light, transforming into a streaming ray that struck the same point relentlessly. The old woman from Finyang Valley once again summoned her flame whip. Upon the whip, the fire coalesced into a lifelike fire python, its jaws wide open as it frenziedly gnawed at the light screen. The others also unleashed their most formidable techniques. For a moment beneath the entire cliff, the brilliance of various spells interweaved and thunderous roars filled the air without end. Chen Dakai maintained his unhurried demeanor. With a flick of his finger, 2 mid-grade flying swords flew out reluctantly. These swords appeared utterly ordinary, tapping lightly against the barrier with a ding-ding-dang-dang sound, blending inconspicuously into the cacophony of the others' attacks. Chen Dakai maintained his unhurried demeanor. With a flick of his finger, 2 mid-grade flying swords flew out reluctantly. A phantom of the vermilion bird several times larger than before emerged, letting out a clear, melodious cry. It struck the light screen with searing heat. Crack! Under the relentless assault of all 9, the seemingly indestructible barrier finally let out a brittle, strained sound. A fissure appeared on the light screen. Then, like a spider's web, cracks spread rapidly. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire barrier shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light. Behind the barrier, a deep, dark cave mouth was revealed. Before the joy could even register on their faces, a bone-chilling black wind erupted from the cave. Accompanying the black wind were countless piercing, shrill shrieks. Hundreds, even thousands of black shadows, like a flood bursting through a dam, surged out from the cave, lunging at the nearest 9 people. These black shadows were the peculiar spirit monsters of the secret realm. They had no physical form and specialized in devouring the vital essence of cultivators. No good. Fall back. The old woman from Finyang Valley shrieked, reacting the fastest, her figure retreating in a blur. The 3 monks from Guasian Temple also turned pale, hastily activating their protective Buddha light to resist. In an instant, chaos reigned. The radiance of various spells clashed with the black shadows of the spirit monsters, explosions erupting one after another. Amidst the flurry, the trio from Baiwa Valley appeared remarkably composed. Now, Zitong muttered in a low voice. The 3 of them simultaneously retrieved the fire-type beast cores that Wenwan had given them. As soon as the cores were taken out, they radiated scorching heat and a faint red light, forming a protective shield about 3 feet in radius that securely enveloped the 3. The oncoming spirit monsters, upon touching the scorching red light, melted like snow under the blazing sun, uttering pitiful screams and dissolving into wisps of green smoke. They were inherently e-natured, and most feared such pure yang-aligned power. In a flash, a clear space was cleared before Chen Dakai and his companions. Meanwhile, the other 2 factions were completely overwhelmed by the tide of spirit monsters, struggling to cope. In the midst of the chaos, the monk Jessa from Guasian Temple, with his small beady eyes, gleamed with a sly light. His gaze was not on the troublesome spirit monsters, but roamed wantonly over Zitong, Dongfang Yunyao, and the 2 voluptuous female cultivators from Finyang Valley. Especially when he saw their chests heaving from channeling spiritual power, his throat bobbed, and a greedy, lecherous look filled his eyes. He let out a nauseating, lecherous laugh, which, mingled with the shrieks of the spirit monsters, was particularly grating. The black wind roared, and ghostly the air. Fiends pouring the cave mouth closed in around the 9. Relying on the restraining power of the fire attribute demon pills, the 3 of Chen Dakai were for the moment untroubled. But those from Guasian Si and Finyan Gu fared no better. Their protective auras faltered under the successive onslaught of the fiends. The light dimmed swiftly, and their mana was greatly drained. This won't do if things go on like this. We must break through. The old woman from Finyan Gu cried out sternly. The flame whip in her hand whipped through the air so densely that it blocked in all directions, yet she could only barely shield herself. Then a telepathic message fell into Zitong's ear. Zitong, shall our two houses join forces to blast a passage through? Otherwise being trapped here would benefit no one. It was Master Jia Hui of Guizhen Si. Zitong glanced at Chen Dakai beside her, seeking his opinion with a look. Chen Dakai shook his head slightly, replying to Zitong by telepathy. Tell him that an alliance isn't necessary, but we can temporarily cease hostilities and pass through this mist together with no one pulling any tricks on anyone. He doesn't trust these honey-tongued sword-and-sleeve monks. The so-called alliance is just to let Baiwa Valley's people clear the path, while they sit behind and reap the rewards. Zitong understood, conveying Chen Dakai's idea to Jia Hui. Jia Hui's eyes flashed with a trace of barely perceptible disappointment, but quickly steadied, and he nodded in agreement. Three powers had reached a delicate consensus. Moved? Zitong cried softly. The three at the forefront bore the red glow emitted by the fire attribute demon pills, charging toward the depths of the fog. Guizhen Si and Finyan Gu's people immediately followed in close pursuit. They wisely kept a measure of distance, neither too close nor too far, so they could draw most of the fiend's fire with Baiwa Valley's trio, yet not be used as a shield. Wading through the fog, the air was filled with sharp cries and looming shadows. The nine used their various techniques, advancing with difficulty. This foggy region wasn't large, but due to the fiend's obstruction, they trudged for a full instance's worth of time before the pressure ahead eased. As they burst through the fog, the sight before them stunned them all. They found themselves in a vast, empty, circular stone chamber. Ancient runes were etched on the walls, emitting a soft glow that lit the space. In the chamber's center, a one-man-tall, oval light gate rotated slowly, radiating a sense of spatial fluctuation. A teleportation array. Moreover, this chamber was devoid of fiends. Clearly, this is the true core area behind the seal. The treasure lay behind that portal. The nine held their breath a little more quickly. After a brief calm, Master Jia Hui from Guizhen Si suddenly pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddha's name. Amit Ba, may the poor monk take the lead to scout the path for you all. Before the words fell, he, together with Jia Wu and Jia Se, transformed into three golden lights and rushed into the portal without hesitation. Their silhouettes vanished in an instant. Shameless bald donkey. The Finyan Gu old woman cursed, her face full of unwillingness and anxiety. Fearing that the treasure inside would be taken first by Guizhen Si, she paid no heed to anything else and shouted to the two beside her, we must catch up. With that, Finyan Gu's three also turned into three fire lights and followed, rushing into the portal. In the blink of an eye, the empty stone chamber remained only Chen Dakai, Zitong, and Dongfang Yunyao. We must hurry too. Zitong's expression grew anxious, and she wanted to follow. However, as soon as she took a step, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. It was Chen Dakai. No need to rush. Chen Dakai's voice was calm and steady, incongruous with the tense atmosphere. What are you doing? If we don't go in now, the treasure will be snatched by them. Zitong asked in confusion. Chen Dakai did not answer, but walked to the portal, extended his hand, and carefully sensed its spatial fluctuations. After a moment, he smiled. Qingzhu taught me some basic formation knowledge. He turned to the two puzzled Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao and explained. These small teleportation arrays are usually bidirectional to maintain stability. And didn't you notice? This chamber is devoid of fiends, and its spiritual energy is purer than outside. The two women were puzzled, looking around. Indeed, it was so. You mean? Zitong seemed to understand something. Chen Dakai's smile grew even wider. Let them fight for it, let them grab it, and fight to the death if need be. We shall stay here at ease to recover our strength. There are no fiends harassing us here. It is an excellent place to restore our mana. When we recover to our peak, they should have brought the treasure back. Then will we stay here and wait, or follow in to reap the rewards? The initiative will be in our hands. After hearing Chen Dakai's analysis, Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao were stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and incredulity. Indeed, they had only thought to rush in and seize the treasure, completely overlooking these details. This man was not only formidable, his scheming and calculation chilled the bones. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. From the start, he had no intention of fair competition with those two groups. What he aimed to do was to toy with everyone, keeping them in the palm of his hand. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Zitong took a deep breath, and the look in her eyes toward Chen Dakai had shifted from initial cooperation to deep trust and a touch of awe. Dongfang Yunyao's beautiful eyes glittered, but she found herself increasingly unable to read this man. The three no longer hesitated. They sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, hastening to recover their spent mana. In the vast stone chamber, only the portal, emitting spatial fluctuations, remained slowly rotating, as if a great mouth waiting to ensnare its prey. Inside the stone chamber, three figures sat cross-legged. The dim radiance emanating from the portal bathed their faces. After the duration of one incense stick, Zitong was the first to open her eyes. The spiritual energy she had expended had largely recovered. Yet she soon detected something amiss. Dongfang Yunyao's complexion remained pallid, her breath shallow and unsteady, with a fine sheen of cold sweat beading upon her forehead. Yunyao, what troubles you? Zitong asked with concern. I am fine, Dongfang Yunyao managed a faint smile. It is merely that my Yin essence was somewhat overdrawn when I activated the vermilion bird seal earlier. She spoke as though it were a trifling matter, but Zitong understood the gravity of the situation. For a female cultivator, a depletion of Yin essence could at minimum damage one's foundational cultivation, or at worst cause one's entire realm to regress. Just then, Chen Dakai's voice rang out. I have a method to help you quickly replenish your Yin essence. His gaze swept over Dongfang Yunyao, carrying an unmistakable undertone. Dongfang Yunyao immediately grasped Chen Dakai's implication, her delicate cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Zitong froze for a moment, then comprehension dawned upon her, an expression of irritation and embarrassment swiftly spread across her face. Foolishness. In a place like this, how could you even contemplate such impropriety? As a senior elder of the 100 Flowers Valley and a former Foundation establishment cultivator, how could she possibly stand by and witness others performing the dual cultivation art? Chen Dakai, however, paid it no mind. Times have changed. If we do not restore our strength promptly, what hope do we have of facing those two factions? Or do you wish to pin your hopes upon their sudden awakening of conscience? His words left Zitong utterly speechless. She knew Chen Dakai spoke the truth. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and stagnant, Dongfang Yunyao suddenly rose to her feet. She approached Zitong and withdrew a length of black silk from her storage pouch. Jijia, forgive me. Before anyone could protest, she blindly wrapped the silk around Zitong's eyes. You? Zitong prepared to resist, but then heard Dongfang Yunyao whisper almost inaudibly against her ear. Jijia, do it for the sake of 100 Flowers Valley. Zitong's body went rigid. Indeed, for 100 Flowers Valley. In the end, she ceased her resistance and allowed Dongfang Yunyao to tie the silk securely. Darkness enveloped her vision, yet her hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree. She heard the rustle of garments being shed, the muffled sounds of ragged breathing, and those sounds that made her face burn with embarrassment. Pure yang energy and Yin essence intermingled within the stone chamber, generating a peculiar ripple of spiritual fluctuation. Zitong felt her face growing increasingly hot, wishing desperately that the earth might open and swallow her whole. The process did not endure long. Roughly half an hour later, all returned to tranquility. All done, Jijia. Dongfang Yunyao's voice rang out, brimming with renewed vitality. Zitong pulled away the silk from her eyes and saw that Dongfang Yunyao's complexion was rosy and radiant, her spirits high and bright, with not a trace of the previous frailty to be found anywhere. She shot Chen Dakai a withering glare, only to discover that he was acting as though nothing had happened, tapping and drumming against the stone chamber walls, as if searching for something. Thud, thud, thud. The dull percussion reverberated through the stone chamber. When Chen Dakai struck a particularly inconspicuous corner, the sound turned distinctly hollow. His eyes lit up, and he signaled for both women to come over. The three of them worked together, feeling along that section of wall, until sure enough they discovered a hidden door. Behind the concealed entrance lay a small barrier light screen. This restriction formation was considerably weaker than the one outside. Without much effort, the three of them shattered it. Beyond the barrier lay a cramped cell no larger than 10 square meters. At its center, bound by several chains inscribed with shimmering talismanic runes, was a fox of purest snow-white fur. Upon seeing intruders, the fox's eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Behind it, 3 bushy tails swayed restlessly. A third-stage demon beast. A 3-tailed spirit fox. Zitong exclaimed in surprise. You mere mortals presume to speak my title so casually. The white fox spoke human words, its voice clear and bright, like a maiden's, yet dripping with arrogance. Chen Dakai paid no heed to its haughtiness, regarding it with keen interest instead. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red, demon-luring pill materialized in his palm. An intense, heady fragrance instantly filled the entire cell. The 3-tailed spirit fox's nose twitched, a flicker of craving flashed through its proud eyes, only to be forcibly suppressed moments later. Humph. You think a mere second-grade pill can bribe me? Chen Dakai smiled, and produced a second pill, a third. By the time he revealed his 10th demon-luring pill, the 3-tailed spirit fox could no longer contain itself. A audible gulp echoed from its throat, and drool threatened to spill from its muzzle. Tell me whatever you wish to know. Give me all these pills, and I shall tell you everything. Its attitude had undergone a dramatic reversal. Chen Dakai stowed the pills away, leaving only one between his fingers for idle contemplation. Simple enough. Tell me what this place is, and what lies beyond that portal. This is a convergence point for resentful energy. Those spirit creatures are all manifestations of the vengeful auras left behind by cultivators who perished here over hundreds of years, the 3-tailed spirit fox eagerly explained. All transmission arrays operate bidirectionally. I was trapped here because I greedily consumed the essence of several female cultivators and inadvertently triggered this chamber's mechanism. It pointed toward the portal, a flash of fear crossing its eyes. Beyond it dwells a third-stage Ghost King. It has absorbed nearly half the spiritual essence of this secret realm, making it incredibly powerful. It guards a treasure, the most precious item within this entire realm. A third-stage Ghost King. Both Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao's expressions darkened. That was comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet upon Chen Dakai's face appeared a knowing, calculating smile. He tossed one of his demon-luring pills toward the three-tailed spirit fox. Excellent. His gaze shifted back and forth between the fox and the portal. Inside the prison chamber, the three-tailed spirit fox was devouring the demon temptation pill with ravenous haste. Chen Dakai's gaze lingered upon it for a moment. This little creature not only spoke human language, but also knew many secrets of this place. More importantly, it possessed the ability to sneak into hidden realms in search of treasures. If he could tame it as a spirit beast, wouldn't it become a mobile treasure trove that could endlessly bring him spiritual herbs and elixirs? Unfortunately, he had no techniques or spells for forming contracts with demon beasts. For now, he had to let the matter rest. Just then, the slowly rotating teleportation gate at the center of the stone chamber suddenly flickered violently. A disheveled figure stumbled out from the light gate. It was someone from the Finyan Valley, one of the two domineering female cultivators. Now she had lost all trace of her former arrogance and authority. She was drenched in blood, her robes torn, and her aura was extremely weak. The most shocking sight was her left arm severed cleanly from the shoulder with blood still gushing out. My! Chen Dakai and the other two were startled. It seemed that the battle behind the teleportation gate was even more brutal than they had imagined. The female cultivator apparently hadn't expected anyone to be at the entrance. When she saw Chen Dakai and the others, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly turning into extreme hatred and madness. It's you. She let out a roar, and ignoring her severe injuries, mobilized the remaining mana within her body, sending a dark red flame hurtling toward the trio. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Zitong's eyes. She gave her no chance. With a flick of her finger, a streak of cyan light shot forth, arriving before the flame. It was a vine formed from mana, like a living spirit serpent, instantly binding the female cultivator tightly. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Zitong's move was clean and decisive, showcasing the formidable power of a false core realm cultivator. Let's go inside and see. Chen Dakai ignored the bound female cultivator and said to Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao, now is the best time to enter. The two women nodded without any objection. Chen Dakai led the way with Dongfang Yunyao and Zitong following closely. The three stepped into the swirling light gate without hesitation. A slight sensation of spatial distortion washed over them. The next moment, the trio appeared in an even vaster underground space. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside. At the center of the space was a peculiar spring. One half of the spring was an intense crimson, like boiling magma radiating scorching heat. The other half was a chilling white covered in frost, exuding bone-piercing cold. Ice and fire distinct, yet coexisting in perfect harmony, forming a wondrous balance. The Yin-Yang Ice-Fire Spring. Zitong, knowledgeable as she was, couldn't help but exclaim. Nourished by this natural wonder, the area around the spring was covered in a vast array of high-grade spiritual herbs and medicines, each radiating an enticing aura of treasure. However, the trio's attention was not on these celestial treasures. Their gazes were fixed on the battlefield not far away. 3 monks from the Guasian Temple were standing in a triangular formation, trapping the remaining 2 members of the Finyan Valley. The frail man, drained by wine and lust, was desperately activating a flaming shield, struggling to hold on. Bloodstains at the corners of his mouth showed he was on his last legs. On the other side, the once arrogant old woman from the Finyan Valley was now collapsed on the ground, her hair disheveled and face covered in blood. The lecherous monk, Jesse, was stepping on her face with a lewd grin, slapping her repeatedly while cursing obscenely. Old hag, weren't you so arrogant just now? Let's hear you scream for the Buddha. Ha! This scene made Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao furrow their brows in disgust. The conduct of these Guasian temple monks was even more despicable than that of demonic cultivators. Their appearance immediately alerted the 3 monks, people from the 100 Flowers Valley. A shadow of gloom passed over Jie Hui's eyes, but he quickly resumed his hypocritical smile. Fellow Taoist, you've arrived just in time. These villains from the Finyan Valley tried to monopolize the treasures. Please lend us your aid to capture them, and we'll split the spoils equally. His words were impeccably smooth, as if they were the righteous ones. Split equally. Zitong sneered, her tone dripping with contempt. As if you're worthy. Before her words faded, a powerful aura erupted from her body. The pressure of a false core realm cultivator bore down on the 3 monks like a mountain. None of you will leave today. She despised scoundrels who humiliated female cultivators. Besides, this was a life and death struggle for treasures. By you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Jie Hui's expression turned completely dark. He dropped all pretense, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Senior brother junior brother form, the Vajra demon subduing array. At his command Jie Wu and Jie Se immediately abandoned the Finyan Valley duo, moving swiftly to join Jie Hui in encircling Zitong. Yunyao protect fellow Daoist Chen. Zitong ordered Dongfang Yunyao behind her, then drew her sword, its edge radiating soaring sword intent. She intended to take on the 3 monks of Guazian Temple all by herself. Beside the Yinyang well of ice and fire, the atmosphere instantly froze. Zitong's aura erupted completely, the pressure of the false core stage, making the very air thick and viscous. Form the formation. The last vestige of hypocrisy vanished from monk Jie Hui's face, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. Jie Wu let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging as a faint golden glow rippled across his bronze skin. Standing at the very front, he resembled a wrathful Vajra. With a flicker of his body, Jie Se maneuvered to the flank with eerie steps. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand as his cold eyes searched for a weakness. Through a secret method, the auras of the 3 men linked together, merging into a unified whole that neutralized most of the pressure emanating from Zitong. Yunyao protect fellow Daoist Chen, Zitong commanded coldly without looking back. Understanding the instruction, Dongfang Yunyao immediately retreated to Chen Dakai's side, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings warily. She kept a particularly close eye on the weakened man from the Burning Flame Valley whom the 3 from Guazian Temple had spared. Chen Dakai stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by the impending battle. Yet within his sea of consciousness, his divine sense was surging frantically. The illusory projections of 36 flying swords were being activated and arranged one by one according to the diagram of the Great Derivation Sword Formation. This process required time. He needed an opportunity. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Suddenly, Zitong moved. Instead of confronting Jie Wu head-on, her long sword flared with brilliant green light. With a deft flourish, she thrust directly toward Jie Se on the flank. To capture the rebels, one must first capture their leader. To defeat an enemy, one must strike their weakest link. Jie Se let out a sinister laugh, drifting backward like a phantom. Simultaneously, Jie Wu's massive palm leaf-like hand swept forward with a howling wind, striking toward the center of Zitong's back. Zitong parried with a backhand strike, her sword clashing against Jie Wu's palm with a thunderous metallic ring. Her body swayed slightly, while Jie Wu was forced back half a step, the rock beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. In a direct clash of strength, Zitong in the false core stage still held the upper hand. But at that moment, Jie Hui, who had remained idle, suddenly drew a small black banner from his Buddhist robe. Chanting under his breath, he waved the banner towards Zitong. With a piercing, mournful wail, a cloud of black mist billowed from the banner, transforming into a blue-faced fanged demon that lunged at Zitong with bared claws. The aura emanating from this demon had surprisingly reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. Ghost controlling Dao, this was Jie Hui's true trump card. Frowning, Zitong was forced to divert some of her attention to deal with the demon. Sweeping her long sword, she unleashed crisscrossing sword chi, temporarily forcing the creature back. However, this distraction allowed the onslaught of Jie Wu and Jie Se to grow even more fierce. Jie Wu took the lead, his wide sweeping strikes carrying immense weight and power. Jie Se, like a venomous serpent, repeatedly launched sneak attacks from the most devious angles, compounded by the constant harassment of the fearless late-stage Foundation establishment demon. For a moment, even someone as formidable as Zitong was suppressed by the combined forces of the 3 men and the demon, falling into a disadvantage and barely managing to hold her ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Zitong pinned down, the weakened man from the Burning Flame Valley flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. He knew this was his sole opportunity. Violently channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy, he transformed into a streak of fiery light. Instead of charging at Chen Dakai, who was setting up the sword formation, he lunged straight for Dongfang Yunyao. In his eyes, Dongfang Yunyao was merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment and had just endured a fierce battle, making her highly vulnerable. If he could quickly subdue her, he could use her as a hostage to threaten the other 2 from the 100 Flowers Valley. You court death. Dongfang Yunyao's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. She had been waiting for him. Facing the oncoming fire, she advanced instead of retreating. With a swift flutter of her delicate hands, a crimson square seal flew from her grasp. It was the vermilion bird seal. The seal expanded rapidly against the wind, letting out a crisp, resonant cry. A lifelike illusion of a fiery vermilion bird emerged, carrying a momentum capable of boiling oceans and burning mountains as it crashed into the streak of light. Boom! With a deafening crash, the weakened man shrieked as he was sent flying backward. The fiery shield in his hand shattered into pieces, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though both practiced fire attribute techniques, his innate true fire paled in comparison to the divine vermilion bird fire. Seizing the upper hand, Dongfang Yunyao relentlessly drove the vermilion bird seal forward, intending to press her advantage and crush him completely. Yet the weakened man was a veteran of many battles. Despite being heavily wounded, he had not lost his fighting capability. Enduring the pain, he sacrificed a fiery red talisman that transformed into a blazing net, temporarily blocking the onslaught of the vermilion bird seal. Simultaneously, he used the momentum to retreat swiftly. Changing his hand seals rapidly, several fire serpents materialized out of thin air, snapping at Dongfang Yunyao from various directions. Although Dongfang Yunyao held the advantage, her opponent was after all a Great Perfection Foundation establishment cultivator. With him fighting for his life, she found it difficult to finish him off quickly. The battlefield fell into a delicate stalemate. Yet everyone knew this deadlock would not last long. Once the battle on Zitong's side was decided, the entire tide of war would shift in an instant. Judging by the current situation, Zitong's defeat was merely a matter of time. Jiehui clearly recognized this as well. A smug smile spread across his face, and his gaze toward Chen Dakai was filled with the playful amusement of a cat playing with a mouse. In his eyes, this pretty boy Foundation establishment cultivator was already as good as caught. However, he failed to notice that Chen Dakai had finally moved. Chen Dakai, who had been standing motionless, slowly raised his right hand. Pressing his index and middle fingers together, he lightly tapped toward the weakened man locked in combat with Dongfang Yunyao in the distance. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor any dazzling light effects. Only an almost imperceptible streak of sword light flashed from his fingertip and vanished in an instant. That sword light was simply too fast, so fast that no one present, including the locked-in Zitong and Jiehui, could react in time. The weakened man from the Burning Flame Valley was desperately controlling the fire serpents to buy time when suddenly he felt a cold sensation between his brows. The expression on his face instantly froze. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at his chest. There, at some unknown moment, a tiny bloody hole had appeared. The life force within him was draining away rapidly like an ebbing tide. How is this possible? He parted his lips, wanting to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of bloody froth. In the next instant, the light in his eyes faded completely, and he fell straight backward. Thud. A single strike. An instant kill. A deathly silence fell over the area. Both sides in the fierce struggle stopped simultaneously. Shock filled Zitong's beautiful eyes. Dongfang Yunyao's lips parted slightly. She knew her husband was powerful, but she had never imagined he would be this formidable. The three monks from Guozian Temple looked as if they had seen a ghost. The smile on Jiehui's face froze completely, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. You? He stared intently at Chen Dakai as if trying to see right through him. How could a 9th-tier Foundation establishment cultivator instantly kill a fellow cultivator at great perfection? How is this possible? Even with a sneak attack, it should have been impossible to pull off so cleanly. Chen Dakai slowly withdrew his finger, not sparing even a single glance at the corpse. His gaze fell upon Jiehui and the other two, a cold arc curving at the corner of his mouth. Now it is your turn. As his voice fell, buzz. 35 streaks of sword light of various colors soared into the sky, behind him, hovering in midair. Each streak of light radiated a sharp, heart-palpitating aura. Composed of 36 flying swords, the great derivation sword formation finally bared its fangs. Beside the Binghua Liang Yin, 35 sword lights shot skyward, converging with the top-grade flying sword from earlier. 36 flying swords hovered behind Chen Dakai, their sword aura chilling, and their edges sharp, forming an arcane formation pattern. The temperature in the air dropped several degrees. This pure chill brought forth by the razor-sharp aura sent a shiver through everyone present. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao exchanged glances, both witnessing the awe reflected in each other's eyes. Without a word, they retreated several steps and positioned themselves behind Chen Dakai. In that moment, their roles seemed to have reversed. It was no longer they who protected Chen Dakai, but Chen Dakai who shielded them behind him. The three monks from Guozian Temple wore expressions of utter dread. Jie Wu's facial muscles twitched as he sensed the lethal danger emanating from those 36 flying swords. Jiesei's lustful gaze had vanished, completely replaced by profound fear. Jiehui's countenance grew the darkest of all. He fixed his stare upon Chen Dakai, with eyes brimming with jealousy and bitter resentment. How could someone at the 9th stage of Foundation establishment wield such formidable treasures and formations? It defied all reason. Kill. Chen Dakai offered them no time to ponder, letting the single character slip from his lips with barely a whisper. His right hand extended with fingers aligned like a sword blade sweeping forward. Hum. The 36 flying swords behind him surged into motion instantly. The sword light rippled and coalesced into a torrent of steel forged from flying swords, carrying momentum that threatened to tear through all things as it swept toward the three Guozian Temple monks. Form the Vajra demon-subduing array. Jiehui barked fiercely. With no other option, they could only fight to the death. Jie Wu let out a roar and took the forefront once more, his entire body blazing with golden radiance as he pressed his palms together, transforming into a golden barrier. Jiesei fell back, taking cover behind Jie Wu, his dagger flashing with dark light as he prepared to strike from the shadows. Meanwhile, Jiehui summoned forth his black banner, once more releasing a late-stage Foundation establishment demon ghost that roared and charged straight into the sword array. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid succession of metallic impacts echoed through the air as the vanguard of the sword formation, over a dozen mid-grade flying swords, slammed against Jie Wu's golden barrier. Jie Wu grunted in pain, the rocks beneath his feet crumbling to dust as his legs sank half a foot into the ground. Fine cracks began spiderwebbing across his golden barrier. Meanwhile, the late-stage Foundation Establishment demon ghost barely made contact with the sword array before being shredded by the yang-infused sword chi from multiple flying swords. It didn't even have time to scream before dissolving into a wisp of green smoke. But that was not all. The sword array torrent merely circled around, bypassing Jie Wu at the front like a serpentine spirit and struck directly for Jie Se positioned behind. Jie Se's face drained of color in shock. He never imagined the sword array could be so agile and unpredictable. He tried to dodge, but the formation moved too fast. All he managed was to raise his black dagger across his chest. Thrust. A soft piercing sound echoed as 3 flying swords arranged in a triangular formation instantly impaled his shoulder and abdomen, spraying blood in 3 arcs. Ow! Jie Se screamed in agony, his body pinned against the stone wall behind him by the tremendous force. His dagger flew from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He was instantly rendered combat ineffective. Junior brother. Jie Wu and Jie Hui cried out in unison, unable to believe that after just one exchange the most skilled survivor among them, Jie Se, lay mortally wounded. Chen Dakai remained expressionless as he swept his fingers again, splitting the sword array to maintain pressure on Jie Se and prevent any sudden movement. The remaining swords were formed into a torrent charging toward Jie Wu and Jie Hui. We fight to the death. Jie Wu's eyes blazed crimson as he realized there was no escape. He abandoned his defenses entirely, channeling all his golden radiance into his fists like 2 miniature suns as he charged headlong into the sword array. Jie Hui's face contorted into a hideous grimace, biting through his tongue to spray a mouthful of essence blood onto his black banner. The banner erupted with dark energy, releasing 2 more demons of even greater power, both possessing the strength of late-stage Foundation Establishment. Clearly this was Jie Hui's trump card. Boom. Jie Wu's fists collided with the sword array, sending violent energy radiating outward and causing the ground around Binghua Liangyi Yin to sink several inches. Jie Wu's arms were reduced to pulp flesh and bone, his entire body sent flying backward as he crashed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, those 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment demons, fierce as they were, stood no match against the core of the sword array, forged from top-grade and superior flying swords. They held out for barely 3 breaths before being torn apart into swirling black mist. Huffed. Jie Hui gasped as if struck forcefully, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his face turned ashen. The destruction of his life-bound ghost banner had inflicted severe backlash upon him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Guasian temple monks were left, one near death, one gravely wounded, and one on the verge of expiring. Chen Dakai's power exceeded everyone's expectations. Zitong and Dongfeng Yunyao stood utterly stunned, their minds reeling. Is this the true might of the Dian sword formation? Is this the real strength of the man they love? Jie Hui dragged himself to his feet, his gaze falling upon the torrent of flying swords hovering before him, their tips aimed directly at his forehead, his eyes filled with despair. He knew he had lost, utterly and completely. Don't kill me, Jie Hui stammered, his voice trembling without a trace of his former cunning or composure. I'll give you all my treasures. Just spare my life, fellow Taoist. A mocking curve touched Chen Dakai's lips as he prepared to issue the killing command. But in that instant, a flash of pure madness and venomous hatred crossed Jie Hui's eyes. If you won't let me live, then we'll all die together. He spun around and hurled himself with his last strength, not toward Chen Dakai, but toward the ceiling site beside the Binghua Liangyi Yin, the very location the 3-tailed spirit fox had once mentioned, where the Ghost King was imprisoned. There stood an unassuming stone stele, its surface inscribed with dense golden runes that radiated an oppressive sealing energy. No, he's attempting to break the Ghost King's seal. Zitong cried out in alarm. Chen Dakai's brow furrowed as he immediately directed the sword array to pursue. But Jie Hui's actions came too suddenly, driven by a death-defying resolve that pushed him to his absolute limit. He didn't even aim for the stone stele itself. Instead, he did something that stunned everyone. He lunged toward Jie Se, pinned against the wall, and Jie Wu lying unconscious on the ground, grabbing both junior brothers with one hand each before hurling them with all his strength toward the ceiling stele. Senior brother, you. Jie Se, barely clinging to life, stared in utter disbelief and despair. He never expected his own senior brother to be the one delivering the final blow. Thud. Thud. 2 heavy impacts echoed as Jie Wu and Jie Se's bodies slammed against the stele. An eerie scene unfolded. The moment their bodies made contact with the stele, they began withering rapidly, as if every drop of vital essence and soul within them was instantly drained away. The golden runes on the stele erupted into violent luminescence after absorbing the flesh and souls of 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and then fissures began spreading from its center. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the ceiling stele shattered completely. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from beneath the ruins. The entire secret realm quaked violently under this oppressive presence. The sky plunged into darkness as howling winds and spectral wails filled the air. The spiritual herbs surrounding the Binghua Liangi yin withered and perished at a visible rate, consumed by the chilling aura. A thick, impenetrable black fog surged upward from the ground, coalescing in midair into a colossal, ghostly figure towering 10 zhang high. The spectral form lacked discernible features, its only markings being 2 crimson points of light burning within the dark mist, radiating pure savagery, chaos, and endless resentment. A third-stage Ghost King. It had finally broken free. Huh. Jiehui gazed upon his handiwork and erupted into manic laughter. Chen Dakai, let's see how you survive this. With the lives of his 2 junior brothers as sacrifice, he had crafted an inescapable predicament, for everyone, and for himself. Yet his laughter never finished echoing. The newly liberated Ghost King's crimson gaze locked onto him instantly. To the Ghost King, every living being present was nothing but prey. But Jiehui, this man who had sacrificed 2 fellow disciples to free it, radiated an aura that was without question the most detestable and the first thing it craved to consume. Jiehui's smile froze in place. From the Ghost King's gaze he sensed a pure, unadulterated killing intent that sought only to tear him apart. Rather than showing fear, however, his eyes burned with even greater fanaticism. Come then, beast. Let us see who consumes whom, you me, or I you. Jiehui bit through his tongue, once more his hands forming a bizarre mudra. He dared to attempt controlling this third-stage Ghost King, whose power rivaled a core formation expert, with his crippled ghost-controlling arts. His ambition was to seize the Ghost King's power, turn the tables on Chen Dakai, and claim all the treasures for himself. Driven by the looming threat of death, his greed had swollen to its utmost extreme. Yet he overestimated himself and vastly underestimated the Ghost King's terror. The Ghost King released a silent roar, and a visible black shockwave erupted from within. Jiehui's body was hurled aside like a leaf caught in a violent gale. The ghost-controlling seal he had cast shattered into fragments the moment it met the shockwave. No! Jiehui let out a desperate scream. Before he could even land, an invisible force seized his body and dragged him toward the Ghost King's massive maw, a swirling vortex of black mist. Jiehui's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. An invisible force gripped his throat, lifting his entire body off the ground and violently dragging him toward the 10 zhang tall mass of black mist. No! Fear and remorse finally surfaced in his eyes. He wanted to beg for mercy, to struggle, but before a Tier 3 Ghost King, whose power rivaled the Golden Core stage, all his resistance seemed utterly futile. The black mist surged, forming a colossal, ghostly face with a mouth like a bottomless black hole. Jiehui's body was brutally forced inside. There was no chewing, no screams. The moment his body made contact with the black mist, it dissolved like melting snow, rapidly transforming into the purest soul energy to be completely devoured by the Ghost King. Having finished this, the Ghost King threw its head back in a silent roar. The black mist enveloping its body churned violently, as if digesting the newly consumed energy. Along with Jiwu and Jessa, who had previously been drained dry by the sealing stone tablet, all 3 members of the Goasian Temple Party had now completely become nourishment for the Ghost King's escape. Chen Dakai, Zitong, and Dongfang Yunyao watched the scene with solemn expressions. None of them had expected the situation to deteriorate so abruptly to this point. A Tier 3 Ghost King possessed power comparable to an early-stage Golden Core human cultivator. Moreover, the dense yin qi in this place made it the perfect home ground for ghostly entities. Prepare for a fight to the death. Zitong's voice was somewhat dry as she pushed her spiritual power to its absolute limit, causing the azure longsword in her hand to emit an anxious hum. Dongfang Yunyao also silently channeled the vermilion bird seal. Its crimson fiery glow brought a faint sliver of warmth to this dark, gloomy space. Chen Dakai remained silent, but the 36 flying swords behind him had already rearranged themselves. Pointing outward in unison, they radiated a chilling, murderous intent. However, to their surprise, the Ghost King did not launch an attack immediately after devouring Jiehui. Instead, its massive body of black mist began to contract and condense inward at a visible rate. The yin qi and resentful energy permeating the surrounding space surged toward it frantically, as if they had found an outlet. A massive vortex formed with the Ghost King at its center. Moments later, all the black mist pulled back into a single point, ultimately transforming into a massive pitch-black demonic cocoon over 3 zhang in diameter. The surface of the demonic cocoon was smooth, yet covered in bizarre blood-red veins that pulsed slowly like a living creature. With each pulse, a heart-palpitating wave of deathly energy rippled outward. The spiritual herbs surrounding the yin-yang eye of ice and fire withered in vast patches under the erosion of this deathly energy, turning to ashes. It is using the refined souls it just devoured to make up for its weakness after breaking free and to reconstruct its ghostly body. Zitong's expression shifted drastically as she immediately deduced the Ghost King's intention. We cannot let it succeed. Once it completed its transformation, its strength would undoubtedly reach a whole new level, leaving them with absolutely no chance of victory. Strike. Chen Dakai made a decisive call. Pressing his fingers together like a sword, he swept his hand forward violently. The torrent of the sword formation, composed of 36 flying swords, instantly tore through the air, crashing ruthlessly into the massive demonic cocoon with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Clang! A deafening metallic screech rang out. Showering sparks erupted where the torrent of the sword formation collided with the demonic cocoon. A powerful backlash surged back, causing the entire sword formation to stall. Chen Dakai let out a muffled groan, feeling a massive force rush along the connection of his divine sense into his sea of consciousness, sending his chi and blood churning. Looking back at the demonic cocoon, the spot hit directly by the sword formation bore only a faint white mark. So tough. Chen Dakai's heart sank. Even a body cultivator at the great perfection of Foundation establishment could never withstand this full-strength blow of his. Yet this demonic cocoon was completely unscathed. Attack together. Zitong cried out, hesitating no longer. With a flash of her movement, she appeared on the other side of the demonic cocoon. The green light on her long sword flared brilliantly as she unleashed torrents of fierce sword chi like a tempest onto the cocoon. Dongfang Yunyao also channeled the vermilion bird seal. The crimson square seal transformed into a fiery vermilion bird, letting out a clear resonant cry before slamming violently into the target. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, sword chi crisscrossed throughout the cave as flames soared into the sky. The three of them poured out their spiritual power, frantically regardless of the cost, raining down all their attacks upon the demonic cocoon. Under their relentless storm-like onslaught, a subtle change finally occurred on the seemingly indestructible demonic cocoon. Crack! A barely audible sound echoed. At the spot where their attacks were most concentrated, a tiny crack appeared. It's working! Dongfang Yunyao exclaimed in delight. Chen Dakai and Zidong were also highly encouraged, making their attacks even more ferocious. Yet at that very moment, the demonic cocoon seemed to be provoked by their onslaught. The blood-red veins on its surface flared brilliantly as an unimaginably massive suction force erupted from the crack. This suction force, however, was not directed at Chen Dakai and the other two. Its targets were all things containing life energy within this space. From the depths of the cave, the spirits that had previously wandered in the mist let out terrified wailing shrieks. Their bodies were helplessly pulled into midair, turning into streams of light that merged into the demonic cocoon. The corpse of the weakened man from the Fenian Valley lying nearby also shuddered violently. It shriveled up at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a skeletal skin and bones corpse before being sucked over. Even the old woman from the Fenian Valley, who had been tied up nearby by Zitong and was heavily injured and unconscious, did not escape. She jolted awake, her eyes filled with endless terror. She wanted to cry for help, but she could not make a sound. Her body shriveled rapidly like a punctured balloon. In just a few breaths, her entire cultivation and essence at the great perfection of Foundation establishment were completely drained by the demonic cocoon, leaving behind nothing but a withered skeleton. Having absorbed such a colossal amount of energy, the cracks on the demonic cocoon were not only instantly repaired, but the entire cocoon expanded in size once more. The blood-red veins on its surface became even more eerie, and its pulsing frequency grew faster. An aura 10 times more terrifying than before began to seep out from within the cocoon. This is bad. Zitong's face turned deathly pale. Not only had they failed to stop the Ghost King, but they had also stimulated it, causing it to complete its transformation ahead of time. Crack! Crack! Dense shattering sounds echoed from the demonic cocoon. Giant cracks quickly spread across the entire cocoon like a spider's web. Boom! In the next instant, the demonic cocoon exploded. An incredibly terrifying figure appeared before the three of them, a giant standing 5 zhang tall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. Looking closely, the 3 heads were none other than the faces of Jiu Jiehue and Jiesa from the Guasian Temple. However, their faces were frozen with the most terrified and venomous expressions from the moments before their deaths. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless. The 6 arms were also haphazardly pieced together from the limbs of the 3 men, mismatching in length and appearing incredibly bizarre and distorted. Its entire torso was forcibly fused from the flesh and blood of countless spirits, and the 2 Fenian Valley cultivators presenting a sickening ashen gray color. This was no longer a Ghost King. It was a Tier 3 Corpse King formed with the Ghost King as its core and fused with the flesh, blood, and souls of several Foundation establishment cultivators and countless spirits. The Corpse King's 3 heads turned simultaneously, staring at Chen Dakai, and the other 2 with hollow eyes. Jia jia jia. A strange piercing laughter rang out. Yet the sound did not come from the mouths of those 3 heads. Instead, it emanated from the Corpse King's bloated abdomen right where the navel was. Their small mouth lined with sharp teeth had actually grown. That was the Corpse King's true core and mouth parts. Fresh. Flesh and blood. The tiny mouth at the navel opened and closed, uttering a greedy and chaotic whisper. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily upon the hearts of Chen Dakai and the other 2. Beside the yin-yang dual ice and fire pool, the stench of death and blood mingled, nauseating. The three-headed, six-armed corpse king forcibly fused from the flesh and blood of 3 monks, 2 cultivators from the burning flame valley, and countless fiendish spirits stood in the center of the cave. Its 3 heads, belonging to the monks of the returning Truth Temple, swept their hollow gazes over Chen Dakai and his 2 companions, their faces frozen with the resentment and terror of their final moments. Fresh, flesh and blood. A piercing whisper emerged from the small tooth-filled mouth on the corpse king's abdomen. A terrifying pressure comparable to the early core formation stage descended like a mountain, making even Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao gasp for breath. Its physical form has just coalesced and is still unstable. This is our only chance. Zitong shouted, forcing herself to withstand the pressure and striking first. Her azure longsword transformed into a streak of light, stabbing straight at the head of the monk, named Jiahui. Dongfang Yunyao simultaneously activated the vermilion bird seal, and the phantom of a flaming vermilion bird cried out as it attacked the corpse king's lower body from another angle. Chen Dakai did not move, but the 36 flying swords behind him hummed, ready to strike. In response to the 2 women's attacks, the 3 faces of the corpse king all wore a human-like expression of disdain. 2 of its 6 arms waved casually. Bang! Zitong's flying sword was sent flying by a thick arm, the immense force causing her chi and blood to churn and forcing her back several steps. Another arm stamped down, crushing the flaming vermilion bird into a shower of sparks. Dongfang Yunyao groaned, her delicate face turning pale. With a single casual strike, it effortlessly neutralized their combined assault. The chasm between the core formation and foundation establishment stages was like a heavenly moat. Too weak. Not enough. The small mouth on the corpse king's abdomen opened and closed again, and its 6 arms spread wide, grabbing at the 3 of them with a howling, evil wind. At that moment, Chen Dakai moved. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. He knew well that with conventional means, death was certain today. Life-burning art. Chen Dakai roared in his heart, activating the forbidden technique he had obtained from Jian Wuxin without hesitation, burning his lifespan as fuel to gain power beyond his limits. Burn. 200 years. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted from Chen Dakai, blasting outward. The spiritual energy within his body began a qualitative transformation under the frenzied combustion of 200 years of life. The bottleneck of the 9th level of foundation establishment was instantly shattered. The originally liquid spiritual energy began to compress and condense frantically. A faint, illusory golden pill began to take shape within his dantian. Early core formation. Though temporary, this power was genuine core formation strength. At the same time, his jet black hair turned gray at a visible rate, finally becoming pure white. An aura of decay and decrepitude emanated from him, starkly contrasting with his surging cultivation. Husband, brother Chen, Dongfang Yunyao and Zitong cried out simultaneously, sensing the rapidly draining life force within Chen Dakai, their eyes filled with worry and shock. Chen Dakai had no time to explain. He abruptly pulled a jade bottle from his storage pouch and gulped down half of the viscous nectar-like millennium spirit milk. The immense spiritual energy instantly filled his newly broken through dantian. He raised his head, his eyes now calm as an ancient well, with only burning, icy, killing intent in their depths. Go! Chen Dakai pointed with 2 fingers and swept forward. The sword formation of 36 flying swords, powered by core formation's spiritual energy, erupted with unprecedented might. The giant light sword, faster than lightning, instantly slashed down on one of the corpse king's reaching arms. Splat! The previously indestructible arm, with black blood splattering everywhere. The giant light sword, faster than lightning, instantly slashed down on one of the corpse king's reaching arms. Splat! The previously indestructible arm was severed like rotten wood, black blood splattering everywhere. Roar! All 3 heads of the corpse king howled in pain. For the first time, the small mouth on its abdomen uttered a voice of shock and uncertainty. Core formation. How is that possible? Chen Dakai's expression remained impassive. His fingers changed again, and the giant light sword looped in the air, splitting into 36 streaks of light that enveloped the corpse king like a precise meat grinder. Clang! Splat! The sounds of dense cutting and flesh tearing rang out incessantly. Hundreds of bone-deep wounds appeared on the corpse king's massive body in an instant. Its remaining 5 arms were all severed within a few breaths. Its arrogant demeanor was forcibly suppressed. Stop! We can cooperate. The small mouth on the corpse king's abdomen shrieked urgently. There are countless treasures in this secret realm. We can split them evenly. I can also tell you the secret cultivation method of the Ghost King lineage. It began to seek cooperation. The response was an even more violent storm of sword light. Chen Dakai's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He had burned 200 years of his lifespan, paid such a tremendous price, not to negotiate with a monster. What he wanted was its death. No, spare me, fellow Taoist. Seeing no hope for cooperation, the corpse king was utterly terrified and began to beg frantically. I was wrong. I won't dare again. If you let me go, I'm willing to acknowledge you as master and be your servant. The faces on its three heads all wore expressions of fawning fear, looking exceedingly grotesque. Chen Dakai remained unmoved, only increasing his output of spiritual energy. The immense power provided by the Millennium Spirit Milk allowed him to drive the sword formation without restraint. You forced me. Seeing that begging was useless, the Corpse King finally fell into despair and madness. Its body, with 6 arms severed and covered in wounds, suddenly contracted into a huge ball of flesh, charging recklessly toward the tunnel leading out of the cave's depths. It wanted to flee, leaving. Too late. Chen Dakai snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and the sword formation instantly split. 18 flying swords formed a net of blades, arriving before the Corpse King and sealing its retreat. The remaining 18 flying swords reassembled before him into a plain, unadorned black longsword. The very top-grade flying sword. Great derivation. Returning to 1. Chen Dakai poured all his spiritual energy into it, and thrust through the air at the ball of flesh trapped by the sword net. A faint, almost invisible black sword thread flashed. The movement of the ball of flesh instantly froze. The next moment it began to deflate and shrivel like a punctured balloon. Countless fine sword chi erupted inside it, utterly annihilating all its vitality. But Chen Dakai was still not reassured. He waved his hand again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several top-grade flying swords shot out with irresistible force, pinning the lifeless ball of flesh firmly against the rock wall behind. After doing all this, Chen Dakai could no longer hold on. The core formation power within him receded like a tide, and the nascent golden pill in his dantian dissipated. An intense wave of weakness washed over him, making his vision go dark and his body sway, nearly collapsing. Husband! Dongfang Yunyao cried out, rushing forward to support him. Zitong followed closely, her eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, gratitude, and a trace of barely perceptible worry. Chen Dakai leaned against Dongfang Yunyao's soft embrace, looking at his white hair and feeling the 200 years of lifespan drain from his body, yet he felt no regret. Chen Dakai leaned against Dongfang Yunyao's embrace, gasping for breath. His completely white hair made him look like an elderly man on his deathbed, but his gaze remained clear and bright. Zitong looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes as she withdrew a jade-green pill from her storage bag. This is a Yuan Hui pill capable of replenishing your depleted vitality. Chen Dakai accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it whole. A gentle medicinal warmth spread through his body, restoring a hint of color to his pallid face. Though it could not replace the 200 years of lifespan he had burned, the physical debility was noticeably alleviated. First, let's secure the spoils. Chen Dakai straightened his posture and surveyed the devastated battlefield. He approached the flesh mass nailed to the wall, the remains of the Corpse King. His storage bag had likely been destroyed in that explosion. Chen Dakai felt no regret. He retrieved his 36 flying swords and walked over to the corpse of the weakened man from Fenyuan Valley. He deftly removed the storage bag from the man's waist. Next came the old hag, drained of all her essence, reduced to nothing but skeletal remains. Beside the old woman's bones, Chen Dakai also spotted the severed arm of the queen-style female cultivator. He picked it up and found another storage bag hanging from it. Finally, he reached the spot where the 3 monks of Guasian Temple had been reduced to fertilizer. Jie Wu and Jie Se had been drained dry by the stone steely, their storage bags still intact, hanging from their tattered monk robes. As for Jie Hui, he had been consumed by the Ghost King, so his storage bag naturally fell into Chen Dakai's hands. 5 storage bags in total, a considerable harvest. With that done, all 3 of them turned their gaze simultaneously toward the ice fire Yinyang Eye. That was the true treasure of this journey. The spiritual energy surrounding the ice fire Yinyang Eye was extraordinarily dense. Rare spiritual herbs and medicinal plants unknown in the outside world grew here as abundantly as common vegetables. This is a 3rd-stage spirit calming grass. And fire origin fruit, at least 500 years old. Good heavens, that's a 1,000-year ice heart lotus. Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao both let out cries of delight. Both were knowledgeable about such treasures and fully understood their value. The 3 wasted no time and began frantically gathering everything. Chen Dakai went so far as to transplant certain young medicinal plants with great potential, roots and soil included, directly into his spiritual field space. This is a 1,000-year netherwood. Chen Dakai's heart quickened. This was exquisite material for refining a life-bound magical treasure. He collected it all without hesitation. This is a 1,000-year netherwood. Chen Dakai's heart quickened. This was exquisite material for refining a life-bound magical treasure. He collected it all without hesitation. After thoroughly looting the entire ice fire Yinyang Eye, the 3 finally paused, still unwilling to leave. Chen Dakai found a clean spot and sat down to inventory the contents of his storage bags. He emptied everything from the 5 storage bags. Magical artifacts, pills, and spirit stones piled up like a small mountain. Most were 2nd-stage items of limited use to him. But as he was searching through the old hag's storage bag from Fenyuan Valley, an ancient-looking jade slip caught his eye. He extended his divine sense into it. In the next instant, information about an ancient contract spell flooded his mind. This was a contract technique known as the Heartlink Mantra. Unlike ordinary spiritual beast contracts, this was not a master-servant bond. It was founded on equality and mutual consent between both parties. They could stipulate any terms, and once the contract was established, it would be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. If either party breached the agreement, the other could with a mere thought subject the violator to the torment of burning heart, able neither to live nor to die. Chen Dakai's eyes lit up instantly. He thought of the three-tailed spiritual fox trapped nearby. This was tailor-made for it. Let's go back. Chen Dakai packed everything and led the two women back the same route, arriving once more at the chamber where the three-tailed spiritual fox was imprisoned. The three-tailed spiritual fox regarded their return with visible wariness. What do you want? It spoke in human language, its voice clear, yet carrying a note of weakness. A proposition. Chen Dakai was direct. I can help you break the seal here and grant you freedom. The fox's eyes flickered with interest, but suspicion quickly followed. What are the conditions? It did not trust humans to act out of kindness. Simple. Chen Dakai produced the jade slip inscribed with the Heartlink Mantra. We sign this contract. I release you, and in return you remain here and gather the heavenly treasures and earthly spirit materials from this secret realm for me once every 10 years. The fox took the jade slip and scanned it with its divine sense. A moment later, astonishment flashed across its features. An ancient Heartlink Mantra. You actually possess such a thing. It fell silent. The terms were not harsh for it. It already subsisted on spiritual herbs, pills, and various spirit meats. Gathering them would be effortless. Moreover, 10 years was merely a fleeting instant in its long lifespan. Most importantly, this was an equal contract. It need not fear enslavement should it break free. Very well, I agree. The three-tailed spiritual fox ultimately chose freedom. Chen Dakai smiled faintly. He drew forth a drop of essence blood and let it fall upon the jade slip. The fox followed suit, a drop of crimson blood flying from its brow and merging with the slip. The jade slip emitted a soft radiance, transforming into two arcane runes that seamlessly merged into Chen Dakai and the three-tailed spiritual fox's foreheads respectively. The contract was sealed. Chen Dakai could clearly feel a subtle yet tangible connection forming between him and the fox. He could invoke the contract at any moment, causing the other party to experience the burning heart torment. Of course, the same applied to her. Now it is time to honor my promise. Chen Dakai approached the seal and examined it carefully. Drawing on previous experience, he quickly identified the array's core node. He took a deep breath, channeled the remaining spiritual power in his body, and pointed his finger like a sword toward a specific point on the seal. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The luminous barrier that had imprisoned the three-tailed spiritual fox for centuries shattered completely. The seal of light shattered, and a three-tailed spirit fox leaped out from within. It shook its smooth white fur, its three fluffy tails swaying gently behind it, while its lively eyes curiously surveyed the place where it had been trapped for centuries. Zitong's gaze fell upon the female cultivator in the corner of the secret chamber, who was tightly bound by magical artifacts, and still unconscious, a cultivator from Fenyuan Valley with a queenly demeanor. Fellow Taoist, Chun, how should we deal with this person? Chen Dakai walked over and appraised the voluptuous female cultivator. A thought flashed through his mind. If she could be taken out, she would not be a bad candidate for his harem. He turned to the three-tailed spirit fox and asked, "Can you bring a living person out of this secret realm?" The three-tailed spirit fox shook its head. My innate divine ability only allows me to traverse this place myself, though I cannot carry other living beings. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Chen Dakai's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Since he couldn't take her, leaving her would be a disaster. He transmitted a spiritual thought containing the location of the Chun family directly to the three-tailed spirit fox through the heart harmony curse. This is my family's location. Remember it. Every 10 years from now, bring what you have collected to this place, and someone will receive you. Having done all this, Chen Dakai pointed to the unconscious female cultivator on the ground. She shall be considered a congratulatory gift for your escape. A hint of human-like cunning flashed in the three-tailed spirit fox's eyes. It licked its lips and without hesitation bit down on the female cultivator's neck. Chen Dakai did not look back. He turned and walked away along the path they came from, accompanied by Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao. The three of them walked in silence and soon arrived before the teleportation array where they had first entered this place. Chen Dakai silently calculated the gains from this trip. The spirit herbs and medicines from the Ice-Fire dual origin, the Millennium Darkwood, plus the entire wealth of 5 Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivators. According to the agreement, he could take 50% of these resources for himself alone. The remaining 50% would be handed over to Baiwa Valley, enough to earn the unqualified support of the sect. With these things plus the Heavenfire liquid and Snow Spirit water, he had a 90% certainty of successfully forming a core. Let's go. Chen Dakai took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array first. With a flash of light, the three figures disappeared into the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, at the entrance of the valley, three figures sat quietly in meditation. They were one the Valley Master of Baiwa Valley, the black-robed elder of Finyan Valley, and the elder Zhu Yuan of Guazian Temple. Suddenly the space ahead twisted. Three disheveled figures tumbled out from within. They were Chen Dakai Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao. Both Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao were pale from excessive mana consumption. Chen Dakai, though seemingly in decent spirits, had a head of snow-white hair that stood out strikingly under the sunlight. Wenwan immediately flashed forward and steadied Zitong and Dongfang Yunyao, her eyes filled with concern. The other two elders, however, had their expressions instantly darken. They saw Chen Dakai and his companions, but not their own disciples. Just then, a black jade talisman in the black-robed elder's bosom shattered into powder with a crack. At the same time, the string of Buddhist beads in Elder Zhu Yuan's hand emitted three crisp sounds, and three beads turned to dust. The soul tablets were broken. This meant that the 6 disciples they had sent into the secret realm had all perished. "You brat! How dare you kill the disciples of Finyan Valley?" The black-robed elder let out a furious roar, and a violent, scorching aura erupted. His core formation mid-stage pressure, like an erupting volcano, unrelentingly crushed toward Chen Dakai and his companions. "Amitabha benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. Today let me, the old monk, deliver you from this life." Elder Zhu Yuan's face was also full of murderous aura, no longer resembling a virtuous monk. He also released his core formation mid-stage aura, golden Buddhist light, mixed with grim killing intent, merging with the black-robed elder's pressure to block all escape routes for Chen Dakai and his group. In their view, their own disciples were outstanding among Foundation establishment great perfection cultivators, and they even had a 3-person joint attack formation. On Baiwa Valley's side, there was only Zitong at the Pseudo-Dan realm and 2 Foundation establishment juniors. The only possibility for someone to kill them was a sneak attack. But the reason didn't matter. What mattered was that the disciples were dead, giving them an excuse to act. What they wanted were the storage pouches on these 3 and the treasures from the secret realm. Facing the combined pressure of 2 cultivators of the same rank, Chen Dakai and his companions felt as if they were squeezed between 2 great mountains, barely able to breathe. At this critical moment, Wan snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stood in front of the 3. "Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this?" An equally powerful core formation mid-stage pressure erupted from her petite figure. Like a cold barrier, it steadfastly blocked the other 2 pressures outside. Boom! The auras of 3 core formation experts violently collided in the valley. The air let out a strained whimper, and the ground around them cracked inch by inch. In the valley, the auras of 3 mid-golden core cultivators clashed violently. The air seemed to solidify, with gales howling through the gaps of their imposing presences, sweeping up stones and dust from the ground. Even though Chen Dakai and the other 2 were shielded behind Wan, they still felt tightness in their chests and sluggishness in their chi and blood. Such was the might of a golden core-level powerhouse. The mere collision of their auras was enough to rupture the organs of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Wan, are you truly willing to become enemies of both our sects for the sake of these juniors? The black-robed elder of the Finyan Valley spoke with a hoarse voice, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Hand them over along with their storage pouches, and today's matter might be settled amicably." Elder Jiyuan of the Guazian Temple also wore a gloomy expression. Wenwan's countenance was cold and unwavering, with no sign of concession. Within the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. This is a rule long established among our 3 sects. Your disciples were inferior in skill and died inside. They can only blame their own lack of mastery. Now you wish to bully the weak. Do you think the Baiwa Valley has no one? Wenwan's words made the 2 elders' faces even darker. They naturally knew this rule. But rules are dead while people are alive. They simply hadn't expected that the elite disciples they had sent would be completely wiped out. Even less did they expect Wenwan to be so unyielding. If it came to a fight, though, they were confident in subduing her. With 2 against 1, they would inevitably pay a considerable price. Just as the atmosphere grew deadlocked, a cold gleam flashed in Elder Jiyuan's eyes. He took out an emerald green bamboo tube from his sleeve. He gently opened the lid of the tube. A jade-green cicada no larger than a thumb flew out from within. The green cicada made no sound, it simply hovered in midair, emitting a peculiar spiritual fluctuation. The bamboo gentleman. Wenwan's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the green cicada. She recognized it. It was a rare treasure of the Guazian Temple, possessing no offensive power, but a unique ability. Lie detection. Under its spiritual fluctuation, any falsehood would be instantly exposed. Taoist Wenwan, since you claim that life and death are determined by fate, surely your disciple won't mind answering a few questions from this old monk. Elder Jiyuan said with a cold smile. He intended to corner the Baiwa Valley morally. Wenwan turned to glance at Chen Dakai. Chen Dakai remained calm and gave her a slight nod. Somewhat reassured, Wenwan said coldly, "Ask as you wish. The Baiwa Valley acts with integrity, There is nothing we cannot speak openly about. A glint of triumph flashed in Elder Juyuan's eyes. He looked at Chen Dakai, and the green cicada named Bamboo Gentleman flew over to hover before Chen Dakai, its compound eyes fixed intently on him. I ask you, within the secret realm, did you use any treacherous schemes to ambush the disciples of Goasian Temple and Finyang Valley? This was the first question. It was also the most piercing question. Once the charge of ambush was confirmed, they would have the moral high ground, and Wenwan would have no reason to obstruct. Everyone's gaze converged on Chen Dakai. Meeting the cicada's stare, he looked composed, and slowly uttered 2 words. No. As the words fell, the green cicada showed no reaction. Not a lie. Both Jiyuan and the black-robed elder frowned simultaneously. How could this be? If not by ambush, how could the 3 of them have killed 6 elite cultivators of the same rank? Find this old monk, will ask you again. Elder Jiyuan suppressed his doubts and spoke again. Are there storage pouches on you? Chen Dakai could not deny this. He nodded calmly. Yes. The cicada still showed no reaction. Greed simultaneously blazed in the eyes of both elders. One last question. Elder Juyuan's voice turned icy cold. Were our disciples killed by you? This question was the crux of the matter. As long as Chen Dakai admitted it, they could justifiably kill and seize the treasures. Chen Dakai looked at him, a faint, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth, and once again uttered 2 words. No. The green cicada still showed no reaction. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The expressions on Jiyuan and the black-robed elders' faces were completely frozen. They stared fixedly at the green cicada, as if trying to see something extraordinary from it. No ambush. No killing. How could this be? Then how did their disciples die? How did the storage pouches end up in his hands? Since the questions are done, what else do you 2 have to say, fellow Taoists? Wenwan's icy voice rang out. The 2 elders' faces alternated between pale and green, utterly unsightly. They couldn't very well slap their own faces by discrediting the lie detector they themselves had produced. What about the storage pouches? The black-robed elder barked in frustration. Chen Dakai smiled, pulled out the 5 storage pouches from his bosom, and casually tossed them onto the ground, returning them to their rightful owners. The 2 elders swept their divine senses over them, and the muscles on their faces instantly began to twitch wildly. The storage pouches were completely empty. Not even a single low-grade spirit stone remained. You insolent brat! How dare you! The black-robed elder erupted in fury, throwing all decorum to the wind and raising his hand to strike. But Elder Juyuan stopped him. Fellow Taoist, let it go. He shook his head, his gaze so dark it could drip water. There was no excuse. They could find no pretext to attack. Today's loss, they had to swallow their pride and bear it. Let's go. Elder Juyuan picked up the storage pouches from the ground, retrieved the green cicada, shot a fierce glare at Chen Dakai, then turned into a streak of light and departed in fury. The black-robed elder also wore a look of deep reluctance, but in the end he could only snort coldly and leave with a flick of his sleeve. A crisis that could have sparked a war among the 3 sects was thus dissolved into nothingness by Chen Dakai's clever answers. Only when the 2 figures had completely vanished did Wenwan let out a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Chen Dakai, her eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Let's talk back at the valley. Wenwan led the 3 back to Baiwa Valley. In the Valley Lord's main hall, after listening to Zitong's brief report on the secret realm expedition, Wenwan's face remained frozen in shock for a long time. She gave a deep look at Chen Dakai, whose hair had turned white, and produced 3 pills the size of longan, emitting a strange pure fragrance. These are 3 dust-falling pills which greatly aid in reaching the golden core stage. Consider them the sect's reward to you. Chen Dakai made no polite refusals and accepted them directly. He looked at Wenwan and seized the opportunity to make his request. Valley Lord, this junior has another presumptuous request. Previously, over a dozen disciples of your sect were lodging at my Chen family estate. This junior and they have grown fond of each other, and I wish to formally marry them. I hope the Valley Lord will grant this. Wenwan was taken aback. She looked at this audacious fellow before her, and for a moment did not know what to say. After a long pause, she spoke slowly. This matter must depend on their own wishes. The moment Wenwan's voice fell, Chen Dakai turned his gaze toward Zitong. Feeling uneasy under his stare, Zitong instinctively took half a step back. What did this man want now, having just asked the Valley Master for over a dozen female disciples? Chen Dakai looked at her, his expression more serious than ever before. Fairy Zitong, he spoke slowly. Though his voice was not loud, it echoed clearly throughout the entire hall. Once I return to the Chen family and successfully form my golden core, I will surely come to Baiwa Valley to take you as my wife. At these words, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Dongfang Yunyao covered her delicate mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. As expected of her husband, he was incredibly overbearing. The corner of Wenwan's mouth twitched violently. Good grief. She was utterly speechless. Did this kid intend to treat her Baiwa Valley as his personal backyard, picking whatever flower pleased his fancy? Zitong froze on the spot, her lovely face instantly flushing crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment. What? What nonsense are you talking? Overwhelmed by shame and fury, she pointed at Chen Dakai, unable to utter a coherent sentence for a long time. She was an elder of Baiwa Valley, a powerhouse of the pseudo-core realm, and even held a higher seniority than Wenwan. How dared this rogue declare in public that he would marry her? Chen Dakai said nothing more. He merely gave her a deep lingering look before cupping his hands to Wenwan. Valley Master, this junior shall take his leave. With that he turned and departed elegantly with Dongfang Yunyao, leaving behind a chaotic mess and a hall of utterly bewildered Baiwa Valley elders. Upon returning to the Chen family, Chen Dakai immediately announced his impending marriage to the dozen or so disciples from Baiwa Valley. The entire Chen family was instantly immersed in a festive and joyous atmosphere. A grand and magnificent wedding was held in Qinjia town. The feast flowed continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, with all the mortals of Qinjia town coming to offer their congratulations, making the scene exceptionally lively. The dozen female cultivators from Baiwa Valley had long since given their hearts to Chen Dakai. During their temporary stay at the Chen residence before the Secret Realm expedition, they had already been deeply moved by his generosity and tenderness. Now Chen Dakai had displayed divine might in the Secret Realm, saving them from peril single-handedly. A hero paired with beauties had been a beautiful tale since ancient times. Furthermore, Chen Dakai promised to provide them with the finest cultivation resources, helping them journey further along the immortal path. For them this was nothing short of a miraculous windfall. That night within the bridal chamber the red candles burned brightly. Over a dozen brides dressed in exquisite wedding gowns sat in a neat row looking at their shared husband with bashful, timid glances. Gazing at the boundless beauty before him, Chen Dakai felt the blood boiling in his veins. He could not help but think to himself that he truly was a master of time management. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chen Dakai labored diligently, distributing his favors equally. Early the next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced the room, a long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. The host has successfully impregnated 2 wives with Xian-grade spiritual roots. Reward 100 years of lifespan. A warm current of life energy instantly surged throughout his entire body. Chen Dakai felt the weakness caused by burning his lifespan vanish completely. Although his head of white hair did not turn black, his entire being was rejuvenated, looking as if he had aged backward by 10 years. 100 years of lifespan. This was truly help sent in his hour of greatest need. Having settled his family affairs, Chen Dakai delayed no further. He temporarily handed over family affairs to Liu Mei and several of his wives with strong administrative abilities, while announcing that he would immediately enter secluded cultivation to break through to the golden core stage. This was of paramount importance to the Chen family. The family's protective grand array was fully activated. An invisible barrier of energy enveloped the entirety of Qinjia town, strictly forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Deep within the most secluded chamber of the Chen family estate, Chen Dakai sat cross-legged. Before him lay all the treasures required for this seclusion. 3 dust-descending pills gifted by Wenwan. A small bottle of 1,000-year spiritual milk obtained from the secret realm. A globule of heavenly fire liquid radiating scorching heat. A small handful of crystal-clear, bone-chilling snow spiritual water. Aside from these, there were several bottles of pills he had personally refined to resist the tribulation lightning. Looking at this luxurious lineup, Chen Dakai took a deep breath. For this attempt to form his golden core, he had exhausted almost all his resources. Around him, 10 second-grade qi gathering arrays hummed with power. Thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were piled high like a mountain, releasing thick spiritual energy that was almost tangible in the secret chamber. Everything was ready. Chen Dakai slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his state, elevating his essence, energy, and spirit to their absolute peak. When he opened his eyes again, they were as calm as an ancient well. Opening his mouth, he inhaled, swallowing both the heavenly fire liquid and the snow spiritual water into his belly simultaneously. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique, guiding these 2 violent energies toward his dantian. The first step of forming a liquid into a solid core. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique, guiding these 2 violent energies toward his dantian. The first step of forming a golden core was condensing liquid into a solid core. It required using this external force to forcibly compress the originally liquid spiritual power within the dantian, condensing it into a golden core. This was a process of immense pain and extreme danger. A single misstep would result in a shattered dantian and the total loss of his cultivation. Within Chen Dakai's dantian, a tempestuous storm seemed to rage. Stimulated by the dual forces of the heavenly fire liquid and the snow spiritual water, the liquid spiritual power began to spin and contract frantically. An indescribable agonizing pain surged from his dantian, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Chen Dakai gritted his teeth tightly and swallowed a dust-descending pill. The pill dissolved into a cool stream of energy, stabilizing his dantian, which was on the verge of going out of control. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. An unknown period passed. just as Chen Dakai felt he could no longer hold on. The frantically spinning sea of qi in his dantian suddenly ground to a halt. All the liquid spiritual power collapsed inward toward the central point with a resounding crash. Ultimately, it condensed into a solid core merely the size of a grain of rice, yet radiating a brilliant golden light. Inside the secret chamber, the golden core had just been formed. The rice grain-sized pill floated at the center of Chen Dakai's dantian sea of qi, radiating a brilliant, yet gentle golden light. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every limb and bone. Yet before he could fully savor this strength, a deafening boom thundered from the heavens above. All across Jiechen town the wind and clouds shifted dramatically. The once clear sky was swallowed by ink-black storm clouds in mere breaths. The oppressive dark clouds pressed down as if threatening to crush the town. A chilling divine pressure seeped from the clouds, sending tremors deep within the souls of every living being in Jiechen town. The women anxiously waiting in their respective courtyards all looked up at the sky, their beautiful faces etched with worry. It's the heavenly tribulation. Husband's foundation establishment tribulation has arrived. Though they understood not the path of cultivation, they knew this was a life or death trial every cultivator must face when attempting to form their golden core. Within the chamber, Chen Dakai's expression grew grave. He understood that the true trial was only now beginning. The 6-9 tribulation. This was a heavenly tribulation that only those with the deepest Tao foundations could possibly summon. Its power far exceeded ordinary foundation establishment tribulations several-fold. To survive it meant boundless seas and open skies ahead. To fail meant death, the destruction of one's Tao, and becoming nothing but flying ash. Crack. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel tore through the pitch-black clouds like a divine whip, carrying an aura that obliterated all in its path, and struck straight toward the chamber where Chen Dakai resided. Before this bolt of heavenly thunder, the protective formation array above Jiechen town was as fragile as paper instantly torn asunder with a massive gash. The heavenly thunder pierced through the roof and landed with pinpoint accuracy directly atop Chen Dakai. Chen Dakai did not dodge. He didn't even deploy any magical artifacts. He merely channeled all his magical power, forming a pale golden protective aura around his body. Boom! The thunderlight exploded outward. Chen Dakai's body jolted violently as the protective aura shattered in an instant. Furious lightning power rampaged wildly within him. Blackened electric patterns surfaced across his skin, and every strand of hair stood rigid on end. Yet he merely grunted and endured it. He guided a portion of the lightning power toward his dantian, using this heaven and earth might to temper the freshly formed golden core. The first bolt was survived, but the tribulation clouds overhead seemed enraged, churning with even greater ferocity. Rumble, rumble. Immediately followed the second and third heavenly bolts, each one thicker, each one more violent than the last. Chen Dakai's face began to turn pale. His skin had cracked inch by inch, oozing golden blood. Without hesitation, he swallowed a previously refined lightning resistance pill. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into pure medicinal essence that repaired his damaged meridians. How much time had passed he could not tell. By the time the 36th bolt fell, Chen Dakai's clothes had all turned to ash. His entire body was blackened like charcoal save for his eyes, which still shone with astonishing brightness. Not only had he not been broken, he had instead used this tribulation's power to refine his golden core into something even rounder and denser. The tribulation clouds in the sky also seemed to have reached their limit. They contracted and condensed frantically, finally transforming into 9 divine thunderbolts of varying colors, each equally brimming with terrifying power, crashing down in relentless succession. This was the final assault of the 6-9 tribulation. The strongest wave. A hint of madness flashed across Chen Dakai's eyes. He opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining 2 dust-subduing pills and half a bottle of Millennium Spirit Milk in one gulp. Vast magical power exploded within him. Come! He threw back his head and roared to the heavens, actively charging toward the 9 divine thunderbolts. Lightning light bathed the entire chamber in white daylight. When all the dust settled, Chen Dakai lay on the devastated ground, every inch of his body raw and wounded, his breath growing faint to the extreme. But he had ultimately endured it. The tribulation clouds in the sky also began to slowly disperse. However, at that very moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. At the center of the dissipating tribulation clouds, a golden fissure suddenly split open. 3 golden divine thunderbolts, thinner than any previous lightning, yet radiating an intensely yang aura, flashed forth and vanished. Their target was not Chen Dakai's physical body. It was the golden core within his dantian. Yang thunder pill refining. This was an even rarer heavenly phenomenon than the 6-9 tribulation. Chen Dakai had no time to react at all. Those 3 golden divine thunderbolts had already pierced through his body and struck directly upon his golden core. Chen Dakai's mind went completely blank. His golden core seemed as though it were about to melt. A golden flame erupted furiously from the center of his golden core. Yang fire. a primal flame ignited by the most young thunder energy in heaven and earth. This flame did not harm Chen Dakai. Instead, it began rapidly transforming his body and purifying his meridians. His flesh, severely damaged by the tribulation, recovered at a visibly rapid pace. Charred dead skin peeled away, revealing new skin beneath as luminous and translucent as fine jade. An explosive sense of power surged from every corner of his body. Even more remarkably, he felt his body undergoing a wondrous transformation, especially in that indescribable region. It was as if the essence of diamond had been injected hard, as iron brimming with boundless strength. Ding! The system's announcement sounded at just the right moment, detected that the host possessed profound fortune during the Foundation establishment process and successfully awakened the special physique, pure yang physique. Chen Dakai slowly rose to his feet from the ground. He clenched his fist, feeling the Foundation establishment period power surging through him like a mighty river, and his lips involuntarily curled upward. He had succeeded. He pushed open the door of the secret chamber. Outside, Liu Mei, Dongfang, Yunyao, Qin Yue, and all his other consorts were waiting with anxious faces. Seeing Chen Dakai emerge unharmed and noting the dramatic transformation in his entire aura, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Husband. Congratulations, husband, on successfully forming your golden core. The women gathered around him in a flutter, their eyes filled with admiration and joy. Qin Yue, gazing at the triumphant Chen Dakai, could not help but exclaim, "From today forward, our Chen family shall also be a cultivation clan with a golden core ancestor presiding over us." The news of Chen's successful swept through the Chen family like breeze. The celebratory atmosphere within the mansion was even thicker than when he had married more than a dozen brides. For Chen Dakai, the real harvest was only just beginning. In the months of his seclusion, the seeds he had sown earlier began to blossom and bear fruit. Ding! It detected that the host's consort, a Liu clan female cultivator, had given birth to a nascent low-grade spiritual root offspring of the Xian rank. Reward 1 golden yuan dan, capable of helping the host consolidate the early core formation. Ding! It detected that the host's consort, a Baiwa Gu female cultivator, had given birth to a nascent mid-grade spiritual root offspring of the Xian rank. Reward the spiritual sense technique, the Yanju, with follow-up methods boosting spiritual sense strength by 30%. Ding! It detected that the host's consort, Wang Yuyin, had borne the host a nascent high-grade spiritual root offspring of the Xian rank. Reward insights into the 3-stage puppet technique and a blueprint for manufacturing the 3-stage puppet Jinshan Nu. The ceaseless system prompts had Chen Dakai nearly split his lips with laughter. Without hesitation, he swallowed the golden yuan dan, and the nascent golden core in his dantian grew more solid, finally stabilizing the early core formation. After his cultivation stabilized, Chen Dakai sank his mind into the 3-stage puppet blueprint in his mind. Jinshan Nu, a puppet born purely for combat. Though the forging materials were precious, his gains in the secret realm were enough to sustain him. Chen Dakai did not hesitate, and immediately set to forging the puppets. He was now a core formation cultivator, his divine sense and magical power having undergone a qualitative leap. Although crafting 3-stage puppets remained time-consuming, it was no longer as exhausting as before. Half a month later, 10 puppets, standing about 2 zhang tall, forged from 1,000-year dark wood and various refined metals, exuded the terrifying aura of the early core formation. They stood neatly before him. Chen Dakai was not satisfied yet. He etched his knowledge of the 2-stage puppet technique and some basic forging methods into jade slips, embedding them directly into the cores of these 10 3-stage puppets. He issued his first command: let them use the storeroom's materials to manufacture 2-stage puppets on their own. Watching the Tenjin Shan Nu stride into the forging room, methodically processing materials, Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction. Let the puppets forge puppets. A continuous puppet army production line was born. After addressing the family's defenses, Chen Dakai began to ponder his own natal treasure. The Da Yin sword array is immensely powerful, but it remains an external artifact. A natal treasure that can merge with one's Dao heart and grow with cultivation is the true foundation for a core formation cultivator. He counted his materials. 1,000-year darkwood was enough, but he still lacked auxiliary ingredients to harmonize yin and yang and sharpen the edge. This matter cannot be rushed. After finishing all this, Chen Dakai recalled a vow he had made to Zitong and Baiwa Gu. He spoke plainly that once he returned to the Chen family and completed core formation, he would marry Zitong. A man of his word, now was the time to fulfill the promise. He briefly explained things to Liu Mei and Dongfang Yunyao, then alone transformed into a stream of light and flew toward Baiwa Gu. Core formation cultivators can already fly. In less than half a day, the familiar valley shrouded in pink miasma appeared before his eyes. This time he did not enter through the mountain gate. He hovered above Baiwa Gu, releasing the pressure of the early core formation without concealment. Chen Dakai of the Chen family has come to pay respects to Baiwa Gu. His voice is soft, yet clearly reaches every corner of the valley. Soon 2 streams of light flew out from the depths of Baiwa Gu and halted before him. It was Valley Mistress Wan in a purple dress and Zitong with a complex expression. When they saw Chen Dakai's snow-white hair and felt the genuine core formation pressure on him, their beautiful eyes filled with unhidden astonishment. How long had it been? He had really succeeded in core formation. Chen Dao, you long time no see. Wen was the first to react, bowing to Chen Dakai from afar. As fellow core formation cultivators, they should address each other as Taoist friends. Chen Dakai nodded, but his gaze swept past Wen and fixed on Zitong. I am here to fulfill my promise. Zitong's pretty face reddened in an instant. She had not expected this fellow to be so direct, even in front of the valley mistress. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself utterly unable to refute. A core formation cultivator's promise weighs as heavily as a mountain. If she refused, it would be an affront to a peer of the same rank with dire consequences. Wen watched her heart a tangle of feelings. Baiwa Gu, is it going to be swept away by a single person? Yet she also understood that Chen Dakai was no longer a junior she could freely command. Forming the closest alliance with a potential limitless core formation cultivator would benefit Baiwa Gu far more than it would harm. Senior sister, you decide for yourself. Wen sighed and handed the decision back to Zitong. Zitong pressed her lips together, looking into Chen Dakai's clear and steadfast eyes, her heart a tangled maze. After a long time, she managed to utter 2 words through her teeth: suit yourself. Chen Dakai smiled. He then suggested that he would like to see his son Chen Ping in. Under Wenwan's guidance, Chen Dakai saw Chen Ping in practicing sword on the hillside behind the mountain. Months had passed, the little one had grown taller, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of qi, training with movements showing promise. Chen Dakai gratefully offered a few pointers, then left with the silent Zitong, returning to the Chen family. There was no grand wedding. For cultivators, strength and the path matter most. That night, red candles swayed. Zitong sat at the edge of the bed, her mood complex beyond words. She, a senior elder of Baiwa Gu, a false core realm powerhouse, had become someone else's wife in such a muddled manner. Chen Dakai walked to her side and held her slightly chilly hand. From today onward, you are my woman, the wife of Chen Dakai. With me, you will be protected for as long as I live. No flowery words, only a plain promise. Zitong's heart trembled slightly. In the next moment, Chen Dakai lifted her into his arms and laid her on the bed. Clothes were shed and the dual cultivation technique began to run. A surge of pure yang energy, bold and radiant yet as gentle as jade, flowed endlessly from their union into Zitong's body. That energy was the primal yang essence belonging to a pure yang physique. The next morning dawned. Zitong slowly opened her eyes, a keen gleam flashing in her gaze. Instinctively, she surveyed herself from within and was left. Within her dantian, the pill orb that had once been scarred by a fierce battle and fallen to the pseudo-Dan realm was now spinning smoothly, perfectly round, and emitting a faint golden glow. Those former injuries that had gnawed at her, stalling her cultivation, had vanished without a trace. A pure surge of spiritual power now coursed through every limb and bone. Core formation, early stage. Her cultivation not only fully recovered, but even advanced a notch beyond its pre-injury state. Zitong felt that long-missed power within her, and for a moment, she was somewhat off guard. She turned her head to look at Chen Dakai, who was still asleep beside her, her eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions. The events of last night's dual cultivation had overturned her understanding. Chen Dakai's awakened pure yang physique is the nemesis of all chilling techniques and injuries. One after another, streams of primal yang energy, powerful yet incredibly gentle, poured into her body. They did not clash with her cultivation. Instead, like the gentlest of elixirs, they washed away the old stubborn ailments she had borne for years. She could feel her body lighter and more vibrant than ever before. What reddened her cheeks even more was the discovery that a faint life aura now resided in her lower abdomen. Just one night of dual cultivation, and she was pregnant. At the moment she realized this, a system notification sounded in Chen Dakai's mind. Ding! The host has caused Zitong, whose heavenly root's spiritual root had been shattered into the golden core and whose realm had fallen, to become pregnant. Under the nourishment of the host's pure yang body, her cultivation has recovered to the early core formation stage. Reward: a treatise on forging the great freedom heart sword. A vast torrent of information flooded Chen Dakai's mind. Chen Dakai sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with joy. The lifebound treasure. This is exactly what he needs most right now. He rolled over and looked at Zitong, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes evasive. He could not help but laugh aloud. He drew Zitong into his arms and kissed her smooth forehead. My wife, you truly are my good fortune. Zitong blushed with a mix of embarrassment and shyness at his sudden intimacy, but sensing his heartfelt joy, the last of her resistance melted away. Chen Dakai did not linger. His mind was filled with forging the lifebound treasure. After soothing Zitong with a few words, he plunged into the Chen family's innermost forge. In the secret chamber, the earth fire roared. Chen Dakai sat cross-legged and carefully reviewed the forging method for the great freedom heart sword in his mind. This lifebound treasure is not a single flying sword. It follows the lineage of the Diyen sword array and is also composed of 36 flying swords. But unlike the Diyin sword array as a weapon, once the heart sword is forged, it will fuse completely with its master's golden core and divine soul acting as an extension of the body. Its power will rise with the master's cultivation. The so-called great freedom means that wherever the heart goes, the sword light reaches it unrestrained and boundless. Chen Dakai drew a deep breath and began refining. He pulled out the entire Diyin sword array, 36 flying swords. Among them were 1 top-tier sword, 10 high-grade swords, and 25 mid-grade swords. These would all serve as the sword embryos for forging the heart sword. Next, he retrieved vast quantities of thousand-year glumwood and a variety of rare refining materials looted from Finyan Valley and Guasian Temple disciples' pouches. Chen Dakai stoked the earth fire and plunged the top-grade flying sword into the blazing flames. Under the core formation stage mana, the fire's temperature reached a terrifying level. Even the finest magical instrument began to melt, turning into a pool of flowing, iridescent metal. Chen Dakai's expression was focused as he, following the Great Freedom Heart Sword's method, refined the impurities from the liquid bit by bit. Unite! Chen Dakai uttered, then formed seals with his hands. The 36 lumps of spirit liquid began to merge along a mysterious path, slowly taking shape. Another 10 days passed. Under the fire's refining, all materials transformed into 36 lumps of spirit liquid, each with varying sizes and attributes, suspended in midair. Unite! Chen Dakai uttered, then formed seals with his hands. The 36 lumps of spirit liquid began to merge along a mysterious path, slowly taking shape. Row after row of pristine sword embryos, gleaming with a chilling cold light, gradually took form under his mental control. The final step, the crucial one, remained: concretion and refining. Chen Dakai's expression grew grave. He drew out 36 drops of his primordial blood and injected them into the 36 sword embryos one by one. Hiss! A wisp of blue-green smoke rose. The moment the blood met the sword embryos, a faint connection was forged. Chen Dakai did not dare to slacken. He split off threads of his divine soul power, branding them deep into the sword embryos, while continuously pouring his core formation stage mana into them. This was a patient, grindstone-like process. Day after day, week after week. For an entire month, Chen Dakai toiled without sleep or food, dedicating all his mind and spirit to the forging of the 36 flying swords. When the last trace of mana was infused, there was a hum. The 36 flying swords sang out in a clear, piercing sword cry together. A formidable, sky-shredding sword intent rose from the secret chamber. Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes, fatigue etched in them, but more than that, there was uncontainable excitement. With a thought, he moved. The 36 new flying swords transformed into 36 streams of light circling around him, like returning swallows, then all sank into his body and disappeared. The Great Freedom Heart Sword first formed. Chen Dakai's joy of emerging from seclusion did not last long. On this day, he was discussing the future direction of the family with Zitong Dongfang Yunyao and several other core wives and concubines. Suddenly, a transmission jade slip from the Baiwa Valley flared with intense firelight and hovered into midair on its own. Wen Wan's extremely anxious voice echoed from within. Fellow Taoist Chen, come quickly to support us. The Finyan Valley and Guasian Temple have joined forces to attack. The mountain protecting array of the Baiwa Valley is on the verge of collapse. Before the voice could finish, the light on the jade slip completely faded. Chen Dakai's face darkened. Dongfang Yunyao and Zitong paled even further and stood up. Husband Wei. Before they could finish, an incredibly scorching pressure carrying intense killing intent descended from the heavens. The temperature of the entire Qinjia town seemed to rise by dozens of degrees in an instant. You brat of the Qin family, get out here and meet your death. A hoarse and venomous voice exploded like rolling thunder over the Qin family estate. The clan protecting array of Qinjia town was instantly activated, and an invisible barrier of energy rose, shielding them from the terrifying pressure. Chen Dakai's gaze grew cold. He recognized the voice. It belonged precisely to that black-robed elder of the Finyan Valley from the entrance of the secret realm. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the sky above the Chen family manor, confronting the black-robed elder from afar. Zitong followed closely behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Upon seeing Chen Dakai, a trace of surprise and suspicion flashed across the black-robed elder's eyes, which was immediately replaced by endless malice. Early golden core stage. Good, very good. I did not expect a brat like you to actually strike it lucky and form a golden core. But so what? Today this old man will show you that there is an insurmountable chasm between the early and mid stages of core formation. He had clearly attributed Chen Dakai's breakthrough to sheer luck. As soon as his voice fell, he struck without hesitation. He retrieved a folding fan from his storage bag, which was entirely crimson and engraved with flame runes. It was none other than his natal magic treasure, the Crimson Flame Fan. He swept the fan violently toward the two of them. Whoosh! A sea of fire manifested out of thin air, sweeping toward them. From within the sea of fire, a ferocious spiritual beast composed of flames over 10 zhang tall rushed out, with a roar radiating a terrifying aura comparable to the early golden core stage. It was the fire-scorching spiritual beast. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Chen Dakai's expression remained unchanged. Beside him, Zitong's eyes suddenly shimmered with a strange purple glow. Husband, the third rib on the left side of that fire beast is its spiritual energy core. Mystic eyes seeing through all illusions. Almost at the exact moment Zitong's voice fell, Chen Dakai made his move with a single thought. Buzz. 36 brand new sword lights, some gold, some silver, some heavy, and some ethereal, flashed out from his body. This was his newly refined natal magic treasure, the Great Freedom Heart Sword. The moment the sword light appeared, an incomparably sharp sword intent tore a rift through the sea of fire. Go! Without any flashy movements, Chen Dakai simply willed it. The 36 heart swords transformed into a brilliant torrent of sword light, striking the left ribs of the fire-scorching spiritual beast with flawless precision at a speed exceeding lightning. Roar! The fire-scorching spiritual beast let out a shrill wail. Under the impact of the sword light torrent, its massive body melted rapidly like snow under a scorching sun before finally exploding with a bang and scattering into a sky full of sparks. With his natal magic treasure shattered, the black-robed elder felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with utter disbelief. Impossible. You're flying swords. He could feel that the quality and power of the opponent's flying swords completely surpassed his imagination. He was answered by an even more violent sword light. Having succeeded with his first strike, Chen Dakai gave him no room to breathe. 100 flowers trapping kill. Zitong also struck at the same time. Forming hand seals, countless pink petals condensed from spiritual energy materialized out of thin air, trapping the black-robed elder firmly within a massive vortex and relentlessly grinding down his protective astral chi. Great freedom, swords unite as one. Chen Dakai's eyes were icy cold as he activated the combined attack technique of his heart swords. The 36 flying swords merged into one in midair, transforming into a 100-zhonglong giant sword that reached the heavens. A heart-palpitating cold light shimmered on the blade as it slashed down upon the trapped black-robed elder with a momentum that could obliterate everything. No. Sensing the threat of death, the black-robed elder let out a desperate roar, pouring all his spiritual power into the crimson flame fan in an attempt to block the fatal blow. Boom. The giant sword and the flame fan collided violently. Yet there was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the crimson flame fan came into contact with the giant sword, it shattered piece by piece like rotten wood. The black-robed elder's protective astral chi could not even withstand a single breath before being completely torn to shreds. As the sword light descended, the terror on the black-robed elder's face froze forever. Under this single strike, his body along with his golden core and soul were completely obliterated and reduced to nothingness. A powerhouse at the mid-golden core stage had fallen just like that. With a wave of his hand, Chen Dakai drew the black-robed elder's storage bag and the fragments of the shattered crimson flame fan into his grasp. Glancing at the slightly pale Zitong beside him, he pulled her into his embrace. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Dakai slaughtered the black-robed elder of Fenyuan Valley in barely more than 10 breaths. He stowed away his spoils of war without a trace of joy in his heart, his gaze growing ever colder. A mid-core formation elder from Fenyuan Valley had appeared at their doorstep. And just at that moment, a distressed jade slip from Baiwa Valley arrived. This was by no means a coincidence. It meant the enemy had split their forces, one path attacking Baiwa Valley, the other coming to intercept and eliminate him, the greatest variable in their plans. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated one thing. That was his current strength. Husband Baiwa Valley. Zhu Tong's eyes were filled with anxiety. Chen Dakai gently patted her back, channeling a stream of pure spiritual energy into her body to stabilize her somewhat unsteady breathing. Don't worry, I'm here. He turned toward the Chen family estate and issued an unequivocal command. All family members at the Foundation establishment stage or above assemble immediately. The voice carried through spiritual energy across the entire Chen family town. Within moments, dozens of wives and concubines at the Foundation establishment stage, including Liu Mei, Dongfang, Yunyao, Li Qingzhu, and the three Wang sisters, materialized in the sky above. Concern etched across their faces, Liu Mei spoke first as the primary wife. Husband, what has happened? Without wasting words, Chen Dakai gave the order directly. Baiwa Valley has been attacked. I must go to their aid immediately. After I depart, Dongfang, Yunyao, and Li Qingzhu will lead all Foundation establishment family members in a two-pronged assault on the mountain gates of Fenyuan Valley and Guozian Temple. No need for direct attacks. Simply harass from the outside, destroy their mountain gates, ravage their spiritual fields, set their rear areas ablaze, and keep them from finding any peace. The words sent shockwaves through the women. Was her husband declaring war on two major sects single-handedly? Husband, this is far too dangerous. Dongfang Yunyao said with deep concern. Chen Dakai shook his head, cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since they dared to come to our door, they should have prepared for total annihilation. With a thought, 10 pitch-black mountain-subduing slave puppets, each over 3 meters tall, materialized behind him. The terrifying pressure of his early core formation stage sent palpable fear through the women present. These 10 third-rate puppets will assist you. Remember, your mission is to harass, not fight to the death. Preserving yourselves is the utmost priority. After giving these instructions, Chen Dakai summoned his flying treasure, the Hunyuan One-Chi cloud. The white cloud expanded rapidly in the air, then split into over 100 mini-cloud formations the size of wash basins. He retrieved hundreds of first-rate puppets and stacks of second-rate self-destruct talismans, glowing with dangerous light, from his storage bag. He affixed the self-destruct talismans to the first-rate puppets, then positioned each one onto a mini-cloud formation. Go! With his command. Over 100 cloud formations carrying their explosive payloads rose silently, like a disciplined aerial squadron, speeding respectively toward Fenyuan Valley and Guasian Temple. With everything set in motion, Chen Dakai lingered no longer. I leave the home realm in your care. Nodding to the women, his figure dissolved into a brilliant sword light and vanished into the horizon. Baiwa Valley. The valley had been reduced to an earthly hell. The protective formation, the 100 Flowers delustering array, battered relentlessly by 3 mid-core formation cultivators, teetered on the brink of collapse, its radiance dimming. Wanro, who sustained the formation, stood pale as paper with a trace of blood at the corner of her lips, clearly on the verge of total exhaustion. Beyond the barrier, 3 figures hovered in the air, radiating an oppressive force that crushed all hope. One figure wore crimson robes and had a withered countenance. The Valley Master of Fenyuan Valley, a true peak mid-core formation powerhouse, merely half a step away from the late stage. The other was a stout, fleshy old, which also an elder of Fenyuan Valley, at mid-core formation cultivation. The final figure donned golden Buddhist robes, yet carried a murderous aura. Elder Zhu Yuan of Guasian Temple. Wanro, how much longer will you persist in futile resistance? The Fenyuan Valley Master's voice rasped like iron scraping against iron. Hand over what you obtained from the secret realm, and surrender all your female disciples as furnished tripods for our cultivators. Today we might spare your lives. Wanro's eyes burned with fury as she glared at him, but she lacked the strength to respond. She could only pour her last reserves of spiritual power into sustaining the formation. Just as she felt her resistance failing and prepared to ignite her golden core in a suicidal last stand, a cold voice like thunder split across the distant sky. You dare lay hands on my ally Chen Dakai's comrades. Have you decided how you wish to die? Before the words had finished echoing, a brilliant sword light materialized instantaneously, hovering above Baiwa Valley. As the radiance dispersed, Chen Dakai's signature white hair and his young yet icy cold visage were revealed. The moment Wanro laid eyes on Chen Dakai, her tensed nerves collapsed entirely, and she vomited a mouthful of blood, nearly plunging from the sky. Reinforcements had finally arrived. The trio from Fenyuan Valley froze at Chen Dakai's sudden appearance. Early core formation. Elder Zhu Yuan recognized him first, surprise and disdain flashing in his eyes. You're that kid from the Chen clan. My junior brother's assassins apparently failed. The Fenyuan Valley Master scrutinized Chen Dakai from head to toe, then erupted into an owl-like cackle. Huh? Wanro, is this your reinforcement? Some half-formed boy who just reached core formation. He's come at just the right time, saves us the trouble of making another trip. Kill him, and we'll split his secret realm gains equally. The old witch licked her chapped lips, eyeing Chen Dakai like prey. This lad's looks aren't bad either. I'll take him back as my personal consort to refine his yang energy and replenish my yin. Facing their mockery and threats, Chen Dakai's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely hovered silently in the air as the 36 great freedom heart swords within his body began to hum, radiating a bloodthirsty hunger. Above Baiwa Valley, killing intent filled the air. Facing 3 renowned mid-stage core formation powerhouses, Chen Dakai remained calm on the surface, though his vigilance had already been raised to the absolute limit. The Valley Master of Fenyuan Valley at the peak of mid-stage core formation possessed unfathomable strength. That old hag and Jian of Guasian Temple were also veteran mid-stage core formation cultivators. Fighting 1 against 3, there was no chance of victory. Brat, death is at your doorstep, yet you still dare to put on airs. With a bizarre mocking cackle, the old hag of Fenyuan Valley was the first to strike. She whipped a black banner from her sleeve, which expanded rapidly in the wind to over 10 zhang in size. Plumes of nauseating black mist surged forth, morphing into countless snarling, clawing, ghostly faces that lunged toward Chen Dakai. Simultaneously, Elder Jian sacrificed a string of golden prayer beads. The beads dispersed, transforming into 18 golden spheres of light that, like 18 meteors, sealed off all of Chen Dakai's escape routes from every direction. The Valley Master of Fenyuan Valley sneered, his hands forming incantation gestures. Crimson array flags flew from his sleeves, embedding themselves in the void. In an instant, a massive flame formation was deployed, enveloping the sky for miles around. He intended to trap his prey like a turtle in a jar. Facing the combined assault of the 3, Chen Dakai had no intention of confronting them head-on. With a mere thought, a white cloud materialized beneath his feet. It was the Hunyuan Ichi cloud. Bearing him away, the white cloud transformed into a streak of light perilously weaving through the gaps between the ghostly faces and the golden spheres of light as he fled into the distance. Trying to run. Too late. The Valley Master of Finian Valley snorted coldly and activated the formation. Boom. In the space ahead of Chen Dakai, a wall of raging flames erupted, blocking his path. Great freedom shatter. Chen Dakai's gaze hardened. His 36 heart swords merged into one, transforming into a stupendous sword rainbow that slashed fiercely against the wall of fire. The wall of fire trembled violently as a massive breach was carved into it. Yet the very moment he prepared to dash through the sky full of ghostly faces, and the 18 golden prayer beads had already caught up to his back, Chen Dakai was forced to abandon his breakthrough. He activated the Hunyuan Ichi cloud, once more fleeing in disarray toward another direction. Thus, under the relentless pursuit and blockade of the three, Chen Dakai was like a solitary skiff tossed about in tempestuous waves. Danger loomed at every turn, and he was driven completely onto the defensive. He could only rely on the sharpness of his heart swords and the speed of the Hunyuan Ichi cloud to barely hold his ground, his body already bearing several new wounds. Below, when one watched this scene, her heart burning with anxiety. Forcibly suppressing her internal injuries, she tried to rush up to assist several times, only to be forced back by the shockwaves of the trio's combined attacks. Just as the situation grew critical, a streak of fiery light shot from the edge of the horizon at an unbelievable speed, hurtling directly toward Elder Jiuan of Guasian Temple. Startled, Elder Jiuan assumed it was Chen Dakai's accomplice and instinctively mobilized his prayer beads to block it. However, the fiery light bypassed him and hovered directly in front of his face. It was a distress transmission jade slip of the highest grade from Guasian Temple. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his face instantly turned ash pale. Thief! How dare you! Elder Jian let out a roar of mingled shock and fury. The message within the jade slip was simple: the mountain gate of Guasian Temple was under frantic assault by a massive horde of puppets, and the Grand Sect protecting array was on the verge of collapse. Fellow Taoist Jian, what causes such panic? The Valley Master of Finian Valley asked with a frown. Elder Jian did not answer. Instead, he glared with a murderous gaze at the fleeing and disheveled Chen Dakai. He understood. All of this was the brat's conspiracy, luring the tiger away from the mountain besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Ha ha ha. Though in a pathetic state, Chen Dakai let out a hearty laugh. Grandmaster Jian, I fear the incense of your Guasian temple is about to be extinguished. I heard your temple harbors quite a few abducted Buddhist nuns. Do you think my unruly wives and concubines might just set them all free? You, Elder Jiuyan, trembled with rage. Right at that moment, another nearly identical streak of fiery light shot from a different direction toward the Valley Master of Finian Valley. Catching the jade slip, the Valley Master of Finian Valley swept it with his divine sense, and his expression instantly turned incredibly grim. Finian Valley was suffering the exact same assault. Grandmaster, are you still not heading back? Chen Dakai's voice was laced with mockery. The people of Finian Valley are notoriously ruthless. If you don't leave now and they return first, I'm afraid not even a drop of soup will be left of your Guasian Temple's assets. These words, like a sharp dagger, pierced precisely into Elder Jiyuan's heart. He glanced at the grim-faced duo from Finian Valley, then at the clamoring Chen Dakai in the distance, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. Fellow Taoists, our paths will cross again. This old monk shall take his leave first. With that, he recalled his magic treasures, and without looking back, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling back toward Guasian Temple. He dared not gamble. The foundation of his sect was more important than anything. Useless trash. The Valley Master of Finian Valley cursed, watching Juan's departing figure. The 3-on-1 absolute killing formation was broken just like that. Old hag, the two of us must end this quickly. With killing intent flaring even brighter in his eyes, the Valley Master of Finian Valley transmitted his voice to the old hag. Fine. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their ultimate killing moves. Chanting incantations, the Valley Master of Finian Valley caused the massive flame formation to shrink, frantically condensing into a ferocious fire dragon that surged forward to strangle Chen Dakai. Meanwhile, the old hag spat her lifeblood onto the black banner. Atop the banner, a colossal ghost king composed of countless vengeful spirits emerged halfway, letting out a silent roar. Facing this joint strike, which was potent enough to instantly kill any early-stage core formation cultivator, a wave of death-defying madness erupted in Chen Dakai's eyes. Fellow Taoist, when one assist me, he roared at one below. Without a moment's hesitation, when one forcibly mobilized her golden core. A massive pink lotus materialized out of thin air, blocking the path of the fire dragon and buying Chen Dakai a precious fleeting instant. Ignoring the fire dragon entirely, Chen Dakai locked his entire focus onto the old hag. Opening his mouth, he swallowed several chi-replenishing pills that wafted a rich medicinal fragrance, chewing them like beans. Great freedom slash. His 36 heart swords merged into one, forming a 100-zhang-long sword rainbow. Ignoring the gnashing of the Ghost King, he struck directly down at the old hag's physical body in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. The old hag had never expected Chen Dakai to be so maniacal, completely abandoning his defense to target only her. She wanted to dodge, but found herself utterly locked down by the fierce sword intent. No. She only had time to let out a shrill scream before she, along with her black banner, was sliced into a mist of blood by the sword rainbow. At the exact moment he slew the old hag, the fire dragon slammed violently into Chen Dakai's back. His protective astral chi shattered instantly, and he plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, spraying mouthfuls of blood. Brat, you court death. The Valley Master of Finian Valley was shocked and enraged. He had not anticipated that the youth would rather take a direct hit from him just to eliminate his companion first. Without any hesitation, he drove the fire dragon to pursue the heavily injured falling Chen Dakai. Just at this moment, a streak of white light flew out from Chen Dakai's body, instantly transforming into a colossal heaven-supporting sword that rose to meet the fire dragon. Meanwhile, Chen Dakai's body came to a bizarre halt in midair. Stuffing another handful of pills into his mouth, a grim smile spread across his pale face. Now it's your turn. He looked at the Valley Master of Finian Valley, as if looking at a dead man. The pill-guzzling style was all about attrition. As long as you can't kill me, I can wear you down to death with pills. The air above the sky was thick with the scent of blood. With the death of the burning flame Valley Master, and that old crone, the oppressive heavenly pressure that had weighed upon the world instantly dissipated. Chen Dakai gasped for breath, his face as pale as death. Without any hesitation, he stuffed another handful of pills into his mouth, forcibly suppressing the surging chi and blood within him. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle against two mid-stage core formation cultivators, one of whom was at the peak of that realm, had cost him dearly, even with all his hidden cards and countless pills consumed. He gestured with his hand, drawing the two ownerless storage pouches and some fragments of magical artifacts into his grasp. Only after doing this did he turn his gaze to Wenwan, who was also severely injured below. Wenwan looked at Chen Dakai, her eyes filled with shock and gratitude. She could never have imagined that this junior who had needed her protection not long ago had now grown to the terrifying extent of fighting alongside her, and even turning a certain death situation around single-handedly. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist Chen. Wenwan bowed solemnly to Chen Dakai. You're welcome. Chen Dakai waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the devastated Hundred Flowers Valley below, which had suffered heavy losses. Take care of the wounded first. He took out dozens of bottles of healing pills from his own storage pouch, and casually tossed them to a Foundation establishment female disciple below. Distribute these. Then with a flicker of his form he landed at the array eye of the valley's protective formation. The original Hundred Flowers illusion array had been completely shattered with spiritual energy and chaos. Without hesitation, Chen Dakai retrieved a large number of array flags and plates from his storage pouch, spoils of war seized from the enemy's storage pouches. He formed hand seals, and his spiritual sense surged out like a tide, beginning to lay down a brand new third-tier defensive formation on the spot. Wenwan watched his skillful hands and the intricate layered formation patterns, far more profound and complex than the previous Hundred Flowers illusion array, and her astonishment deepened. Just how many hidden cards did this man have? Half an hour later, with Chen Dakai driving the last array flag into the ground, a new third-tier formation with wider coverage and stronger defense hummed into operation. A pale blue light screen enveloped the entire Hundred Flowers Valley, completely sealing it from outside prying eyes. After accomplishing this, Chen Dakai breathed a sigh of relief, sat down heavily on the ground, and began swallowing pills once more to recover his depleted magical power and spiritual sense. Wenwan was not idle either. She directed the valley's disciples to properly settle the wounded, then came to sit beside Chen Dakai, crossing her legs to begin her own healing. Neither spoke, but an unspoken understanding had formed between them. A day later, Chen Dakai was the first to open his eyes. With the support of copious pills, his injuries had recovered by about 70 or 80%. He glanced at Wenwan, who was still healing, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stood up and transmitted his voice to Wenwan, fellow Taoist, when hold the fort here. I'll be back. Wenwan's eyes snapped open as she understood what Chen Dakai intended to do. I'll go with you, she said without hesitation. Chen Dakai looked at her and nodded. Having an extra mid-stage core formation cultivator would increase their chances. Without another word, the two transformed into streaks of light shooting out of Hundred Flowers Valley and racing toward the direction of Return to Truth Temple. Return to Truth Temple. The temple had long lost its former solemnity and majesty. Outside the mountain-protecting formation, under the command of Dongfang Yunyao and Li Qingzhu, dozens of second-tier puppets like tireless siege engines launched wave after wave of attacks against the Golden Barrier. In the sky, hundreds of cloud clusters carrying explosive puppets circled like vultures, ready at any moment to deliver a carpet bombing to the temple. The disciples remaining inside the temple, their faces ashen, hid within the protective formation, not daring to show their heads. When Elder Jian rushed back in a fluster, this was the scene that greeted him. Villains, you go too far. Elder Zhu was consumed with rage. Spotting Dongfang Yunyao and the other woman directing the puppets, he immediately sacrificed his golden prayer beads and prepared to strike. Dongfang Yunyao and Li Qingzhu were prepared. The moment they saw Elder Zhu appear, they issued the order to retreat. The dozens of second-tier puppets immediately ceased their attacks, and together with the 10 third-tier Mountain Guardian puppets, escorted the women as they rapidly retreated into the distance. The explosive puppet cloud clusters in the sky, without hesitation, dove straight toward Elder Zhu. A bunch of ants. Elder Jian roared, his 18 prayer beads blazing with golden light, instantly destroying all the explosive puppets midair. But in that brief delay, Dongfang Yunyao and her group, along with the puppet army, had vanished over the horizon. The birds had flown, the nest was empty. Only a chaotic battlefield remained, along with an Elder Jian trembling with fury. Elder report. The temple's back mountain. They broke in. A Foundation establishment monk came scrambling to report. Elder Jiuan's heart sank, and with a flicker of his form he appeared at the back mountain. This was the place where the temple usually imprisoned and refined their cauldrons. Now all the cells were open, and not a single person remained inside. Elder Jiuan's face turned blacker than the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley outside Chen family town Chen Dakai, and when one had successfully rendezvoused with Dongfang Yunyao and the others. Husband. Seeing Chen Dakai return safely, Dongfang Yunyao and the others finally let out their held breaths. Chen Dakai nodded, his gaze sweeping behind them. There stood dozens of young women, ragged and terrified, yet still bearing traces of beauty. They were the nuns who had been rescued from the back mountain of Return to Truth Temple, once used as cauldrons. Within the secluded valley, the atmosphere was oppressive. Although the dozens of women who had just escaped the devil's den had changed into clean clothes, the dread and numbness lingering between their brows could not be dispelled. At Chen Dakai's gesture, Dongfang Yunyao gently inquired about their ordeal. As the women wept and recounted their stories in broken fragments, Guaisian Temple, an institution cloaked in Buddhist garb, yet 100 times more sinister than any demonic sect, was vividly brought to light. Most of these women had been invited from the mortal realm by Guaisian Temple under various pretexts. Here they had no names, only designations. Every day they were forced into dual cultivation with those sanctimonious monks, serving as mere cauldrons to boost their cultivation. The slightest disobedience was met with brutal beatings and torture. Listening to these atrocious crimes, when one's beautiful face turned livid with rage, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the hilt of her sword. Chen Dakai's expression, however, remained largely unchanged. In the cultivation world, the strong preying on the weak was the natural order. Yet the cold glint flickering in his eyes foretold the ultimate doom of Guaisian Temple. Settle down here for now, Chen Dakai said to the women before turning his gaze to Dongfang Yunyao and Li Qingzhu. Take them back to the Chen family and settle them well. Those who wish to stay shall become part of our Chen family. For those who wish to leave, provide them with ample travel funds and escort them safely. Having finished his instructions, he exchanged a glance with Wenwan, hesitating no longer. The two transformed into streaks of flowing light, hurtling back toward Guaisian Temple with overwhelming killing intent. Upon their arrival, the sky above Guaisian Temple was already ablaze with brilliant golden light. Elder Jiuan sat cross-legged atop the mountain gate, his face as dark as water. Behind him, hundreds of Guaisian Temple monks sat on the ground in a bizarre posture, chanting obscure scriptures. As the chanting grew louder, the bodies of the monks began to emit a faint golden glow. Soon after, their physical bodies actually began to melt slowly like wax, merging completely with the ground beneath them and the mountain protecting array. In that instant, the golden light of the entire mountain protecting array surged several-fold, radiating an aura of absolute invincibility and immunity to all arts. A Buddhist secret technique, body burning, array casting. Wenwan gasped in shock as she witnessed this scene. This was a long-lost evil technique that, at the cost of burning one's own reincarnation, fused the physical body with the array, elevating its defensive power to an unimaginable level in a short span of time. Chen Dakai's eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense that the strength of the array before him had already far exceeded the bounds of an ordinary Tier 3 array. Right at that moment, a deep bell chime resounded through heaven and earth from the depths of Guaisian Temple. A serene Buddhist light shot straight into the sky. A handsome young monk wearing a moon-white robe, possessing a solemn and majestic bearing, stepped out barefoot from the Buddhist light. With every step he took, a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet. A pure and vast sense of compassion radiated from him, as if capable of cleansing all the sins of the world. The Buddhist sun, Wenwan cried out in shock. Rumor had it that Guaisian Temple possessed a Buddhist son born with Buddha bones and revered as the reincarnation of the Buddha, the future hope of the temple. However, this individual had been in death seclusion and had never appeared before the public. No one expected Zhu Yuan to summon him today. Amitabha. The Buddhist son chanted with palms pressed together, his gaze resting on Chen Dakai, and Wenwan, a trace of pity in his clear eyes. Fellow benefactors, your slaughter is too heavy. The sea of suffering is boundless. Repent and find salvation. Chen Dakai looked at him and smiled. Little monk, do you have any idea what a filthy sin-ridden place this so-called pure Buddhist land of yours truly is, eh? The Buddhist son frowned slightly, clearly disbelieving. Do not try to mislead the public with demon talk and defile the pure reputation of our Buddhist sect. Retreat immediately, and you may yet avoid a bloody slaughter. His aura was surprisingly at the early golden core stage, and his foundation was so stable, and his spiritual power so pure that he far surpassed his peers. Atop the mountain gate, Elder Juan watched this scene, an almost imperceptible glint of malice and greed flashing in his eyes. He transmitted his voice to the Buddhist son. Buddhist son, there is no need to waste words with such fiends. Strike quickly and suppress them to prevent them from bringing disaster upon the common people. Meanwhile, beneath his flowing sleeves, his hands were rapidly forming a bizarre hand seal as faint wisps of black chi silently crept toward the Buddhist son. The Buddhist son was completely oblivious to this. Obeying his martial uncle's command, he sighed and looked back at Chen Dakai. Since the benefactor refuses to be awakened, then let this humble monk deliver you. As his voice fell, he struck out with a palm. A giant golden palm composed of pure Buddhist light materialized in midair, pressing down upon Chen Dakai with a righteous aura capable of suppressing all evil. Chen Dakai's expression remained unchanged. With a single thought, 36 great freedom heart swords whistled out from within his body, transforming into a brilliant torrent of sword light to meet the giant golden palm. Boom! The sword light and the palm print collided violently in midair. The Buddhist light shattered, and the sword intent soared. The Buddhist son let out a muffled groan and stumbled back several steps, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had not expected this white-haired man who seemed to radiate a sinister aura to possess such formidable strength. Little monk, you have been deceived. Chen Dakai's voice rang clearly in his ears. Your sect has already rotted to its very core. That sanctimonious martial uncle of yours behind you is preparing to use a wicked secret technique to sacrifice all of you just to secure his own survival. A crack appeared in the Buddhist son's Tao heart. He looked back at Elder Jian atop the mountain gate, then at his fellow disciples who had already merged with the array, completely devoid of life. For the first time, doubt crept into his pure Buddhist heart. Demonic lies. Elder Jian barked furiously upon seeing this, trying to steady the Buddhist son's mind. Buddhist son, this fiend is an otherworldly demon highly skilled in bewitching minds. You must never believe him. Chen Dakai said no more. He knew that to deal with such a brainwashed, pitiful soul, the only way was to utterly crush his pride and faith with thunderous force. Great freedom, swords unite. The 36 heart swords fused into one, transforming into a 100-zhang giant sword that cleaved downward toward the Buddhist son with an unmatched power capable of tearing the heavens apart. The Buddhist son's face paled drastically as he felt the threat of death. Daring not to hold back any longer, he chanted a true mantra, his entire body erupting in brilliant golden light as a massive Akala Dharma avatar materialized behind him. The avatar extended its colossal palm to meet the sky-propping giant sword. Yet before the indestructible Great Freedom Heart sword, even the Buddhist avatar was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. Crack! The Akala Dharma avatar shattered instantly. The Buddhist son coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and plummeted from midair, his face deathly pale. The Buddhist son had been defeated. That 100-zhang giant sword, after shattering his immovable wisdom king Dharma phase, merely hovered above his head, refusing to fall. Yet that icy, bone-chilling sword intent made him feel more desperate than death itself. Lying on the cold ground, he gazed up at the silver-haired man in the sky who resembled both God and demon, his mind utterly blank. The education he had received since childhood, the faith he had steadfastly upheld, both were mercilessly shattered into oblivion in that very moment. At the mountain gate, Elder Juan watched this scene with not a trace of pity in his eyes. Instead, an almost manic fervor and greed flickered within them. The time had come. Buddhist son, since you are now powerless to subdue the demons, then surrender this mortal shell to the Buddhist sect. Elder Juan let out a shrill scream, no longer concealing himself. From his sleeve he retrieved a bizarre wooden carving, entirely black, carved with countless tormented faces. He opened his mouth and spat a jet of essence blood onto the carving. The wooden carving came alive, transforming into a stream of black chi that shot toward the Buddhist son, lying on the ground, his spirit in disarray at a speed surpassing lightning. Trouble. Wenwan's face drastically changed. She recognized that object. It was the forbidden art of soul possession, already banned within the demonic path. She attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Before the Buddhist son could react, that stream of black chi had already drilled into his glabella. Oh! The Buddhist son let out a piercing wail of agony. His once handsome face instantly contorted, half bathed in serene golden light, the other half shrouded in swirling black chi. The Buddhist radiance and demonic energy within his body engaged in fierce combat. In the end, the vile will emanating from Juan gained the upper hand. The confusion and anguish in the Buddhist son's eyes gradually gave way to coldness and cruelty. He slowly rose from the ground. His moon-white monk robes fluttered without wind. A layer of dark golden radiance seeped from beneath his skin, dyeing his entire figure into that of a golden statue. Vajra, indestructible body. This was the highest physical refinement method in the Buddhist sect, achievable by only 1 in 10,000 born with Buddhist bones. Yet now Zhu Yuan had forcibly awakened it through such evil means. Ha ha ha. The Buddhist son spoke in Zhu Yuan's voice, sharp and grating. I owe these two benefactors my gratitude for aiding my success. Savoring this unprecedentedly powerful physique, and the pure vast Buddhist mana surging within him, he burst into unrestrained, exhilarated laughter. Chen Dakai watched this scene, his gaze growing colder than ever. With the thought that 100-jong giant, sword hovering in midair, descended once more, striking directly at the Buddhist son. Clang! A deafening sound of metal colliding echoed forth. The sky-piercing giant sword capable of slaying a mid-core formation cultivator struck that dark golden body, yet left only a faint white scratch. Futile. The Buddhist son laughed wildly. I now possess the Vajra, indestructible body. All dharmas cannot penetrate me. None of you can kill me. Just as he grew overconfident, Chen Dakai's voice rang out coldly. Is that so? Then touch your navel and see if it is still there. The Buddhist son fell silent mid-laugh. Instinctively he looked down and discovered that at his navel the dark golden radiance harbored an imperceptible flaw. That was the sole weak point of this golden body. Zhu Yuan's expression shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. But he quickly composed himself. Even if you know, what does it matter? He issued his final commands to the monks upon the mountain gate, whose bodies had already merged with the formation. Brother disciples, the hour of your sacrifice has arrived. With your bodies transform into the Avicii hell. With your souls form the immortal corpse army. Today let this 100-li radius become the pure land of eternal bliss for my Goasian temple. As his words fell, those hundreds of lifeless monks violently detonated their bodies, exploding into a storm of flesh and blood. The entire protective mountain array shifted from golden to blood red in an instant. Woo! Wailing sounds of ghosts and wolves resounded across heaven and earth. The earth cracked open and countless dry, rotting arms emerged from beneath the ground. Those sacrificed monks, their corpses and vengeful souls stirred by the evil art, rose from the earth as mindless corpses driven solely by the instinct to slaughter. And not only them. Within 100 li of Goasian temple, all buried remains, whether human or beast, resurrected in that very moment. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying corpse army numbering in the tens of thousands, stretching beyond sight, took shape. From their hollow eye sockets burned ghostly green flames as they charged relentlessly toward Chen Dakai, and Wenwan, fearless of death. Go! Chen Dakai's expression was more grave than ever. He barked at Wenwan. He knew this battle had transcended what the two of them could handle alone. He grabbed Wenwan and sprinted backward simultaneously, sending the retreat signal to Dongfang Yunyao and the others in the distant valley. Friend Wen, take them and leave first. I will hold them off. Chen Dakai stuffed a storage bag into Wenwan's hands. She swept her divine sense over it, and her pupils contracted sharply. Inside the storage bag lay thousands of talismans densely packed, each pulsing with terrifying spiritual energy. Every single one was a second-order self-detonating talisman capable of severely crippling a foundation establishment cultivator. These were his ultimate trump card, amassed over years through relentless puppet fabrication. He intended to erase the entire Goasian temple along with this 100-li radius from the map forever. And you? Wenwan's voice trembled slightly. I have my own means of escape. Chen Dakai offered no further explanation and forcefully pushed Wenwan forward. Move. Do not look back. He turned around, standing alone to face the endless corpse tide surging like a flood and the Buddhist son, who had become a demon incarnate. He deployed dozens of second-order puppets, casting them into the corpse horde like scattering beans. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosions from the puppet self-destructs temporarily slowed the advance of the corpse army. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dakai transformed into a streak of light, weaving rapidly through this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He buried those thousands of self-detonating talismans into every corner of this land like sowing seeds. Witnessing this, the Buddhist son roared in fury and gave chase. Chen Dakai dared not confront him head-on, instead relying on his speed to outmaneuver him, while continuously setting up that apocalyptic killing formation. As the final self-detonating talisman was planted, he looked at the Buddhist son, now within reach, and the endless corpse tide that had completely surrounded him, a mad smile spreading across his face. Go to hell, all of you. His hands formed mudras, and he detonated those thousands of talismans. A light more brilliant than the sun erupted thunderously from the heart of Goasian temple. In this split second, heaven and earth lost all sound and color. A pure, devastating white light beyond the description of words erupted violently, with Goasian temple at its center. The light devoured everything. Whether it was the hideously distorted walking corpses, or the withered skeletons crawling out from beneath the earth, none could withstand even a single breath within this white radiance before being utterly vaporized, reduced to the most primordial dust. It was as if an invisible giant hand had ruthlessly scraped away a layer of the earth. Mountains, rivers, and forests all vanished into nothingness. In their place, a colossal, bottomless, and terrifying crater appeared. At the epicenter of this world-destroying explosion, two figures still remained. The golden body of the Buddha's son, possessed by Jin, was instantly submerged in countless violent torrents of energy the moment the blast occurred. His Vajra indestructible body, reputed to be impervious to all spells, cracked extensively for the very first time. The dark golden light flickered erratically, and hideous bone-deep wounds covered his entire body. Meanwhile, at the exact moment he detonated the talisman, Chen Dakai poured all of his spiritual power into the Hunyuan primordial chi cloud. This high-grade Xian rank flying magic treasure transformed into an incredibly thick white cocoon, wrapping him securely within. Even so, when the devastating shockwave struck, the giant cocoon held out for less than 3 breaths before shattering with a loud crash. Chen Dakai's body was violently hurled away like a fallen leaf in a raging gale. His internal organs felt completely displaced, and he sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood. Enduring the bone-deep pain, he stuffed a handful of healing pills into his mouth, his gaze locking tightly onto the tottering Buddha's son in the distance. At this moment, the Buddha's son was in an extremely bizarre state. The left side of his body was shrouded in dark mist, his expression twisted in malice and madness. Yet his right side radiated a holy Buddhist light, wearing a compassionate expression, though his eyes were filled with pain and struggle. Two entirely different souls were waging a final war within this crumbling body. Jiuyuan, you demon! How dare you commit such an act of annihilation? The original voice of the Buddha's son rang out from the right side of his mouth. Shut up. If not for your unstable Tao heart, you useless trash, how could I have fallen to such a state? Zhu Yuan's roar echoed from the left side of his mouth. His left hand turned into a sharp claw, clawing ruthlessly at his own right cheek, while his right hand formed a Buddhist hand seal, striking toward his own left shoulder. He had begun to attack himself. Watching this scene, Chen Dakai felt not a shred of pity. He knew this was his one and only chance. Forcing down his internal injuries, he channeled his very last thread of spiritual power into his natal magic treasure. Great Freedom Heart Sword. A dazzling sword, light condensed to the absolute limit, and only the size of an ordinary man's arm, yet seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, flashed out from within his body. The target of this sword light was neither the head nor the heart of the Buddha's son, but his sole weak point, his navel. No. Zhu Yuan's consciousness let out a despairing roar. He tried to control the body to dodge, but the remaining will of the Buddha's son fought with all its might at this crucial moment to bind the body's movements. Kai! Without the slightest resistance, that invincible heart sword pierced straight through the Buddha's son's navel. Contained within the sword light was Chen Dakai's absolute will to sever all things, along with a supreme sharpness targeted directly at the soul. The Buddha's son's body suddenly stiffened. The ferocity and malice on the left side of his face receded like a tide, eventually crumbling into ash. Under this single strike, Jiyuan's soul was utterly decimated, scattered to the winds. The Buddha's son regained control of his body, but the light in his eyes began to fade rapidly. His golden body was broken, and his life force was completely extinguished. He cast a glance down at the scorched earth that had been completely erased, and then at the pale white-haired man in the distance who was also grievously injured. A complex smile appeared on his face, which had restored its handsome features. There was liberation, compassion, and a touch of sudden enlightenment. Umakba. He softly chanted the Buddhist holy name. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged with his palms pressed together. Between his brows, a golden Buddhist swastika seal suddenly blazed to life. An incredibly vast and pure source of Buddhist energy surged from his body, transforming into a golden pillar of light that traversed the distance of space, pouring directly into the space between Chen Dakai's brows. This was the supreme transmission method of the Buddhist sect, divine empowerment. He was transferring his entire cultivation along with the techniques and insights of the Vajra indestructible body to Chen Dakai without reservation. Ding. System detects the host has received the divine empowerment of the Buddha's son's lifelong cultivation. Cultivation level is beginning to rise. Ding. System detects the host has obtained the supreme Buddhist body refining technique, Vajra indestructible body. It is perfectly merging with the host's pure yang body. Chen Dakai felt a warm current instantly course through his limbs and bones. At this moment, the golden core within him, which had grown somewhat dim, seemed to be injected with infinite energy, spinning and expanding frantically. Under the washing of this pure energy, his original injuries healed rapidly at a visible speed. The bottleneck of the early golden core stage was shattered in an instant without the slightest resistance. His aura began to climb steadily. Mid-golden core stage. In the distance, the Buddha's son's body began to dissolve inch by inch into golden specks of light, dispersing into the wind. Just before completely vanishing, he murmured in a voice only he could hear, using a demon to vanquish demons. Perhaps this is true compassion. As the last speck of light dissolved, Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze a river of stars seemed to flow incredibly deep. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful energy within his body, he looked down at his hands. On his skin a faint, almost imperceptible dark golden luster flashed and vanished. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across this 100-mile expanse of lifeless, scorched earth. In the sky, countless resentful souls still circled and wailed. Those were the indestructible grudges of all the victims of this catastrophe. Chen Dakai remained expressionless. He raised his hand, pointing his fingers like a sword, and lightly sliced toward the sky. A terrifying sword, thousands of feet long, and seemingly capable of splitting the heavens in two, swept across. Wherever the sword passed, all resentful souls, all debris, and all impurities were utterly annihilated. The world was instantly swept clean. Only after finishing this did he withdraw his gaze, casting a look toward the direction where Wen and the others had retreated. Silence reigned over heaven and earth. The sword aura that could rend the sky slowly dissipated, taking with it the last trace of resentment in the air. Within 100 li, the Guasian temple was no more. Only a bottomless chasm, its edges still emitting wisps of blue smoke, stood as a testament to the horrific catastrophe that had occurred. Chen Dakai hovered above the chasm, slowly closing his eyes. He sensed the golden core within his dantian, now several times larger, perfectly round, and radiating a faint golden light. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his limbs and bones. Middle golden core stage. Not only had he broken through successfully, but the Buddha Sun's vast and pure Buddhist force had also firmly stabilized his cultivation. He looked down at his hands, and beneath the skin a faint, elusive dark golden luster flickered and vanished. The diamond, indestructible body. This supreme Buddhist body tempering technique had begun to merge with his pure yang body. At that moment, the memory inheritance left by the Buddha Sun before his dissipation surged like a tide into Chen Dakai's mind. Countless images flashed by, finally settling on a massive treasure vault hidden deep within the earth's veins, protected by countless intricate formations. The true foundation of Guasian Temple. Chen Dakai opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through layers of soil, precisely locking onto a location beneath the chasm. He did not act immediately. Instead, he shifted his form and sped toward the direction where Wen and the others had retreated. Half an hour later, in a secluded valley, he successfully rendezvoused with them. When Wen and Dongfang Yunyao saw the scorched land that had been completely erased from the map, the shock on their faces was beyond words. "Husband, you." Dongfang Yunyao looked at Chen Dakai, her eyes reddening. Chen Dakai shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Guasian Temple is no more. He turned his gaze to Wen. But their true treasure vault still remains. He briefly recounted what he had learned from the Buddha Sun's memory. Wen's face showed astonishment once more. A third-grade upper formation linked to the earth veins. Such a formation was unshakable even for a late golden core cultivator. "Rest here and guard me," Chen Dakai said without further explanation. He returned to the sky above the chasm, sat cross-legged, and hovered in the void. He closed his eyes, his vast divine sense probing deep into the earth like invisible tendrils. Soon he touched the hidden formation guarding the treasure vault. The formation was connected to the earth veins, self-sustaining, drawing power from the land, and immensely sturdy. Chen Dakai did not attack it forcefully. In his mind, the formation knowledge imparted by Li Qingzhu combined with the deductive ability of the great deduction art began to operate at tremendous speed. In his spiritual world, the immensely complex third-grade upper formation was dismantled piece by piece, analyzed, and countless possibilities for breaking it arose and perished in his mind. Time passed minute by minute. After an entire day, Chen Dakai suddenly opened his eyes. He had found it, the formation's sole and most fatal flaw. Great freedom coalesce. He formed a sword finger with his hand, and the 36 heart swords within his body instantly merged into one, forming a condensed simple sword light, only 3 feet long. "Break." He pointed gently at the earth below. The sword light, making no sound, quietly pierced into the ground like passing through water. The next moment, a dull rumble erupted from the center of the chasm. A massive underground palace shrouded in a pale golden light barrier slowly rose from the depths. On the seemingly indestructible pale golden barrier, a gap, just wide enough for one person, was slowly healing. Chen Dakai did not hesitate. He flickered and slipped through the opening. Wen followed closely. Inside the treasure vault, spiritual light blazed nearly blinding. Piles of high-grade spirit stones exuded astonishing spiritual energy. Rows of shelves made from 1,000-year-old ebony held various rare refining materials and spiritual herbs over a millennium old. Any single item would have foundation establishment cultivators outside fighting desperately. Chen Dakai's gaze, however, did not linger on these things. He walked straight to a stone platform at the center of the vault. On the platform lay an ancient token and a yellowed map. Chen Dakai reached out and picked up the token. Made of an unknown jade, it felt warm to the touch. On its front, 4 ancient Tao characters were engraved. Pillar of Shiliang Kingdom. The moment he saw these 4 characters, Chen Dakai's pupils constricted sharply. He instantly understood everything. The Guasian Temple and the Finyang Valley. These two second-rate sects that had tyrannized the Xiliang kingdom for centuries. Why they had been so audacious? Because they were themselves the Xiliang kingdom's hidden pillars, pieces used by the royal family to balance the region's cultivation forces and maintain control. Now he had personally severed these two pillars. How could the Xiliang royal family let this slide? He picked up the map and slowly unrolled it. The map depicted the entire territory of Xiliang kingdom. At its core, the capital city named Tianshu, a crimson mark indicated that a late golden core powerhouse was stationed there. Within the treasure vault of Guotian Temple, the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly congealed into substance. Chen Dakai showed not the slightest hint of restraint. With a grand sweep of his hand, like autumn wind clearing fallen leaves, he gathered all the celestial treasures and spirit stone veins from the stone shelves into his storage pouch. Wan followed behind him, her lips twitching involuntarily at his conduct. This fellow truly left no chance for others to survive. Soon the once dazzling treasure vault was stripped bare, leaving only a few barren stone shelves. Let's go. Chen Dakai clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied. With these resources, he could elevate his great freedom heart sword to another level. The two figures moved, flying out through the formation breach and returning above the heavenly pit. Yet just as they prepared to leave this dead land, an icy and fierce aura descended from the heavens, without warning, locking onto them with deadly precision. Chen Dakai's expression shifted as he abruptly looked up. High above the sky, a figure had appeared unbeknownst to them. It was a woman clad in dark armor, her posture erect, her countenance cold and beautiful. Her phoenix eyes held no trace of emotion. She floated there in silence, an oppressive pressure suffocating the entire world. Late Golden Core stage. Chen Dakai's heart sank to the abyss. He could sense that this woman's power far surpassed that of the Burning Flame Valley's master. Western Liang Kingdom Patrol Supervisor Lung Yu. The woman parted her crimson lips, her voice as icy as her aura. Chen Dakai, do you know your crime? Chen Dakai did not answer. Instead, he shielded Wan behind him, his golden core spinning rapidly, ready to strike at any moment. Lung Yu watched his subtle movements, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Before me, you have no room for resistance. The Burning Flame Valley and Guotian Temple are pillar sects infested by my Western Liang Kingdom guarding this land. Your unauthorized annihilation of them is a grave crime. Now come with me to the capital Tianshu city to face the king and await judgment. Her words brooked no dispute. Chen Dakai was silent for a moment, then spoke. Senior, I have fought bitterly with the two sects, suffered severe injuries, and expended immense spiritual power. Could I be allowed to return to my residence for a few days to recover? Lung Yu gazed at him, as if seeing through his thoughts. Yet she paid it no heed. Before absolute power, any schemes or tricks were futile. Liu Mei, she said flatly. In 3 days I will await you at the Chen estate. With that she ignored them, vanishing from the spot with a flicker. The terrifying pressure dissipated. Chen Dakai's tense body finally relaxed, his back drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the token inscribed with Western Liang Pillar, in his hand, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Senior, what exactly is this pillar token? He asked Wan, who stood beside him. Her expression was equally grave. It is a symbol of identity bestowed by the Western Liang royal family upon major powers within the realm. Any sect possessing the pillar token receives the royal family's recognition and protection. Their interests are safeguarded by the royal clan, and they need only pay fixed tributes to the royal family each year. In return, they bear the responsibility of guarding the territory and maintaining stability in the mortal world. By destroying Burning Flame Valley and Guotian Temple, you have touched the royal family's interests. They will not let this slide. Chen Dakai nodded, casually tossing the token into his storage pouch. Let's head back first. The two dared not linger, transforming into streaks of light and speeding toward Chen Family Town. When Chen Dakai returned to the valley with Wan and briefly explained the situation to the gathered group, a shadow of gloom fell over every face. Late Golden Core stage. Those 3 words weighed like a mountain on everyone's hearts. Husband, what should we do now? Dongfang Yunyao asked anxiously. First go home. Chen Dakai's expression was calmer than expected. The group made their way back to Chun Family Town in a grand procession. Lung Yu indeed kept her word and did not appear. Chen Dakai immediately summoned all core members to the council hall, where he briefly recounted the battle. This matter began with me, yet it is also closely tied to the 100 Flowers Valley. I ask you to return to the valley and persuade your elders to form a defensive alliance with my Chen family to face the royal family's pressure together. But soon this joy was supplanted by the impending pressure from the Western Liang royal family. Taoist one. Chen Dakai turned his gaze to Wan. This matter began with me, yet it is also closely tied to the 100 Flowers Valley. I ask you to return to the valley and persuade your elders to form a defensive alliance with my Chen family to face the royal family's pressure together. Furthermore, I hope the 100 Flowers Valley can temporarily relocate near Chen Family Town so we can support each other and prevent the royal family from defeating us one by one. Wan fell into deep thought. She knew Chen Dakai spoke the truth. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. If the Chen family fell, her 100 Flowers Valley would be next. All right. Without much hesitation, she nodded in agreement. I will return to the valley immediately and persuade the elders. After seeing Wen Wan off, Chen Dakai turned his gaze to Qin Yu. Qin Yue used all channels of the Precious Pill Pavilion, immediately spare no expense, to gather all intelligence on the Western Liang royal family and the patrol's supervisor Lun Yu. Yes, husband. Qin Yu accepted the order and departed. Having made these arrangements, Chen Dakai entered his secluded cultivation chamber alone. Inside the discussion hall of Qinjia Town, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although her husband had made a powerful return with a massive breakthrough in his cultivation, the existence of that late Golden Core stage powerhouse weighed heavily on everyone's heart like an invisible mountain. The 3-day deadline was fast approaching. Without a moment's delay, upon returning to the Chun family residence, Qin Yu immediately entered a secret chamber. She retrieved a transmission jade plate etched with intricate array runes and channeled her spiritual energy into it. The jade plate glowed brilliantly as encrypted messages were swiftly dispatched one after another. At this moment, the intelligence network of the Baodin Pavilion went into full operation for the sake of the Chen family. Meanwhile, having settled all affairs, Chen Dakai walked alone into his secluded cultivation chamber. The stone door descended, sealing off the chamber from the outside world. The room was completely empty save for 10 Tier 2 spirit gathering arrays arranged around the perimeter, elevating the concentration of spiritual energy to an astonishing level. Chen Dakai sat cross-legged, but he did not begin his cultivation immediately. With a gentle pat on his storage bag, small mountains of rare materials materialized before him. Among them were 1,000-year-old spiritual wood obtained from a secret realm, as well as Tier 3 and Tier 4 divine metal ores plundered from the treasury of the Guasian Temple. Any single item here would be enough to drive Golden Core cultivators of the outside world into a frenzy. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and a wisp of golden flame drifted out. It was the pure yang fire. As the flame touched the materials, a sizzling sound echoed through the chamber. Under the intense heat of the pure yang fire, the incredibly hard divine metal ores began to melt slowly, dissolving into pools of vibrant multicolored liquid. Having completed this step with a mere thought, 36 jet black flying swords, each exuding a fierce sword intent, swept out from his body and hovered before him. These were none other than his natal magic treasure, the great Freedom Heart Swords. With a flick of his finger, he sent one of the heart swords into the pure yang fire. He then guided a blob of molten Tier 3 profound iron essence into the flames. Inside the fire, the sword blade and the profound iron essence began to fuse and forge anew in a profound and mysterious manner. This process was exceptionally demanding on both his divine sense and spiritual energy. Chen Dakai dared not be careless in the slightest. With absolute concentration, he integrated the rare materials one by one in a specific sequence and proportion. 1 day, 2 days. 2 full days and nights passed. When the dawn of the 3rd day broke, Chen Dakai's face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. The 36 heart swords hovering before him had undergone a complete transformation. No longer pure black, the blades now gleamed with a deep dark gold covered in tiny grain-sized natural Tao runes of profound mystery. The aura emanating from each flying sword had firmly ascended to the rank of a Tier 3 magic treasure. Retrieve, Chen Dakai uttered softly. The 36 heart swords transformed into 36 streaks of light and vanished into his body. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the stone door of the chamber and stepped outside. As sunlight bathed his body, his aura seemed even more restrained than before, yet far more dangerous, like a peerless divine weapon hidden within its scabbard. Inside the discussion hall, the women had been waiting for a long time. Qin Yu was the first to speak, reporting the gathered intelligence in detail. The situation was largely as Chen Dakai had anticipated. The royal family of Shiliang Kingdom felt a deep sense of wariness toward the sudden rise of the Chen family and Chen Dakai's terrifying combat power. This summons to the capital was ostensibly to hold him accountable, but in truth, it was a test. Whether they would be dragons, or snakes, friends, or foes, depended entirely on his upcoming response. If he showed too much weakness, what awaited him would surely be ruthless suppression from the royal family, or even the total annihilation of his clan. On the other hand, if he acted too aggressively, it might provoke a devastating strike from the late Golden Core powerhouse. Finding the perfect balance in this matter was exceptionally difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a silent contemplation. Just then Dongfang Yunyao, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly spoke. Husband, although our Chen family now has a Golden Core cultivator guarding us, making our strength comparable to ordinary second-rate sects, our foundation remains shallow, and our people's hearts are not yet unified. A true Grand Immortal clan must not only possess formidable combat power, but also its own inheritance and foundation. I propose that we seize this opportunity to emulate those first-rate sects. We should establish a Dao Hall and an academy in Qinjia Town, enrolling all clan members regardless of age or gender to systematically teach them cultivation methods and allocate resources. Only in this way can we unite our people and grant the Chun family true eternal prosperity. Her words brought a sudden gleam of inspiration to everyone present. Chen Dakai looked at Dongfang Yunyao, a glint of approval in his eyes. He stood up, walked over to the massive map of Shiliang Kingdom, and fixed his gaze on Tianshu City, the imperial capital. Yunyao is correct. His voice was calm, yet powerful. The strength of a family has never depended on me alone. During this trip to the capital, I will not only address the royal family's accusations, but also secure the status and benefits our Chen family rightfully deserves. Does the royal family of Shiliang Kingdom not lack two pillars of support? Then our Chen family shall become their new and only pillar. He reached out and drew a heavy circle on the map, centering it around Qinjia town. Days later, Chen Dakai had properly arranged the family affairs. Only then did he leisurely make his way toward the guest courtyard where Leng Yu resided. Inside the courtyard, Leng Yu, clad in dark armor, sat cross-legged in meditation. Her eyes were closed, yet the formidable aura surrounding her remained unabated, like a sword ever ready to be drawn. She sensed the newcomer and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze struck like lightning, piercing directly at Chen Dakai. Has your injury healed, Master Chen? His Majesty awaits you in Tianshu City. Her voice remained as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. The waiting of these past few days had already begun to test her patience. Yet Chen Dakai's face bore a composed smile. He showed no concern for her coldness. He flipped his palm, and a jade bottle entirely purple appeared in his grasp. He casually tossed it toward her. Forgive the long wait, Commander. A small gift, nothing more. Leng Yu instinctively caught the jade bottle. An unusual pill fragrance drifted from the bottle's opening. Just a single breath made her spiritual energy flow more smoothly within her body. She uncorked the bottle. Her pupils contracted sharply. Inside the bottle lay 3 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, still and serene. A faint purple light enshrouded each pill. Their surfaces were smooth and flawless, without the slightest imperfection. The potent medicinal power seemed ready to condense into substance. 3rd-tier high-grade pills. Purple Extreme Spirit Nourishing Pill. And these are perfect quality. Leng Yu's voice trembled with shock for the first time, carrying an undertone of disbelief. Purple Extreme Spirit Nourishing Pills could profoundly nourish the divine sense of cultivators at the late Golden Core stage. They were treasures for breaking through bottlenecks, and in Tianshu City, they were priceless, yet unobtainable. Perfect quality pills were nothing short of legendary. She had only witnessed such a treasure once when granted by the royal family. Yet this man before her casually offered 3 as mere humble gifts. At this moment, her perception of Chen Dakai underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer some mere frontier warlord. Rather, he is a grandmaster alchemist with terrifying depth. Master Chen, this gift is far too precious. Leng Yu drew a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the astonishment within her heart. Commander Leng has worked hard escorting us all this way. This is merely a token of appreciation from my Chen family. Chen Dakai waved off her concerns dismissively and turned to walk outward. Let us depart. Leng Yu watched his retreating figure with complicated emotions. Ultimately, she reverently stowed the jade bottle within her storage artifact. The two arrived outside the estate. Chen Dakai formed hand seals and pointed toward empty space. Boom! With a thunderous sound, an enormously luxurious chariot appeared from nowhere. The chariot spanned 10 zhang in length, crafted entirely from 10,000-year agarwood. Natural patterns adorned the wood's surface, profound and mysterious, releasing an extraordinary fragrance that calmed the spirit. At the chariot's front, 9 vividly carved flood dragon statues served as draft beasts. Their eyes were inlaid with top-grade spirit stones, radiating flowing spiritual light, as if ready to come alive at any moment. The entire chariot emanated powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. It was unmistakably a 3rd-tier high-grade flying treasure. 9 Dragons Agarwood Chariot. Leng Yu was startled anew. She had encountered this treasure in the records of the Jinfu department. It was one of Goasian Temple's most sacred artifacts. It was said to cover tens of thousands of li daily, and the chariot itself was equipped with defensive formations, essentially a mobile fortress. She never imagined it would end up in Chen Dakai's possession. At that very moment, throughout every street of Chen family town, men, women, and elders alike fell to their knees. They bowed respectfully toward Chen Dakai. Farewell, Lord of the House. Farewell, Lord of the House. May your immortal fortune endure forever. May you live 10,000 years. The thunderous cries rose like a tidal wave, piercing the heavens. The spectacle was grand. Chen Dakai accepted their homage with equanimity. He gestured for Leng Yu to precede him, then boarded the chariot himself. Leng Yu followed in silence. The 9 Dragons Agarwood chariot ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of luminous light as it sped toward Tianshu City. The interior of the chariot was vast and magnificently decorated. Tables and chairs were crafted from spirit jade. In the corner, an incense burner held unknown spiritual incense, its fragrance profoundly refreshing. Chen Dakai personally poured Leng Yu a cup of spirit tea. Commander Leng, is there anything I should be mindful of regarding this audience with His Majesty? Leng Yu took a sip of the spirit tea. A wave of gentle spiritual energy glided down her throat into her stomach, easing much of the fatigue she had borne over the past days. She gazed at the unfathomable man before her, hesitated briefly, then spoke. Master Chen, Tianshu City differs greatly from the Eastern Wilderness Domain. It serves as the heart of all West Liang Nation, and the waters run deep there. I would hear the details. In Tianshu City, on the surface, the royal family holds supreme power. Below the royal house stand the Li and Sun families, two immortal clans that serve as pillars of the realm. These three houses form the pinnacle of power in the capital. Lung Yu spoke slowly. The Li family wields enormous influence, controlling nearly half of all commerce in the capital. As for the Sun family, they command most of West Liang Nation's elite forces. The relationship between the two families is complex and intertwined, both possessing deep foundations, with multiple late-stage golden core grand cultivators anchoring their clans. As for the royal family, she paused, lowering her voice. The reason the royal family can maintain its position of dominance over those two great clans lies within the palace, where a nascent soul ancestor is enshrined. A nascent soul ancestor. Chen Dakai's hand holding the teacup stilled slightly. A flash of sharp light crossed his eyes. This was truly the anchor stabilizing all of West Liang Nation. Correct. Lung Yu nodded. Precisely because of this, no core formation cultivator dares act recklessly within Tianshu City. Master Chen, with your mid-stage golden core cultivation, you are already a notable figure in the capital, sufficient to establish a third-rate immortal clan. Yet should you seek to advance further, you would encroach upon the interests of those major powers. I thank you for your guidance, Commander Lung. Chen Dakai drained his cup in one gulp. His mind was already weighing possibilities. It appeared this journey to Tianshu City would prove more intricate than he had anticipated. He needed to demonstrate his value to the royal family, while avoiding excessive prominence that might provoke the combined opposition of the three great powers. The balance he struck needed to be precisely calibrated. The chariot hurtled forward like wind and lightning. Below, mountains and rivers retreated at incredible speed. Several hours later, a range of continuous black mountains emerged ahead. Jagged rocks jutted from the peaks while dark winds howled through the valleys. From afar, they resembled some ancient ferocious beast sprawled upon the earth, radiating an ominous presence. Lung Yu gazed at those mountains, her brows furrowing slightly. Ahead lies Black Wind Ridge, where bandits frequently prowl. Let us take a detour instead. Upon hearing this, Chen Dakai swept his divine sense across the area. Yet an intrigued smile curled the corners of his mouth. There is no need. It seems our guests have already arrived. No sooner had Chen Dakai's voice fallen than the Jiulong Qinxiang chariot, which had been gliding smoothly, shuddered violently. It was as if it had slammed into an invisible wall, halting abruptly in midair. Outside the chariot, a dark wind howled. 9 figures rose into the sky from the ridges below, like specters, forming a fan-like formation that surrounded the massive chariot. These 9 individuals exuded a soaring, murderous aura. Clad in matching black martial robes, their faces were concealed behind hideous ghost masks. Their leader, a man of massive build, carried a ghost-headed broadsword, as wide as a door plank, on his shoulder. Under the dim sky, the blade gleamed with a bloodthirsty cold light. A majestic and brutal aura emanated from his body. He was astonishingly a powerful cultivator at the late stage of Golden Core. The remaining 8 had cultivation bases ranging from the early to middle stages of Golden Core. They were clearly a band of formidable bandits who coordinated with seamless synergy. It is them. Lung Yu's expression instantly turned incredibly solemn upon seeing that signature ghost-headed broadsword. She stepped quickly to the chariot's entrance, her voice carrying a trace of apprehension. The Ghost Blade 9 of Haifeng Ridge. Turning to Chen Dakai, who remained calmly seated inside the chariot, she explained rapidly, "These are fierce bandits who have occupied the Haifeng Ridge area for centuries. Their leader, known as Ghost Blade, is a genuine late-stage Golden Core cultivator. His blade techniques are peerlessly overbearing, and countless Golden Core cultivators have perished beneath his blade. They burn, pillage, and commit every imaginable evil. The Jinfu division has launched multiple encirclements against them, yet they manage to escape every time." A cold glint flashed in Lung Yu's eyes as she spoke. However, no matter how audacious they are, they have never dared to actively provoke the official chariot of our Jinfu division. For them to block our path so brazenly this time, someone must be pulling the strings from behind. She figured out the crucial connection almost instantly. From start to finish, this mission had been shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. The royal family's nominal interrogation was in truth a warning tap. Now it seemed that certain factions in the capital who did not wish to see the Chun family smoothly enter Tianshu City could no longer wait, and had decided to strike first. This was not only an assassination attempt on Chen Dakai, but also a test of the royal family's resolve. Yo, if it isn't the cold beauty of the Jinfu division. The leader, Ghost Blade, shouldered his broadsword, his gaze beneath the ghost mask sweeping unscrupulously over Lung Yu's voluptuous figure, which was clad in black armor. He let out a harsh, lewd laugh. "What wind has blown you here? Could it be that you've taken a liking to our Haifeng Ridge and wish to settle down here?" The 8 bandits behind him burst into a chorus of raucous laughter, their vulgarities endless. Ghost Blade, do you know the gravity of the crime of intercepting a royal chariot? Surrender now and return with me to Tianshu City to plead guilty, and perhaps you may leave with an intact corpse. Lung Yu's voice was ice cold. A gleaming longsword had already appeared in her hand, its tip pointing directly at Ghost Blade. Crime. Ha ha. Ghost Blade laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. In this Hafeng Ridge, my word is the law. On the other hand, that pretty boy behind you looks rather delicate. He must be the master of the Chen family who destroyed the Fanyan Valley and the Goasian Temple, right? Ghost Blade's gaze bypassed Lung Yu and fell upon the composed Chen Dakai inside the chariot, his eyes filled with greed and disdain. Kid, I hear you have thousands of beauties in your harem and wealth that rivals nations. Perfect. Today we'll slaughter you, and your women and treasures will all belong to us brothers. As for Commander Lung, the brothers have long wanted to taste the flavor of the #1 beauty of the Jinfu division. You court death. Such blatant humiliation drove Lung Yu into a complete rage. Wasting no more words, her magic power erupted with a boom. She transformed into a streak of light, thrusting her sword straight toward Ghost Blade's heart. As a commander of the Jinfu division, she was a veteran of 100 battles. Striking in anger, her sword momentum was peerlessly fierce. While met, Ghost Blade roared with laughter. Without dodging, he brought his ghost-headed broadsword down with the momentum of 10,000 tons. Clang! The collision of blade and sword erupted in a deafening metallic clash. Terrifying shockwaves of magic power swept outward in all directions, causing the mountain rocks below to shatter and roll down. Lung Yu felt an unmatched colossal force travel up her, sword numbing the web of her thumb. Her entire body flew backward uncontrollably. Forcibly stabilizing herself in midair, her face flushed crimson. With just a single exchange, the disparity was clear. Though both were at the late stage of Golden Core, Ghost Blade's vast magic power and physical strength were far superior to hers. Master Chun, these people are after you. They are extremely powerful. I will hold them off. You must immediately control your magic treasure to break through and return to Chen Family Town for reinforcements. Lung Yu shouted urgently toward the chariot. She knew that today's outlook was bleak, and the only hope lay in Chen Dakai's escape. If only he could return to the Chen family, perhaps there would be a sliver of hope with the defensive array and puppet army there. However, to her utter surprise, Chen Dakai showed no intention of fleeing whatsoever. Instead, he leisurely poured himself another cup of spiritual tea. There is no need to panic, Commander Long. His calm voice drifted from the chariot, clearly reaching everyone's ears. They are merely 9 buffoons. There is no need for you to risk your life. Just watch from the side. At these words, not only was Lung Yu stunned, but even the Ghost Blade 9 across from them were taken aback. Immediately after, they erupted into even more arrogant laughter. Huh? Has this kid lost his mind from fear? Facing death, yet he still dares to put on airs. Amused by his own rage, Ghost Blade laughed. Good. What an arrogant brat. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish first. Before his voice could fade, the remaining 8 bandits charged forward with sinister grins. Each unleashed their magic treasures. Blade shadows, sword lights, and magical glows intertwined into a dragnet descending upon the Jiolong Qinxiang chariot. Seeing this, Lung Yu was consumed with anxiety. Just as she was about to step forward to block the attack, she saw Chen Dakai sitting completely motionless. He merely flicked his finger. With a sharp hum, 36 brilliant sword lights suddenly soared into the sky from the chariot. They spiraled and intersected in midair, instantly forming a profound and mysterious sword array that firmly shielded the entire chariot within. The moment all the magic treasures and spells targeted at the chariot contacted the sword array, they vanished like clay oxen entering the sea, instantly shredded into pieces by the fierce sword chi. They failed to stir even a single ripple. This is a sword array. Ghost Blade's laughter ceased abruptly. His eyes beneath the mask stared intently at the 36 flying swords, radiating intense spiritual light, a solemn expression appearing in his gaze for the first time. He could sense that each flying sword exuded the terrifying aura of a Tier 3 high-grade treasure. Combined together, their overwhelming power caused even his heart to shudder. Form the array. Strike with all your might. Ghost Blade made a split-second decision, bellowing his command. The 9 instantly shifted their positions, forming an eerie formation. The auras of the 9 were actually linked together through the formation, their momentum surging step by step. They faintly showed signs of breaking through the late stage of Golden Core and touching the threshold of the nascent Soul Realm. So it is a combined attack formation. No wonder you are so arrogant. Chen Dakai's voice remained calm, as if he were critiquing an insignificant dish. He slowly stepped out of the chariot. His white robes were as pure as snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He gazed indifferently at the Ghost Blade 9, who looked as if they were facing a formidable foe, as though he were looking at a group of dead men. Commander Lung watched closely. Sometimes so-called powerful enemies are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. As his words fell, he merged his fingers into a sword hand and lightly slashed toward the direction of the Ghost Blade 9. Dian's sword array activate. The moment Chen Dakai's icy voice fell, the 36 flying swords hovering above the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The resonant hum of the swords coalesced into a piercing wave of sound powerful enough to shatter gold and split stone. 36 third-tier high-grade flying swords radiating brilliant spiritual light rapidly shuttled through the air, moving along a mysterious and unpredictable trajectory. In an instant they formed a massive and intricate sword formation diagram. An incomparable fierce sword chi surged into the heavens, tearing through the sky and enveloping the space for hundreds of meters around. That ultimate razor-sharp intent of slaughter made Hafeng Ridge below tremble. Countless rocks tumbled down the mountain. Not good. The face of the originally arrogant and unbridled Gui Dao changed drastically the moment the sword formation took shape. He could clearly sense that the auras of the 36 flying swords had merged into one. The pressure they emanated actually caused a wave of palpitation in his heart, even as a cultivator at the late core formation stage. What terrified him even more was that without exception, all 36 of these flying swords were third-tier, high-grade magic treasures. A sword formation composed of 36 third-tier high-grade flying swords. What kind of concept was this? Even the deeply rooted first-class immortal clans in the capital of Shiliang Kingdom could absolutely never display such a terrifyingly lavish hand. This was no longer just one person's wealth. This was comparable to the entire assets of a second-rate sect. Attack together. Break this turtle shell for me. Gui Dao roared hoarsely. He knew he had kicked a steel plate today. His only way to survive was to gather the strength of all 9 of them to break through the sword formation before its power could fully unfold. The remaining 8 bandits also realized the crisis. They exerted every ounce of their strength, activating their joint attack formation. The magic power of the 9 men converged into a black torrent, condensing onto Gui Dao's ghost-headed broadsword. The hideous ghost face on the blade seemed to come alive, letting out a screeching roar. Ghost Prison Tyrant Blade Slash. Gui Dao held the blade with both hands, combining the power of the 9 men, and slashed forward fiercely. 100 zhang-long pitch-black blade glow carrying a domineering power that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, slashed down directly toward the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Standing to the side, Lung Yu felt her heart and soul shatter with fear. She knew that under this single slash, she would have absolutely no chance of survival even at her peak. She subconsciously looked at the man clad in snow-white robes. Yet she saw that his face remained as calm and indifferent as before, with a mocking curve even gracing the corner of his lips. How dare a mere firefly contend with the brilliant moon? Chen Dakai spoke indifferently, and then with a mere thought, a cluster of golden flames suddenly rose from within his body. It was none other than the pure yang fire. The moment the golden flames appeared, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, causing even the air to warp and distort from the heat. Chen Dakai pointed his finger. The pure yang fire instantly split into 36 thin threads of fire, precisely entering each of the flying swords in the Dine sword formation. In an instant, the originally silver-gleaming sword formation was coated in a layer of brilliant gold. Each flying sword seemed to transform into a golden fire dragon. Within the fierce sword chi, a terrifying scorching heat capable of incinerating all things was added. Dine fire tribute, sword go. Chen Dakai waved his hand gently. The 36 flying swords burning with golden flames transformed into a golden torrent of sword chi surging to meet the pitch-black blade glow. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the golden torrent of sword chi clashed with the black blade glow, the domineering blade glow melted like snow meeting its nemesis. It was instantly ignited and purified by the pure yang fire. It rapidly dissolved in the air. In just a single breath, the terrifying blade glow, which had gathered the power of 9 core formation cultivators, was completely incinerated. Gui Dao, as if struck by lightning, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The joint attack formation was instantly shattered. The remaining 8 bandits also groaned in unison, their faces turning deathly pale. Before they could react, the golden torrent of sword chi had already swept through, engulfing the 3 early core formation bandits behind them. The 3 men could not even let out a complete scream. Their protective spiritual light was burned through like paper, and both their bodies and magic treasures were instantly reduced to ashes under the scorching of the pure yang fire. No, the remaining bandits were scared out of their wits. Stripped of any remaining will to fight, they turned to flee in all directions. Wanting to leave now. Too late. A cold light flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes as his divine sense technique, the Dayan Sutra, surged into operation. His powerful divine sense, which far surpassed those of his peers, transformed into countless invisible needles, fiercely piercing into the minds of the 2 mid-core formation bandits who were trying to flee. The bodies of the 2 bandits suddenly stiffened, their eyes instantly becoming dull. Turbid drool dripped from the corners of their mouths. Under the impact of this divine sense, their souls had been directly destroyed, turning them into mindless fools. In the next instant, 2 golden flashes of sword light passed, and their heads soared into the sky. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Under Chen Dakai's control, the Dying Sword formation was like a precise meat grinder. Every time the flying swords burning with pure yang fire shuttled through, they were guaranteed to claim a life. Screams and pleas for mercy rose and fell, but they quickly faded into silence. In just a dozen breaths. Of the Gui Dao 9 who had once struck terror into the hearts of countless merchant caravans and cultivators, only the bandit leader Gui Dao himself remained trembling as he was surrounded by the 36 flying swords. The tips of the flying swords were less than half an inch away from his vital points. The chilling sword chi and the scorching fiery aura locked onto him completely, leaving him without even the courage to wiggle a finger. Lung Yu hovered blankly not far away, completely petrified. She had imagined countless possibilities and had even prepared herself for a bloody battle ready to perish here alongside Chen Dakai. But she never expected the outcome to be like this. Gui Dao, a cultivator at the late core formation stage with a notorious reputation. A joint attack formation composed of 5 mid-core formation and 3 early core formation cultivators. Such a powerful force, which would be enough to cause a second-rate sect a massive headache, was actually crushed like dry weeds and rotten wood before this man, utterly devastated in an instant. A sword formation, an exotic fire, and that bizarrely powerful divine sense attack. How many trump cards did this man still hide? Was his strength truly only at the mid-core formation stage? Chen Dakai slowly walked up to Gui Dao, who was imprisoned by the sword formation, his expression indifferent. Who sent you? The icy voice made Gui Dao shudder violently, the fear of death completely overwhelming all his dignity. I'll speak. Gui Dao's voice carried a weeping tone. It was a mysterious person in black robes. He gave me a large sum of spirit stones and a cultivation method, tasking me to intercept and kill a core formation cultivator surnamed Chen here. I truly know nothing else besides that. My lord, spare my life. Immortal master, spare my life. A black-robed person. Chen Dakai murmured thoughtfully. This was close to what he had expected. The other party obviously would not leave any clues behind. Shifting the subject, he asked, is there a large number of people hidden in your mountain stronghold? Hearing this, Gui Dao thought he saw a chance of survival and nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes. We have plundered a lot of goods over the years, many of whom are female cultivators from other sects or clans. Every single one of them is incredibly beautiful. They are all locked up in the stronghold's water dungeon. If the Immortal Master likes them, I will present them all to you. I only beg the Immortal Master to spare my dog life. Female cultivators. Chen Dakai raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned to look at Lung Yue, who was still dazed, and said warmly, Commander Lung Yu suffered some internal injuries earlier when trading blows with the bandit leader. Go back to the chariot first, take some medicinal pills, and adjust your breathing. Just leave this to me to handle. Lung Yu gave him a complex look. This man acted in a domineering and ruthless manner, yet was incredibly considerate toward his own people. She nodded silently and flew back to the Nine Dragons' Agarwood chariot. Indeed, she needed time to stabilize her injuries as well as her deeply shocked heart. Seeing Lung Yu leave, Chen Dakai kicked Gui Dao's knee, forcing him to his knees. Lead the way. Yes. Gui Dao scrambled to lead the way ahead, flying toward a valley deep within Hafeng Ridge. Moments later, the man and his captive arrived at a secluded valley. At the entrance of the valley, a massive cave appeared before them. The mouth of the cave was surrounded by piles of white bones, and a strong stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of some beast wafted toward them. Chen Dakai swept his divine sense over the area, his brow furrowing slightly. It was dark, damp, and thick with demonic chi. No matter how one looked at it, this did not seem like a place where human cultivators would reside. Rather, it resembled the lair of a powerful demonic beast. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling upon Gui Dao, who was leading the way, his eyes turning playful. Is this the stronghold you spoke of? Gui Dao's body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He could feel the icy, killing intent radiating from the gaze behind him. Looking at the cave entrance, Chen Dakai curled his lips into a cold sneer and said, A bandit's den harboring filth and villainy. How intriguing. But compared to bandits, I seem to smell the scent of a demon. Chen Dakai's parting words made Gui Dao, who was kneeling on the ground, shudder violently. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He could clearly feel. The playful gaze behind him had turned bone-chillingly cold, like a sword suspended over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Immortal Master. Gui Dao's voice trembled violently. This is our mountain stronghold. Not daring to look back, he could only brace himself and explain. My brothers and I, we don't really clean up, so it looks a bit run down. Is that so? Chen Dakai sneered. He could no longer be bothered to waste words on this dying man. With a flick of his finger, an almost imperceptible streak of spiritual light instantly shot into the center of Gui Dao's back. Go in and lead the way. Gui Dao felt his heart suddenly spasm, as if clenched tightly by an invisible hand. The sheer terror of having his life and death completely out of his control instantly overwhelmed him. He knew that his life was now entirely in the hands of this terrifyingly young man. Yes. Immortal Master, please follow me. Daring not hesitate any longer, he scrambled toward the cave entrance. He deftly tapped an inconspicuous stone wall several times, and a muffled rumbling of a mechanism echoed through the air. The seamless stone wall slowly parted to both sides, revealing a pitch-black passage. A denser, more pungent stench wafted over them. Mixed within it was a sickeningly sweet odor that made one want to retch. The stone walls on both sides of the passage were covered in white cobwebs, large and small, packed densely together. Some webs even held wind-dried human bones, a sight that made one's skin crawl. With an expressionless face, Chen Dakai followed behind Gui Dao and stepped inside. His powerful divine sense had already spread out. Although it was heavily suppressed inside this cave, he remained acutely aware of any movement within a range of dozens of meters. The deeper they went, the denser the cobwebs became, and the thicker the demonic chi grew in the air. Chen Dakai could even see some Tier 1 and Tier 2 venomous spiders crawling rapidly across the webs, yet they seemed not to notice the two men, as if they had received some sort of command. This is no place for humans, it is a nest of demonic beasts. Chen Dakai's voice echoed with stark clarity in the quiet passage. Judging by the resilience and demonic chi of these webs, the creature entrenched here is at least a late Tier 3 demon spider. Looking at Gui Dao's trembling back ahead of him, he spoke calmly. So the famous Gui Dao 9 of Hafeng Ridge are nothing but gatekeeping servants to a mere beast. These words completely shattered the last of Gui Dao's psychological defenses. He abruptly stopped, turned around, his face a mask of utter despair and terror. Using a hoarse voice, he transmitted his thoughts. Immortal Master, spare my life. We were forced into this. That soul-refining demon spider has been here for 300 years. My brothers and I accidentally stumbled in here and had soul imprints placed upon us. We had no choice but to work for it, helping it capture passing cultivators as nourishment for its cultivation. It loves to absorb the yin essence and divine souls of female cultivators. All the female cultivators captured over the years are trapped deep within its lair. Immortal Master, its most lethal weapon is the soul-refining demon fire. It burns a person's soul directly and is utterly impossible to guard against. I beg you, Immortal Master. Mid-sentence, Gui Dao suddenly froze. With a soft whoosh, a bizarre purple flame erupted without warning from his 7 facial orifices. Instantly, his entire body was set ablaze. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. Within those purple demonic flames, he could only watch helplessly as his physical body, magic treasures, and even his divine soul were reduced to green smoke. Nothing remained, not even a trace of ash. Chen Dakai's pupils contracted. What a domineering demonic fire. To think it could directly ignite the soul of someone marked with a soul imprint. It seemed this so-called soul-refining demon spider was even more troublesome than he had anticipated. The very instant Gui Dao was reduced to ashes, Chen Dakai keenly sensed a cold, malevolent divine sense sweeping over from the depths of the cave, filled with scrutiny and greed. Chen Dakai let out a cold snort. The Dian art instantly activated. His majestic divine sense transformed into an invisible wall blocking that malevolent consciousness firmly outside. Huh! A soft, surprised gasp echoed from the depths of the cave. The creature seemed not to expect that this newly arrived food would possess such a powerful divine sense. Ignoring its probing, Chen Dakai extended his divine sense along the passage. Soon, bypassing numerous obstacles, he beheld the layout of the innermost sanctum of the lair. It was a vast underground cavern. Hanging densely from the ceiling were countless glowing spider eggs. At the very center of the cavern stood a massive cobweb cage. Inside, dozens of female cultivators were actually trapped. They were clad in tattered rags, each looking thoroughly drained and listless, their bodies bound so tightly by spider silk that they could not move a muscle. Strands of white light were being drawn from the crowns of their heads, continuously flowing toward the space directly above the cobweb cage. There squatted a giant spider the size of a house. Its body was pitch black, and its 8 long legs were covered in purple demonic runes, making it look incredibly hideous. Most bizarrely, a face closely resembling that of a human woman grew upon its abdomen. At this moment, the eyes of that face were closed as it savored the pure yin essence and soul power rising from below. Sensing the intrusion of Chen Dakai's divine sense, the eerie human face suddenly snapped its eyes open. What kind of eyes were those? There were no pupils, nor any whites. Only 2 balls of fiercely blazing purple fire. Another delicious soul. A halting androgynous voice resonated directly within Chen Dakai's mind. Chen Dakai withdrew his divine sense, his expression so dark it seemed ready to drip water. He had seen clearly most of the dozens of female cultivators in the cobweb cage had lost consciousness, yet they were not entirely dead. A few were even at the foundation establishment stage, struggling desperately to maintain a sliver of consciousness. If he rescued them and brought them back to the Chen clan. A spark of fervor flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. This was not just dozens of lives, it represented dozens of potential system rewards, the very cornerstone for the Chen clan's future growth. The risk was immense, but the return was even greater. A mere late tier 3 beast dares to toy with souls in my presence. A cold light flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes, and he hesitated no longer. With a thought, 36 flying swords instantly materialized, swirling around him with a chilling sword chi. At the same time, a wisp of golden pure yang fire quietly ignited at his fingertips. Since he had decided to save them, he might as well claim this demon spider's beast core as his spoils of war, no longer concealing his aura. His mid-golden core stage spiritual power erupted with a boom. Transforming into a streak of flowing light, he charged straight toward the depths of the lair. Chen Daikai's figure flashed like lightning. Wrapped in an overwhelming momentum that seemed to challenge the heavens, he charged straight toward the deepest part of the demon spider nest. He no longer concealed his vast magical power or his killing intent. His entire presence was like a bright lamp in the dead of night, instantly igniting the entire nest. Hissing sounds echoed from passages on all sides, a dense and scalp-tingling chorus of crawling. In the blink of an eye, hundreds upon hundreds of poisonous spiders surged forth like a black tide from the dark corners, hurling themselves recklessly at Chen Dakai, without a trace of fear. These spiders were no ordinary creatures. Some had swollen abdomens pulsing with ominous purple light, self-destructive monsters. Others spat forth highly corrosive venom and spiderwebs, attempting to hold him back. At the same time, that chilling spiritual sense from the depths of the nest struck once more. This time there was no probing. Instead, it transformed into an invisible poison needle, driving fiercely into Chen Daikai's mind. Trifling tricks. A cold gleam flashed across Chen Daikai's eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the Dian art roared into motion. His colossal spiritual power manifested as an impregnable golden bulwark, shielding itself firmly against the chilling demon fire spiritual sense. No matter how fiercely it assaulted, the barrier remained unmoved. As for the physical encirclement, he handled it with effortless ease. Pure yang fire ignite. A ring of dazzling golden flames erupted explosively from his center, forming a spinning ring of fire. Those poisonous spiders that lunged forward, whether venom or webs, were instantly consumed the moment they touched the pure yang fire, like moths hurling themselves into a blaze. Crackling explosions reverberated as they turned into heaps of charcoal. Occasionally, a few self-destructive spiders broke through the fire ring, but before they could approach within 3 feet of Chen Dakai, a sharp sword chi materialized from nowhere, shredding them to pieces. 36 flying swords circled his body, forming an impenetrable storm of sword energy. Offense and defense unified, unrivaled. Chen Daikai's feet never ceased moving. His entire figure resembled a walking god of slaughter, forcefully carving through the sea of spiders a path of death woven from interlaced flames and sword chi. Passing through several charred black passages, a gigantic underground karst cave appeared before his eyes. The moment he entered, Chen Daikai's pupils contracted sharply. At the center of the cave, a colossal cage constructed from countless thick spider silks hung, suspended in midair. Inside the cage, dozens of female cultivators in tattered robes were bound haphazardly, their expressions listless, eyes tightly closed, clearly already in a delirious state. Visible strands of spiritual energy filaments were being forcibly extracted from the crown of each skull, flowing upward into the center of the spiderweb cage above, ultimately absorbed by a colossal demonic creature coiled within the shadows of the dome. These female cultivators were like livestock, penned for slaughter, being drained alive of their life essence and soul power. Chen Daikai's gaze swept over them, his killing intent deepening further. Just then his gaze paused slightly within the cage. Among the numerous unconscious female cultivators, there was one who remained awake. She was a female cultivator clad in a pale cyan long dress, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, with delicate features. Even in her desperate predicament, an unyielding heroic spirit lingered between her brows. She was a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, currently struggling to circulate her remaining meager magical power, desperately resisting the erosion of her soul. Her lips had been bitten until completely colorless. When she saw Chen Dakai descend like a celestial deity, breaking through layer after layer of obstacles to appear at the cave entrance, those previously desperate, beautiful eyes instantly erupted with disbelief and hope. Reinforcements. Or another sacrifice. She opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to issue a warning, but the prolonged extraction of her soul had left her too weak even to transmit a message. Boom. At that very moment, a tremendous explosion echoed. The colossal entity lurking in the shadows of the dome finally revealed its true form. It leaped down from the dome, dozens of meters above, its 8 ghastly long legs like steel lances crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire cave trembled in response. This was a giant demon spider whose size rivaled a 3-story pavilion. Its entire body was as black as ink, its carapace covered in bizarre purple demonic runes, radiating an unsettling fluctuation of magical power. Most horrifying of all, upon its swollen abdomen grew a pale face remarkably resembling that of a human woman. The face possessed no features whatsoever. Only a pair of eyes burning with purple demonic fire stared unblinkingly at Chen Dakai. A third stage late phase soul refining demon spider. Another. Delicious. Soul. Your soul. Taste. Far superior to those below. A fragmented telepathic voice brimming with greed and malice resounded directly within Chen Daikai's mind. The human face on its abdomen stretched into an exaggerated arc revealing a smile, without a mouth. Incredibly bizarre, unimaginably terrifying. Beast, you dare toy with soul arts in my presence. A trace of disdain flashed across Chen Daikai's eyes as he looked at the demon spider. He would hold nothing back. With a mere thought, the might of the Dian sword formation was pushed to its absolute limit. Hum. The 36 flying swords let out a earth-shattering cry. Transforming into 36 streaks of flowing light shooting skyward, they darted rapidly across the cave, ceiling instantly forming a massive and intricate sword formation array. Pure yang empowers the spirit, sword formation scorches the heavens. Chen Dakai pressed his fingers into a sword gesture and pointed toward the formation from afar. A thread of extraordinarily pure golden pure yang fire shot from his fingertip, instantly merging into the core of the sword formation. In that instant, the entire sword formation was dyed a resplendent golden hue. Each flying sword seemed to transform into a golden fire dragon. Peerless sword chi and supremely yang flame merged perfectly, radiating terrifying power capable of incinerating all things. Golden light illuminated the entire dark cave, casting the demon spider's grotesque figure into sharp relief. It also left the awakened female cultivator within the spiderweb cage utterly stunned. She had never seen such a powerful sword formation, nor had she ever witnessed such domineering fire. Who exactly is this man? A somewhat interesting flame. The purple fire pupils on the soul-refining demon spider's abdomen constricted slightly. Clearly it too sensed the threat posed by the pure yang fire. It no longer wasted words. The human face on its abdomen snapped open wide, spewing forth a sky-covering purple net. This spiderweb was not physical matter, but condensed from the purest soul-refining demonic fire. Wherever it passed, the air emitted a hissing sizzle. The corrupt soul power it contained was enough to cause any core formation cultivator's divine sense to collapse in an instant. Facing this world-shattering strike, Chen Daikai's white robes flowed like snow, his black hair drifting in the wind. Standing beneath the golden sword formation, his expression showed not the slightest fluctuation. He simply raised his hand slowly and pressed down gently against the approaching purple fire net. Dian fire attribute, sword suppress. Facing the massive purple net condensed from pure demonic fire, Chen Dakai's expression remained indifferent. He merely raised his hand slowly and pressed down gently against the oncoming fiery net. Dian fire element, sword suppress. With his command, the 36 golden fiery swords hovering above the cavern suddenly erupted with brilliant light. Instead of clashing directly, they spiraled at high speed in midair, the sword array diagram instantly solidifying to form a massive golden vortex. A majestic, boundless, and supremely yang suppressive force descended violently from the center of the sword array. The moment the filthy and malevolent purple fire net came into contact with this suppressive force, it was like snow meeting the blazing sun, emitting a harsh, sizzling sound. The purple demonic fire burning upon it was purified and melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a mere few breaths, the soul-refining fire net, formidable enough to make even ordinary late core formation cultivators shudder, was burned to nothingness by the pure yang might emanating from the golden sword array. Not even a wisp of smoke remained. Your flame counters me. For the first time, a human-like terror appeared on the human face upon the abdomen of the soul-refining demonic spider. Its soul-refining demonic fire was its innate divine ability, always invincible. Countless cultivators' souls had been refined alive under this demonic fire, dying in agonizing pain. But today it had met its natural nemesis. The fire of pure yang was inherently the bane of all dark, evil, and filthy things in heaven and earth. Failing in its single strike, the soul-refining demonic spider was clearly infuriated. Its 8 hideous long purple legs kicked off the ground violently, and its massive body lunged toward Chen Dakai with an agility completely incongruent with its size. Simultaneously, the human face on its abdomen gaped open once more. This time what it spat out was no longer demonic fire, but thousands of pitch-black spider silks gleaming with a metallic luster. These spider silks were as fine as ox hair, yet incredibly resilient. Each strand contained a bizarre law of adhesion. Sweeping over the sky and covering the earth, they blocked all of Chen Dakai's paths of retreat, aiming to bind him completely and wrap him into an immobile cocoon. Quite a trick, but unfortunately still useless. Chen Dakai let out a cold snort as the Dian sword array shifted once more. The 36 fiery swords split apart, weaving in midair like 36 swimming dragons into an airtight net of sword chi, severing all the incoming spider silks. However, the spider silks were far too numerous and exceptionally resilient. Even when severed, they still clung to the flying swords with their sticky nature. For a moment, even the invincible Dian sword array felt a slight sluggishness. I can't drag this out any longer. Chen Dakai glanced at the female cultivators in the distant cage, whose auras were growing weaker, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Life-burning art. He muttered inwardly, and a profound, domineering power instantly exploded within his body. An unnatural flush swept across Chen Dakai's face. His pitch-black, lustrous long hair began to be interspersed with flecks of silver at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the cost of burning 200 years of his lifespan, what he obtained in exchange was an instantaneous surge in his cultivation. Boom. A terrifying aura far exceeding the mid-core formation stage erupted violently, like a dormant volcano. Chen Dakai's momentum climbed steadily, breaking through the barrier of the late core formation stage in the blink of an eye, and soaring all the way to the peak of the late core formation stage. He was now merely a single step away from the ethereal nascent soul realm. This is impossible. For the first time, genuine fear appeared within the soul-refining demonic spider's pupils, which burned with purple flames. It could sense that the aura of the human before it had in a mere instant grown powerful enough to reach a level it was completely unable to contend with. Beast, to die under this sword is your honor. Chen Dakai's voice became incredibly indifferent, like a deity of the nine heavens in control of life and death. With his white hair fluttering and his robes billowing, he slowly raised his joined sword fingers and closed them from afar toward the 36 golden flying swords entangled in spider silk. Die in sword array, 10,000 swords returned to one. Buzz. The 36 flying swords let out a resonance that echoed through heaven and earth, instantly breaking free from all the spider silk bindings, transforming into 36 brilliant golden lights that rapidly gathered and merged in midair. In the blink of an eye, a divine giant sword. 100 zhang long, its entire body burning with golden flames, as if capable of splitting heaven and earth, hung across the space above the cavern. That terrifying sword pressure caused the entire underground lair to tremble violently, with countless stalactites rustling down from the dome. Even the only conscious female cultivator in the spiderweb cage felt her soul tremble at the sight, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The soul-refining demonic spider sensed a fatal crisis. Letting out a shrill shriek, the human face on its abdomen split open violently, and it spat out its natal demonic core, fist-sized pitch black with purple hues and shrouded in dense demonic chi. With utter desperation, it transformed into a purple stream of light rushing to meet the golden giant sword. This was its final struggle. However, in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. Chen Dakai's gaze was indifferent as he gently swung his sword fingers downward. The golden giant sword slashed down commandingly with unstoppable momentum. Crack! The natal demonic core, which held several hundred years of the soul-refining demonic spider's cultivation, came into contact with the golden giant sword, letting out a crisp wail. Like an egg hitting a stone, it was instantly covered in cracks before being completely shredded into powder by the violent, pure yang sword chi. The golden giant sword continued its downward trajectory, unabated, flashing past the demonic spider's terrified and despairing gaze. Splat! The massive body of the demonic spider suddenly stiffened, the expression on the human face upon its abdomen frozen in ultimate terror. In the next moment, a thin golden line of fire emerged where its head joined its body, expanding rapidly. With a loud crash, the hideous head, comparable in size to a house, severed from its massive body and crashed heavily to the ground, splashing purple demonic blood everywhere. The late Tier 3 great demon that had occupied Hafeng Ridge for several hundred years, the soul-refining demonic spider, had fallen. With the death of the demonic spider, the chilly demonic chi and spiritual sense pressure permeating the entire cavern dissolved into nothingness. Chen Dakai's silver hair fluttered in the wind. His face was slightly pale, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. With a casual wave of his hand, he collected the demonic spider's massive corpse and the materials scattered all over the ground into his storage bag. Then his gaze turned toward the massive spiderweb cage. He formed a sword hand with his fingers and waved it casually. A sharp sword chi shot out, precisely severing the base of the cage. Crash! The massive spiderweb cage fell from the air, and dozens of bound female cultivators tumbled to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, most of them still unconscious. Chen Dakai stepped forward, retrieved dozens of bottles of high-grade Tier 2 soul-concentrating pills from his storage bag, and flicked his fingers, sending each pill precisely into the mouth of a female cultivator. The pills melted upon entering their mouths, turning into streams of gentle medicinal power that began to repair their severely damaged souls. Ugh! A moment later, soft groans sounded as the female cultivators began to wake up one after another. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The female Foundation establishment cultivator, who had awakened first, struggled to climb up from the ground and bowed deeply to Chen Dakai. Her voice was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and heartfelt gratitude. Her face was still pale, but her beautiful eyes shone with a brilliant light. The silver-haired man before her, standing like a god or demon, had brought her an unprecedented shock. The other female cultivators woke up one after another. When they saw the massive demonic spider head on the ground, and the powerful savior standing before them, they understood what had happened. Supporting one another, they knelt on the ground in unison. "We are willing to follow you, senior, as servants, and maids only wishing to serve by your side." They were all cultivators who had been abducted by the Ghost Blade 9. Their sects or families had long been destroyed, and now that they were rescued, they were homeless. This senior before them, possessing heaven-defying strength, was their only reliance. Listening to the melodious voices of gratitude and looking at the group of female cultivators before him, each with unique beauty and extraordinary temperament, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Chen Dakai's face. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. He stepped forward slowly, personally helped the leading female foundation establishment cultivator up, and said gently, "There is no need to be servants or maids." Pausing, his gaze swept over all the female cultivators as he calmly declared in an unquestionable tone, "From this day forth you are my Chen Dakai's women." Upon hearing these words, the women were stunned at first, but soon blushes crept onto their faces. They lowered their heads and cast down their eyes, with not a single one objecting. In this cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, becoming the woman of such a powerhouse was already the best possible destination for them. "All of you rise. This is no place to linger, you'll leave with me first." Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction, turned, and walked toward the cave entrance. In his heart, he had already begun to calculate how many system rewards this newly acquired batch of female cultivators could bring him. Chen Dakai calmly announced his decision. His tone was serene yet unequivocal. The group of female cultivators who had just broken free were first taken aback. Then each face flashed different expressions. Some shy, some secretly pleased, some confused, but above all there was a sense of relief, a feeling of having found something to lean on. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and life is cheap, becoming the companion of the formidable man before them was undoubtedly the best harbor. After all, he could slay a third-rank great demon with a single gesture. "Thank you for your favor, senior." We are willing." The leading foundation establishment cultivator was the first to respond. She bit her lip and offered Chen Dakai another bow on behalf of them all. "Excellent." Chen Dakai nodded in satisfaction. "Stand up, everyone. The air here is too bloody to linger, come with me." With that, he turned first, his white hair fluttering as he moved toward the cave's mouth. A group of female cultivators supported one another like fledglings finding a backbone and followed closely behind him. When Chen Dakai led nearly 40 female cultivators back to the Nine-Dragon incense carriage. Long Yue, who had just finished her rest cycle and stepped off the carriage, was utterly stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Her mind went blank at the sight. She had envisioned countless possibilities for how Chen Dakai would handle the aftermath, perhaps cutting the problem to pieces or coercive interrogation. Yet she had never imagined that his handling would involve leading out another group of women from the bandit camp. Moreover, though these women were in disarray, their looks were among the better. There was even a foundation establishment among them. This guy, is he here to root out bandits or to procure them? Lung Yu's heart churned like a storm. She looked at Chen Dakai's handsome face, pale from performing burning life art, and at his striking silver hair, and felt an unprecedented surge of emotion. This man, domineering, decisive, and indifferent to life, yet deeply considerate toward his women. There is a mysterious, paradoxical, and deadly allure to him. Chen Dakai paid no heed to Lung Yu's complex gaze. With a sweeping gesture, the doors of the Nine-Dragon incense carriage opened wide. "Everyone get on. We'll rest somewhere first." The women glanced timidly at Lung Yu's aura, then at Chen Dakai, and finally filed into the carriage one by one. The carriage's interior, though spacious, suddenly felt cramped, the air thick with various fragrances and the unease of having survived. Chen Dakai was the last to step aboard. At the moment the doors closed, he spoke to Lung Yue. "Captain Lung, we will rest here tonight and resume tomorrow." After saying that, he no longer looked at her and walked straight into the master bedroom. Lung Yu stood alone in the doorway, her expression dark, her silver teeth clenched. In the master bedroom, Chen Dakai sat cross-legged, his spiritual sense spreading instantly to envelop all the newly collected female cultivators. System assessed their aptitudes. Ding. Detected 38 bindable targets. Yun Xiao 29, Foundation Establishment, Early Stage, Xian Rank, Low-Grade, Water Attribute, Spiritual Root. Lin Wan'er 22, Ichi Refinement, 6th Level, Yellow Rank, High-Grade, Wood Attribute, Spiritual Root. Zhao Feifei 19, Ichi Refinement, 4th Level, Yellow Rank, Mid-Grade, Fire Attribute, Spiritual Root. A string of system prompts rang in his mind. While listening, Chen Dakai sorted things by category, taking out pills, cultivation method, jade slips, and some low-grade magical implements. After a moment, he stepped out of the master bedroom. Yun Xiao, Lin Wan'er, Zhao Feifei. "You three come here," he said. The 7 or 8 names he called were those among these cultivators with the best aptitudes, or the highest cultivation. Those named tightened in their hearts, stepping forward to him with trepidation. Chen Dakai distributed the pills and cultivation manuals to them in a grave tone. "These are for you. From today, you are members of my Chen family. As long as you stay loyal to me, I will guarantee your immortal path without worry." The words spread, and the other women bowed and thanked him as they received the pills and artifacts, feeling the pure spiritual energy and bursting with joy. As for the others, Chen Dakai scanned the rest. Your aptitude may be inferior, but do not despair. As long as you serve wholeheartedly, the resources you deserve will not be missing. Having soothed everyone, Chen Dakai's gaze rested on Yun Xiao in Foundation Establishment and on several other women of excellent beauty and talent. You three tonight come to my room to attend me. His voice was soft but clear in everyone's ears, including Lung Yu in the neighboring room. The chosen women flushed, lowering their heads, their hearts pounding. Meanwhile, Lung Yu suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of embarrassed blush crossing her face. Shameless. Lewd fiend. She muttered under her breath, cursing softly, yet her ears could not stop themselves from listening to the noises next door. Night deepened. The nine-dragon incense carriage fell silent. Yet within the master bedroom, waves of fierce, domineering spiritual energy rose. That was a pure, blazing, life-filled yang energy interwoven with several strands of Yin spiritual power, forming a strange energy vortex. Lung Yu had planned to seal off her senses and meditate, but the fluctuations were too strong, like surging waves battering her mind, keeping her from quiet. Then some restrained, blush-inducing moans intermittently pierced the soundproof barrier, slipping into her ears. Lung Yu felt her body burn with heat, her thoughts in a tangle. As the head of the Enforcement Bureau and a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, her heart should be as steady as a rock. Yet tonight her Tao heart, once placid, was thrown into upheaval. She could clearly sense that the other female cultivators' auras in the next room were rising at an unbelievable speed. And Chen Dakai's originally faint aura grew more solid and formidable in this dual cultivation. Is this also a kind of cultivation? Lung Yu was startled by her own ridiculous thought, but the truth lay before her, leaving no room for disbelief. That night's sleep would be impossible for her. Morning came. The first light spilled through the carriage window. The master bedroom's spiritual fluctuations had finally calmed. Chen Dakai woke feeling refreshed. That night's toil not only largely repaired the deficit caused by burning 200 years of lifespan, but his cultivation had solidified at the mid-stage Golden Core. His mind rang with the system's pleasant notification as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully making Yun Xiao a Xian rank lower grade spiritual root cultivator pregnant. Reward of 4th rank puppet forging blueprint. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully making Lin Wan a yellow rank upper grade spiritual root cultivator pregnant. Reward 100 years of lifespan. Ding. Congratulations, host. A string of rewards widened Chen Dakai's smile. He glanced at a few nearby female cultivators whose looks had become more radiant and whose auras had grown significantly, nodding in satisfaction. Then with a thought, he produced dozens of palm-sized metal spiders. With a flick of his finger, dozens of strands of spiritual light entered the metal spiders. The spider puppets activated instantly, turning into streams of light and flying toward the carriage exterior, landing precisely on the shoulders of each newly acquired female cultivator. These are 3rd-rank guardian puppets. From now on, they will protect your safety. Chen Dakai's voice echoed through the carriage, filling the awakened female cultivators with joy and gratitude. Having done all this, he rose slowly and pushed open the door to the adjacent room. Outside, Lung Yu bore 2 faint dark circles under her eyes, staring at him with a deeply complex gaze. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the spirit crystal windows of the 9-dragon Agarwu chariot, the newly acquired female cultivators had already awakened, their demeanor a stark contrast to the dejected despair of the previous day. They sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, their skin more radiant and lustrous than before, and their eyes rekindled with vitality. Especially the Foundation Establishment female cultivator, named Yun Xiao, after a night of nourishment, not only had her soul wounds fully healed, but her long-stagnant cultivation base even showed signs of loosening. She was the first to open her eyes. Seeing the curtain of the master bedroom swaying slightly, she immediately rose and bowed respectfully in that direction, her face reflecting heartfelt submission and gratitude. Thank you, master, for your grace of rebirth. The other female cultivators followed suit, their voices low but filled with reverence. At that moment, the door to another compartment was pushed open. Lung Yu stepped out with a complex expression. She had barely slept all night. The violent and domineering spiritual energy fluctuations from the next room, along with the barely suppressed intimate sounds that penetrated the soundproofing formations, had completely stirred her heart. She both scorned and felt ashamed of Chen Dakai's debauched behavior, yet she was also profoundly shaken and stirred to the depths of her soul by the vast, surging, and endless pure yang life force he displayed. What kind of monster was this guy? Just as she was about to speak, the curtain of the master bedroom was lifted and Chen Dakai stepped out, dressed in a loose white robe, looking refreshed and invigorated. His striking silver hair gleamed in the morning light, and paired with his handsome, extraordinary face, it not only did not make him look old, but added an uncanny yet sacred charm. Good morning, Commander Lung, Chen Dakai said as if nothing had happened, even letting out a yawn. He glanced at Lung Yu's slightly haggard complexion and asked with feigned concern, "You look unwell, Commander. Could your injuries still not be fully healed?" This extreme composure and nonchalance left Lung Yu's prepared barrage of questions stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word. Chen Dakai paid her no further heed. His gaze swept over the new female cultivators, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was time to fulfill his promise and distribute his favors equally. He took out a batch of new cultivation resources awarded by the system last night from his storage pouch. Since you have entered my Chen family, I will not treat you poorly. His voice was not loud, but reached everyone clearly. This bottle contains second-grade superior Hui Yuan pills, which can help you quickly restore your spiritual power. This cultivation technique is called the Greenwood art, suitable for those with spiritual roots. And these spirit stones and low-grade artifacts distribute them as needed. Chen Dakai distributed the resources. The female cultivators were overjoyed. Having been captured for so long, they were destitute and had never seen such generous rewards. Finally, he handed a third-grade defensive jade pendant shimmering with a faint treasure light to Yinxiu. Yinxiu, your talent is the best among them. From today, you will temporarily manage these new sisters. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint me. Yes, master. I will live up to your expectations. Overwhelmed, Yinxiu accepted the jade pendant and knelt once more. Long Yue, watching from the side, furrowed her brows tightly. She could no longer hold back and spoke coldly, her voice clear and sharp. Lord Chen certainly knows how to manage things. You kill people one moment, and the next you're eager to enjoy the spoils of war. You don't waste a single moment. Her words instantly chilled the once warm atmosphere inside the chariot. Chen Dakai, upon hearing this, did not grow angry. He slowly turned around, his calm gaze settling on Long Yu. They are victims, not spoils of war, he said flatly. I give them shelter, techniques, elixirs, and a home where they can stand on their own, empowering them to seek revenge and take control of their own destinies. This is my Tao. As his words fell, a terrifying, supremely masculine, and unyielding pressure flashed from Chen Dakai's body for an instant. That aura was not directed at anyone, yet it seemed to freeze the air within the entire chariot for a moment. Long Yu felt a surging force rush toward her, making her breath catch. She realized with shock that Chen Dakai's cultivation base, after a night of debauchery, had not diminished, but actually grown slightly more refined than the day before. How was that possible? This method of cultivation was unheard of. Chen Dakai looked at the stunned Long Yue, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But your Tao consists only of cold rules and so-called right and wrong. That's why you don't understand. With that, he ignored Long Yue, who stood frozen in place, and sat down in the main seat, ordering, continue the journey. Full speed to Tianshu City. Struck by both his twisted reasoning and his overwhelming power, Long Yu was momentarily speechless. She realized that her once proud Tao heart was utterly fragile before this man. Master, please have some tea. Yinxiu led several female cultivators, who quickly discerned the situation, to Chen Dakai's side. They massaged his shoulders and legs, offered spiritual tea, and chattered merrily, completely ignoring the grim-faced Commander Long on the other side. They made their stance clear with the most direct actions. Long Yu sat alone in a corner watching this absurd scene, her mind in turmoil. She had witnessed Chen Dakai's ruthless dominance, and also his generous protection of those he considered his own. The black and white worldview she had steadfastly upheld now began to show subtle cracks. Inside the chariot, one side was the harmonious master and his new concubines, while the other was the self-doubting commander of the Zenfusi. The atmosphere was eerily divided. The nine-dragon Agarwood chariot cleaved through the clouds, carrying this group of people with disparate thoughts, speeding toward the distant giant city of Tianshu. The nine-dragon Xinxiang carriage tore through the sea of clouds, golden streak rushing toward the heartland of Xiliang Kingdom. Inside time slow. The several days' journey to Tianshu City was for Chen Dakai nothing more than a change of locale for his daily cultivation. By day, he instructed the female cultivators in their techniques, shared some of his cultivation insights, and occasionally produced spiritual fruit pastries from Goasian Temple's treasury, prompting the women to chirp and laugh merrily. And by night, the carriage would stage another scene altogether quite unlike the day. He did not pause. Through every night, he and the newly recruited female cultivators engaged in dual cultivation without pause, in the most direct manner, infusing the vitality of his pure yang body into their dried meridians. Among them, Yinxiu, a female cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage, seemed to be highly compatible with his pure yang body. Each dual cultivation would trigger a fierce resonance of their inner spiritual powers, yielding twice the results with half the effort. Under Chen Dakai's unreserved nurturing, Yinxiu's soul wounds were not only healed, but her cultivation rose as if she had boarded a rocket, showing signs of breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage in just a few days. Hard work always bears fruit. That morning, after finishing morning training with Yinxiu and 3 other female cultivators, the pleasant chimes of the system rang in his mind. Ding! A descendant is being conceived. Congratulations, host. You are rewarded with 400 years of cultivation. Ding! A descendant is being conceived. Ding! Ding! A descendant is being conceived. Congratulations, host, for achieving the 3 blossoms at the summit feat with an extra divine ability, Huang Shintong. Boom! A surge of pure cultivation, more majestic than ever before, poured into Chen Dakai's limbs and bones like a river of stars flowing into him. The mid-stage peak of foundation establishment, one step away from the late stage. Chen Dakai exhaled a breath of impurities, savoring the surging power within a satisfied smile on his face. Even greater surprise came from the divine ability named Powang Shintong. A cool tingling sensation flashed through his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the world in his gaze seemed completely different. He could see the trajectories of spiritual energy, the prohibitive runes etched on treasures, and even pierced through flesh to glimpse the flow of mana within each person. At that moment, the carriage jolted violently without warning. Boom. The nine-dragon Xinxiang carriage seemed to slam into an invisible wall, and a violent spatial turbulence poured in through the gaps of the defensive array. Oh! A female cultivator of the lowest cultivation, only a chi refining third layer, cried out, her body instantly losing balance like a leaf swept up by the raging wind, slammed toward the open window. Seeing she was about to be hurled from the carriage into the space turbulence that could tear apart chi refining cultivator's Lung Yu's face changed in the next room, and she drew her sword ready to intervene. Yet someone moved faster. Chen Dakai remained steady, his posture unchanged. He merely narrowed his eyes and gave that female cultivator a calm glance. An invisible yet gentle power of the Tao instantly appeared, precisely wrapping the panicked cultivator and sending her back to her seat, as if by a light soft touch. Then a pale gold light enveloped the entire nine-dragon Xinxiang carriage. No matter how the external turbulence raged, the interior recovered instantly, as stable as a mountain with not a breath of wind. This display of effortless, exquisitely precise control made Lung Yu's sword tremble in her hand, her pupils shrinking in astonishment as she froze in place. She could not understand. In that moment, Chen Dakai did not draw on any mana. The power felt more like a spoken command. He merely looked, and the confusion dissolved. This mastery over power far exceeded what she could imagine for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even beyond what her own superior at the time possessed. How much power did this man truly hide? That night Lung Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Before dawn, she seemed to make up her mind, sorted her robes, and walked to Chen Dakai's door on her own initiative. Enter. Without her knocking, Chen Dakai's quiet voice came from inside. Lung Yu took a deep breath and pushed the door. Inside there was only Chen Dakai sitting cross-legged, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Lung Yue, you have lowered your guard and arrogance for the first time. Bowing slightly, you ask in a tone of inquiry, your power, why can it endure so, even defy the laws? Chen Dakai slowly opened his eyes. In their depths, two nearly imperceptible gold glints flashed. The newly acquired Powang Shintong began to operate quietly. Under the gaze of the Shun Tong, Lung Yu's body grew almost transparent in his eyes. He clearly saw that along several major meridians near her heart on the left shoulder lurked a faint but obstinate icy demonic chi. This demonic chi was like a maggot gnawing at the bone, or it not only blocked the normal operation of her mana, but subtly influenced her mood, making her colder and more obstinate than ordinary people. This should be the old injury from years of battles with beasts. Your sword is swift, but your heart has a flaw. Chen Dakai did not answer directly, calmly stating the core issue: if the heart is flawed, the Tao is not complete. Even if you eventually manage to conceive, this hidden wound would become your deadliest flaw when facing a heart demon calamity. Lung Yu's spirit trembled at these words. This was her greatest secret, the very reason she had stagnated at late foundation establishment for years. Even the nascent soul ancestor within the sect could do nothing about it. How could he see through it at a glance? Before she could recover from the shock, Chen Dakai extended a finger. At the tip, a bean-sized yet extraordinarily pure golden flame burned quietly. The aura of that flame was warm, sacred, and full of vitality. Chen Dakai flicked his finger, and the pure yang fire drifted gently toward Lung Yu's brow. Lung Yu instinctively tried to dodge and summon a defensive treasure. But as the warm, pure aura approached, the icy demonic chi within her whimpered in fear like a mouse facing a cat. Her body's instinct forced her to yield. The golden flame sank into her brow without any burning pain, instead like a hot spring instantly spreading through her limbs. Pure yang power flowed into her body, like the warm sun melting snow wherever it passed. The long-entrenched icy demonic chi was burned away utterly. The bondage that had plagued her for years vanished in an instant, and an unprecedented sense of ease spread through her. Lung Yu felt lighter, her mind clear, and her internal mana surged uncontrollably. She trembled, a hint of unnatural blush coloring her cheeks, and let out a quiet, suppressed sigh. She gazed at this domineering yet mysterious man, her eyes filled with awe, confusion, and a trace of infatuation she herself had not noticed. Chen Dakai withdrew his finger as if it were a trivial matter and casually tossed her a jade vial from his storage bag. Your task is to accompany me to meet the sovereign. You must stay at your peak. This pill will solidify your cultivation. This both explained and gave Lung Yu a clear path forward. Lung Yu instinctively caught the jade vial. The warmth of his touch lingered on its surface. She gripped it tightly, unable to speak, then lowered her head and hurried back to her room, slamming the door. Leaning against the cold door, she could clearly hear her heart beating with wild, uncontrollable thumps. Thump, 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 one after another echoing through the sleepless night. Several days passed. The 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot glided through the sea of clouds as steady as if on flat ground. The female cultivators inside the chariot, after experiencing their initial fear and unease, had gradually grown accustomed to this comfortable and hopeful new life. Chen Dakai did not treat any of them unfairly. He distributed cultivation techniques, elixirs, and spirit stones appropriately according to their respective aptitudes and needs. In just a few short days, they had not only completely shed the weakness from their imprisonment, but also made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation. On this day, Chen Dakai, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Through the spirit crystal window at the front of the chariot, a magnificent city beyond words gradually filled everyone's field of vision. It was a true sky city. Floating above the 10,000 zhang sea of clouds, it seemed like a divine continent fallen from the 9 heavens. The city walls, towering 1,000 zhang high, were built from an unknown blue-black giant stone, with visible spiritual light flowing over their surface, forming a huge protective barrier encircling the city. On the walls, countless soldiers in standard armor patrolled back and forth, exuding a stern aura. Inside the city, jade towers and immortal pavilions stood in abundance. Countless cultivators rode various flying treasures, spirit beasts, and divine birds, shuttling to and fro, creating a bustling and prosperous immortal tableau. This is Tianshu City. The female cultivators inside the chariot, including the well-traveled Yunxiu, all pressed against the windows, exclaiming in amazement. They had never seen such a magnificent sight. Compared to this divine city before them, the sects or families they had belonged to in the past were as insignificant as rural villages. The 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot slowly descended and was stopped by a squad of soldiers in golden armor 100 zhang before the city gate. The leader of the soldiers, whose cultivation was surprisingly at the late foundation establishment stage, looked at the unfamiliar, excessively luxurious chariot with a hint of scrutiny and barely concealed arrogance. "Who goes there? Do you have a city entry token?" His voice was loud, carrying the authority of one long accustomed to power. Before Chen Dakai could speak, the chariot's curtain was lifted and Lung Yue, clad in dark armor and exuding a cold aura, stepped down expressionlessly. She casually tossed a pitch-black, mysterious iron token, which arced through the air and landed steadily in the soldier captain's hand. On the front of the token, 2 ancient characters, Jinfu, were carved in a flowing dragon and phoenix script. The moment the soldier captain saw the token, his arrogant expression froze, then his face changed dramatically, turning into extreme respect and fear. "I didn't know it was a commander from the Jinfu department. This humble one failed to recognize your eminence. Please forgive me." He immediately bowed deeply at 90 degrees, returned the token with both hands, and then shouted at the soldiers behind him, "Quickly! Clear a path. Welcome the commander into the city." The previously congested city gate was instantly cleared into a wide passage. Chen Dakai took in the scene, understanding in his heart. It seemed that in Tianshu City, the royal family's authority was deeply rooted in the Jinfu department, as the royal hounds possessed privileges that ordinary forces could not match. The 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot slowly entered the city. The streets were paved with smooth green jade and were wide enough to accommodate over a dozen beast-drawn carriages side by side. The shops on both sides of the street stood in close array. Whether they were artifact pavilions, elixir shops, or spirit material stores, all were decorated magnificently. The cultivators coming and going had steady auras. Foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere, and occasionally one could sense the powerful aura of a golden core cultivator sweeping past. Chen Dakai's divine sense quietly spread out, merging into the vast city like quicksilver. Soon he sensed that deep within the city lurked several auras at the late golden core stage, comparable to Lung Yu's. And in the direction of the imperial palace at the center, there was an elusive yet vast and abyssal nascent soul pressure, like an invisible mountain suppressing the entire city. The chariot traveled through the city for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, finally coming to a slow stop before a massive black hall that exuded a grim, baleful aura. On the plaque at the hall's entrance, 3 words filled with murderous intent were carved in a flowing script: Jinfu Department. Although the guards at the entrance were only at the foundation establishment stage, each one had a restrained aura, eyes sharp as an eagle's, and carried a bloody scent far beyond the soldiers at the city gate. Before getting off the chariot, Lung Yu's expression became unprecedentedly grave. She turned to Chen Dakai and said solemnly, "My superior Grand Commander Wei Zhang of the Jinfu Department is a top expert at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. He is upright and incorruptible and places the utmost importance on rules and regulations. Remember, you must not act recklessly here, otherwise you will be openly challenging the royal majesty and making an enemy of the entire Shiliang kingdom." Chen Dakai, upon hearing this, only smiled calmly, straightened his robe, and was the first to step down from the chariot. He stood tall and straight with hair as white as snow. Facing the baleful Jinfu Department before him, his face showed no sign of fear, but rather a calm composure of scrutiny. Then a scene that no one expected unfolded. One after another female cultivators of diverse grace and extraordinary temperament, like a procession of flower fairies, stepped down from the 9 dragons' Agarwu chariot. Finally, nearly a dozen of them stood neatly behind Chen Dakai. This sight left all the hardened soldiers at the Jinfu department gate, who had seen life and death, dumbfounded. In the hundreds of years since the Jinfu department was established, no one had ever dared to bring such a large family retinue to report for duty. This was not coming for questioning, it was clearly showing off and demonstrating. Just as the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, another group of people escorting a young man swaggered over from the other end of the street. The leader was a luxurious young man in a gold-threaded jade robe. He was at the early golden core stage, but his aura was unstable and his steps frivolous, clearly built up by elixirs. He immediately spotted Long Yu standing at the entrance, and a flash of undisguised admiration and possessiveness flickered in his eyes. But when his gaze fell on Chen Dakai and the group of women behind him, each with their own unique beauty, that admiration immediately turned into intense jealousy and disdain. The young master deliberately led his men to block Chen Dakai, and said with a mocking tone, "Oh, isn't this our Jinfu department's most icy and beautiful commander, Long Yu? What have you time to personally greet guests at the gate today?" He glanced sideways at Chen Dakai, a sneer on his lips. "Since when did the Jinfu department start collecting junk? Where did you dig up this white-haired hillbilly from some backwater? And bringing a bunch of vulgar women, they're polluting the air of Tianshu City." Before he finished speaking, his guards burst into laughter. Chen Dakai's originally calm and unruffled eyes turned icy cold the instant he heard the words, vulgar women. An intangible yet bone-chilling murderous intent instantly locked onto the luxurious young man. Just as the richly dressed young man finished speaking, before the waves of grating laughter had completely faded, Chen Dakai's eyes, previously as calm as a placid, well, suddenly turned ice cold. A bone-chilling intent to kill instantly locked onto the richly dressed youth named Sun Hao. The mocking sneer on Sun Hao's face instantly froze. He felt an indescribable immense terror crash down upon his soul like a towering mountain. His mind went completely blank, and his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible giant hand, causing his very breath to stall. That pressure was not merely the spiritual aura of the early core formation stage, it was a tangible, condensed, murderous intent forged from surviving countless life and death battles and slaying innumerable living beings. Thud. Behind him, the chi condensation guards, who had still been laughing, stood no chance of resisting this terrifying intent. Their legs buckled and they fell to their knees in unison, their faces deathly pale, as a foul pungent odor began to emanate from their crotches. Bearing the brunt of the pressure, Sun Hao, an early core formation cultivator, fared slightly better, but only slightly. Under this overwhelming pressure, the spiritual power within his body seemed like a frozen river circulating with immense difficulty. He strained with all his might to resist, yet his legs trembled violently like chaff in the wind. His kneecaps popped with a sharp creaking sound as they bent slowly and uncontrollably. He was about to kneel, right in front of all the passing cultivators of Tianshu City, before Commander Long Yu, whom he had always admired, and before this very man he had just mocked as a rustic bumpkin. This was more agonizing than death itself. Sun Hao's eyes turned crimson. A mixture of humiliation and horror warped his handsome face into a distorted grimace. Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, and his final shred of dignity was on the verge of being utterly crushed, the terrifying pressure, which had felt like a collapsing mountain and a raging tsunami, suddenly vanished without a trace like a receding tide. Suddenly feeling the weight lifted, Sun Hao stumbled back awkwardly. He was caught by a Foundation establishment guard behind him, who was equally pale, barely preventing himself from collapsing onto the ground. He gasped heavily for air, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The gaze he directed at Chen Dakai was filled with deep-seated malice and poorly concealed horror. Watching from the side, Long Yu's heart leaped in apprehension, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. She had never expected Chen Dakai to be so audacious as to directly attack a direct descendant of the Sun family, one of the 3 major clans of Tianshu City, right in front of the Jinfu division, which represented royal authority. This was no longer just audacity, it was sheer lawlessness. Just as she was about to mediate to prevent the situation from escalating, a deep, majestic voice, heavy as a mountain, echoed from within the dark, massive gates of the Jinfu division. "Who dares to make a racket outside? Bring them in." The voice seemed to carry a strange spiritual power, causing everyone present to shudder. Long Yu's heart tightened, and she quickly whispered to Chen Dakai, "It's the Grand Commander. Do not act impulsively once we are inside." Meanwhile, upon hearing the voice, a trace of fear flashed through Sun Hao's venomous eyes. He knew he would gain no advantage here today, instead he had utterly disgraced himself. He glared viciously at Chen Dakai, as if to engrave his face into his memory, before turning and slinking away, supported by his guards. Long Yu took a deep breath, composed her slightly ruffled thoughts, and bowed respectfully toward the gates of the Jinfu division. She then led Chen Dakai and his group into the solemn and oppressive Black Palace. Inside the hall the light was dim with only the moonlight stones embedded in several massive stone pillars casting a cold faint glow. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and the chilly aura of iron weapons sending shivers down one's spine. At the far end of the hall, seated high upon the dais, was a middle-aged man clad in a black Chilean robe. His features were resolute, exuding a natural authority without anger. As his eyes opened and closed, sharp glints of light flashed within them. He was none other than the Grand Commander of the Zhenfu Division, a top-tier powerhouse at the great perfection of core formation, Wei Zheng. Your subordinate Liu Mei has brought Chen Dakai, as ordered to report. Liu Mei knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep voice. Wei Zheng's gaze, however, did not linger on her. Instead, like two sharp swords, his eyes shot straight toward Chen Dakai, who stood in the middle of the hall. Are you Chen Dakai? His voice was like 10,000-year-old black ice. You destroyed the Finyan Valley, flattened the Guasian Temple, and now you flaunt your power before the gates of my Zhenfu Division. Who gave you such audacity? As his words fell, a pressure several times more terrifying than what Sun had felt crashed down upon Chen Dakai, like an invisible raging wave. This was the pressure of a cultivator at the great perfection of core formation. An ordinary early core formation cultivator would likely struggle to even stand under such weight. Yet Chen Dakai remained standing tall, his white hair swaying though there was no wind, his expression utterly unchanged. The terrifying pressure fell upon him like a gentle spring breeze, failing to ruffle even the hem of his robe. He cupped his hands to Wei Zheng with neither servility nor arrogance, calmly replying, Commander, I do not provoke others unless provoked. The Finyan Valley and Guasian Temple joined forces to attack my ally the Baiwa Valley, and even sent men to hunt down my family and me. I acted solely in self-defense. As for what transpired at the gates, it was young Master Sun who spoke insolently, insulting my family behind me. I merely taught him a minor lesson to let him know that while one may eat carelessly, one must never speak recklessly. If this is considered flaunting my power, then I have nothing more to say. His voice was clear and logical, laying out a reasoned argument that attributed all the causes to the other party's initial provocation, framing his own actions as passive self-defense. These words left Wei Zheng, renowned for his iron-faced impartiality and strict adherence to the law, temporarily unable to find a reason to directly reprimand him. Oomph. Wei Zheng snorted coldly and slowly retracted his pressure. He knew that against someone like this, simple intimidation and questioning were futile. The king has already heard of your deeds. Before His Majesty formally summons you, you must remain in Tianshu City and are not permitted to leave without authorization. He drew a bronze token from his sleeve and flicked his finger, sending it flying toward Chen Dakai as a beam of light. This is your temporary identity token. With this you may reside in the city for the time being. Chen Dakai reached out and caught the token, which felt ice-cold to the touch. With a slight shift of his divine sense, his newly acquired delusion-breaking divine eye quietly activated. He instantly detected a highly concealed trace of a spiritual imprint attached to the token, clearly intended to monitor his movements. He calmly tucked the token into his robes, sneering inwardly. Wei Zheng's gaze swept across the group of beautiful female cultivators of various charms behind Chen Dakai. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, but in the end he said nothing. He simply ordered Liu Mei, who was still kneeling on the ground, Commander Lung, this person is temporarily under your supervision. If he causes trouble in the city, you will be held solely responsible. Your subordinate obeys. Liu Mei bowed to accept the order, though she was crying out in dismay inwardly. Entrusting her with the supervision of this lawless, calamitous star. This was practically handing her a powder keg. She stood up and said to Chen Dakai with some helplessness, Patriarch Chen, please follow me. I will arrange lodgings for you first. Chen Dakai cupped his hands to Wei Zheng once more as a gesture of respect. He then led his grand entourage of family members out of the oppressive hall, guided by Liu Mei. Watching Chen Dakai's departing figure, a trace of gravity appeared for the first time on Wei Zheng's usually unruffled face. This man will not be easy to control, he murmured to himself. Liu Mei arranged Chen Dakai and his entourage in a secluded yet luxurious villa under the Zhenfu Sea's jurisdiction. This villa, named Tingzhu Xian, featured artificial rockeries, flowing water, and winding paths leading to secluded spots. Though its spiritual energy was not comparable to a true blessed land, it was a rare serene retreat within the priceless land of Tianshu City. Patriarch Chen, Liu Mei said at the villa's entrance, her expression unprecedentedly grave. This is a property of the Zhenfu Sea, but Tianshu City is dense with spies. Before the king formally summons you, you must not stir up any more trouble. Especially the Sun family. They will not let this go easily. Rest assured, Commander Long. I have always been a law-abiding man. Chen Dakai wore a gentle smile and readily agreed. Seeing his harmless expression, Liu Mei felt a bit more at ease. After giving a few more instructions, she turned and left. She still had to report back to the Zhenfu Sea and deal with her own Dao heart, which had been thrown into turmoil by Chen Dakai. However, the moment Liu Mei left, the smile on Chen Dakai's face vanished instantly. He turned to Li Qingzhu and the other female cultivators skilled in formations and instructed, Qingzhu, please put in some effort. Set up multiple layers of composite arrays around the villa to block all surveillance. I don't want our conversation to be overheard by anyone. Yes, husband. Li Qingzhu and the others immediately acknowledged the order, each taking out a set of array flags and plates, and skillfully deployed them at key nodes around the villa. In less than half an hour, several beams of spiritual light shot into the sky before fading into invisibility. The entire Tingzhu Xian was enveloped by an invisible energy shield. From the outside, everything appeared normal, but any divine sense attempting to probe was silently diverted elsewhere by these arrays, and even the spiritual imprint on the temporary identity token was completely nullified. Meanwhile, a surging undercurrent was raging through the upper echelons of Tianshu City. Within half a day, news of the mysterious core formation powerhouse Chen Dakai arriving in Tianshu City and overpowering Sun Hao, the direct descendant of the Sun family in front of the Jinfu Sea, had spread like wildfire to the ears of all major powers. Inside the Sun family manor in the council hall. Outrageous. This is an insult too far. An elder of the Sun family, known for his hot temper, slammed his palm onto the spirit wood table, shattering it, and roared, "A mere outsider dares to act wild before our Sun family's gates and humiliate our direct descendant in public. If we do not make him pay with blood, where will the Sun family's face be?" Third elder calmed down. Another more rational elder advised. "This man has a mysterious origin, unfathomable strength, and managed to walk away unscathed from Weizhong. He is no ordinary person, and he dared to act before the Jinfu Sea. Either he is arrogantly ignorant, or he has a strong backing. Before we ascertain his background, it is unwise to clash with him directly." The war faction and the peace faction argued endlessly. Finally, the Sun family patriarch Sun Hong, with a dark expression, made the final decision. First be courteous, then use force. Find out his background first. Meanwhile, in the Li family, one of the three great clans of Tianshu City, the scene was quite different. Haha, interesting. Very interesting. Li Chongfeng, the Li family patriarch, clapped his hands and laughed. This Chen Dakai is like a fierce dragon crossing the river, putting the Sun family in their place right away. This is going to be a good show. My orders: prepare a generous gift. We must befriend this patriarch Chen. As for the royal family at the top, they remained unusually silent, seemingly turning a blind eye to everything, calmly observing the unfolding situation. Soon more of Chen Dakai's deeds were swiftly uncovered. He had single-handedly annihilated two major sects, Fenyan Valley and Guozian Temple, within just a few months. He possessed a supreme-grade flying treasure called the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot. He was also accompanied by dozens of extraordinarily beautiful female cultivators, each with cultivation among them, even several Foundation establishment experts. Each piece of information was like a boulder thrown into the calm surface of Tianshu City, stirring up massive waves. All factions were speculating about what mighty figure stood behind this suddenly appearing Chen Dakai. Yet Chen Dakai himself, the very center of this storm, remained utterly indifferent. Inside Tingzhu Xian, he was checking the cultivation progress of his women. For those female cultivators whose minds had been damaged by the reincarnation mystic art during the battle to destroy Guozian Temple, he personally intervened, using the Yin-Yang Bliss art to refine their meridians and stabilize their Tao hearts with his pure Yang energy. With his help, the female cultivators quickly recovered, and their eyes toward him held even more dependence and admiration. The next morning, Tingzhu Xian was thronged with visitors. Visiting cards from various second- and third-rate families of Tianshu City piled up like snowdrifts, all seeking to befriend this newly arrived fierce dragon and gauge his intentions. Chen Dakai refused to see any of them, only having a newly recruited female cultivator with managerial skills turn them all away, citing that the patriarch is in seclusion and not receiving visitors. This aloof and mysterious posture only made the outside world revere him even more. It was not until the afternoon that three invitations of vastly different weights were delivered to Chen Dakai. The first was from the Sun family, the second was from the Li family, and the third was from a private tea party hosted by the seventh princess of the reigning dynasty. Qin Yu picked up the Sun family's invitation and read, "To apologize for the rash actions of young Sun Hao yesterday, we have prepared a modest feast. We hope Patriarch Chen will honor us with your presence." Her brows furrowed and she sneered, "The wording is indeed sincere, but under the guise of an apology it likely harbors ill intentions." Yun Xiu, standing by, also analyzed, "Husband, this Sun family is clearly setting up a Hongmen banquet, wanting to test your mettle, and may even have laid an ambush. In my opinion, you should not go." Upon hearing this, Chen Dakai chuckled lightly and took the Sun family's invitation from Qin Yu's hand. He glanced at the flamboyant handwriting on it, and a playful curve formed at the corner of his mouth. A Hongmen banquet. He tossed the invitation casually onto the table, his voice low, but carrying an aura of unmatched dominance. "I'd like to see what they can do daring to set up a Hongmen banquet before me. It just so happens that I also want to go to the Sun family mansion and take a good look around." He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the women, and made his decision. "Tonight, I will attend the Sun family's apology banquet." As night descended and the city lights began to glow, a seemingly ordinary, somewhat worn-out beast-drawn carriage came to a leisurely halt before the imposing gates of the Sun family estate, in stark contrast to the ostentatious travels of other cultivators in Tianshu City. The carriage curtain parted, and Chen Dakai, clad in a white robe, stepped down slowly. Behind him followed only one person, Yunxiu. Today Yunxiu had shed her usual elegant long dress and donned a tight black combat suit, which accentuated her figure, now more voluptuous and alluring after being nourished by pure yang energy, to perfection. Her expression was cold and aloof, her aura already stabilized at the early foundation establishment stage. She followed Chen Dakai closely like a most loyal shadow guardian, her gaze sweeping vigilantly over everything around. Within the Sun family estate, the halls were already ablaze with light and filled with celestial music. The banquet hall was teeming with guests. Nearly every notable family representative and sect steward in Tianshu City had arrived. This spectacle, ostensibly an apology, was in truth a display of the Sun family's deep-rooted connections and influence in Tianshu City, a bloodless demonstration of power. Patriarch Chen graces us with your presence. I apologize for not receiving you in person. Please forgive my neglect. Sun Hong, the Sun family patriarch at the late core formation stage, came out personally to greet him, his face wreathed in smiles. His smile was warm and effusive, as if the unpleasantness at the governor's office earlier that day had never occurred. Behind him, Sun Hao, who had been arrogant and domineering in the daytime, now hung his head, his face as dark as a thundercloud. Feigning anger, Sun Hong barked at Sun Hao, "You insolent brat. Hurry up and offer a toast to Patriarch Chen and beg for his forgiveness." Sun Hao shuddered, took a cup of spirit wine from a maidservant with extreme reluctance, and walked up to Chen Dakai. Grinding his teeth, he forced out the words, "Chen, Senior, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Chen Dakai did not even spare him a glance. His gaze rested calmly on Sun Hong's hypocritical smile as he said indifferently, "Children are ignorant. It's up to Patriarch Sun to discipline them. No need for such formality." Sun Hong's smile grew even broader, and he was about to utter some polite remarks. But Chen Dakai shifted his tone, his voice light, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. "However, it's natural for young people to be hot-tempered. But if there's a next time, what gets broken might not just be a little face." At these words, the noisy entrance instantly fell silent. All eyes converged on him, their expressions a mix of shock and amusement. Was this a man coming to accept an apology? He was mercilessly rebuking the Sun family patriarch in front of the entire city's elite. For the first time, the smile on Sun Hong's face froze. The banquet began. The hall resounded with music and dance. Exquisite delicacies and spirit dishes were laid out on the tables. Yet beneath the harmonious surface, a strange undercurrent churned. Throughout the feast, guests came one after another to toast Chen Dakai, their words veiled with innuendo or feigned casualness, all probing his origins, his master, and the unfathomable depths of his cultivation. Chen Dakai handled them with ease, every gesture and remark perfectly measured. At times he quoted classics, at others he laughed and joked, but he never revealed any substantive information, leaving every would-be spy to retreat empty-handed. Their wariness of him deepened. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was at its most delicate. A young, handsome Li family scion in brocade robes suddenly rose from his seat, wine cup in hand, and declared loudly, "Junior Li Yunfei has long heard that Senior Chen not only possesses unparalleled cultivation, but also excels in the Tao of alchemy, capable of refining the legendary poison-free pills. My Li family is willing to wager a 4th-grade spirit herb, the purple blood dragon ginseng, and I wish to challenge Senior to a public contest of alchemy. Does Senior dare to accept?" These words immediately drew everyone's attention. The Li family was fanning the flames. All could see that the Li family was trying to push the conflict between the Sun family and Chen Dakai from an undercurrent into open confrontation. A glint flashed in Sun Hong's eyes, and he quickly seized the opportunity, laughing heartily. "Since young Li has such an interest, my Sun family will gladly serve as witness. How about this? To add to the entertainment, I'll throw in a 4th-grade demon beast inner core from the emerald-eyed golden beast as an extra prize. What say you, Patriarch Chen?" This was a blatant open scheme. All eyes were fixed on Chen Dakai. Refusal would mean admitting weakness, conceding that his alchemy was lacking. If he declined, his reputation as a master of the alchemical Tao would become a laughingstock. Facing this sudden challenge, Chen Dakai showed no sign of tension. Instead, he smiled calmly and slowly rose to his feet. "A contest is fine." His voice was steady, cutting through the music in whispers. "But the stakes are too small. Not interesting." He swept his gaze across the hall, finally fixing it on Sun Hong, whose expression had slightly changed, and said word by word, "How about this? If I am fortunate enough to win, I'll take both the Li family's purple blood dragon ginseng and your Sun family's demon core. In addition," he paused, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth, "I'll be allowed to choose 3 items from your Sun family's treasure vault. Deal?" These words caused an uproar. Madness. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. This was no longer a friendly contest. It was a gamble on the entire Sun family's honor, a blatant provocation and robbery. the Sun family's treasure vault. That was the foundation of their centuries-long standing in Tianshu City, where every single artifact was priceless. Sun Hong's face instantly turned the color of liver. His chest heaved violently, and he nearly exploded on the spot. He had never imagined that Chen Dakai would be so audacious, humiliating him and checkmating him in front of the entire city's powers. If he refused, his Sun family would become the laughingstock of Tianshu City, a cowardly family that dared not even accept a challenge from its own apology banquet. If he accepted, and if he lost, the loss would be incalculable. Glancing at the amused, gloating looks around him, Sun Hong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He stared fixedly at Chen Dakai's calm, composed face, as if trying to detect even a trace of bravado or nervousness. But he found nothing. In the end, boundless fury and humiliation condensed into a single sentence, forced through clenched teeth. Fine, Sun Hong said, his voice hoarse and icy. I accept. With Sun Hong gnashing his teeth as he accepted the wager, the banquet hall instantly surged to its peak. All the guests' eyes fixed on the two contenders at the center about to clash. The Li family's young prodigy Li Yunfei walked to the hall's center with a confident, determined smile. He was already a celebrated alchemy genius within Tianshu City, barely of age, yet a tier 3 alchemist greatly valued by his clan. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a radiant alchemical furnace carved with intricate cloud patterns, which landed with a thunderous crash on the floor. The furnace burned a vivid crimson, its aura fierce, clearly a high-quality tier 3 premium alchemical furnace. Truly the Li family's prodigy. This furnace is not cheap. Li Yunfei could already refine tier 3 high-grade pills 3 years ago, now facing a tier 4 challenge, though difficult, success is not out of the question. In the midst of a chorus of praise, Li Yunfei's vanity swelled, and he shot Chen Dakai a scornful look, sneering. Chen Senior, where is your furnace? Could it be true, as the rumors say, that you intend to refine pills with nothing but your bare hands? Refining tier 4 pills is not some street performance. He deliberately emphasized the word senior, and the provocation was clear. Chen Dakai seemed to hear nothing, not even deigning to glance at him. He simply looked at Sun Hong and spoke calmly. We may begin. That complete disregard reddened Li Yunfei's face, in an instant, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Sun Hong forcibly suppressed his anger and signaled to the servants. A jade box was soon presented. Upon opening it, a purple-glossed dragon whisker-like spirit herb appeared before the crowd, emanating a rich life energy. The purple blood dragon ginseng. It was a tier 4 spirit herb, the purple blood dragon ginseng. A Sun family elder stepped forward, using a specially crafted jade knife to carefully cut it in half, dividing it into 2 equal portions. Li Yunfei, angered by Chen Dakai's attitude, snorted and took one portion of the spirit herb, dropping it directly into the alchemical furnace. With his hands forming seals, he sent wave after wave of intricate incantations into the furnace. Roar! The furnace flames leaped, and a dense medicinal fragrance began to waft through the air. Many cultivators present felt their spirits lift, a sign that his alchemy possessed some genuine fire. On the other side, Chen Dakai calmly held that half of the purple blood dragon ginseng in the palm of his hand. He did not summon a furnace, he simply stood there quietly. Just as everyone wondered, a strand of brilliant golden flame rose from his palm, gently enveloping the half of the purple blood dragon ginseng. At the moment, this flame appeared a terror of extreme hardness and yang power, as if capable of incinerating all beings, flashed and vanished. All the late nascent soul cultivators present, including Sun Hong and several Li family elders, changed their expressions at once, their eyes widening in incredulous horror. What flame is that? Even a mere hint of its aura caused tremors and oppression deep within their souls. You're just showing off for the crowd. Li Yunfei, seeing this, grew ever more disdainful, assuming Chen Dakai was merely toying with them. He steadied his mind and pressed on his divine sense, highly focused, guiding the fusion of the herbs within the furnace. Yet refining tier 4 pills imposed a heavy burden on him. In just a quarter of an hour, beads of sweat lined his brow, his face grew pale, and the spiritual power within him drained rapidly. By contrast, Chen Dakai remained unruffled, at ease and poised. He activated the mystic art break illusion divine eye. Before his gaze, every thread of the purple blood dragon ginseng's medicinal properties, every subtle fusion and rejection, appeared with perfect clarity, no detail hidden. He purified and refined the spirit herb with flawless efficiency, the golden flame in his palm shifting between gentle and blazing, shaping the herb's power with exquisite precision. Suddenly, Li Yunfei's side rang with a shout. Congeal. He poured the last of his remaining spiritual power into the furnace. The furnace trembled violently, the lid shot off into the air, and a pill bearing a charred aroma flew out, which he hastily captured and stowed in a jade bottle. Having done this, Li Yunfei collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, his chest heaving. All eyes fixed on it. The pill was dull gray, its surface cracked in places, evidently a substandard pill barely formed. Even so, it was indeed a tier 4 pill. Though Li Yunfei was in a mess, a smug smile still crossed his face. He had succeeded. At that moment Chen Dakai's golden flame also faded. They hurriedly looked only to find his palm empty with no pill in sight. Yet in his hand rested a singular pool of translucent purple liquid, as if a violet crystal had melted, exuding a peculiar fragrance. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Sun Hong could not restrain himself any longer, breaking into a loud, triumphant laughter. Chen Dakai, you've ruined the spirit herb. No pill form, even formed, you've lost. The other guests cried out in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion and regret. With such miraculous fire, and in such world-shaking fashion, to end in failure. Yet Chen Dakai seemed deaf to Sun Hong's taunts, only gazing at the pool in his palm, and calmly said, "Who says I refined a pill?" Before the words finished, he snapped his fingers. The purple liquid instantly split into 10 droplets identical in size, as if alive, each piercingly flying into 10 already prepared jade bottles. Having done this, he raised his eyes and spoke calmly. This is the purple blood dragon ginseng spirit liquid refined from the herb's origin. Each drop carried the potency of a flawless tear. For pill, yet it required no refining, it dissolves upon entry. His voice was soft yet thunderous in everyone's mind. Turning a tear, 4 spirit herb into an origin spirit liquid that needs no refining. And from one material 10 portions. This means his alchemy has achieved an astonishing 100% utilization of the herb's potency. What a terrifying feat. Liu Mei, sprawled on the ground, stared blankly at Chen Dakai's 10 bottles of pure fragrant spirit liquid, then at his own bottle's dull slag-like pill, as if struck by lightning. The alchemy talent he took pride in before this moment was in truth a total joke. His lifelong pride and confidence shattered in an instant. PFF. Liu Mei felt a lump in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood. His Dao heart utterly collapsed, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. The Sun family's banquet hall fell into a profound silence. All sounds, all whispers came to an abrupt halt before the 10 bottles of purple spiritual liquid radiating a pure medicinal fragrance. The air seemed to solidify, so still that even a needle dropping could be heard. Several elders of the Li family, their faces grim, rushed forward to support Liu Mei, who had fainted away. After their investigation, their expressions darkened even further. Liu Mei's cultivation base remained intact, but his Dao heart had shattered. For an alchemist, a broken Dao heart meant the end of his path in pill refinement. A death far worse than any physical wound. This prodigy, upon whom the Li family had pinned their highest hopes and poured countless resources, was utterly ruined. All eyes involuntarily turned toward the white-haired youth, who remained as unperturbed as ever, as though he had merely performed some trivial deed. Astonishment, dread, disbelief. These were the truest reflections of every guest's inner state at that moment. Using his palm as a furnace and an anomalous flame to refine a 4th-tier spiritual herb, he had ultimately distilled it into a primal spiritual liquid that required no further processing and possessed flawless efficacy. From a single batch of materials, 10 complete products had been refined. Such a technique had completely transcended their understanding of alchemy. This was divine skill, a technique that bordered on the Tao itself. Sun Hong's complexion shifted from red to white, then to green, and finally turned ashen. He stared fixedly at Chen Dakai, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming rage and humiliation. He had lost. Completely and utterly defeated, his pride shattered beyond repair. He had not only lost the 4th-tier spiritual herb and demon core, but more crucially, the Sun family's dignity had been trampled into dust before Chen Dakai, crushed utterly in front of all the upper-tier factions present in Tianshu City that day. The wager, 3 treasures of his choice from the treasure pavilion, felt like a blade driven straight into his heart. Those were treasures accumulated by the Sun family over hundreds of years. Who exactly is this person? Such terrifying alchemy skills are unheard of. Even the patriarch of the Danding sect in person might not exceed this. The Sun family has really kicked an iron plate this time. Muffled whispers rose from the corners like buzzing flies, each sentence landing like a sharp slap across Sun Hong's face. Meanwhile, behind a pearl curtain in an unnoticed corner of the banquet hall, a young woman clad in pale purple court attire with peerless beauty and noble bearing watched everything in the arena with keen interest. Her beauty differed from ordinary women's soft charm, carrying instead an agile spirit infused with heroism and wisdom. In her phoenix-like eyes flashed a depth and perceptiveness far beyond her years. She was Ji Lingshuan, the 7th princess, most favored by the ruler of Shiliang State. Grandmother Yin, this person interests me far more than I expected. Ji Lingshuan's vermilion lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and melodious. Not only is her personal strength unfathomable, but even these unorthodox arts have reached a state of perfection, truly a divine skill. Beside her stood an aged servant woman, hunched and unremarkable in appearance, as though ready to be buried at any moment. Upon hearing this, the old woman's half-closed cloudy eyes suddenly opened a narrow slit, a flash of sharp light piercing through before vanishing. Your Highness, this person's flame is extraordinary, containing the power of supreme yang and of exceptionally high grade. His divine sense far surpasses that of fellow core formation cultivators at his level. Grandmother Yun's voice was hoarse and aged. He is a variable. A variable. A captivating curve touched the corners of Ji Lingshuan's mouth. I favor variables. The waters of Tianshu City have been too calm for too long. Father worries precisely because the Li and Sun families have grown too entrenched, mutually restraining yet united against us, making it impossible to enforce the royal decrees. Her gaze returned to Chen Dakai, heavy with scrutiny. This blade that has suddenly inserted itself is sharp enough and domineering enough. Perhaps it can serve our royal house, cleaving open this stalemate. Grandmother Yun nodded slightly. Your Highness's meaning. Go. Ji Lingxian lifted the spiritual tea before her, sipping delicately with grace. Give him my invitation. Tell him I invite him to the Heavenly Heart Lake tea gathering tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Grandmother Yun bowed and vanished in an instant. At the hall's center, Chen Dakai stored the 10 bottles of purple blood dragon ginseng spiritual liquid into his storage ring, as though performing some inconsequential task. He raised his eyes, his gaze settling calmly upon Sun Hong's ashen face. Master Sun, the wager is concluded. Though quiet, his voice carried clearly throughout the entire hall. Shouldn't I claim my prize now? Those words struck Sun Hong's chest like a heavy hammer. He shuddered, opening his mouth, but finding no words. To renege. Doing so before so many factions in the city would leave the Sun family with no standing in Tianshu City. Yet allowing him to choose any 3 items from the treasure vault would pain him more than flesh being cut. As Sun Hong struggled helplessly, his expression shifting, searching for an excuse to delay, an elderly figure materialized beside Chen Dakai, silently like a phantom. It was Grandmother Yun. Holding an exquisite gold-embossed invitation, she bowed deeply before him with respect. Senior Chen, our 7th princess requests your company tomorrow. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall erupted once more. The 7th princess. The most beloved daughter of the current monarch, true royalty of Shiliang State. She had publicly invited Chen Dakai. This was tantamount to sending a clear signal to every faction in the city. Chen Dakai was someone she valued. In an instant, every guest's gaze toward Sun Hong carried undisguised pity and schadenfreude. With the 7th princess's public endorsement, even if the Sun family possessed the greatest courage, they would dare not harbor any thoughts regarding Chen Dakai's wager. Sun Hong's body swayed violently, barely able to stay upright, his face as pale as paper. It was over. Today the Sun family had fallen. Completely defeated, with no possibility of recovery. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant, all strength drained from his body. From between his clenched teeth, he forced out words one by one. Senior Chen. Please. Follow me. Chen Dakai casually took the invitation from Grandmother Yun, without even glancing at it, slipping it directly into his robe, and merely offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. This gesture again caused many to privately marvel. Facing an invitation from a royal princess, he remained so composed as though it were entirely natural. Then, led by Sun Hong through humiliation and resentment, yet compelled to comply, he walked slowly toward the Sun family treasury under the reverent gazes of all present. Humiliation and resentment were written all over Sun Hong's face. Yet he had no choice but to personally lead the way. Under the awestruck gazes of the gathered guests, Chen Dakai walked at a leisurely pace toward the depths of the Sun family mansion. Yun Xiu followed closely behind, her expression alert. The spiritual power within her body was already circulating silently, ready to respond to any sudden emergencies at a moment's notice. They passed through the winding corridors and bypassed the rockeries. The 3 of them eventually arrived before a solitary underground stone palace. Built entirely of obsidian, the palace had no windows, featuring only an incredibly heavy stone door. Densely packed formation runes were carved upon the door, radiating waves of spiritual power that made one's heart tremble. On either side of the stone door sat 2 elderly men, cross-legged. With snow-white hair and beards, their auras were deep and condensed. Their eyes were closed as if they had merged into one with the stone palace. However, Chen Dakai could clearly perceive that both of them were powerful cultivators at the late core formation stage. Their cultivation bases were immense, and their foundations rock solid. Seeing Sun Hong leading someone over, the 2 elders opened their eyes simultaneously. Their sharp gazes swept over Chen Dakai like physical blades. Patriarch, one of them spoke slowly, his voice raspy. At this moment, Sun Hong's face actually regained a sliver of composure. A cold arc even curled at the corner of his lips. He looked at Chen Dakai and sneered. Senior Chen, this is the treasury of my Sun family. However, taking things from inside won't be that easy. He pointed at the stone door, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. The formation on this door is the 9 cycles soul-bewildering formation, personally laid down by the nascent soul ancestor of our Sun family. If anyone enters without understanding formations, their divine sense will be dragged into an endless illusion. They will remain there until their mind is lost, and they become a mindless fool. You have half an hour. Whatever you can obtain from within depends entirely on your own capability. The implication was clear. He intended to use this formation to make things difficult, hoping to damage Chen Dakai's soul and force him to return empty-handed. In this way the Sun family would fulfill their bet while reclaiming some of their lost dignity. The faces of the two guardian elders also bore undisguised ridicule. How could a formation laid down by a nascent soul ancestor be so easily broken by an outsider? This white-haired lad was being far too arrogant. Yet Chen Dakai merely curled his lips, revealing a faint mocking smile. He did not even bother to spare Sun Hong a glance, casting his gaze directly at the stone door. A soul-bewildering formation, is it? He murmured in his heart. Then he silently activated his newly acquired divine ability, the Delusion Breaker Divine Pupils. In an instant the world before him transformed dramatically. In his vision the heavy stone door became semi-transparent. The densely packed formation runes were no longer chaotic scribbles. Instead they became crisscrossing pathways of energy composed of spiritual chi. Countless tiny energy nodes shimmered like stars. 9 of the brightest nodes formed the core of the entire grand array. Illusory paths extended between these nodes, some leading to the gate of life, others guiding toward a dead end. The entire operational trajectory and every weakness of the 9-cycle, soul-bewildering formation lay completely exposed before his eyes. There were no more secrets. Ignoring the expectant mocking gazes of Sun Hong and the two elders, he walked straight forward. His steps seemed casual, 7 paces to the left, 3 steps to the right. His figure drifted unpredictably, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. Every single footstep landed precisely on a weak node of the formation. With every turn he flawlessly avoided triggering the illusionary restrictions. Under the increasingly dumbfounded stares of Sun Hong and the two elders, Chen Dakai strolled forward in a relaxed manner, walking straight through the formation's barrier of light. He pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped inside. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water without causing even the slightest ripple in the formation. How is this possible? One of the guardian elders gasped in shock, abruptly rising from his prayer mat, his face filled with disbelief. The sneer on Sun Hong's face froze, completely replaced by utter astonishment and dread. The challenge he had thought was foolproof turned out to be mere child's play before his opponent. Behind the stone door lay a massive space spanning thousands of square meters. A dazzling array of natural treasures, dharma weapons, and spiritual pills were arranged on shelves crafted from 10,000-year warm jade. Alluring treasure light and rich spiritual chi drifted through the air, almost condensing into a tangible mist. Yet Chen Dakai turned a blind eye to these treasures which ordinary cultivators would covet. Enhanced by his Delusion Breaker Divine Pupils, his gaze could pierce through appearances to look directly at the underlying spiritual energy and laws. In his eyes, these brilliantly shining magical treasures were merely third-tier items of decent quality. They were of no great use to him. He bypassed row after row of jade shelves, heading straight to a cluttered corner in the deepest part of the treasury. This area was piled high with rusted weapons, shattered ores, and bizarre trinkets of unknown utility. These were clearly junk collected by successive generations of the Sun family that had never been successfully appraised. From the pile of waste, Chen Dakai casually picked up a fist-sized coal-black stone. Next he walked over to a dust-covered bookshelf. From the very bottom shelf, he pulled out a tattered animal hide map that had been carelessly discarded. Having done this, he finally walked to the center of the treasury. Here, several powerful magical treasures were enshrined individually, with one even being a top-grade third-tier artifact. However, Chen Dakai merely glanced at them before passing them by. His gaze ultimately settled on a dusty shelf beneath the central altar. Resting there was an ancient, simple wooden box sealed by layers of runes. This wooden box had been acquired by chance by the Sun family's ancestors, but for countless years the family had tried every method without ever managing to break the seal. Over time it had been forgotten in this corner. Chen Dakai picked up the wooden box. Without the slightest hesitation, he slowly infused a stream of pure yang energy into it. The sturdy seal, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a late core formation cultivator, melted away rapidly with a sizzling sound, like spring snow meeting the sun the moment it encountered the pure yang energy. He gently opened the box. Resting quietly inside was a withered, shriveled, and dull seed, as if it had long since lost all vitality. Having selected these 3 items, Chen Dakai did not linger any longer and turned to leave. When he emerged carrying the black stone, the tattered map, and the wooden box containing the withered seed, Sun Hong was initially taken aback. Immediately after, a surge of wild joy welled up in his heart. They were all worthless junk that nobody wanted. This white-haired boy was indeed a fool who couldn't recognize real value. Although he didn't know how the lad had bypassed the formation, the outcome was wonderful. The Sun family had suffered virtually no losses this time. Senior Chen truly has an excellent eye, Sun Hong said, suppressing his laughter as he offered a hypocritical compliment. Ignoring him, Chen Dakai left with Yun Xiu without looking back. Once Chen Dakai's figure had completely vanished, Sun Hong could no longer contain himself, a look of post-crisis relief and delight washing over his face. Patriarch, are we really just letting him leave with those things? One of the guardian elders asked reluctantly. Otherwise what? Sun Hong sneered. Letting him take away a few pieces of junk is far better than having him carry off our true clan-protecting treasures. This man is bizarre. We will deal with this in the future. Just then the other guardian elder, the old man who had cried out in shock earlier, stared intently in the direction where Chen Dakai had departed. His body began to tremble violently. He was obsessed with artifact refining and mineral research. Suddenly he rushed back to the corner of the treasury, digging through the pile of discarded ore and examining it with meticulous care, as if trying to confirm something. A moment later he rushed out, his face completely pale. His voice turned sharp and distorted from extreme terror. Patriarch! Patriarch! That black stone. Sun Hong frowned impatiently. It's just a worthless rock. What is there to make a fuss about? The elder's voice trembled, almost crying out. That is no ordinary rock. If I am not mistaken, the residual aura and patterns upon it are those of the legendary material used to refine fourth-tier Dao artifacts. The Void Divine Iron. What a... Sun Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Void Divine Iron. That supreme divine material that only existed in ancient texts. Before he could recover from the massive shock, the other elder also seemed to recall something, his face turning deathly pale. I remember now. That wooden box. The clan genealogy records that our ancestors once said the sealing technique on the wooden box was identical to the secret seals of the ancient alchemy sect. That seed. Could that seed be? Sun Hong's mind buzzed. The legendary item capable of reshaping spiritual roots and defying heaven to change one's fate. The 9-apertured exquisite Bodhi seed. This succession of blows caused his vision to go dark. A sweet taste rose in his throat as a surge of blood rushed upward. With a sudden cough, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, dyeing the ground before him crimson. The Void Divine Iron, the 9-apertured exquisite Bodhi seed, and that animal hide map of unknown origin that had caught the man's eye. He finally understood. The true value of the 3 items Chen Dakai had chosen was likely hundreds or even thousands of times greater than everything else remaining in the Sun family treasury combined. This time the Sun family had not merely suffered a minor loss. They had been completely ruined. It was as if their very heart had been brutally gouged out. Sun Hong's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight backward. The night was as dark as ink. The majestic Tianshu city was plunged into a deathly silence. Yet within Tingzhu Pavilion a different scene unfolded. As soon as Chen Dakai returned, he issued orders. Yunxiu and several other female cultivators proficient in formations immediately took action. Using the original prohibitions of the compound as a foundation, they layered defenses inside and out. In one breath, they set up multiple layers of illusory formations to block all investigation. Once this was done, Chen Dakai dismissed everyone. He entered the meditation chamber alone. With a thought, 3 treasures he had selected from the Sun family vault floated quietly before him. The first was a black stone the size of a fist. It looked like a piece of charcoal, utterly unremarkable. In the eyes of the Sun family, it was merely waste or... Yet a smile curled at the corner of Chen Dakai's mouth. He flicked his finger. A wisp of pure yang fire shot out like a golden little spirit, gently enveloping the black stone. A soft crackling sound was heard. The layer of black stone skin was instantly burned away, revealing what lay within. It was a piece of metal gleaming with a dusky light. It seemed to absorb all light. From time to time, subtle ripples of space spread across its surface. An awe-inspiring, profound aura rushed forth. It truly is Void Divine Iron. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. This substance was a legendary material for refining 4th-tier Dao artifacts, or even higher spatial treasures. Such a small piece was priceless enough to buy 10 Sun family vaults. If Sun Hong knew he had discarded such a divine object as trash in a corner, he would likely not just spit blood and faint. He would probably have a Dao heart collapse and die of rage on the spot. Chen Dakai stowed away the Void Divine Iron with satisfaction. His gaze fell upon the second item, a tattered beast hide map. The material of this hide was strange. When his divine sense approached, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, yielding nothing. Break illusion, divine eye open. Chen Dakai murmured, a golden light flashing through his eyes. In his vision, the surface of the hide was peeled away layer by layer. The secret hidden within was crystal clear. It was countless formation patterns, billions of times finer than a strand of hair. They interwove into an extremely complex star map, pointing to an unknown location deep within the eastern wasteland. Unfortunately, several key coordinate points were damaged. It was clearly a fragment, a map of an ancient relic. Chen Dakai fell into thought. Though useless for now, its potential was immense. Finally, his gaze settled on a seed, withered, shriveled as if dead. Even he could not discern its origin. He tried dripping a drop of millennia-old spirit milk onto it. The seed showed no reaction. After a moment, Chen Dakai cautiously infused a thread of pure yang power into it. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The lifeless seed trembled faintly, as if a being that had slumbered for eons was suddenly awakened. An ancient, noble, and vast life aura emanated from within. Although faint, its rank was extremely high. So high that Chen Dakai's pure yang body and diamond indestructible form instinctively reacted. A good thing. Chen Dakai concluded this item was extraordinary, but the conditions for it to sprout would certainly be stringent. He carefully placed the seed back into the jade box, planning to plant it later in a place with the richest spiritual energy. Just then, an extremely subtle fluctuation came from the formations he had set up. Someone had arrived, and it was an expert. Silently, they had bypassed several layers of illusionary formations and entered the courtyard directly. Chen Dakai remained calm. With a flicker of his form, he was already in the stone pavilion of the yard. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure in a light purple palace dress stood quietly. It was the 7th Princess Ji Lingshuan who had invited him during the day. Beside her, the old woman called Granny Yun stood like a shadow, her aura merging with the night, unfathomable. Patriarch Chun, I hate waiting. Ji Lingshuan spoke first, her voice crisp, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The tea at Tianxin Lake is too slow, not as direct as the night here. She glanced at the formation light around them and praised, your formation skill is higher than I thought. Chen Dakai remained expressionless, extending his hand in a gesture. A set of ordinary tea utensils appeared on the stone table out of thin air. He boiled a pot of mortal tea and poured her a cup. Your Highness, what brings you here so late? Ji Lingshuan lifted the tea cup, but did not drink. Her phoenix eyes stared straight at Chen Dakai, getting straight to the point. I don't care who you are or what you want. I only ask you one thing. Do you want your Chen family to truly establish a foothold in Tianshu City? Instead of being watched by everyone as it is now. Before Chen Dakai could answer, she directly threw out the first piece of information. The Sun family suffered a great loss tonight, but their foundation is far more than that. The Sun family's nascent soul ancestor, who has been in seclusion for many years, has a close relationship with the Leaf family's ancestor. You have offended 2 top-tier immortal clans in one night. She paused, her tone becoming meaningful. Second, my father's attitude toward you is observation. He is pleased to see someone break the monopoly of the Sun and Leaf families. But he will never allow a new force beyond his control to emerge in Shiliang Kingdom. At this point, her true intention finally surfaced. I need a blade. Ji Lingshuan's voice was low but powerful. A blade sharp enough. One that can precisely sting the Sun and Li families without pushing them into biting back at the royal family. You will be that blade. And I will provide you with a sheath, the royal family's intelligence and protection at critical moments. It was undoubtedly an enticing, yet dangerous proposal. Chen Dakai lifted his own cup, blew on the steam, and asked calmly, Your Highness, a blade might break at any moment. Why should I trust that your protection is reliable? Ji Lingshuan laughed as if she had heard something amusing. Because you need time. Before the nascent soul ancestors of the Sun and Li families react and do everything to kill you, you need time. To strengthen yourself and set up contingencies. And I can buy you that precious time. She flipped her hand, and a jade slip appeared, which she placed gently on the table. This is the defense map of a 3rd-grade high-quality spirit vein mine secretly controlled by the Sun family. Also, the steward in charge of transporting spirit stones is the elder brother of his most beloved concubine. This information is my down payment for the alliance. Chen Dakai picked up the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. The content was genuine, but he did not immediately agree. He only said calmly, I will consider your Highness's proposal. This unassuming and even slightly indifferent attitude deepened the interest in Ji Lingshuan's eyes. She gave Chen Dakai a long, meaningful look and stood up. My patience is limited. I want your answer after tomorrow's court session. With that, she and Granny Yun vanished into the night as silently as they had arrived. Chen Dakai stood alone in the stone pavilion for a long time, motionless. He looked at the jade slip in his hand. The waters of Tianshu City were deeper than he had imagined. The royal family, the Leaf family, the Sun family. A tripod stand, each restraining the other, yet all wanting to devour the others. He, an outsider, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. The 7th princess wanted to use him as a blade. But wasn't he also thinking of borrowing the royal family's banner to buy time for development? He gave a gentle squeeze. The jade slip in his hand silently turned to powder. The turmoil of the Sun family's nocturnal banquet stirred no small waves. And the princess's midnight secret rendezvous only stirred the already murky waters even deeper, making them unfathomable. In the tranquil chamber of the listening bamboo pavilion, Chen Dakai sat in meditation. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his mind racing through every possible scenario that lay ahead. The 7th princess's proposal was a double-edged sword. Collaborating with the royal family would allow the Chun clan to catch their breath in Tianshu City, securing a legitimate foothold. But at the same time, he would become the sharpest blade in the royal hand. A blade thrust to the forefront, force to contend directly with the Sun and Li families. He had become a pawn, yet he also aspired to be the player who could overturn the chessboard. As he pondered, a solemn and majestic aura suddenly emanated from outside the courtyard. This aura was unlike the spiritual pressure of cultivators. It stemmed from secular imperial authority, yet mingled with the principles of the immortal path, vast, solemn, and dignified. Yun Xiu strode in swiftly, her expression grave. Patriarch, a royal honor guard has arrived outside. They say, By the king's decree you are summoned to the palace immediately for an audience. Chen Dakai's eyes narrowed in understanding. It had come, faster than he had anticipated. He rose and stepped out of the quiet chamber. Outside the courtyard a squad of golden-armored royal guards stood like statues, their auras as steady as mountains. Leading them was a pale, beardless old eunuch. His demeanor was effeminate, yet his cultivation was terrifyingly high. Late core formation. In his hands he held a scroll of resplendent golden imperial edict coiled with dragon motifs and shimmering with spiritual light, exuding an unquestionable royal majesty. This display was 100 times more formal than Cold Moon's summons yesterday. It represented the supreme will of the Xiliang kingdom. Unbreakable, undelayed. Cold Moon also emerged from her room. Gazing at this scene, her delicate face bore a complex expression. She knew that the true trial had only just begun. Patriarch Chen, please receive the edict. The old eunuch said, his voice neither yin nor yang, yet possessing a penetrating power. Chen Dakai did not kneel. He merely bowed slightly in salute. The old eunuch, seemingly indifferent to such formalities, unrolled the edict directly and declaimed loudly, "By the grace of heaven the king decrees, summon Chen Dakai, patriarch of the Chen clan, to the palace forthwith for an audience with his majesty. Obey this edict." The words, amplified by spiritual energy, resounded throughout the entire courtyard. Chen Dakai changed into a simple, elegant blue robe. He did not take the ostentatious nine-dragon Agarwood sedan. Instead, he merely nodded to Cold Moon, and under the escort of the old eunuch and the royal guard walked on foot toward the depths of the palace. This was a gesture, a superficial respect for secular royal authority. Passing through layers of checkpoints, he stepped into the true imperial city. Only then did Chen Dakai truly grasp the terrifying heritage of a cultivation kingdom that had endured for millennia. Every palace hall was inscribed with powerful defensive arrays. Spiritual energy was so dense it nearly became mist flowing slowly between the palace walls. The patrolling guards were at least at the foundation establishment stage, and golden core generals were a common sight. Every inch of this land exuded the scent of power and authority. Before a majestic palace named Qianyuan Hall, the honor guard halted. "Patriarch Chen, the king awaits you inside," the old eunuch said, bowing before stepping aside. Chen Dakai straightened his robe and with a calm expression stepped into the great hall. The hall was vast and awe-inspiring. Huge golden pillars coiled with dragons supported the dome, while light streamed through high stained glass windows, forming beams that filled the space with a sense of sanctity. On the lofty dragon throne sat a majestic middle-aged man in a black dragon robe. He was the king of Xiliang. He did not deliberately release his aura, yet he was like an unfathomable ancient well or a universe hiding countless stars, impossible to see through. Cold Moon followed closely behind Chen Dakai into the hall, kneeling respectfully before the throne. Chen Dakai, however, stood upright, merely bowing slightly. "So you are Chen Dakai," the king finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried the principles of heaven and earth, each word striking heavily upon one's soul. The moment the words fell, a terrifying pressure as vast as a mountain and as deep as an ocean instantly enveloped the entire Qianyuan Hall, the might of a nascent soul. This was not merely a suppression of power, but a crushing of life itself. It was as if the will of the entire world converged upon the king, intent on grinding everything in the hall to dust. Kneeling on the ground, Cold Moon's face turned deathly pale. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of fainting on the spot. Even a fraction of the leaking aura made her a late core formation expert feel the threat of death. Yet at the very epicenter of the pressure, Chen Dakai stood as straight and steady as Mount Tai. His robe rustled without wind, and beneath his skin a faint golden light silently circulated. It was the indestructible diamond body protecting its master automatically. At the same time, his pure yang body was fully activated, releasing an aura of supreme yang that contended with the royal pressure, neutralizing all force into nothingness. A flicker of surprise finally flashed in the king's deep eyes. He slowly withdrew his pressure. "Interesting." The king's voice rang out again, tinged with scrutiny. "Do you know how great a crime it is to annihilate the kingdom's pillars without cause?" Chen Dakai's expression remained unchanged, replying calmly, "Your Majesty, I was merely acting in self-defense. The Goasian Temple and the blazing Flame Valley, as pillars of the kingdom, should have shared the royal burden and guarded the realm. But they abandoned their duty, secretly engaging in demonic practices, even attempting to subvert the order of the entire eastern wasteland. My intervention was in fact a cleansing of the royal household to uphold justice." His words cleverly shifted the concept, elevating personal grievances to the height of maintaining royal rule. This eloquence left even the king momentarily stunned. He did not dwell on this matter, changing the subject. "At the Sun family banquet you used liquid medicine to refine pills, astonishing everyone. I am curious, who taught you the art of alchemy?" This was an even more dangerous trap. A wrong answer could expose his background. Chen Dakai replied frankly, "Your Majesty, I have no master. I merely obtained a fragment of an ancient scroll by chance in my youth, and have been tinkering with it for decades." He attributed everything to an intangible, fortuitous encounter. The most unverifiable and convincing excuse. The king fell silent. He stared at the white-haired youth below, finding that no matter how he probed, the other was like a mist, impossible to see through or understand. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled. Your ambition is not small. The king spoke slowly. In that case, I will give you an opportunity. His majestic voice echoed through the hall. Hear my decree. Tomorrow a grand imperial court assembly shall be held. I will before all the civil and military officials, nobles, and dignitaries openly discuss your merits and faults, and who shall fill the 2 vacant pillar positions. Chen Dakai's heart stirred. He understood that the king had already set the stage for him. How well he performed on this stage depended entirely on his own abilities. Your servant obeys the decree. Chen Dakai bowed in acceptance. Then, guided by the old eunuch, he slowly withdrew from this majestic hall, the symbol of supreme power in the Shiliang Kingdom. The next day, in Tianshu City, the Grand Court Assembly commenced within the Golden Hall. This palace, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Shiliang Kingdom, was enveloped in a solemn and majestic atmosphere. Yet beneath the surface, undercurrents surged. Within the hall, civil and military officials lined up on both sides. Each of them held a restrained aura, their gazes sharp and piercing. Among them was Sun Hong, the patriarch of the Sun family. Beside him stood Li Chongfeng, the patriarch of the Li family. These 2 immortal clan leaders who wielded immense power throughout the court were dressed in luxurious court robes and stood at the very front of the officials. Their expressions were cold and their gazes cut like knives. Seated high upon the 9-dragon golden throne was none other than the sovereign of the Shiliang Kingdom. His countenance was majestic and his deep eyes seemed unfathomable. He looked as though he could peer into the very minds of everyone in the hall. Summoned Chen Dakai to the hall. Following the shrill cry of the attending eunuch, a figure clad in white slowly stepped into the golden hall under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Chen Dakai wore a plain white robe. His black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his face was calm. He utterly ignored the gazes filled with scrutiny, hostility, and curiosity. He walked straight to the center of the hall, standing tall and elegant like jade. It was as if he had not come to face judgment, but merely to sightsee. This unhurried, composed demeanor caused the eyes of Sun Hong and Li Chongfeng to grow even colder. The court assembly officially began, and a hush fell over the hall. The first to break the silence was Sun Hong. He suddenly stepped out from the ranks and fell to his knees with a heavy thud. To everyone's surprise, old tears streamed down his face as he cried out in a sorrowful, grief-stricken voice. Your Majesty, this minister has a petition to present. I impeach this scoundrel Chen Dakai. This scoundrel harbors wild ambitions and acts with utter lawlessness. For no reason, he destroyed 2 of our Shiliang Kingdom's pillar sects, treating the royal laws as mere nothingness. He made his accusation with tears and a choked voice. He looked as though he had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Yesterday, he even came to my residence using a wager as a pretext to plunder and extort, behaving with intolerable arrogance. If such a desperate outlaw is not severely punished, where is the law of our Shiliang Kingdom? Where is the dignity of our nation? I beg your Majesty to arrest him immediately and execute him publicly as a warning to others. Before his voice could fade, a vice minister of the Ministry of War who was on close terms with the Sun family immediately stepped forward to second the motion. With deep-seated grief and indignation, he listed several of Chen Dakai's heinous crimes. His words were fierce and vehement, as if Chen Dakai were already an unpardonable demon. For a moment, indignation boiled over within the hall. Just then, Li Chongfeng, the patriarch of the Li family, who had remained silent all this time, slowly stepped forward. He did not show the same agitation as Sun Hong. Instead, adopting an air of apparent fairness and gravity, he bowed to the sovereign and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, although Patriarch Sun's words are charged with emotion, they are not entirely without merit. There is no doubt that Patriarch Chen possesses extraordinary strength. However, his origins are shrouded in mystery and his actions are overly overbearing, showing a complete lack of reverence. For the long-term peace and stability of our Shiliang Kingdom, this minister believes we should not condemn him immediately, yet we cannot allow him to run wild. He then shifted his tone. He put forward an even more insidious proposal. I beg your Majesty to first invite Patriarch Chen into the imperial prison to be jointly interrogated by the Pacification Bureau and the 3 judicial departments. Only after we have thoroughly investigated his background and confirmed that he harbors no treacherous intentions toward our royal family should we make a final decision. This is the safest course of action. This move was 100 times more venomous than Sun Hong's direct call for execution. Once inside the imperial prison, whether he lived or died and how he would be shaped would be entirely at their mercy. As soon as Li Chongfeng finished speaking, at least a third of the officials in the hall immediately voiced their agreement. Most of these people belonged to factions that were either dependent on the Li family or shared mutual interests with them. Patriarch Li speaks with great wisdom. This man's background is unknown. We must guard against him. We beg your Majesty to consider this carefully. Imprisonment before trial is the safest path. In an instant, 1,000 accusing fingers pointed at him in the Golden Hall. It was as if Chen Dakai were already a trapped beast with no hope of escape. Yet facing this pressure as heavy as Mount Tai, Chen Dakai's expression remained entirely unchanged. A faint mocking smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. He spoke aloud, his voice not particularly loud, yet it clearly resonated above all the clamor. Allow me to ask Patriarch Sun a question. He stared directly at Sun Hong, his gaze as sharp as a sword. As pillars of the state, those two sects broke faith and joined forces to besiege my ally the Baihua Valley, intending to annihilate them. Were you aware of this? They ambushed me on my journey, attempting to take my life. Were you also aware of this? Sun Hong choked on his words, caught off guard. His face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to speak. Ignoring him, Chen Dakai turned his gaze to Li Changfeng. Patriarch Li claims my origins are unknown. My Chen family has resided in Yunlai town for generations. Our household registry is fully traceable and well documented. On the other hand, does Patriarch Li as a high official of Shiliang know that those two pillar sects had long abandoned the immortal path? They secretly conspired with demonic cultivators and even kept cauldrons within their sects to commit such heinous acts that outrage heaven and earth. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. Conspiring with the demonic path. This was a monstrous crime that could shake the very foundation of the state. Li Changfeng's expression also changed instantly. He had not expected Chen Dakai's counterattack to be so sharp. In just a few sentences, Chen Dakai had redirected the spearhead back toward the two destroyed sects, elevating himself from the position of a culprit to the heights of a victim and whistleblower. Silence. Just as the hall was about to descend into another round of arguments, the sovereign on the dragon throne finally spoke. He uttered only those two words flatly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall, forcing everyone to hold their tongues. The sovereign's majestic gaze swept across the crowd below. He abruptly shifted the topic, drawing everyone's attention away from Chen Dakai's crime and punishment. Since the Fenyan Valley and the Guaisian Temple have both been destroyed regardless of the causes, the positions of Shiliang's pillars now stand vacant, and the very foundation of our nation is shaken. My beloved ministers, in your opinion, who should fill these two vacant positions to ensure the eternal stability of our Shiliang kingdom? The moment these words were spoken, the faces of both Sun Hong and Li Changfeng twisted in shock. The grand interrogation they had meticulously planned against Chen Dakai was so effortlessly transformed by the sovereign into a political discussion on the redistribution of kingdom power. Within their respective families, they had already prepared contingency plans for these two vacant seats. Both sought to seize this opportunity to push their vassal forces into power to expand their own influence. Yet with the sovereign asking directly in open court, it was difficult for them to propose this outright, lest their greed appear too unsightly. As the hall fell into a brief silence, a clear melodious voice rang out. The seventh princess, Ji Lingshuan, stepped out from behind a beaded curtain with graceful lotus-like strides. She bowed gracefully to the sovereign. Royal father, this child believes that those who serve as pillars are the very backbone of the nation. Their duty is to guard our territories and protect our people, a responsibility that ordinary forces cannot bear. She paused, her gaze drifting subtly toward Chen Dakai, her voice ringing clear. Such positions should be held by those with the capability. Whoever has the power to eliminate wrongdoers for our Shiliang kingdom, and whoever has the strength to guard a region for our royal family, is the one worthy of becoming a new pillar. Her words did not name him directly, yet they successfully directed all focus toward the young man in white who had just single-handedly annihilated two major sects. Within the Golden Hall, the wind had completely shifted. An interrogation that was originally intended to condemn Chen Dakai had, through the tacit cooperation of the sovereign and his daughter, the seventh princess, seemingly transformed into an even fiercer political gambit revolving around the inheritance of the new pillars. Within the Golden Hall, the moment the seventh princess spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. What had originally been a trial to condemn Chen Dakai had, through the coordinated efforts of the sovereign and the seventh princess, transformed into a political struggle for the newly vacated pillar position. Sun Hong's countenance darkened. Seizing upon a loophole in the princess's words, he stepped forward once more and retorted coldly, "Your Highness speaks truly. The worthy shall take their place. Yet this comes with a crucial condition. He must be utterly loyal to the kingdom of Shiliang and harbor no divided allegiance toward the royal house." Chen Dakai makes these accusations with nothing but empty words, shifting all blame onto two sects that cannot defend themselves. Who can say whether he speaks the truth or not? Unless he can present irrefutable proof demonstrating that the Burning Flame Valley and the True Return Temple colluded with the demonic path, first, his one-sided account will not convince anyone. He was certain Chen Dakai couldn't produce solid evidence so quickly. As long as the guilt of those two major sects remained unproven, the charge that Chen Dakai destroyed the pillar would still stand. All eyes turned back to Chen Dakai. This was indeed the crucial point. Faced with this final challenge, Chen Dakai smiled. As if he had anticipated this question all along, he calmly withdrew a pitch-black crystal sphere from his storage ring. "I happen to have precisely the evidence you seek." This is known as a soul-reflecting pearl, he explained, holding the crystal sphere in his palm. I obtained it years ago from a demonic cultivator. It cannot attack or defend, but it possesses a unique ability to extract the fragmented memories of a dying person's soul and reconstruct what they witnessed in life. After we destroyed the Burning Flame Valley a few days ago, I happened to preserve the last wisp of that mid-core formation elder's remnant soul. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the crystal sphere. The black orb illuminated and a luminous screen unfurled in the center of the golden hall, presenting a clear moving image before everyone's eyes. The scene revealed a dimly lit secret chamber. Within it stood the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, the black-robed elder, whom Chen Dakai had slain, and Elder Jian of the True Return Temple. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley spoke with sinister intent. That woman Wanwen refused our proposal with such insolence. But once we breach the 100 Flowers Valley, all the spiritual herbs and magical treasures within my sect shall be mine, while those female disciples will be gifted to you, Elder Jian, to aid your cultivation of the joyous Zen practice. Elder Jian pressed his palms together in a mock gesture of piety, yet an obscene smile played upon his lips. Excellent, most excellent. This humble monk shall ensure they experience pleasures beyond compare. The scene shifted to show them leading their forces in an assault upon the mountain gate of the 100 Flowers Valley. It then depicted how the black-robed elder had ambushed them en route, attempting to intercept and annihilate Chen Dakai's 9 dragons incense palanquin, only to meet his own demise instead. Every detail and every exchange of words unfolded clearly before the assembled court officials. Yet this was far from over. The vision shifted once more, revealing the ruins of the True Return Temple. Seeing defeat imminent, Elder Juyuan unleashed a dark art. Chanting bizarre incantations, he forcibly sacrificed hundreds of monks, transforming them into crimson energy to forge a towering pillar-forming array that rose into the heavens. The malevolent aura of demonic energy, even transmitted through the image alone, sent chills through all present in the Golden Hall and disturbed their composure. The vision ultimately froze on the moment Elder Jin seized control of the Buddha child's physical form and activated the diamond indestructible body technique. The evidence is irrefutable. Chen Dakai stowed away the crystal sphere, his composed voice echoing through the deathly silent hall. Sun Hong's face drained of color instantly. His body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Li Chongfeng's brows furrowed deeply as well. He had not anticipated Chen Dakai would possess such a decisive move that sealed every potential vulnerability. An oppressive silence descended upon the entire Golden Hall. Excellent, truly excellent. A pillar sect indeed. Upon the dragon throne, the sovereign's eyes flashed with brilliance as he struck his armrest, forcefully producing a thunderous sound. His majestic voice rang with barely contained fury, as pillars of the Western Liang Kingdom, enjoying the realm's stipends and the reverence of countless subjects, you secretly conspire with demonic forces and slaughter your fellow cultivators. Such sects deserve destruction. Such traitors merit annihilation. The sovereign seized this opportunity to settle the matter, definitively silencing all dissenting voices. His gaze swept over the trembling officials below before resting upon Chen Dakai, his expression softening with evident appreciation. Chen Dakai, you have exposed the demonic conspiracy and purged the kingdom of its corruption, a service of great merit. Speak now, what reward do you seek? The burden once again fell upon Chen Dakai. All held their breath, eager to discover what this rising powerhouse would request. Chen Dakai stepped forward and bowed deeply before the dragon throne, his voice modest, yet carrying throughout the entire hall. Your Majesty, this servant asks for no personal reward. I only beg your Majesty's grace to allow my Chen clan to fill the vacant pillar position. He raised his head and looked directly at the sovereign upon the dragon throne, speaking each word deliberately, to guard the eastern wasteland on behalf of the Western Liang Kingdom. I shall face 10,000 deaths without hesitation. The atmosphere within the Golden Hall froze instantaneously. In this moment, the sovereign found himself in a difficult position. Chen Dakai had just performed an extraordinary meritorious service, received open support from the 7th princess, and possessed formidable strength. Should the sovereign refuse, he would lose popular favor and appear lacking in magnanimity. All eyes converged upon the dragon throne. The future configuration of the entire Western Liang Kingdom would now depend on the sovereign's next words. Chen Dakai's voice echoed through the grand hall, each word weighing heavily upon the hearts of the assembled officials. Appoint the pillar of the state. A dead silence fell across the Golden Hall. Sun Hong's face turned ghastly pale, Li Chongfeng's brows knit tightly, and every minister and noble held their breath. All eyes converged upon the 9-dragon golden throne. The future of the Western Liang Kingdom rested entirely on the monarch's decision. Upon the dragon throne, the ruler gazed down upon the young man in white robes below, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. After a long moment, the monarch suddenly laughed. The sound began softly, then grew louder, finally echoing throughout the entire Qinyuan Hall. Ha ha ha. to guard the eastern wasteland for our western Liang kingdom unflinching even through 10,000 deaths. He abruptly rose from the dragon throne, and an aura of pressure radiated outward, filling all present with awe. I shall grant you this opportunity. The monarch's voice carried undeniable resolve. Attendees relay my decree, instruct the Grand Secretariat scholars to draft the imperial edict immediately. At these words, Sun Hong staggered and nearly collapsed. Li Changfeng's expression darkened instantly. Soon an elderly Grand Secretariat minister trembling presented the freshly drafted edict to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch unfurled the edict, channeled his spiritual energy, and his resonant voice echoed through every corner of the Golden Hall. By the mandate of heaven, the sovereign decrees the former pillars of the state Furnace Flame Valley and Guasian Temple, having failed to appreciate the ruler's grace, abandoned their duties, colluded with demonic paths, harmed their colleagues, and plotted to overthrow the kingdom. Crimes that defy forgiveness. Their names as traitors shall be forever inscribed upon Western Liang's pillar of shame to serve as a warning to others. The first half of the edict declared the two great sects as rebels, providing legal justification for Chen Dakai's actions. The chief eunuch paused, his voice growing even more resonant. Chen Dakai, patriarch of the Chen immortal clan, faced peril, without fear, purged the rebels, exposed the conspiracy, and rendered great service to the state. He shall receive lavish rewards. Hereby the Chen immortal clan is appointed as the new pillar of the state of Western Liang, and Chen Dakai is enfeoffed as the Marquis of Dong'an, with a stipend of 3,000 households governing the former territories of Furnace Flame Valley and Guasian Temple. Effective immediately by imperial decree. As his words fell, a junior eunuch approached Chen Dakai with a tray held reverently. Upon the tray lay two objects. One was a purple jade token carved with mountains and rivers, the National Protection Purple Ribbon token, symbolizing the identity of a pillar of the state. The other was a vermilion gold seal, its base engraved with the characters "Seal of the Marquis of Dong'an" in ancient script. This servant thanks your majesty for such profound grace. May your sovereignty endure for 10,000 ages. Chen Dakai bowed deeply, his voice clear and resonant. He calmly took the token and seal and concealed them within his robes. From this moment, he became the enfeoffed pillar of Western Liang, the Marquis of Dong'an, with a hereditary domain and a new aristocrat standing equal to the Sun and Li families. Congratulations to your majesty, congratulations to the Marquis of Dong'an. After a brief silence, scattered congratulatory voices rang through the hall. Sun Hong's face remained pale, yet he was forced to bow along with the ministers, forcing the words "congratulations" through gritted teeth. The sound was more mournful than weeping. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, patriarch of the Li family, could not maintain his outward composure. His gaze locked onto the white-robed youth who had just been enfeoffed, cold and piercing. His original plan had been to let Chen Dakai clash with the Sun family, awaiting mutual exhaustion, so that the royal house could intervene and reap the spoils. This would allow the Li family to gain advantage and perhaps extend their influence into the very core of royal power. He never anticipated that Chen Dakai would not only avoid mutual destruction with the Suns, but would seize this opportunity to emerge as a third power standing equal to them. The political landscape of Tianshu City had shifted from the open and covert rivalry between the Sun and Li families to a tripartite balance of power. This disrupted the Li family's century-long strategy to gradually weaken royal authority and scheme for unification. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Li Changfeng sharply swept his sleeves and strode toward the hall's exit, disregarding court propriety. As he turned to leave, he cast one final glance back at Chen Dakai. Everyone understood the Chen and Li families were now sworn enemies. With the court session concluded and officials dispersing, Princess Ji Lingxian approached Chen Dakai with a bright smile and a clear voice. Congratulations, Marquis of Dong'an. From now on we are among our own. She openly declared her alliance with Chen Dakai, before everyone present clearly taking his side. You honor me, Highness, Chen Dakai replied with a calm smile. Lung Yu also approached, her gaze upon the man before her filled with complexity. Congratulations, she whispered, then added in an even lower tone. But the Li family is not to be trifled with. Their clan ancestor is exceedingly powerful, you must remain vigilant. Chen Dakai nodded slightly to her in gratitude. Watching the officials depart, he tightened his grip on the token and seal in his hands. The enfeoffment as a pillar of the state marked the beginning of a new struggle. He did not linger in the palace, but bid farewell to the 7th princess and Lung Yue, returning directly to the listening bamboo pavilion. Upon returning to his villa, he immediately retrieved a communication jade slip and sent a command to Qinyu in Chun family town far away in the tens of millions of li. The message on the jade slip was concise. The affairs in Tianshu City are settled. I have been enfeoffed as the Marquis of Dong'an with a territory of 10,000 li. I order you to immediately consolidate all family resources, register all clan members, and make preparations. In 3 days the entire Qin clan shall migrate formally, taking control of the eastern wasteland. The ceremony of the Golden Hall's enfeoffment, like a grade 12 spiritual energy storm, swept through every corner of Tianshu City within half a day. The name Chen Dakai, once a symbol of controversy and mystery, instantly leaped to become a star that could not be ignored on the power map of the Shiliang Kingdom. Li family mansion. Bang! A precious screen carved from 1,000-year-old jade was instantly shattered into powder by a violent surge of spiritual energy. Li Chongfeng's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly spitting fire. His vaunted composure and calmness were torn to shreds today in the Golden Hall by that white-haired youth. A country bumpkin appearing from nowhere, a reckless fool, without any foundation. What makes him qualified? How dare he? Li Chongfeng growled in a low voice, his tone filled with resentment and venom. An aged, calm voice came from the shadows of the study. Chongfeng, your heart is disturbed. An old man dressed in plain hemp clothes and unremarkable in appearance walked out slowly. He looked like an ordinary old farmer on the verge of death, yet upon seeing him Li Chongfeng immediately restrained all his anger and bowed respectfully. Second uncle, your scheme was wrong from the very beginning. The old man called second uncle was precisely the true anchor of the Li family, a core formation great perfection powerhouse, who had long ceased to meddle in worldly affairs, yet controlled all the family's hidden forces. Li Xuanji walked to the window, gazing toward the palace. His eyes were murky yet seemed to pierce through everything. You thought that Chen Dakai was a tiger, and Sun Hong a wolf, hoping to let them fight to mutual destruction so that our Li family could reap the benefits. But you forgot that in this Tianshu city the greatest beast is always the one on the dragon throne. Hearing this, Li Chongfeng trembled, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Li Xuanji said, the monarch has endured for so many years, already dissatisfied with our and the Sun family's growing power. This Chen Dakai is merely a pawn he went along with to balance the court and warn us. Li Chongfeng gritted his teeth. Are we just going to let it go? Let that kid become a new pillar and stand against our Li family. Let it go. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. In Tianshu city, under the monarch's nose, we cannot touch him. But the foundation of a pillar is the territory he guards. He was in theft as the Marquis of Dong'an, and what he got is the mess of the Blazing Flame Valley and the returning Truth Temple. He turned around, a flash of venom passing through his murky eyes. On that land, the original cultivation families and local magnates. Which one is not unruly and recalcitrant? Will they willingly submit to an outsider? Send my order, activate all the moles we have planted in Dongwang domain. Tell those local snakes that the royal enfeoffment is just a scrap of paper. Whoever causes the greatest trouble for the new Marquis of Dong'an on that land will receive the support of our Li family. Chen Dakai may be able to conquer the territory, but whether he can hold it depends on his fate. At the same time, at the Sun family mansion, gloom and desolation prevailed. Since returning from the Golden Hall, Sun Hong had locked himself in his secret chamber and had not come out. The entire Sun family was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression and humiliation. Deep within the majestic palace, the 7th Princess Ji Lingxian was playing chess with the monarch in the imperial garden. Ji Lingxian placed a piece and said with a smile, Father, your move today was truly brilliant. Not only did you smoothly grasp Chen Dakai, this sharp blade in your hand, but you also took the opportunity to warn the Li family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The monarch looked at the chessboard and said calmly, Chen Dakai is a blade, but a blade too sharp can easily cut its wielder. His foundation is still shallow. We must give him some assistance to help him establish a foothold on that new fiefdom. Only by making him fight the Li family more fiercely can our royal foundation become more stable. He looked at Ji Lingxian with a hint of approval in his eyes. Handle this matter. Remember, offering timely help is far more effective in winning people's hearts than adding flowers to embroidery. I understand, Father. Ji Lingxian bowed in acceptance. At this moment, the listening bamboo pavilion was quite different from the turbulent outside world, a scene of tranquility. Chen Dakai had long deployed multiple layers of isolation arrays inside and outside the courtyard, blocking all prying eyes. The reactions from the outside world were exactly as he had anticipated. At this moment, he was gathering around a huge map with Yun Xiu and several core female cultivators. The map meticulously marked the vast territories of the former Blazing Flame Valley and returning Truth Temple, including mountains, rivers, mineral veins, spiritual fields, and the spheres of influence of dozens of vassal families, large and small. Husband, we are newcomers here. It may not be easy to fully control this territory, Yun Xiu said with some worry. Chen Dakai nodded. He knew that the real challenge was only beginning. Just then a slight fluctuation came from outside the formation. Leng Yu had arrived. Chen Dakai waved his hand to remove the restriction and saw Leng Yu enter alone. She had changed out of her cold Jinfu C official uniform into a light blue dress, which lessened her murderous aura and added a touch of feminine softness. Her expression was unnatural, and she dared not meet Chen Dakai's eyes. She simply handed him a jade slip. This is what the 7th princess asked me to give you. Inside is detailed intelligence on all forces of second rate and above on your fiefdom, as well as the strongholds of some bandits and outlaws that have taken advantage of the chaos after those 2 families fell. Chen Dakai took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense over it. He found the intelligence extremely detailed, even including the personality weaknesses of certain family patriarchs. Exactly what he needed most at the moment. Please thank the princess for me, Chen Dakai said. Lung Yu hummed in acknowledgement, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, are you really planning to move the entire family here? The Li family has been operating in Dongwang domain for many years, deeply rooted. They will never let you establish a foothold easily. Her tone carried a concern she herself did not notice. Chen Dakai looked at her and suddenly smiled. Thanks for your concern. But they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, perfect for my Chun family's sons to sharpen their claws. This arrogant confidence that looked down upon the world made Lung Yu's heart skip a beat. She said no more, turned around, and quickly walked away, as if staying one more moment would cause her mental state to completely collapse. After seeing off Lung Yu, Chen Dakai combined the intelligence from the jade slip with the map, and a complete action plan quickly formed in his mind. He immediately gave orders. Yun Xiao, you are to take 10 sisters immediately bearing my marquis's golden seal, and go ahead to the largest city on the border of the fiefdom, Guangdong City. Convey my command within 3 days. All family heads within a radius of 3,000 li must come to Guangdong City to pay homage. Those who are late will bear the consequences. Yes. Yun Xiao accepted the order, her eyes shining. The rest of you follow me aboard the 9-dragon Agarwood chariot. Depart immediately. Chen Dakai acted without delay. He intended to seize the first city with lightning speed before the Li family's moles were fully deployed. Moments later, under the watch of countless complex gazes from Tianshu City, the 9-dragon Agarwood chariot, symbolizing nobility and power, once again soared into the air, transforming into a golden streak of light, speeding toward the eastern horizon. Several days later, beneath the 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin lay the eastern border of the Dongan Marquis' fief. This was once the frontier between the territories of the Burning Flame Valley and the Guozian Temple, one of the most chaotic regions in the eastern wasteland domain. Guangdong City, the largest cultivation city in this region, lay sprawled across the earth like a colossal beast. Upon its towering walls, the array runes were weathered and mottled, bearing the scars of countless battles. The atmosphere in Guangdong City today was utterly different from any other day. The 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin, bearing the mark of the new lord, did not enter the city, but remained suspended silently 1,000 zhang high beyond the walls. The sculpted coiling dragons were faintly visible through the clouds and mist, and an invisible, yet oppressive weight descended like a heavy leaden cloud, slowly enveloping the entire city. This was a silent proclamation, an unassailable display of dominance. Within the city lord's mansion, a gathering of all the local powers in Guangdong City and its surrounding territories was underway, the air thick with tension. Presiding over the main seat was Zhang Lai, patriarch of the Zhang family, the foremost lineage in Guangdong City. Having reached the late stage of foundation establishment, his ambitions knew no bounds. After centuries of consolidating power in this lawless territory, he had long considered himself the uncrowned king of Guangdong City. Everyone here surely understands the intentions of the figure outside the city, Zhang Lai remarked, lifting his teacup and gently blowing across its surface, his tone laced with contempt. Yet they send a woman bearing some tattered token, expecting us families rooted in this land for generations to bow and swear allegiance. This newly appointed Marquis of Dongan must be rather naive. From a lower seat, a burly man with a thick face spoke in a deep, resonant voice, Patriarch Zhang, but I've heard word that this Marquis single-handedly annihilated 2 major sects in Tianshu City. Zhang Lai let out a cold sneer. Rumors, nothing more. Do you truly believe those 2 pillar sects were made of paper? There must be royal family manipulation behind this. Besides, a mighty dragon cannot subdue a local serpent. This is our territory. Even a true dragon would be forced to coil and submit when it enters our Guangdong River. A hint of triumph flashed across his eyes as he lowered his voice. I'll be straightforward with you all. The powerful benefactor in Tianshu City has already sent me word. As long as we teach this new Marquis a lesson and make him understand who truly rules this land, that benefactor will reward us beyond our wildest imaginations. The benefactor he referred to was, of course, the Li family. With their backing, Zhang Lai's courage surged 100-fold. I propose we give him a taste of our strength. Close the city gates and activate the protective formation. Let's see what he can do against us. Zhang Lai declared, slamming his teacup onto the table with finality. Influenced by the Li family's promises and Zhang Lai's persuasion, the other family patriarchs reluctantly agreed. Moments later, the massive gates of Guangdong City groaned shut with a deafening creak. A pale yellow barrier surged skyward like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire city in its glow. This was open defiance, pure confrontation. Inside the 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin, the newly subdued female cultivators all wore anxious expressions. Master, they dare to close the gates and resist. Zhao Feifei, a fiery-tempered female cultivator, exclaimed indignantly, we should blast those gates open and arrest every one of those foolhardy men. Chen Dakai, casually sipping his tea, merely smiled faintly at her words. Far too brutal, he said. and it would damage my new territory. He set down his cup, rose, and walked to the front of the palanquin. He didn't release any oppressive aura or speak any harsh words. He simply raised his right hand in calm composure. 36 sword lights erupted from behind him, shooting straight into the sky, not toward the city gate, but toward the boundless heavens above Guangdong City. 36 third-grade high-quality heart swords darted and interwoven through the air, instantly forming a massive sword array diagram that covered the entire city. The Great Freedom Heart Sword in its array formation. A terrifying sword, intent, sharp, and cold enough to sever the soul, descended upon every corner and every inch of space within Guangdong City, like a reversed celestial river. All cultivators within the city, whether in meditation, conducting business, or plotting strife, felt a chill simultaneously run down their necks, as though an invisible sword blade hung threateningly above them. Their spiritual energy movement became incredibly sluggish, and their souls trembled uncontrollably. They harbored no doubt that with merely a thought from the person outside the city, this terrifying sword array hovering in the sky could crush the entire city and all living beings within it into the finest dust. Within the city lord's mansion, the teacup in Zhang Lai's hand silently turned to ash. The arrogance and confidence that had marked his face vanished without a trace, leaving only bone-deep fear and despair. He finally understood. The intelligence from Tianshu City had not exaggerated at all, rather it had severely underestimated the terror of this new marquis. This was no power that a core formation cultivator could possess. This was practically an alive, nascent soul ancestor. Thud. The head of the Liu family, who dealt exclusively in intelligence, was the first to react. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees toward the city gate, crying out with all his strength, his voice trembling. The Liu family of Guangdong City bows before the marquis. We were ignorant and deserved death 1,000 times over. We implore the marquis to show mercy. Her kneeling knock seemed to topple the first domino. The Wang family of Guangdong City bows before the marquis. We beg the marquis to forgive our sins. The Sun family of Guangdong City bows before the marquis. We were bewitched by that thief Zhang Lai. In an instant, all the family heads in the entire city lord's mansion scrambled to their knees, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy. Zhang Lai's face turned the color of ash, his body shaking like a sieve, and finally, he collapsed to his knees in endless remorse and terror. Outside the city, Chen Dakai merely waved his hand casually. The terrifying sword array diagram suspended in the sky instantly dissipated without a trace. Those tightly closed city gates and the protective formation array that was said to withstand fierce assaults from core formation cultivators, all silently opened under an invisible force. Under countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and reverence, the nine-dragon sandalwood palanquin slowly entered Guangdong City like a monarch inspecting his domain. Yunxiu, who had been waiting in the city, hurried forward. Looking at the serene man on the palanquin, her beautiful eyes shimmered with wonder. The family master had conquered this unruly city with just a single move. Chen Dakai paid no mind to the crowds kneeling along both sides of the street. He went straight to the city lord's mansion and took his seat on the main chair that had previously belonged to Zhang Lai, looking down from above at the gathered family heads, who trembled like aspen leaves. His gaze fell upon Zhang Lai, at the forefront, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. I heard you were planning to give me a lesson. Zhang Lai's entire body shuddered violently, his head banging against the ground with a hollow sound as he pleaded through tears, "Spare me, Marquis. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I was blinded by greed and deceived by the Li family of Tianshu City. I beg you, Marquis, to grant me a chance to atone for my sins." "Oh, the Li family." Chen Dakai's smile remained unchanged. "Very well." He rose slowly, his voice calm, yet carrying unquestionable authority. "Effective immediately, the Guangdong City Lord's Mansion shall be renamed the Dong'an Marquis Mansion. Zhang Lai, since you wish to atone, I appoint you as the vanguard officer of this mansion. Within 3 days, unite all combat forces in Guangdong City and advance westward 500 li, wiping out every bandit and robber who has taken refuge in the mountains. As for you," his gaze swept over the remaining family heads, "provide all logistical supplies. Should there be any mishap, Zhang Lai's head will be your fate." As the night deepened, the residence of Marquis Dong'an was adorned with lanterns and colored banners illuminated by the bright glow of red candles. Today was the grand wedding day of the newly appointed Marquis Dong'an, and his bride was none other than the prestigious 7th princess of the Shiliang Kingdom, Ji Lingxian. To the outside world, this wedding was a political marriage through and through. The royal family needed a sharp blade to counter the influential clans, while Chen Dakai required the royal family's prestige to secure his foothold in Tianshu City and the eastern wastelands. Inside the bridal chamber, red silk and warm curtains hung as an exotic fragrance wafted through the air. Ji Lingxian sat upright on the wedding bed, her intricate and magnificent phoenix crown and embroidered robe accentuating her already breathtaking countenance, making her beauty truly incomparable. Yet her expression lacked the typical shyness of a new bride, carrying instead the reserve and scrutiny unique to a royal princess. The door was pushed open, and Chen Dakai stepped inside. "My lord," Ji Lingxian said with a slight nod, her voice cold yet melodious. "From this day forth Lingxian belongs to you, serving also as the bond of the alliance between the royal family and the Chen family. I hope you will not disappoint my royal father's expectations." Even upon the bridal bed, she continued to emphasize alliances and interests. Chen Dakai casually cast a barrier to seal off the room, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Your Highness, since you have entered this door and climbed onto this bed, there is no longer any alliance between the royal family and the Chen family in this world. There is only the consummation of marriage between husband and wife." He approached step by step, his intense aura of pure yang washing over her like a blazing furnace, causing ripples to stir in Ji Lingxuan's otherwise tranquil heart. Ji Lingxuan's breathing quickened slightly as she felt the highly aggressive masculine aura radiating from him. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but a powerful hand wrapped around her slender waist. "Furthermore, I wish to see just how miraculous the rumored heavenly phoenix spiritual physique, a phenomenon unseen in 10,000 years, truly is." Chen Dakai leaned down, and under Ji Lingxuan's shocked gaze masterfully sealed her crimson lips. As her garments slipped away, a flawless jade-like body was revealed beneath the red candlelight. Most bizarrely, the faint phantom of a fire phoenix poised to take flight emerged on Ji Lingxuan's back, radiating a noble and scorching aura. This was the heavenly phoenix spiritual physique. Those blessed with this constitution were born talents for cultivation, and their primal yin contained an exceptionally pure essence of innate fire. MH. At the moment of their complete union, Ji Lingxian felt an unimaginably massive surge of pure yang energy flood into her body, instantly shattering all her rationality and reserve. The fire phoenix phantom on her back let out a clear, resonant cry, actively wrapping itself around Chen Dakai's body. The dragon and phoenix brought prosperity as yin and yang harmonized. At the same time, an unprecedentedly urgent system prompt echoed in Chen Dakai's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a Tao companion with the special heavenly phoenix spiritual physique." Detected that the compatibility between the heavenly phoenix spiritual physique and the host's pure yang physique has reached the perfect grade, judged as a legendary union. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic reward, 600 years of cultivation infusion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tier 4 rare treasure, world-breaking divine talisman, and one-time consumable that ignores spatial locks, allowing instantaneous escape over thousands of miles, unstoppable by anyone below the late nascent soul stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tier 4 slaughter formation. See overturning immortal slaying formation, includes a complete formation map and a set of primary formation flags. Once deployed, it can harness the water veins within a 100-mile radius and transform them into immortal slaying sword, chi certain death to anyone in the core formation stage, and capable of trapping and killing those in the early nascent soul stage." Boom. A torrent of energy more violent than any before materialized out of thin air within Chen Dakai's dantian. Under the washing of this torrent, his golden core, which had already reached the peak of the mid-core formation stage, began to spin frantically. Though its size did not increase, the core veins upon it multiplied at a speed visible to the naked eye. The third vein, the fifth, the seventh, until the ninth core vein was completely formed. The 9-revolution golden core, the consummation of the great Tao. The spiritual power within Chen Dakai's body roared like a bursting river, forcibly widening his meridians several times over. At this moment, the golden core radiated an incredibly dazzling golden light, resembling a miniature sun suspended in the center of his dantian. Late core formation stage. Peak late core formation stage. Rumble. As the final barrier was shattered with unstoppable force, the aura on Chen Dakai's body shifted abruptly, reaching a state of flawless perfection and returned to simplicity. Great circle of the core formation stage. Just half a step away from shattering the core to form the nascent soul, achieving the status of a nascent soul patriarch. This elevation of power was not a simple accumulation of quantity, but a qualitative leap. Chen Dakai felt that at this moment, even without using any magical treasures, he could slap his former self to death, relying solely on his physical strength and vast spiritual power. Beneath him, Ji Lingxian likewise reaped immense benefits. Nourished by the pure yang energy, her heavenly phoenix spiritual physique fully awakened, loosening her cultivation bottleneck and allowing her to directly break through a minor realm. A night of romance filled the room with the warmth of spring. It was not until the sun was high in the sky the next day that this thrilling dual cultivation finally came to an end. Ji Lingxian snuggled languidly in Chen Dakai's embrace. Her eyes, once cold and proud, were now filled with gentle affection like water and deep shock. She was not only conquered physically, but also utterly captivated by the terrifying potential this man displayed. She could sense that the man beside her had undergone a complete transformation last night, becoming even more unfathomable. "Husband," she murmured softly, entirely shedding her princess demeanor. Chen Dakai gently stroked her cascading black hair, while in his mind, he was taking stock of his harvest. The world-breaking divine talisman is equivalent to having an extra life. Within the sphere of influence of Tianshu City, which is guarded by a nascent soul patriarch, this can be considered a true life-saving trump card. As for this sea overturning immortal slaying formation, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. Li family, if you truly dare to stretch your claws into my fief, I wouldn't mind letting you taste the power of this tier 4 slaughter formation. 3 days later, at the drill grounds of Guangdong City, thousands of cultivators stood in neat phalanxes, their murderous aura piercing the heavens. Most of these men were originally private soldiers of local clans like the Zhang and Wang families. They had now been disbanded and reorganized into the guard army of the Marquis Donggen's estate. During the reorganization over the past few days, although the various families appeared submissive on the surface, Chen Dakai knew that this submission was built on fear and was far from secure. Once he showed any sign of weakness, or if the Li family exerted greater pressure, these fair-weather followers could turn against him at any moment. Therefore, he still needed a spark to ignite things. Clad in military armor, Zhang Lai walked swiftly to the base of the commander's platform, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly, reporting to the Marquis. The vanguard camp has fully assembled, and the provisions and military equipment are all in the armory. We await your command to set out and eliminate the bandits. Keeping his head lowered, a trace of hard-to-detect malice and testing lingered deep in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had secretly contacted the Li family, and they had promised to dispatch experts to rendezvous with him during the expedition. What he needed to do now was to lure this god of slaughter out of the city. Well done. A calm voice drifted down from above. Chen Dakai, dressed in a purple gold python robe, stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back. He did not deliberately conceal his aura as he usually did. Instead, he allowed the pressure of his newly achieved, not yet fully stabilized core formation great circle stage to flow out like spilled mercury. This pressure was not a violent suppression, but an absolute gaze from a higher level of existence, like a giant dragon sneezing in the clouds. Zhang Lai, standing below, bore the brunt of it. He had been plotting in his heart how to cooperate with the Li family to orchestrate Chen Dakai's demise, when suddenly he felt as if the sky had collapsed. An indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly weighed down upon his soul. In that split second, he seemed to see a golden sun exploding above his head. It was not merely a suppression of spiritual power, but a destructive aura that made his very soul tremble. This aura was several times stronger than it had been at the city gates just a few days ago. Back then, although Chen Dakai was powerful in Zhang Lai's eyes, he was only at the late core formation stage. But now, this feeling was one he had only ever experienced years ago when he accompanied his family elders to Tianshu City to pay homage from the high and mighty Grand Commander Wei Zheng. The great circle of the core formation stage. It had only been a few days. Zhang Lai's dark little schemes instantly shattered in the face of absolute power. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body collapsing to the ground like a boneless heap drenched in cold sweat. Not only him, but the thousands of cultivators on the drill ground simultaneously let out a muffled groan and involuntarily fell to their knees. Even the few family elders at the early core formation stage grew deathly pale, staring in sheer horror at the figure on the high platform. The entire field fell dead silent save for the howling wind. There were no hysterical roars, nor any earth-shattering spells. With just a single glance, a mere thread of aura, the entire city bowed its head. Chen Dakai looked down at the crowd who revered him like ants. His gaze finally landed on Zhang Lai, who lay there like a dead dog, and he said indifferently, "Vanguard Zhang, your breathing seems rather erratic. Could it be that you are dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Zhang Lai frantically banged his head against the hard stone floor, completely oblivious to his bleeding forehead. His voice trembled so much it was barely coherent. "Your subordinate. Your subordinate dares not. Your subordinate is loyal to you, my lord, as clear as the sun and the moon. Your divine might is peerless, and I am simply overcome with excitement. Fear." At this moment, the slight illusion Zhang Lai held toward the Li family completely shattered, replaced by a bone-deep dread of Chen Dakai. He realized that trying to play tricks in front of this man was nothing short of seeking death. It had better be so. Chen Dakai withdrew his gaze, and his pressure instantly vanished like a whale absorbing water. Only then did the crowd feel as though they had returned to life, gasping heavily for air. When they looked at Chen Dakai again, their eyes held nothing but reverence, devoid of any other thoughts. "Since you are prepared, then let us depart." With a sweep of his wide sleeve, Chen Dakai turned and left, leaving behind only a back that everyone could only look up to. "During this campaign, I will personally oversee the operation. I want to see just how tough the bones of these Eastern Wasteland bandits really are." Returning to the study in the Marquis's residence, Chen Dakai closed the door and dismissed his attendants, his majestic and cold expression softening slightly. Sitting cross-legged on a futon with a thought, he opened the system space. From a dazzling array of treasures, he pulled out a tattered beast skin map, radiating an ancient and weathered aura. This was one of the junk items he had previously obtained from the Sun family's treasury, an ancient remnant map. Previously, his cultivation was insufficient, and his spiritual sense could not penetrate its mysteries. Now that he had broken through to the core formation great circle, his spiritual sense had surged several times over comparable to a half-step nascent soul. It was time to unravel the secrets of this object. Illusion-breaking divine pupils open. Golden light swirled within Chen Dakai's eyes as two near-solid beams of light shot toward the remnant map. Under the gaze of his divine pupils, the originally unremarkable beast skin surface began to reveal complex spiritual energy pathways resembling blood vessels. These pathways intertwined and outlined a three-dimensional map of mountains and rivers. This is... Chen Dakai's pupils contracted slightly as he quickly retrieved the map of the Eastern Wasteland's power distribution previously sent by Lung Yu for comparison. As the two maps overlapped, an astonishing discovery unfolded before his eyes. The red spots marked on the remnant map actually coincided perfectly with the locations of the headquarters of the major bandit forces in the Eastern Wastelands. And at the center where all the red pathways converged deep within the black mist swamp known as the Forbidden Zone of Life, there was a golden vortex mark radiating a fluctuation that made Chen Dakai's heart throb. So that's how it is. A cold smile curled on Chen Dakai's lips as he tapped his fingers gently on the table. No wonder the Li and Sun families have tolerated these bandits for so many years, even secretly supporting them. It turns out these bandits are nothing but watchdogs guarding the entrance to this ancient ruin for them. It seems this so-called Eastern Wasteland campaign is going to be much more interesting than I imagined. Just then Yunxio's respectful voice came from outside the door. Reporting to the family head, the mistresses have sent joyful news. After being examined by the physician, they are all pregnant. A sharp light flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. System notification: congratulations to the host on the successful conception of the family's offspring. Reward issued 10 sets of Tier 3 top-grade breath-concealing formation plates. Reward issued 1 queen of the exotic insect, spirit-seeking bee, accompanied by 3,000 worker bees. Looking at the rewards appearing on the system panel, Chen Dakai could not help but laugh aloud. The breath-concealing formation plates could hide the movements of an army, while the spirit-seeking bees were excellent tools for finding entrances to secret realms and scouting enemy movements. The system was not just handing out rewards, it was practically delivering a complete set of war supplies. Li family, Sun family. Chen Dakai put away the remnant map and looked out at the gloomy sky outside the window, his killing intent surging. I accept the game you have set up. I only wonder in the end who will be the hunter and who will be the prey, eh? The next morning at dawn, the heavens hung low, laden with leaden clouds. In the central martial arena of Guangdong City, a vast crowd had already gathered. Thousands of cultivators clad in various family attires stood scattered in a dozen loosely formed squares. The clamor of voices and complaints rose and fell, lacking the solemn aura of an impending campaign, resembling instead a chaotic marketplace. Beneath the high platforms, several middle-aged men in fine silks surrounded Zhang Lai, their expressions agitated. Brother Zhang, this Chen Dakai has gone too far. The speaker was a bald, burly old man, Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Zhao family in Guangdong City. He twirled 2 iron balls in his hands, spittle flying as he spoke. He wants us to send 80% of our elite forces to suppress bandits. And we have to provide our own provisions and elixirs. This isn't suppression, it's sending us to our deaths. And the Blackwind Marsh. That's a death trap that devours men without spitting out bones. A gaunt man beside him chimed in, indeed, Brother Zhang. You're the vanguard commander now and a favored figure before the Marquis. You must plead for us all. Our family's reserves are hard won if they're all lost. Zhang Lai remained expressionless, a cold sneer in his heart. Plead. That kneeling yesterday had shattered not only his knees, but also every shred of his courage. That man was no mere transient dragon, but a primordial beast cloaked in human skin. Everyone, Zhang Lai took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Take my advice, do whatever the Marquis commands. Don't entertain any schemes, it will cost lives. Zhao Wuji stopped twirling his iron balls and snorted coldly. Brother Zhang, have you lost your nerve? A strong dragon doesn't crush a local serpent. Chen Dakai is new here, does he really dare to offend all of us established powers? Without us, who will govern this vast fiefdom for him? Rely on his houseful of beautiful women. The surrounding men burst into jeering laughter, their contempt undisguised. Just then a dull, heavy boom shook the earth. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled rhythmically as if an army of thousands was approaching. The previously noisy arena fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in shock toward the gate. 2 columns of towering, pitch-black, iron-clad giants marched in unison, thundering into the field. These giants bore no facial features, only cold, smooth metal. They carried door-sized greatswords exuding an icy, suffocating aura of slaughter. Second-grade supreme puppets, mountain-suppressing slaves. 50 of them. Standing there, they formed a black steel wall, forcefully stifling the clamor of thousands of cultivators. Chen Dakai, clad in full battle attire, stepped out slowly from the puppet formation. Yunxio, in a form-fitting outfit, followed closely. Though her belly was still flat, a faint ripple of energy emanated from her, the sign of a life taking root. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Zhao Wuji. Who was it that said I rely on women to govern my fief? His voice was soft yet piercingly clear. In every year, Zhao Wuji's face stiffened, but emboldened by his years of influence in the city, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Marquis, this old man is Zhao Wuji. It was but a jest. Yet this conscription order is indeed a hardship. Our families have meager reserves if we send all our elites. Did I ask you? Chen Dakai cut him off, his gaze as indifferent as if looking at a corpse. Zhao Wuji froze, then flushed with fury. Marquis, what do you mean? My Zhao family has held sway in Guangdong City for 200 years. If you insist on. Swish. A flash of cold light. No one saw Chen Dakai move, only heard the crisp ring of a sword. In the next instant, Zhao Wuji's bald head shot into the air, blood gushing from his neck, like a fountain splattering the faces of nearby family heads. The headless corpse swayed and crashed to the ground with a thud. The two iron balls rolled away, clinking softly. In that moment, the thousands of onlookers felt as if their throats were gripped, their breath frozen. The early-stage core formation patriarch Zhao, dead, like a chicken. Chen Dakai flicked a finger as if brushing off non-existent blood and said flatly, anyone who disrupts morale before battle shall be executed. He turned to face the family heads, now pale as ghosts, and a gentle smile curled at the corner of his lips. Now does anyone still find fault with my arrangements? Thud, thud. A series of knees hitting the ground echoed. The remaining family heads scrambled to kneel, their foreheads striking the earth with thunderous force. The Marquis is wise. We will go through fire and water for you. That old wretch Zhao Wuji deserved his death. The Wang family will send all our elites. We depart immediately. Fear is the most efficient tool of governance. Chen Dakai nodded with satisfaction, then swept his sleeve. A patch of golden mist suddenly flew from his sleeve, swirling in the air with a bone-chilling buzz. The crowd stared closely. It was no mist, but tens of thousands of thumb-sized golden bees. Their stingers glowed with a faint blue sheen, clearly laden with deadly venom. Go! Chen Dakai uttered a single word. The swarm scattered instantly, transforming into countless golden threads, shooting in all directions, vanishing beyond the horizon in moments. These are spirit-searching bees. Within 1,000 li, no fluctuation of spiritual energy can escape their detection. Chen Dakai clasped his hands behind his back, his voice clear and resonant. No matter how deep the bandits hide, they are naked before my eyes. You need only obey my orders. If anyone feigns compliance, let Zhao Wuji be your example. This masterful display of insect control struck deep fear into their hearts. Their gazes toward Chen Dakai shifted from terror to awe. This new marquis possessed unfathomable means. Zhonglai, your subordinate is here. Zhonglai shuddered and scrambled forward. Form the ranks. We march in half an hour. As you command. After the crowd dispersed to their tasks, Yunxiu stepped forward, straightening Chen Dakai's collar. She whispered, Marquis, that was quite terrifying. I think those family heads nearly had their souls scared out of them. Better that way. Chen Dakai took her hand, and a warm surge of pure yang energy flowed from his palm, gently entering her lower abdomen through the meridians, nurturing the tiny life yet to form. A blush tinted Yunxiu's cheeks, her heart filled with sweetness. Outsiders saw only a god of slaughter, but those who shared his bed knew how intoxicating his tenderness could be. For this purge you will command the central camp and manage supplies. Stay out of the frontline skirmishes, Chen Dakai instructed softly. I understand, my lord. Take care on this journey. Yunxiu, sharp-witted, had a faint inkling of what lay ahead. Rest assured. Chen Dakai's gaze followed the undulating Blackwind Mountains in the distance, a hint of mockery in his eyes. This is not just a hunt, it's a banquet. Someone has carefully prepared a grand show for me. How rude would it be not to attend? Half an hour later, the sound of horns rose, and the army began its march. A flood of thousands of cultivators surged out of Guangdong City in a mighty torrent. At the forefront were the motley troops assembled from various families, cannon fodder as they were called. In the middle, Zhang Lai led the elite. On the flanks and rear, the 50 silent mountain-suppressing slaves stood like overseers, coldly watching everyone. Anyone who dared step back would be met with a merciless greatsword. The 9 Dragons aloe-wood carriage floated above the formation, its pearl curtains drawn low, obscuring the view within. Inside the carriage, Chen Dakai sat cross-legged, a map formed of spiritual energy floating before him. This map combined intelligence from the 7th princess and the findings from the fragmentary chart last night. It marked not only the bandit strongholds, but also traced scarlet lines, the optimal ambush points he had deduced. His finger traced lightly over a narrow valley named Falling Phoenix Slope on the map. The terrain was perilous, 2 mountains pinching a gorge, with a natural anti-flight field making it a perfect spot for murder and plunder. More importantly, it was the only route to the first bandit headquarters. Since they want my life, I'll give them an opportunity. Chen Dakai pulled out several black array plates from his bosom. 3rd-grade supreme concealment array plates from the system capable of deceiving even the divine sense of nascent soul cultivators. A curl of his lips, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Pass the order to the entire army. His voice, amplified by spiritual power, reached every soldier. March at full speed. We must pass through Falling Phoenix Slope before sunset. Yes. Though Zhang Lai was puzzled by the forced march through such a dangerous area, a glance at the icy puppets behind him made him bellow. You heard the marquee. Move. Anyone who falls behind will face military punishment. The army suddenly accelerated, churning up clouds of dust like a long serpent plunging into the boundless mountains. On a distant mountaintop, several dark figures silently watched the scene, then crushed the communication talismans in their hands. The setting sun, crimson as blood, dyed the steep cliffs on both sides of Luofeng's slope in a vivid scarlet. This was a classic sky sliver terrain where two mountains pressed close together with only a narrow path running between them. As the wild wind swept through the canyon, it howled like the wails of malevolent ghosts. A procession of thousands marched through the canyon, yet it was terrifyingly silent. Mounted on his horse, Zhang Lai felt cold sweat completely drenching his back armor. As a cultivator who spent his life on the edge of a blade, his instincts were screaming in alarm. The surrounding air felt so viscous it had seemingly solidified, and behind every protruding rock a man-eating beast appeared to lie in wait. Yet he dared not stop, nor did he dare look back at the 9-dragon aloes wood carriage floating in the center of the procession with its beaded curtains drawn low. Just as the column reached the very heart of the canyon, buzz! A sudden resonance like the tolling of a massive bronze bell reverberated between heaven and earth. Without warning, 12 pitch-black pillars of light shot into the sky from both sides of the canyon, instantly weaving into a colossal web of dark light in midair, completely sealing off the space for thousands of feet around. The flowing spiritual energy instantly froze, and even the howling wind died down. Enemy attack! Zhang Lai's shrill roar was cut short the moment it left his throat. For he saw that the 12 pillars of light were not merely a seal, they spawned countless pitch-black chains resembling giant pythons. Carrying a devastating aura, they bypassed all guards and puppets, hurtling toward the 9-dragon aloes wood carriage at the center of the procession with unprecedented speed. This was a definitive strike. No probing, no nonsense. An onslaught of thunderous fury right from the start. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the canyon, and a violent shockwave of energy swept outward, reducing all rocks and vegetation within dozens of feet to fine dust. That priceless third-grade high-rank treasure carriage, along with its innate defensive barrier, disintegrated instantly under a combined strike powerful enough to shake an early nascent soul ancestor, exploding into a dazzling fireball. The entire canyon fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Lai and the thousands of private soldiers stared blankly at the fireball, their minds utterly vacant. Was the marquis dead? Was it over just like that? Whoosh! 12 figures clad in black robes and wearing ghost masks materialized out of thin air above the canyon. The aura radiating from them was suffocating. The two leaders were shockingly powerhouses of the late core formation stage, while the other 10 were all at the mid-core formation stage. Such a luxurious lineup, all to kill a single person. Humph, what Marquis Dongan? He is nothing more than this. The tall black-robed leader looked down at the burning wreckage. His voice was hoarse, carrying a trace of contempt and relief. And here I thought he possessed great capabilities, yet he was blasted to ashes before even stepping out of his carriage. Patriarch Li thinks far too highly of this man, going so far as to deploy the heaven-locking dragon prisoning array. Another late core formation assassin sneered. All right, let's confirm the kill and wrap things up. HM. Before his words could fully settle, his pupils suddenly contracted. As the burning fireball gradually dissipated within the wreckage, except for the mangled limbs of a shattered second-grade puppet, where was there any sign of Chen Dakai? A puppet? Damn it. It's a trap. The black-robed leader reacted with lightning speed, shouting sharply, he is in the shadows. Defend. Isn't it a bit too late to realize that now? A lazy and playful voice seemed to echo from all directions at once, reverberating in everyone's ears. Everyone abruptly looked up. Atop a protruding rock at the highest point of the canyon, Chen Dakai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a purple-gold python robe. The wild wind made his robes flutter loudly. Behind him stood the female cultivator named Yun Xiu, leisurely peeling a spirit fruit for him. He looked down at the 12 assassins as if watching a troupe of performing monkeys. The heaven-locking dragon prisoning array. TSK Tisk, quite a grand gesture. Chen Dakai casually flicked the fruit pit into the abyss, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Unfortunately, what you have trapped is no dragon, and I am not a man you can lock away. Kill him. Flying into a rage, the black-robed leader summoned a blood-red long saber, preparing to soar into the sky. A cruel arc curved at the corner of Chen Dakai's mouth as he pressed his right hand downward. Since you have come, you might as well stay. Activate the array. Boom, 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 boom. This tremor was even more violent than the last. The ground around the canyon suddenly exploded as 108 deep blue array flags erupted from the earth, expanding against the wind to a height of 10 zhang. In the next second, the deafening sound of crashing waves suddenly echoed across the dry and scorching Luofeng slope. Splash! Endless blue waves materialized out of thin air, filling the entire canyon in the blink of an eye. But this was no ordinary seawater. Every single drop of water was sword chi compressed from the purest spiritual energy. A fourth-grade killing array, the sea-overturning immortal-slaying array simplified version. Although material limitations meant Chen Dakai could only deploy 30% of the full version's power against a group of core formation cultivators, it was already a dimensional strike. What kind of array is this? A mid-core formation assassin discovered to his horror that his protective astral chi was rapidly dissolving like paper under the washing of the blue waves. He tried to fly up on his sword only to find that this sea possessed a terrifying gravity restriction, making his body feel as heavy as lead. Up! A tragic scream rang out. As a colossal wave crashed down, the assassin was instantly shredded into a bloody mist by countless fine threads of sword chi. Even his soul could not escape, swallowed directly by the array. An instant kill of a mid-core formation cultivator. The remaining 11 assassins were instantly scared out of their wits. Gathering back to back, they desperately activated their magic treasures to resist the surging waves around them. A fourth-grade array. This is impossible. How could he carry a strategic killing array of this level with him? The black-robed leader no longer possessed any of his previous arrogance, his eyes filled with dread and despair. An array of this caliber was something even the Li family could only match with their ancestral grand array, which would take months to set up. Just who on earth was this Chen Dakai? Chen Dakai walked upon the waves. With every step he took, the waters beneath his feet parted automatically, as if he were the sovereign of the sea. There is no need to struggle. With a casual wave of his hand, 36 great freedom heart swords transformed into swimming fish, blending into the surrounding waves and appearing unpredictably. Uft, uft, uft. 3 more mid-core formation assassins collapsed limply, bloody holes appearing between their brows before they could even discern where the attacks originated. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. Below, Zhang Lai and the thousands of private soldiers had long been dumbfounded. Gazing up at the figure strolling leisurely amidst the monstrous waves, they felt nothing but absolute awe. This was no mere cultivator. This was a god or demon who held the power over life and death. Fight him to the death. The 2 late core formation leaders exchanged glances, a flash of madness crossing their eyes. Knowing there was absolutely no hope of survival today, they simultaneously burned their essence blood. Their auras surged violently as they forcibly parted the surrounding waves, transforming into 2 streaks of light, charging toward Chen Dakai. Even if we die, we're taking you with us. The blood-red saber and the pitch-black ghost claws carried an aura of mutual destruction, sealing off all of Chen Dakai's avenues of retreat. Looking at the 2 charging toward him, Chen Dakai's eyes flickered with boredom. Too weak. He neither dodged nor evaded, not even bothering to deploy his flying swords. The moment the 2 were about to reach him, a brilliant golden light erupted from Chen Dakai's body. Vajra, imperishable body. Clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds of clashing metal rang out. The 2 assassins discovered to their horror that their strongest strike, fueled by burning essence blood, failed to even scratch Chen Dakai's skin. Instead, the recoil split the webs of their thumbs and made their magic treasures wail in distress. This? What kind of physical body is this? Without offering any explanation, Chen Dakai extended his 2 large hands like lightning, grabbing their crowns as if snatching chicks. Late core formation. Nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Pure yang energy erupted suddenly. Up. The 2 let out blood-curdling screams. Under the fire of pure yang, the sinister evil techniques within their bodies boiled and evaporated instantly, like snow meeting boiling water. Chen Dakai brought his hands together with a violent slam. Bang! The 2 heads collided, instantly red and white matter splattering everywhere. 2 late core formation powerhouses who once dominated their territories were crushed to death, just like 2 watermelons. The waves gradually subsided, and the sword chi dissipated. Carrying the 2 unrecognizable heads, Chen Dakai slowly descended before Zhang Lai. By now, Zhang Lai's legs were shaking so violently, he could not even stand, collapsing directly to the ground. Hang these 2 heads on the flagpoles of the camp gate. Chen Dakai casually tossed the heads to Zhang Lai, his voice as flat as if he had merely swatted 2 flies. Also spread the word. He turned his gaze toward Tianshu City, his eyes seemingly piercing through countless mountains and rivers to land on the Li family mansion, where they were currently awaiting good news. Tell those rats hiding in the gutters that if they want this Marquis's life next time, they had better invite their family's nascent soul ancestor. As for this kind of rabble, no matter how many come, I will slaughter them all. Why yes, your subordinate obeys. Clutching the 2 late core formation heads that still radiated residual warmth, Zhang Lai's voice was shrill and slightly distorted. He knew that from this day forward the heavens of Guangdong City belonged entirely to the Chen family. The procession resumed its march. Only this time every private soldier held their head high, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Even if a mountain of blades and a sea of fire lay ahead, as long as that purple gold figure was present, they felt fearless. With the 9-dragon aloeswood carriage destroyed, Chen Dakai simply rode on the same mount with Yun Xiu. Nestled in his embrace, Yun Xiu felt his firm chest and whispered, "Marquis, did you know beforehand that there would be an ambush? The Li family wanted to test my depth, the Sun family wanted to enjoy a joke at my expense, and the royal family wanted to borrow my blade." Chen Dakai inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair and said calmly, "Since they all want to watch a show, I shall put on a grand performance for them. It is just that the ticket price for this show must be paid with their lives." He felt a jade slip in his robes which he had just looted from the black-robed leader. Inside there was only a single set of coordinates and a named crimson altar. Just as Lung Yu said, this is no simple assassination. A sharp light gleamed in Chen Dakai's eyes. "Li family, I am highly anticipating the grand gift you have prepared in the Black Mist Swamp." The night was as dark as ink, illuminated by the bright glow of campfires. The army was stationed in a windward mountain hollow. After the Battle of Lufengpo during the day, a subtle shift had occurred in the atmosphere of the entire camp. The private soldiers of various families who had previously harbored their own devious schemes now looked toward the central command tent with nothing but awe and fanaticism. It was an absolute submission to the strong. Inside the central command tent, luxury abounded. Although the original 9-dragon agarwood carriage had been destroyed, Chen Dakai's storage ring never lacked items of indulgence. A thick white tiger pelt carpet covered the ground, exuding an incongruous nobility amidst the desolate wilderness. Chen Dakai reclined on a soft couch, thoughtfully playing with the transmission jade slip he had recovered from the assassin leader. The tent curtain was gently lifted, letting in a gust of chilly night wind, followed by a tall, cold, and glamorous figure. Lung Yu. Tonight she did not wear her signature black armor of the Jinfu division, but had instead changed into a plain white gown, losing some of her murderous aura and gaining a touch of cold, ethereal grace. Yet at this moment the usually haughty female commander appeared somewhat pale, with deep confusion and struggle hidden in her eyes. "What? Does Grand Commander Wei have further instructions?" Chen Dakai did not rise, merely sweeping his gaze over her with a playful tone. Lung Yu's delicate body trembled. The earth-shattering, sea-overturning, immortal-slaying array from earlier today, along with the image of Chen Dakai effortlessly crushing 2 late core formation stage powerhouses, lingered in her mind like an inescapable nightmare. Taking a deep breath, as if having made a firm resolve, she walked quickly to Chen Dakai and actually dropped to one knee, lowering her noble head. "Marquis Lung Yu did not come tonight for official business." Her voice was somewhat dry yet exceptionally firm. "The mission of the Jinfu division is to monitor you, Marquis, but I well know that before you such surveillance is nothing more than a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree. I do not want to die." Chen Dakai sat up straight, looking at her with great interest. "You do not want to die? What do you mean by that?" Lung Yu bit her red lips and reached into her robe, retrieving a blood-red jade pendant carved with a ferocious beast's head. The moment it was revealed, it radiated a heart-palpitating, icy-cold aura. "This is the demon-suppressing command that the Grand Commander personally handed to me before we departed." Lung Yu's hand trembled slightly. "He said this item could help us avoid high-tiered demonic beasts in the Heiwu swamp, saving my life and yours at a critical moment." However, she paused, a flash of terror crossing her eyes. "Since entering this territory, this jade pendant has begun to grow scorching hot, and I feel it draining my essence blood." Chen Dakai narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand, causing the blood-red jade pendant to fly into his palm. It felt warm to the touch, possessing a pulsation akin to a living creature. Divine eye of truth open. Murmuring in his heart, a golden light swirled deep within Chen Dakai's pupils. Under the gaze of his divine eye, the seemingly warm and gentle jade pendant instantly transformed. How was this any demon-suppressing command? This was clearly a sealed living goo insect. Countless hair-thin, blood-colored tentacles were extending from within the jade, greedily capturing the bearer's aura. And at the roots of these tentacles, dense, ancient, and sinister runes were inscribed. Soul-attracting curse. Blood sacrifice beacon. The cold sneer at the corner of Chen Dakai's mouth grew wider, while the chill in his eyes deepened. With a sudden squeeze, his pure yang true fire erupted, instantly incinerating the blood-colored tentacles that attempted to burrow into his palm with a sizzling sound. "It seems your Grand Commander, and even the royal family behind you, never regarded you as a human being." Chen Dakai casually tossed the jade pendant back to Lung Yu, his tone icy. "This thing isn't meant to save your life. Oh, it is meant for location tracking. To be precise, it treats you and me as sacrifices, marking us for something dwelling deep within the Heiwu swamp." Sacrifices. Although she had already harbored suspicions, having them confirmed by Chen Dakai still made Lung Yu feel as if the world were spinning. She had risked her life for the royal family for so many years, only to receive such an end in return. Why? Lung Yu murmured to herself, tears welling up in her eyes. In past blood trials, although the mortality rate was high, many geniuses indeed survived and brought back treasures. Why this time? Because of greed. Chen Dakai stood up, walked over to her, and looked down at her from above. The previous trials were like harvesting chives, cutting down one crop only for another to grow. But this time someone wants to uproot everything. Or rather, they want to awaken a massive entity, and they require a far heavier weight of sacrifice. He reached out and gently lifted Lung Yu's smooth chin. The Li family wants to kill me, the Sun family wants to watch the show, and the royal family wants to kill with a borrowed knife, while making use of useless assets. In this chess game, everyone except the players is a disposable pawn. Looking at the man before her, and feeling the warmth from his fingertips, Lung Yu's mental defenses completely collapsed. In this cold, murderous game, only this man possessed the power to shatter the board with absolute strength. Marquis. Lung Yu grasped Chen Dakai's hand back, pressing her cheek against his palm as tears slipped down. Lung Yu is willing to become the sword in your hand, Marquis, only begging that you do not abandon me. This was absolute submission. No longer based on duty nor on interest, but on the instinct of survival and the attachment to the strong. Looking at her beautiful face wet with tears like a pear blossom in the rain, Chen Dakai's heart stirred. Since you have entered my gate, you are now a member of the Chen family. He scooped Lung Yu up in a princess carry and strode toward the soft couch. Since they want to use us as sacrifices, we shall put on a grand performance on this very altar. But before that, I must first help you shed these shackles. The curtains fell, and a scene of spring radiance unfolded. Lung Yu was originally a powerhouse of the late core formation stage, but due to her early, overly ambitious cultivation and the hidden injuries left by years of constant warfare, her meridians had become congested, causing her cultivation to stagnate. At this moment, under the washing of Chen Dakai's overbearing and warm pure yang energy, the icy congestion within her melted away like snow. The tremor and release from the depths of her soul caused her to lose herself completely. MH. Accompanied by a high-pitched phoenix cry, Lung Yu's aura suddenly surged. The once indestructible bottleneck shattered with a crash under the fierce impact of the pure yang energy. Although she did not directly break through to the next realm, her aura had reached the absolute limit of the late core formation stage, leaving her only a thin line away from great perfection. After a long while, the tempest finally subsided. Lung Yu lay lazily on Chen Dakai's chest, tracing circles with her finger, her once cold eyes now overflowing with tender affection. Husband, regarding this blood trial, I still have some fragmented intelligence here. Lung Yu's voice was slightly hoarse, yet carried an unprecedented gentleness. She revealed without reservation the archives regarding the ancient ruins she had accessed over the years in the Jinfu division, as well as the secret troop movements of the various factions in this operation. As Chen Dakai listened, he integrated the information with the rune structure on the blood sacrifice jade pendant, and the puzzle in his mind gradually became complete. So that's how it is. A sharp light flashed in Chen Dakai's eyes. The leader sent by the Li family this time, is Li Xuanji correct? Yes. Lung Yu nodded. Li Xuanji is a once-in-a-century genius of the Li family, possessing a late core formation stage cultivation. It is said he wields an imitation spiritual treasure, making his combat strength exceptionally formidable. A genius. Merely another high-grade sacrifice, or rather the one responsible for lighting the spark. Chen Dakai sneered lightly, tapping his fingers against the edge of the bed. The runes on this jade pendant are part of a sub-array of an extremely rare, earthly fiend spirit summoning array. This kind of array has only one purpose: using flesh, blood, and souls as a guide to awaken the corpse demon sleeping deep underground. The ancestor of the Li family passed away many years ago, but rumors say the Li family has been searching for a secret method of resurrection. It seems they want to utilize the special environment of these ancient ruins to perform that heaven-defying act. Chen Dakai fished out the blood-red jade pendant from his robe. A wisp of golden pure yang true fire emerged from his fingertip, carefully enveloping the jade pendant to temporarily suppress the blood-colored tentacles within, yet without completely destroying them. Since they want sacrifices, I shall deliver a grand gift to them. Chen Dakai slipped the jade pendant back into Lung Yu's hand, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a hunter spotting his prey. Keep it. When the time comes, I will make Li Xuanji understand who the true prey is. And as for the Sun family and the royal family. A wicked curve arched at the corner of Chen Dakai's mouth. Since everyone has come, no one should think of going back empty-handed. This Heiwu swamp happens to be lacking some fertilizer. Looking at the confident and domineering man before her, the last trace of fear in Lung Yu's heart vanished. She held Chen Dakai tightly, as if holding the entire world. No matter what my husband wishes to do, Lung Yu will follow you to the death. Outside the tent, the night wind howled as if countless aggrieved souls were wailing from the direction of the Heiwu swamp. The Heiwu swamp was the most renowned perilous land in the Shiliang kingdom. Year-round it remained shrouded in a perpetual highly toxic miasma, and the soil beneath one's feet bore an eerie dark red hue, as though thoroughly drenched in blood. Occasional bubbles rising from the depths of the mire released a sickening stench of rot upon bursting. Today, however, this land of dead silence was uncharacteristically bustling. Thousands of cultivators tightly packed the high ground on the outskirts of the swamp. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the glow of magic treasures intertwined within the gloomy mist, barely dispelling a fraction of the eerie chill. Clad in a purple-gold python robe and flanked by a crowd of black-armored guards, Chen Dakai slowly ascended the high ground. Liu Mei, dressed in simple white attire with a long sword in hand, guarded his side, closely, her cold, clear eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Is this the grand display for the blood trial? Chen Dakai's gaze swept across the area, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. On the high ground, the camps of the three major factions were clearly demarcated. At the very center stood the royal procession, where the gold-armored imperial guards stood solemnly in magnificent, imposing formation. The seventh princess, Ji Lingshuan, sat poised upon her phoenix carriage. Though she was already married at this moment, she represented the dignity of the royal family. With a cold and solemn expression, she did not exchange words with Chen Dakai, offering only a slight nod of acknowledgement. To the left was the Sun family. Sun Hong, the head of the Sun family, looked grim. Upon seeing Chen Dakai's arrival, he let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Behind him, apart from Sun Hao, who had previously made a fool of himself in front of the Jinfu division, stood a bare-chested giant of a man with knotted, bulging muscles. Shouldering a spiked mace, this giant exuded a surging, malevolent aura, staring at Chen Dakai with a beast-like, bloodthirsty gaze. He was Sun Wu, the fiercest warrior of the Sun family's younger generation, known as the Mad Dog. To the right was the Li family. Compared to the ostentation of the other two families, the Li family appeared exceptionally sullen. A group of gray-robed cultivators sat cross-legged, each exuding a cold, deathly corpse chi. The young man leading them had a face as pale as paper, yet his lips were as crimson as fresh blood. He toyed with two bleached white finger bones in his hand, his narrow phoenix-like eyes devoid of any human emotion, filled only with the cold indifference of looking at dead objects. The prodigy of the Li family, Li Xuanji. The Marquis of Dong'an certainly puts on grand airs, Li Xuanji said, stopping his play with the finger bones and lifting his eyelids. His voice was raspy and grating. Making so many of us wait for you alone, are you not afraid of shortening your lifespan? Chen Dakai didn't even spare him a glance. He walked straight to his designated seat, sat down, took the spiritual tea handed to him by Yun Xiao, and took a gentle sip. Where is that wild dog barking? Lung, why did you forget to bring the dog-beating staff? Yun Xiao and several handmaidens could not help but burst into laughter. A dead silence fell over the entire field. No one had expected that the Marquis of Dong'an, upon his very arrival, would so mercilessly humiliate the top genius of the Li family. A bloody light flashed in Li Xuanji's eyes, and the finger bones in his hand instantly crumbled into fine powder. Sharp-tongued, he laughed sinisterly. I hope that once we enter the ruins, your bones will be as tough as your mouth. When the time comes, I will refine your premium flesh and blood bit by bit into corpse oil. Refine me? You'd better have your family ancestor crawl out of his coffin first. Chen Dakai set down his teacup and finally looked him in the eyes, his gaze resembling that of someone watching a buffoon. As for you, you're nothing more than kindling. Just as the tension between the two sides reached a boiling point, gurgling sounds erupted as the previously calm swamp suddenly began to churn violently and massive sheets of black mud shot into the sky. A pungent foul wind carrying a terrifying peak tier 3 demonic aura instantly swept across the field. Watch out! Sun Hong's face changed drastically as he barked a stern warning. With a thunderous roar, a giant python as thick as a water vat, its entire body covered in black jade scales, burst forth from the mud. Its gaping bloody maw was large enough to swallow an elephant, and its twin fangs glinted with an eerie blue cold light. The black jade Xinshui python. A peak tier 3 demon beast. This beast was clearly drawn by the vital energy and blood of the numerous cultivators. Highly intelligent, it bypassed the heavily guarded royal family and avoided provoking the deathly quiet Li family, charging instead straight toward the Sun family's camp, where the aura was most turbulent. Vile beast, you court death, Sun Wu roared. Instead of retreating, he excitedly swung his spiked mace and charged forward like a cannonball. Let this daddy smash your skull to pieces. Clang. The spiked mace slammed violently onto the serpent's head, sending sparks flying in all directions. Yet those black jade-like scales remained completely unscathed. Instead, the immense recoil split the webbing of Sun Wu's hand. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the mud. The python hissed furiously. Driven into a frenzy by the pain, the giant python swept its massive tail outward. Several disciples of the Sun family who failed to dodge in time were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. Standing at the rear, Sun Hao's legs turned to jelly. He scrambled backward in panic, shrieking in terror, Father! Father, save me! The scene instantly fell into utter chaos. Just as Sun Hong was about to strike, the giant python opened its mouth and spat a cloud of pitch-black toxic mist, instantly enveloping the Sun family. Their protective spiritual light hissed under the corrosive mist, clearly unable to hold out for long. Brotherly, Princess Ji, why do you not lend a hand? Sun Hong cried out in desperation. Li Xuanji sneered, crossing his arms in a spectator's pose. On the royal side, though, the seventh princess frowned. The imperial guards were only responsible for protecting the royal members and made no move. This was the so-called alliance. When disaster struck, it was more fragile than a handful of loose sand. How utterly noisy, an impatient voice rang out abruptly. Chen Dakai sat in his chair, not even shifting his posture. Looking at the giant python wreaking havoc in the Sun family's camp, he frowned slightly, slowly raised his right hand, and extended a single index finger. Go! At the tip of his finger a speck of golden light flashed. Whoosh! Without any earth-shattering commotion, a thread-thin golden sword chi pierced through the air. The sword chi moved with ultimate speed, treating space as if it were non-existent, instantly crossing a distance of several hundred feet. With a soft pop, the black jade Xianshui python, which had been frantically attacking the barrier, suddenly froze. Its black jade scales, which even top-grade magic treasures could barely scratch, were like thin paper before this golden sword chi. The sword chi precisely pierced through its vital 7-inch spot and surged into its body. In the next second, with a dull boom, a burst of pure yang fire erupted from within the giant python. Before this overbearing peak tier 3 demon beast could even let out a whimper, its massive body crumbled into a pile of ashes at a visible rate under the burning of the pure yang fire. A crystal-clear tier 3 demon core clattered to the ground, rolling right to the feet of the dumbfounded Sun Hao. The wind swept across the swamp. The entire field was dead silent. Sun Wu struggled to crawl out of the mud pit, staring at the pile of ashes with his eyes practically popping out of his head. Li Xuanji's hand, which had been toying with the finger bones, froze in midair. His once contemptuous gaze instantly solidified, his pupils contracting to the size of needle points. A single finger, instantly killing a peak tier 3 demon beast. Was this truly something a mid-golden core cultivator could achieve? Even a late golden core, or even a great perfection cultivator, could not possibly do this with such effortless ease. So this is the strength of the Marquis of Dongan. In the distance, several cultivators from minor factions swallowed hard, their eyes filled with deep awe as they looked at Chen Dakai. Chen Dakai withdrew his finger and ate a peeled grape offered by Yun Xiu as if he had merely swatted a mosquito just now. Patriarch Sun, consider this demon core a token to calm your nerves, Chen Dakai said calmly. Keep an eye on your dog. It would be quite embarrassing if a wild beast carried him off before we even enter the ruins. Sun Hong's face turned pale and red in turns. Looking at the demon core at his feet, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. He was both enraged by Chen Dakai's humiliation and terrified by the horrifying power the man had displayed. Many thanks for the Marquis's assistance, Sun Hong squeezed out the words almost through gritted teeth. On the high platform, the 7th Princess, Ji Lingshuan, looked at the domineering man, a subtle, hard-to-detect gleam flashing in her eyes. She stood up, her phoenix robe rustling softly as her majestic voice echoed across the field. The auspicious hour has arrived. She tossed an ancient token into the center of the swamp. Rumble. The earth trembled violently as the mire at the center of the swamp parted to the sides, and a massive bronze gate exuding an ancient weathered aura slowly rose. The gate was carved with ferocious reliefs of demons and monsters, and a primal desolate aura from ancient times washed over them. The blood trial begins. The entrance will remain open for 3 hours. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor lie in heaven. No sooner had Ji Lingshuan's voice fallen than Li Xuanji made the first move. He cast a deep look at Chen Dakai, a bizarre smile playing on his lips before leading the members of the Li family as they turned into a streak of gray light and instantly plunged into the bronze gate. Go! Not wanting to be outdone, Sun Hong grabbed the still-dazed Sun Hao and led the remnants of the Sun family inside. Marquis, Lung Yu asked softly. Chen Dakai stood up, straightened his robes, and fixed his gaze upon the gate that resembled the maw of a giant beast. The blood sacrifice jade pendant inside his robe was growing slightly warm, as if responding to something. Let us go. Chen Dakai took Lung Yu's hand and walked with large strides. Since the stage has been set, how can we, the main characters, keep the audience waiting? With every step he took, his aura surged a notch higher. By the time he reached the gate, his entire being was like an unsheathed sword radiating sharp brilliance. Li Xuanji, I hope the grand gift you prepared will entertain me thoroughly. Chen Dakai stepped into the darkness. Behind him, hundreds of Chen family elites and a puppet army poured silently into the massive bronze gate like a torrent of steel. As the last person entered, the bronze gate closed slowly with a heavy, muffled rumble. The swamp returned to its dead silence, leaving only the pile of beast ashes whispering in the wind of that astonishing finger strike. Darkness. An infinite, boundless darkness swallowed all perception. Passing through the colossal bronze gate, his body instantly lost gravity, and a piercing chill seeped into his very bones. There was no light here. The eerie black mist permeating the air continuously eroded the spiritual sense of any cultivator that dared to venture outward. Is this the grand protective array of the ancient Taiyuan sect? My spiritual sense cannot even probe 3 zhang away. Lung Yu tightly gripped her long sword, her voice trembling slightly. As a late golden core expert, she was now unable to perceive anything beyond 3 zhang. Such a drastic drop in capability was enough to breed deep unease. Behind her, hundreds of Chun clan elites formed a circular defensive formation, standing back to back with rapid, tense breathing. What is there to panic about? A calm and indifferent voice echoed in the darkness, instantly stabilizing the restless crowd. Chen Dakai stood with his hands behind his back, a playful curl playing on the corner of his lips. Illusion-breaking divine pupils activate. With a mere thought, 2 bursts of golden flames suddenly ignited deep within his pupils. In an instant, the darkness before him receded. A world constructed entirely of lines of spiritual energy was clearly revealed before his eyes. The black mist blocking spiritual sense grew thin. Beneath the seemingly flat ground lay a dense network of spiritual energy threads, the triggers for a chain of killing arrays. The hidden compartments behind the walls and the flow of the spiritual veins buried deep underground were all clearly visible. Ding. Detected the entrance to the Fiend Corridor 30 zhang ahead, containing a Tier 3 high-grade killing array. Ding. Secret chamber discovered behind the left wall, containing 3 pieces of 1,000-year profound iron essence. Ding. The stone slabs underfoot are paved with gathering stones. A reclamation is recommended. Hearing the system prompts, Chen Dakai smiled. What perilous ground. This was clearly his own back garden. Everyone hear my command. Chen Dakai casually pointed to the moss-covered, seemingly indestructible stone wall on the left. Zhang Lai, take some men and smash this wall open. Off. Zhang Lai froze for a moment and said subconsciously, Marquis, the path ahead is straight. Why must we? I said smash it open. Chen Dakai's voice turned cold. Yes, sir. Zhang Lai shuddered, not daring to ask further. He immediately commanded several body-refining cultivators to step forward. With giant hammers swinging amidst a deafening roar, the thick stone wall collapsed. As the dust cleared, everyone gasped in astonishment. Behind the stone wall, a dry and spacious secret passage was indeed revealed. At the entrance of the passage stood several undecayed red sandalwood chests, faintly radiating spiritual light. This? Lung Yu's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Dakai in disbelief. A straight path. That is meant for the dead. Chen Dakai stepped into the secret passage and casually flipped open a chest. The dazzling brilliance of treasures instantly illuminated everyone's faces. The chests were packed to the brim with mid-grade spirit stones and several perfectly preserved Tier 2 peak-grade magic tools. Clean it out. Take everything from the chests to the very soil. As long as it contains spiritual energy, carry it away. Chen Dakai waved his hand. Remember our slogan, wherever the Chen clan passes, not a single blade of grass shall remain. Yes, sir. The eyes of the Chen clan cultivators instantly changed. Their initial fear vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer fanaticism. Following a master like this, how was this a life and death mission? This was clearly a shopping spree. The group began to advance, but their route was exceedingly bizarre. Sometimes they walked in an S pattern, sometimes they crawled along the base of the walls, and occasionally Chen Dakai would even order everyone to stop and bombard a seemingly ordinary floor tile for a long while until they dug out a fist-sized piece of astral sand. Scrape the gold paint off that pillar on the left. That is red gold powder. Don't throw away that incense burner. Even though it's broken, the base is made of warm jade. Stop. Do not step on that floor tile ahead, it's a trap. Bypass it and unscrew the lamp next to it. Chen Dakai led his team, digging 3 feet deep wherever they went. In contrast to the Chen clan's bountiful harvest, other forces were not having such an easy time. In a corridor less than 5 li away from Chen Dakai's group. Boom. A shrill, agonizing scream rang out. Save me. Family head, save me. A Foundation establishment cultivator of the Li clan, having lost his way in the darkness, accidentally triggered a mechanism on the wall. In an instant, countless pitch-black tiny ice needles shot out from the wall, impaling him completely. His entire body rapidly turned into an ice sculpture before shattering into a pile of icy debris. Damn it. Nobody move. The third elder of the Li clan, who was leading the group, had a face dark with fury. The compass in his hand spun wildly in the black mist, completely unable to indicate a direction. This wretched place restricts spiritual sense too severely, and the traps are utterly patternless. The third elder gritted his teeth. Young Master Xuanji has already led his men into the inner layer. We must regroup as quickly as possible, otherwise. Third elder, there is light ahead. A disciple suddenly shouted. The fog ahead dispersed, faintly revealing a grand side hall. Its doors were wide open, and inside there seemed to be weapon racks filled with an array of dazzling items. A treasury. Greed flashed in the eyes of the Li clan members. Careful of traps. Although the third elder was cautious, after probing with his spiritual sense and finding no spiritual energy fluctuations, he waved his hand. Form up and advance. Secure the treasures first. Over 20 Li clan elites immediately rushed toward the side hall. However, the very moment they stepped into the hall's perimeter, buzz. The ground suddenly glowed with a blinding red light. The once open doors slammed shut with a crash. On the surrounding walls, hundreds of hideous stone beast heads opened their mouths simultaneously. Not good. It's a trapping array. Retreat. The third elder's soul nearly leaped out of his body in terror. It was too late. Crimson flames erupted from the beast heads, instantly turning the entire side hall into a sea of fire. This was no ordinary mortal fire, but earth core fiend fire specifically designed to burn the soul. Oh. Shrill screams echoed one after another. The Li clan cultivators frantically summoned their defensive magic tools, but under the searing heat of the fiend fire the spiritual light of their tools rapidly dimmed. One by one they were burned to the point of splitting flesh, rolling on the ground in agony. Just as the Li clan members were struggling in despair, a few heads silently popped up at a concealed ventilation shaft above the side hall. Chen Dakai leaned over the edge of the ventilation shaft, holding a handful of spiced spiritual melon seeds he had just exchanged from the system space. He cracked them as he looked down, a relaxed expression on his face. "Tsk tisk, these Li clan people really are stubborn." Chen Dakai spat out a seed shell and shook his head. They couldn't even spot such an obvious decoy array. With this kind of intelligence they might as well bid farewell to cultivation. Beside him, Lung Yu watched the tragic scene below, then looked at her Marquis's theater-going expression, her lips twitching slightly. "Marquis, those are the elites of the Li clan, and among them is a mid-golden core elder," Lung Yu reminded in a low voice. "If they manage to break the array and escape." "Break the array? They won't have the chance." Chen Dakai brushed the crumbs off his hands, a golden gleam flashing in his eyes. Under his illusion-breaking divine pupils, the structure of the trapping array below was completely laid bare. He could clearly see that the third elder was attempting to attack the array's weak point, the array eye in the southeast corner. It had to be said that the old fellow had some foresight. If given half a pillar of incense's time, he might actually break it open by brute force. "Unfortunately, you ran into me." A cruel smile curved on Chen Dakai's lips. He raised his right hand slightly, and the great freedom heart sword silently manifested. "Everyone hear my command. Target the southeast corner. On my mark, prepare to focus fire." Chen Dakai's voice, transmitted via sound transmission, rang clearly in the ears of every Chen clan cultivator lying in ambush behind the ventilation shaft. Below, the third elder of the Li clan with disheveled hair and a charred body was frantically channeling his natal magic treasure to bombard the barrier of the array in the southeast corner. "Almost. It's almost open. Everyone hold on." Crack. A tiny crack finally appeared on the light barrier. Wild joy erupted in the third elder's eyes. "Heaven does not wish my demise. Break for me." At the exact moment his old strength was spent, and new strength had yet to rise, just as that crack had barely widened. Surprise. From directly above, two airy words drifted down. Swoosh. 36 flying swords enveloped in pure yang golden flames connected tip to tail and plunged with absolute precision through the crack deep into the array. Following closely behind was Lung Yu's Ice Soul Sword Chi, along with the full force strikes of dozens of Chun Clan Foundation establishment cultivators. No. The third elder's despairing roar was instantly drowned out by the Sword Chi. Dian Sword Array Strangle. Under the dual onslaught of the pure yang flames and the array's earth core fiend fire combined with Chen Dakai's insidious final blow crisscrossing, Sword Chi instantly shredded everything inside the side hall. The Li clan's defensive circle, which had barely been holding on, collapsed in an instant. 3 breaths later the screams below died down, leaving only the crackling sound of the burning flames. Chen Dakai waved his hand, and the 36 heart sword swept up over a dozen storage bags, flying back into his sleeve. "Now this is what you call professional." Chen Dakai stood up, straightened his robes, and spoke to the dumbfounded crowd behind him. "Remember, cultivation isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about worldly wisdom and sweeping the battlefield. Yinxiu, take some people down and see if anyone slipped through the cracks. See if any treasures slipped through the cracks. As for the bodies, burn them cleanly. Don't pollute the environment." Chen Dakai turned around, casting his gaze deeper into the corridor. The black mist there was even denser, faintly carrying an aura that made the pure yang bloodline within him stir with restlessness. It was a calling from the depths of extreme Yin. "Let's go, the warm-up is over." Chen Dakai licked his lips. That wealth-delivering boy Li Xuanji should have already paved the path ahead for us. Taiyin Ancient Sect Ruins, Outer Training Grounds. This was a vast circular plaza, the ground paved with unknown dark red, or that even after millennia still exuded a bloody aura. At the center of the plaza stood a 100-jong-tall stone pillar carved with coiling dragons, its surface etched with intricate runes that emanated an unholy aura. "Old ancestor, is this the place?" Li Xuanqi stood beneath the pillar, gazing up at its summit, piercing through the black fog, his eyes brimming with fanaticism. A raspy voice resonated directly in his mind. "Indeed. This is the Blood River Formation's core array, once used by the Taiyin Ancient Sect to punish traitors. Activate it, and you can forcibly tear open the barriers to the inner chambers. However, this formation hungers greatly. It requires a substantial offering of fresh blood." Hearing this, Li Xuanqi's lips curled into a smile as he turned to face those behind him. Behind him, Li family death warriors were driving over 200 terrified rogue cultivators who had wandered recklessly through the ruins and stumbled into the Li family's path. "Young Master Li, we meant no offense. Please let us go. Yes, we'll leave immediately and never contest the treasures." Their pleas for mercy rose and fell in a desperate chorus. Li Xuanqi delicately adjusted his cuffs, a compassionate smile gracing his face. Fellow cultivators, the very path of immortality defies the heavens themselves. Today you shall sacrifice yourselves to clear the path to immortality for me. That is your fortune." With those words, he swept his hand forward in a sharp gesture. "Drive them inside and seal the exits." Yes. The Li family death warriors, drilled and disciplined, formed a cultivation formation in an instant and herded the 200 rogue cultivators into the central array grounds. "What are you doing? Li Xuanqi, may you die a wretched death." Some cursed in desperation, summoning their artifacts to fight back, but their resistance proved futile against the Li family's core formation elders and heavily armored death warriors. In a shadowed corner of the plaza, Chen Dakai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing silently. Beside him, Lung Yu watched the rogue cultivators about to be slaughtered, her brow furrowing briefly before she composed herself. "This is the cultivation world. Weakness itself is the original sin. Husband, shall we intervene?" Lung Yu sent the thought through their spiritual connection. If those rogue cultivators perish completely, can Li Xuanqi truly open the inner barriers? Rescue them. Unnecessary. But I'd be happy to cause some trouble for the Li family. Golden flames flickered in Chen Dakai's eyes. Through his divine eye of insight, the flow of spiritual energy across the entire plaza became clearly visible. He saw countless earth veins connecting beneath the pillar, the formation's core waiting to be fed with blood. This formation is quite interesting. Chen Dakai stroked his chin, considering. This is a one-directional transfer formation. Sacrifice living beings within the array to unlock the core formation node. However, his gaze fell upon the Li family death warriors maintaining the array's perimeter. This formation technique is too crude, riddled with flaws throughout. Chen Dakai drew forth the demon-suppressing token he'd received from Lung Yu. The blood-red jade pendant grew warm, resonating with the stone pillar at the plaza's center. "Lung Yu, lend me your shackles." Chen Dakai gathered a wisp of pure yang true fire at his fingertip and with masterful precision traced 2 strokes onto the jade's internal formation patterns. Merely 2 strokes. The spiritual energy vortex, previously rotating clockwise, instantly reversed direction. "Go." Chen Dakai flicked his fingers. The demon-suppressing token dissolved into an imperceptible red light, slipping silently underground and following the earth veins until it lodged itself at a critical junction in the formation's main hub. With that, Chen Dakai brushed off his hands, found a clean boulder to sit on, and produced a bag of melon seeds. "Watch the show. Reverse the stars, invite them into the trap." Meanwhile, at the plaza's center, Li Xuanqi had climbed to the altar's summit, arms raised high, expression solemn. "The heavens and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs." He drew a deep breath and chanted loudly. "We cultivators must tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood to attain the supreme Tao. Today I borrow your essence, blood, to help me, Li Xuanqi, reach the pinnacle. Activate the formation." With a roar, he formed a complex hand seal and slammed his palm forcefully against the dragon-carved stone pillar. With a deafening rumble, the ground shook violently as crimson light erupted from between the paving stones, transforming into a massive blood-red barrier that engulfed the entire plaza. "Oh!" Screams erupted from the rogue cultivators as they closed their eyes, awaiting death. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Yet their bodies did not explode as expected. The middle-aged cultivator crouched with his head in his hands, wrist to peak touching his arm. I'm not dead." Just then a horrific scream tore from the formation's edge. My hand. My spiritual power. Young master, help. The formation has gone out of control." Li Xuanqi's eyes snapped open, his pupils quivering at what he saw. The blood-red chains meant to bind the rogue cultivators had reversed direction, lashing into the 50 Li family death warriors surrounding them. How is this possible? Li Xuanqi's expression shifted in alarm. This formation should lock inward. Why is it locking outwards? Thrust after thrust echoed through the air. The muffled sounds of destruction rang out in succession. These well-trained death warriors would never cry out even if their limbs were severed, yet now they were visibly withering away. Their life essence and spiritual power were drained instantly by those sinister chains surging into the earth veins and rushing toward the central pillar. Stop it! Stop it now! Li Xuanqi desperately tried to sever the formation's power supply. But the dragon-carved pillar generated an immense pulling force that consumed the death warrior's flesh and blood, and now drawing through Li Xuanqi's palm pressed against it began greedily draining his very life force. "No, old ancestor, save me." Li Xuanqi felt his cultivation base plummeting rapidly. Late-stage core formation. Mid-stage core formation. Fool. Someone has tampered with the formation node. Cut the connection now. The ancient voice roared urgently in his mind. "Sever your limb if you must, or you will die." His gaze hardened, and with his left hand, he drew his waist sword, swinging it without hesitation toward his right wrist. A wet slash. Blood sprayed everywhere. The price of losing his arm finally freed him from the pillar's grip. Li Xuanqi was launched backward, crashing hard to the ground as he vomited a mouthful of dark blood. Around him, those 50 elite death warriors had become nothing but dried corpses reduced to ash in the wind. An absolute silence fell over the entire scene. The rogue cultivators who had believed themselves doomed exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. Had the Li family young master suddenly become compassionate, sacrificing his own men to entertain them? Just then an ill-timed round of applause echoed from the shadows. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Dakai emerged leisurely applauding while shaking his head in admiration. Magnificent, truly magnificent. I've long heard the Li family's prodigy possesses righteousness that reaches the heavens. Seeing it with my own eyes today, the reputation is well-deserved. Chen Dakai approached the pale-faced, one-armed Li Xuanqi and looked down at him. To break through the barrier, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your own elite forces, even severing your own arm. That spirit of, if I don't enter hell, who will? I Chen truly admire it. It was you. Li Xuanqi fixed Chen Dakai with a venomous glare. You tampered with it. You can eat anything, but don't speak nonsense. Chen Dakai spread his hands innocently. Everyone saw it. I was over there eating melon seeds from start to finish. You laid the formation, you formed the hand seals, and you chopped off your own hand. What does that have to do with me? With that he turned to look at the dragon-carved pillar that had absorbed its fill of blood and was slowly splitting open to reveal a gateway of light. But still I must thank you, young Master Li. With a thought, the demon-suppressing token that had sunk into the ground flew back into Chen Dakai's hand. Not only did you open the way, but you also helped clear out a batch of competitors for me. Chen Dakai gestured to the Chen family members behind him, poised and ready. Everyone follow my command. Enter the inner chamber. Passing by Li Xuanqi, Chen Dakai paused slightly, leaning down to speak in a voice only the two of them could hear. Prodigy. I'd say you're more like a delivery service. Good road you paved there. Keep it up next time. Li Xuanqi, provoked by those words, spat another mouthful of blood. His vision darkened and he nearly fainted on the spot. Let's move. Chen Dakai laughed heartily and led his entourage straight through the portal of light. The surviving rogue cultivators, seeing this, dared not linger any longer. With strange expressions they bowed to Li Xuanqi and surged forward in a crowd following the Chen family into the gate. In an instant the vast plaza was empty except for Li Xuanqi, who had lost an arm, and several Li family elders who were similarly gravely wounded. Young master. An elder approached unsteadily, attempting to help Li Xuanqi rise. Get lost. Li Xuanqi shoved the elder away and pushed himself up on one arm, standing unsteadily. Staring at that portal of light, his once handsome features were now contorted with rage. Chen Dakai. Each syllable ground out through clenched teeth. Old ancestor, I want him dead. I want him torn to pieces. In his mind the ancient voice fell silent for a moment before responding coldly, rest assured. The inner chambers contain the true core of the Taiyin ancient sect, where the Li family left behind a trump card from years past. Since he's entered, he won't leave alive. That severed arm. Consider it a down payment on interest. Li Xuanqi took a deep breath and swallowed a pill radiating an intense blood fragrance, his severed wrist beginning to convulse as flesh knitted back together. Let's go. We enter as well. Passing through that suffocating blood-colored barrier, the world seemed to be split in two. The clamor and tragic screams behind them vanished completely the moment they stepped over the threshold. Replacing them was a bone-penetrating chill and a desolation accumulated over eternal eons. Is this the true face of the Taiyin ancient sect? Lung Yue, closely following behind Chen Dakai, could not help but let out a low gasp. Even with her mental fortitude at the late Golden Core stage, her pupils contracted in shock at the sight before her. How was this any subterranean ruin? It was clearly an independent minor world. High above their heads lay a dark, profound void. In the very center of the void hung a crescent blood moon, its eerie crimson light intertwining with the silver mist drifting across the ground, painting the entire space in an incredibly sinister hue. Beneath their feet lay a grand avenue paved with white marble spanning 100 zhang in width and stretching endlessly to the horizon. On either side of the avenue, countless ruins loomed indistinctly through the mist. Occasionally the upturned eaves of a few uncollapsed palaces could be seen, still preserving their ancient majestic stature. Be careful. Chen Dakai's eyes flickered with golden flames as his illusion-breaking divine eye operated at full capacity. Every wisp of spiritual energy in this air carries an extremely frigid, malevolent intent. If you inhale too much, even your golden core will be frozen solid. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a protective shield of pure yang true fire, enveloping Lung Yue, Yun Xiao, and the others behind him. A wave of warmth washed over them, and their stiffened limbs gradually regained sensation. Lord Marquis, where are we heading? Lung Yue asked. Over there. Chen Dakai pointed toward the furthest edge of their vision, where a colossal altar towered into the clouds, piercing toward the crescent blood moon. If there are indeed treasures here, they must be located there. The team began to advance at full speed. Strangely, the journey was exceptionally smooth. There were no traps, no puppets, and not even a single demonic beast. This place was seemingly a forbidden zone for the living. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the base of the colossal altar. Towering over 1,000 zhang high, the altar was entirely constructed from an unknown black crystal with every single block densely carved with intricate runes. At the very summit of the altar, a speck of brilliant blue light pulsed rhythmically. Stay here and set up defenses. Chen Dakai stopped in his tracks, casting a solemn glance behind him. The people from the Li family and the royal family are likely arriving soon. Do not let them disturb me. Understood. Lung Yu nodded, immediately commanding the Chun family shadow guards and the puppet army to secure advantageous positions. Chen Dakai no longer hesitated. He soared into the air, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged straight toward the summit of the altar. The higher he flew, the more terrifying the cold became. By the time his feet touched the platform at the summit of the altar, a thin layer of frost had already formed on his eyebrows and the tips of his hair. Phew. Chen Dakai exhaled a breath of white mist, circulating the pure yang golden core within his body at full power to dispel the chill. He raised his head and his gaze was instantly locked onto an object in the center of the platform, unable to look away. It was a sarcophagus suspended in midair, carved from a single solid block of 10,000-year profound ice. Visible wisps of frigid qi swirled across its crystal-clear walls. Within the sarcophagus lay a woman sleeping peacefully. Even through the thick layer of ice, and despite Chen Dakai having seen countless beauties, his heart still involuntarily skipped a beat the moment he beheld her countenance. She wore a flowing, radiant celestial dress with wide sleeves, its ancient and intricate design accentuating her graceful figure. Her silver hair cascaded around her skin was as white as jade, and her exquisite features were completely flawless. With her eyes closed and her hands folded gently over her abdomen, her expression was serene, as if she were taking a brief afternoon nap, ready to awaken at any moment and chide the intruder who dared disturb her peaceful slumber. Beautiful. This beauty transcended the mundane, possessing a near-divine purity and nobility. Ding. Peerless opportunity detected. High energy warning ahead. The system's prompt suddenly echoed in his mind with unprecedented urgency. Target detected, last saintess of the Taiyin ancient sect, sealed state. Special constitution, moon goddess bloodline, ancient divine, grade extremely rare. Appearance rating exceeds the system's current quantitative standard. Recommended action, claim her immediately. Reward preview, host cultivation will be directly promoted to the nascent soul stage, obtain a heaven grade cultivation method, and unlock god level auxiliary functions. Chen Dakai's Adam's apple bobbed. Nascent soul stage. Heaven grade cultivation method. How is this a sleeping beauty? This was clearly a super experience pack waiting to be awakened. What a sin, what a sin. Chen Dakai rubbed his hands together, a trademark sincere smile appearing on his face as he bowed slightly to the ice coffin. My lady, I see that your body is freezing cold. The chill must have invaded your system long ago. I am Chen Dakai, widely known as the Little Sun of the Eastern Wasteland, and I am most skilled at dispelling cold and bringing warmth. Although we have never met, our encounter is a twist of fate. I am soft-hearted and cannot bear to see a beauty freeze. Allow me to take you home for treatment. With that, he took a large stride forward, golden flames swirling around his right hand as he reached directly for the 10,000-year profound ice coffin. What? Ask if she's willing. She has been asleep for 10,000 years, she must be lonely, empty, and cold. He was doing a good deed. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the ice coffin, a sharp click of a mechanism engaging abruptly echoed across the silent platform. Chen Dakai's hair stood on end. His years of combat instincts allowed him to react instantly. Without any hesitation, he forcefully retracted his right hand and retreated 100 zhang backward in a flash. Boom. A dark afterimage violently struck the spot where he had just stood. The hard black crystal ground was instantly smashed into a crater 10 zhang wide, sending shattered stones flying and dust billowing into the sky. Who was there? Chen Dakai hovered in midair, his great freedom heart, swords instantly surrounding his body as he stared warily into the center of the dust. As the dust dissipated, a massive monster revealed itself. It was a gargoyle standing 3 zhang tall. Its entire body was composed of grayish-white rock with wings on its back, a green face with fangs and thick limbs. Each of its sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. Originally a decorative statue crouching at the edge of the altar, it had now come to life. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 pools of eerie blue ghost fire suddenly ignited, locking tightly onto Chen Dakai. Roar! The gargoyle roared toward the sky. It was not a fleshy howl, but the grating screech of grinding rocks, carrying a soul-shocking wave that instantly swept across the entire platform. Crack! Countless icicles condensed out of thin air, raining down toward Chen Dakai along with its roar. Half-step, nascent soul. Chen Dakai's expression shifted slightly as he felt the suffocating spiritual pressure. The aura emitted by this puppet was more formidable than any enemy he had encountered before. Its strength far surpassed the peak of the Golden Core stage, already touching the threshold of the nascent soul stage and mastering a trace of the world's law. Interesting. Chen Dakai laughed, instead of being alarmed, his eyes burning with battle intent. It seems if I want to take the sleeping beauty, I must first get past you, the watchdog. Great freedom, Sword River. With a mere thought 36 heart, swords formed a brilliant river of swords surging upward against the downpour of icicles. Clang. The dense sounds of collision merged into one. The icicles sharp enough to pierce top-grade spiritual treasures shattered into powder under the strangling force of the heart swords. But the gargoyle was clearly not that simple. Seeing that its ranged attacks were ineffective, its wings flapped violently, and its massive body erupted with astonishing speed, vanishing from the spot instantly. So fast. Chen Dakai's pupils contracted. His illusion-breaking divine eye caught a faint afterimage striking from a blind spot on his left. How was this a gargoyle? It was practically a heavy fighter jet. Boom. A massive stone claw tore through the air, striking down with immense force. Chen Dakai could only raise his arms, fully activating his diamond indestructible body, as his skin instantly turned a dark gold. Thud. The dull impact resounded through the sky. Chen Dakai was sent flying, his feet plowing 2 deep trenches into the ground, sliding for several hundred zhong, before barely coming to a halt. Hiss. What immense strength. Chen Dakai shook his slightly numb arms, staring at the monster hovering in midair, and looking down at him, a curve rising at the corner of his mouth. Maxed out physical defense, huh? High magic resistance too. He ripped off his torn purple-gold python robe, revealing his lean muscular physique. Pure young true fire burned fiercely on his body, merging with the golden light of the diamond indestructible body, bathing his entire being in a golden radiance of extraordinary grandeur. What a coincidence. I love head-on clashes the most. Chen Dakai took a deep breath, a phantom of a 3-headed 6-armed deity faintly emerging behind him. Come, let your grandpa Chen loosen up your soil. Before his voice could fade, the ground beneath Chen Dakai's feet exploded. Enwrapped in golden light, he proactively charged toward the tiny gargoyle. If spells couldn't blast it apart, then he would smash it with his fists. Meanwhile, the long eyelashes of the woman lying in the ice coffin fluttered slightly, seemingly disturbed by the sounds of the battle outside, showing faint signs of awakening. Boom. A golden fist and a pair of grayish-white rocky talons collided fiercely in midair. As fist met claw, what erupted was pure unadulterated power. The shockwave swept outward in all directions, with the two at its epicenter scraping a layer of stone off the hard black altar floor. Roar. The tiny gargoyle let out a thunderous roar. Its talons, sharp enough to crush magic treasures, were now fractured with a hairline crack. In contrast, Chen Dakai. His entire body gleamed with a dark golden luster as the pure yang true fire blazed intensely across his skin, sizzling as it incinerated the biting cold around him. A half-step nascent soul strength. Is that all? Chen Dakai grinned, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Did you skip breakfast, little brother? Taking advantage of the gargoyle's momentary lapse in momentum, Chen Dakai pressed forward instead of retreating. Stamping his foot heavily, he accelerated abruptly, closing the distance with a whistling rush of wind and slamming straight into the gargoyle's chest. This style of combat completely defied the conventional wisdom of cultivators. Whether sword cultivators or spell cultivators all emphasized keeping their distance and kiting their foes. Who would engage in close-quarters face-to-face brawl like this? Yet Chen Dakai did exactly that. Ever since he integrated the Buddhist heir's Vajra indestructible body, coupled with his own pure yang physique, his physical strength had long surpassed that of ordinary demonic beasts. Break. With the muscles in his arms bulging, Chen Dakai locked his large hands tightly onto the gargoyle's shoulders. Then, channeling his entire body's weight, his right knee rammed viciously into the gargoyle's hard chest. Thud. The dull impact of this knee strike was so deafening it made one's eardrums go numb. Crack. The protective heartstone on the gargoyle's chest, engraved with defensive runes, instantly shattered into a web of spiderweb-like cracks. Exhilarating. Chen Dakai laughed heartily, feeling his blood boil and every pore on his body open up. This kind of fist-to-flesh combat was far more satisfying than standing at a distance, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. He gave the gargoyle absolutely no room to breathe. Left hooks, right swings, uppercuts. At this moment, Chen Dakai completely abandoned all form, raining down a chaotic yet relentless barrage of punches. Each punch was accompanied by an explosion of golden flames, shattering the stone armor on the gargoyle to pieces. Roar! Roar! The gargoyle was thoroughly dazed. Its sole purpose of existence was to guard. Its combat protocols only accounted for flying swords and spells. It had never encountered such a lunatic who engaged in close-quarters brawling. 30 breaths later, enveloped in pure yang fire, Chen Dakai delivered a heavy punch that smashed violently into the center of the gargoyle's forehead. Bang! The stone head exploded into pieces. 2 clumps of eerie blue soul fire let out a mournful wail before dispersing into the air. The massive headless body swayed and then collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. Phew! Chen Dakai withdrew his fist and stood upright, exhaling a plume of scorching white vapor. The golden light on his body gradually receded, revealing his lean muscular upper body. Ding! Defeated a half-step nascent soul stage puppet. Rewarded with 1 tier 4 puppet core and 500 artifact refining experience. The system prompt rang out right on cue. Chen Dakai casually scooped up a glowing crystal from the ground, the gargoyle's power core. Not bad. I'll take this back to upgrade those puppets. Dusting the stone powder off his hands, he turned his gaze toward the center of the altar. There, with the demise of the Guardian, the 10,000-year profound ice coffin lost its supply of spiritual energy, and its thick, icy walls began to melt rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. The rapid, dense sounds of splitting ice rang out. A massive volume of white, freezing mist surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire top of the altar in a blanket of white. This chill seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Chen Dakai frowned, slightly forced to conjure his pure yang barrier once more. The cold energy inside this girl is a bit off the charts. Chen Dakai stared into the depths of the mist. Having slept for 10,000 years, her morning temper must be quite something. Just then a wave of pressure erupted from the center of the mist, causing Chen Dakai's heart to seize violently. This aura was ancient and chaotic, far exceeding the pressure of the nascent soul stage. Who disturbs my slumber? A halting voice echoed. The voice was ethereal and melodious, yet devoid of any human emotion. Just as Chen Dakai was about to respond, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Die. The moment the final word fell, the mist was torn apart. A white figure appeared silently right in front of Chen Dakai. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even his illusion-breaking divine pupils could only capture a faint afterimage. Chen Dakai barely had time to raise his arms and a cross to shield his chest. Bang! A colossal force struck him. Chen Dakai was sent flying backward, his feet scraping the ground, and sending sparks flying, only managing to grind to a halt right at the edge of the altar. Looking down, he saw that a thick layer of black ice had actually formed over his arms, one that even his pure yang true fire could not melt immediately. Holy crap, you're playing for keeps. Chen Dakai shook his somewhat numb arms and looked up. There, a silver-haired woman floated in midair. She was barefoot, her flowing wide-sleeved celestial dress fluttering despite the lack of wind. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now contorted in agony and fury. Her eyes lacked pupils, replaced instead by two wildly swirling silver vortices. Chi deviation. Chen Dakai instantly discerned the issue. She slept for too long, and the Taiyan Chi inside her has spiraled out of control. Right now she's nothing but a living weapon driven solely by the urge to slaughter. Ding. Detected that the target Xie is in an extremely dangerous state of evil backlash. It is recommended that the host immediately apply physical suppression and inject pure yang qi to neutralize the cold poison, otherwise the target's body will explode in 15 minutes. Note: saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone such a beautiful wife. Go for it, host. Don't be a coward. Chen Dakai's lips twitched slightly. Physical suppression. Easy for you to say. This woman is currently equivalent to a rampaging half-step nascent soul powerhouse. Whatever fortune favors the bold. Chen Dakai's gaze darkened. Watching Xie charge at him, once more he advanced, instead of retreating, the blood surging through his veins like rumbling thunder. Great freedom bind. With a mere thought, 36 hard swords whistled forth, forming a sword array cage that instantly trapped Xie within. Xie let out a shrill shriek, waving her delicate hand, as the power of moonlight instantly froze several flying swords, leaving the sword array on the verge of collapse. But this briefest of moments was more than enough for Chen Dakai. Get down for me. Chen Dakai's figure silently materialized behind Xie. Showing absolutely no tenderness, he threw his arms forward and locked them tightly around Xie's waist from behind. Sizzle. Scorching heat and bitter cold clashed violently, where their skin met, sending up massive plumes of white steam. How dare you? Die. You must all die. Feeling the restraint from behind, Xie struggled frantically. Her strength was astonishingly immense. With elbow strikes, bursts of spiritual energy, and blasts of freezing air, each of her struggles made Chen Dakai feel as though his bones were about to be crushed inch by inch. Stop moving. I'm saving your life. Chen Dakai gritted his teeth, his eyebrows and hair already covered in thick white frost. Exerting sudden force, he used his size advantage to bring Xie crashing down from midair. Bang! The two slammed heavily onto the stone tiles of the altar. Relying on the sheer resilience of his Vajra indestructible body, Chen Dakai took the brunt of the fall as a human cushion. Then, using his core strength, he flipped over, pinning Xie firmly beneath him. It was an intimate yet exceptionally perilous position. Chen Dakai locked his fingers with hers, forcing Xie's hands down on either side of her head. His legs wrapped tightly around her thrashing limbs, locking her entire body firmly to the ground. Up. Xie let out a painful roar, the killing intent in her silver eyes almost solidifying. A freezing wave was brewing within her dantian, on the verge of erupting. Still acting tough, Chen Dakai knew he couldn't delay any longer. If this dragged on, either he would turn into a popsicle, or this woman would blow up like fireworks. Now let me show you what a real sun feels like. Chen Dakai took a deep breath, holding nothing back. Within his dantian, the golden core spun frantically, instantly converting all of his pure yang true essence into refined yang fire. At this moment, their bodies were pressed tightly together without a single gap. Boom. Golden flames erupted across Chen Dakai's entire body. However, instead of burning their clothes, the fire surged along their touching skin and forced its way into Xia's body. MPH. Xia's frantic struggling instantly froze. A scorching, domineering current of warmth charged through her meridians. Wherever it passed, the out-of-control tying cold energy was instantly melted and suppressed. Her body began to tremble violently, and her pale skin quickly flushed with an alluring pink hue due to the infusion of pure yang qi. Bear with it, the first treatment always hurts a bit. Veins bulged on Chen Dakai's forehead. This high-intensity transfer of spiritual energy was also an immense burden for him. He could feel that the cold poison within Xia's body had accumulated for 10,000 years and was incredibly profound. Fortunately, his pure yang body was the ultimate yang of heaven and earth, perfectly countering this type of in-coldness. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. As time passed, the silver vortices in Xia's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a trace of confusion and clarity. The violent killing intent receded, replaced instead by a sense of weakness and numbness. Finally, as the last trace of cold poison was forced back into the depths of her dantian, Xia completely ceased her struggling. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Her once icy body had now turned warm, and soft sweat, soaking her ancient celestial dress and clinging tightly to her skin, outlining her breathtaking curves. Chen Dakai was also utterly exhausted. He slowly released his grip on Xia's hands, but remained pinned on top of her, looking down at the beautiful eyes that had finally regained their focus. Their eyes met. For a moment the air fell completely silent. Xia blinked as the confusion faded from her eyes, replaced first by shock and then by deep shame and fury. She felt the seamless press of their bodies and Chen Dakai's heavy hot breath puffing against her face. You? Xia's voice trembled slightly with a trace of archaic stiffness. You rogue. Will you not get off me? Get off. Chen Dakai wiped the sweat from his face, feeling the warm, soft sensation beneath him, and a wicked grin played at the corners of his mouth. Miss, I literally just saved your life. Chen Dakai did not get up immediately. Instead, he shifted slightly to press himself even more firmly against her. This was an exclusive pure yang infusion service, costing me centuries of my cultivation. By all rights, shouldn't we discuss the medical fee first? You. Xia was choked with anger, her pale cheeks instantly flushing crimson, whether from shame or fury. Utterly shameless.